In the year 734 of the Age of the Universe, on planet Vegeta, within a nursery chamber, Dab, could you assess this battle power? Inquired an alien with a frog-like head, directing his question at a companion adorned with a detector affixed to his ear. Beep beep, battle power of 10. It appears to be yet another exiled specimen, Dab disdainfully remarked, pressing the detector twice against Reik. Are you out of your mind? If those savage Saiyans overhear us, are you prepared for me to accompany you to your grave? Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Startled by his companion's words, the frog-headed alien glanced nervously around, relieved to find only the two of them in the nursery. He exhaled deeply and scolded his companion, his expression revealing a desire to consume him whole. Had it not been for the lack of authority, he would have surely dealt with his companion. Such thoughtlessness could easily lead to his demise. He resolved to find someone to switch shifts upon returning, vowing never to associate with this fool again. It was hardly surprising that the frog-headed alien was alarmed. On planet Vegeta, their status was so low that a careless move could lead to being killed by a Saiyan. I understand, Dab replied, a hint of fear in his voice. Enough, enough. Let's finish the registration and leave. We must avoid encountering any Saiyans. Upon seeing his companion's expression, the frog-headed alien impatiently urged him on as the two opened the hatch. Rex slowly opened his eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn it. Had I known I'd have drunk so much last night, I wouldn't have been late for work today. Rex groaned, shaking his head in pain. Soon as he spoke, Rex sensed something was amiss. He realized he was submerged in a nutrient solution, producing no sound, and the surrounding environment felt utterly wrong. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he saw rows of infants submerged in incubation pods, resembling a human experimentation lab. Rex was dumbfounded, his heart sinking. Was it just a drink? How did I end up in a laboratory? Who in the world did this? I distinctly remember Xiao Zhou escorting me home. Confusion overwhelmed Rex, his mind still foggy from the previous night's hangover. In disbelief, he closed his eyes, just as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. The infant body he inhabited could not withstand further contemplation, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, Rex awoke once more. Dazed, he stared at the rows of infants, his spirits utterly crushed. It turned out he was not dreaming. Not only was he awake, but he had also transformed into an infant, residing within an incubation pod. Gazing across at the infant in the opposite pod, he increasingly sensed something was amiss. What fell off was that the infant opposite him not only had a thick mane of hair, but also sported a furry tail protruding from its rear. The tail occasionally swayed, clearly not merely a decorative feature. The more he looked, the more familiar it became, resembling the Saiyans from the anime Dragon Ball he had once watched. Could it truly be a Saiyan? Rex pondered, bewildered, as he began to scrutinize his own form. His astonishment, he discovered a tail sprouting from his own backside. Moving in accordance with his thoughts, he grasped his chubby little tail with his pudgy hands, a wave of peculiarity washing over him as he found himself at a loss for what to do. Time passed as he sat in a daze, and soon a wave of fatigue enveloped him. Startled, he fought against the drowsiness and glanced down to discover that his little member was still there, which brought him immense relief. He no longer felt the urge to resist. He understood that he was still but an infant in need of slumber, contemplating that whatever awaited him could be addressed upon awakening. Meanwhile, the two frog-headed figures completed the registration of the new arrivals and proceeded to report to the Saiyan in charge. My lord, here are the combat power data for this batch of newborns. One of the frog-headed figures respectfully offered a device to a robust man clad in battle armor, with a tail coiled around his waist. Without glancing at the device, the man fixated on the frog-headed figure and inquired, how many of these newborns are mid-level warriors? My lord, not a single one. The highest combat power does not exceed 30. The frog-headed figure replied anxiously, by the gods. Another batch of useless beings. Disperse them in 2 years. The man glared at the frog-headed figure, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his mind. He had just returned from a planet on the verge of conquest, growing increasingly frustrated as he contemplated the two before him. He was prepared to eliminate them for the thrill of it. However, recalling their potential utility, he suppressed his murderous impulses and offered a few instructions before departing without a backward glance. Such was the nature of the Saiyans, consumed by bloodshed and battle, especially since their servitude under Frisia began. They were either engaged in slaughter or on the path to it. The entire race reveled in the ecstasy of killing, with no one questioning its morality. For them, familial and romantic bonds were mere trifles. For Saiyan, a being that was not a mid-level warrior was deemed worthless. Whether they would return from their missions was a matter of uncertainty. Thus they remained indifferent. The Saiyan hierarchy categorized warriors as follows. Those with combat powers of 1 to 30 were classified as low-level warriors, 31 to 100 as mid-level warriors, and 101 to 500 as high-level warriors. That low-level warriors could not even control themselves after transforming into great apes, which explained the disdain held by the robust man. Mid-level warriors, after extensive training, could retain a degree of rationality during their transformation, while high-level warriors required no training, as they naturally maintained their composure. As the sound of the man's footsteps faded into the distance, the frog-headed figures slowly lifted their heads, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, feeling a surge of relief. They dared not linger further and hastily returned to the control console to assign tasks to this batch of newborns. For the next 2 years, they would remain in the nursery, destined to be dispatched to low-level planets to execute conquest missions once the time arrived. Meanwhile, Reik awakened once more. The mere thought of having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and becoming a Saiyan ignited a spark of excitement within him as he envisioned himself transforming into a Super Saiyan. Surely, no one could remain unmoved when witnessing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, as Reik emerged from his fantasies of grandeur, a sense of trepidation began to settle in. He was aware that the Saiyans would ultimately face destruction at the hands of Frieza, and as an infant, he had no knowledge of the specific timeline, aside from knowing that Planet Vegeta was destroyed shortly after Kakarot's birth. He remained oblivious to everything else. Damn it, I can't be this unlucky. Just after my arrival, I'm destined to meet my demise? Contemplating this, Reik's dreams of becoming a Super Saiyan shattered. He was now desperate to ascertain whether Kakarot had been born or how old Vegeta was. Unfortunately, a mere nursery room barred his progress, and his body did not permit him to pursue other avenues. System Daddy, Golden Finger, Supreme Deity? Silence ensued as Reik mentally called out every name he could conceive, yet no response came. Damn it, I can't possibly be this unfortunate, arriving in a new world with nothing. Despair enveloped Reik. Forget it, I'm tired. Let all be destroyed. Chapter 2. Arrival on planet Vegeta. 2 years had elapsed, and Reik was on the brink of collapse. 2 years prior, he had relinquished all hope, living each day in a state of trepidation, awaiting his impending doom. Yet, every time he awoke, he found himself still ensconced in the nursery pot, which rekindled a flicker of hope within him. There was scarcely any time to contemplate future plans. He had once believed he could emulate the exploits of his predecessors, achieving transformations at the tender ages of 3 and 5. Alas, reality proved to be a bitter disappointment, rendering those tales mere fabrications that ensnared the unwary. In his previous life, Reik was an ordinary individual. His academic performance was unremarkable, and his career followed suit. After the arduous journey of transmigration, he now faced the ever-looming threat of annihilation. That he had not succumbed to despair was, in itself, a small victory. Had he been a few years older, he might have possessed the capacity for action, but as it stood, he was relegated to the status of an infant, confined to the nurturing chamber with no means of escape. Each awakening was fleeting, soon yielding to slumber once more. The only assurance he clung to was the knowledge imparted during his intermittent sleep, that he was a low-ranking warrior whose combat power had grown from a meager 10 to a modest 30. He yearned for the day he would be dispatched, yet it felt akin to waiting for death. Over the course of these 2 years, aside from the knowledge, language, and combat skills transmitted to him during his slumber, he remained perplexed by the very essence of Ki, unable to harness the power within him. Reik often pondered whether other transmigrators could indeed master their Ki as infants of the Saiyan race. In his earlier days, he harbored doubts, but now he could assert with certainty that such notions were ludicrous. If mastering Ki were as simple as that, the universe would be populated by far more adept individuals. The tales of Vegeta and Kakarot learning from their skirmishes were overly simplistic. One must consider the stature of Vegeta, aside from Broly. He was the Saiyan with the highest battle power at birth, though whispers of a brother named Reik had surfaced in his previous life. Who could ascertain the truth of such matters? The narrative of Vegeta trailing Kakarot, disparaging him, was flawed. Had Kakarot not been the protagonist, Vegeta might have remained inconsequential. Consider Kakarot's lineage of mentors. He had learned from the likes of Master Roshi, Cat Master, and even the North Kai and Grand Kai. What did Vegeta possess? Nothing but his own relentless pursuit of knowledge and skill. Under these circumstances, Kakarot could not simply cast him aside. Vegeta was ever in relentless pursuit. Moreover, Vegeta placed a greater emphasis on family. His thoughts often centered on his loved ones. Kakarot, in contrast, was consumed by training, neglecting his responsibilities as a husband and father, leaving Chi-Chi to bear the burdens of the household alone. It was no wonder Chi-Chi opposed Gohan's martial training, urging him to pursue academia and financial stability. Haunted by the psychological shadows cast by Kakarot's neglect, lost in such contemplations, Reik gradually succumbed to sleep once more. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he drifted into slumber, a frog-headed figure and his companions entered the nursery, approaching Reik's incubation chamber. Dab, this one is to be sent to the planet Utarapa. The journey will take approximately 1 year, the frog-headed figure remarked, surveying their task. 2 individuals collaboratively lifted the cultivation pod containing Reik and carried it out of the nursery, placing it into a single-person spacecraft. After setting the destination, the ship activated under their watchful gaze. The circular vessel gradually ascended, accelerating until it vanished from sight, entering the vastness of the cosmos. The two then returned to the nursery to prepare for the next task. In the boundless void of space, an eternal tranquility was disrupted today by the emergence of a circular ship slicing through the emptiness. As the scene zoomed in, one could discern a child within. Approximately 4 or 5 years old, adorned with a tail and long, cascading black hair, a tuft of hair playfully sticking up on their forehead. Reik shifted slightly, gradually opening his eyes and lifting his hand to rub them, unable to fathom the reality before him. The inky blackness of space was punctuated only by the occasional glimpse of planets drifting by, leaving an overwhelming sense of solitude. Reik never anticipated awakening aboard a spacecraft, momentarily suspecting he had traversed time once more. It was only upon feeling the tail above his posterior that he realized he had been dispatched to undertake a mission on a distant planet. Elation coursed through him, a sentiment beyond the capacity of language to convey. He had not expected to emerge alive from planet Vegeta. After expressing gratitude to the celestial deities, including the Supreme Old Lord and the Heavenly Emperor, he gradually calmed his racing heart. By the heavens, I am alive, he thought. Yet he recognized the need for caution and decided to assess the mission. For Reik, examining the mission did not imply immediate execution. Rather, the knowledge transmitted from the cultivation pod revealed that the ship contained a mission departure time rather than a completion time. This allowed him to gauge how much longer planet Vegeta would remain intact and how much time he had to ensure his own safety. Glancing at the mission details, he noted the year 736 in the age of the universe, recalling that the beginning of Kakarot's story occurred in 749. This calculation indicated that Kakarot had yet to be born, and his relief was swiftly replaced with anxiety. At this juncture, Saiyan ships and probes were under Frisia's tracking and surveillance, meaning he was not yet secure. Although the anime suggested that aside from Kakarot and a few others, the remainder of the Saiyans faced annihilation, reality diverged from fiction. Reik was uncertain whether Frisia would send agents to pursue him. He doubted that Frisia could monitor the positions of all Saiyans across such an expansive universe, while simultaneously hunting down a group of minor characters. After much contemplation, he arrived at 2 hypotheses, the first being that a recall would occur before the destruction of planet Vegeta, as Saiyans typically returned home upon receiving such orders. The second possibility was that Frisia's pursuit was not random, but rather guided by the feedback from the probes. At this moment, no Saiyan would suspect that their ruler intended to eradicate them, for all their probes were equipped with listening devices. Saiyans relied heavily on these probes, making it entirely plausible for Frisia to systematically hunt them down one by one after the obliteration of planet Vegeta. As he gazed at the probe within the spacecraft, Reik fell into deep contemplation. With his current combat power of 30, venturing onto a new planet without a probe could lead to an instant demise at the hands of a more powerful adversary. Yet, he has no choice. He is utterly unaware of the nature of the mission planet, whether it possesses civilization, the strength of potential foes, or if, like Earth, combat power can be concealed. He is shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, the use of probes remains imperative, albeit limited to a week, after which they must be destroyed. Within this week of arrival, he must learn to discern the strengths and weaknesses of others. With a year still remaining before reaching the mission planet, he must cultivate patience and endeavor to control the energy within him. This means he cannot afford to languish in sleep during this year. Time must be utilized to its fullest extent. With this thought, Reik closed his eyes, immersing himself in the introspection of his inner energy. Chapter 3. Arrival at Udalpa Dam. Why is this so difficult? Reik sighed, a bitter smile adorning his face as he opened his eyes. It had been a month since he departed from planet Vegeta. During this period, after awakening from the incubation chamber, Reik had focused solely on understanding the energy within him. Unfortunately, it had proven fruitless. Apart from realizing that his strength had significantly increased compared to his previous life, he felt no other discernible change. The more he attempted to calm his mind, the more it raced with errant thoughts. Memories of his past life flooded back, alongside thoughts of Frisia, Kakarot, or even the hidden folders on his phone. Any modern individual can attest that achieving a blank mind is a formidable challenge, let alone meditating on one's internal energy. Damn it! Must I wait until my death to attain clarity? Even in the face of mortality, why am I still plagued by such trivial thoughts? Reik scorned inwardly. Having died once, he should have cherished life. This was a world where planets could be obliterated at any moment, and he needed to focus on enhancing his combat power. Did he wish to meet an ambiguous end as in his previous life? Clenching his fists, he struck his head twice, a jolt of pain coursing through him, momentarily halting his frantic thoughts. Damn, I underestimated the energy within me. While it pales in comparison to Frisia's first form of 530,000, it is certainly not comparable to the feeble body I inhabited in my past life. He recalled Kakarot's first appearance, where even a combat power of 10 could withstand Bulma's handgun, while he, with 30 points, could inflict pain without intending to. Damn it. I hope I never encounter those who write about 3-year-old Super Saiyans. Otherwise, I will eradicate them. Reik's frustration surged. He felt an overwhelming desire to obliterate everything. The pressure weighing on his heart was unbearable. Having narrowly escaped planet Vegeta, the specter of death lingered incessantly in his mind. If he did not vent his frustrations, he feared he might succumb to madness. After a cathartic outburst, Reik forced himself to calm down, relinquishing aspirations of immediate success to clear his mind. He resolved to avoid dwelling on inconsequential matters, considering it a small victory. Let us hope I can achieve my goals in the remaining 11 months. Reik thought as he closed his eyes once more. Time, however, does not halt for Reik's contemplation, and it passed swiftly, unnoticed. On that day, a colossal tricolor planet of red, green, and yellow loomed above, when a meteor streaked across the sky of Udalpa, shattering the tranquility of the night. Boom! The spacecraft collided with countless towering trees, establishing an intimate connection with the ground and creating a deep crater several meters in diameter. Hiss! From within the depths of the crater, a circular spaceship gradually opened its hatch, releasing a thick plume of white gas. Reik, clad in a yellow and black Frisia army combat suit, emerged from the vessel, his small frame accentuated by a detector that nearly obscured half his face. Beep, beep. Reik pressed the detector twice, revealing the combat power of surrounding life forms. 50, 15, 300, 3,000, 3,000. Good heavens, which fool has hypothesized about this planet? Are they attempting to bring about my demise? Reik's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the numbers displayed on the detector. A chill swept through him, prompting an outburst of curses. In a radius of several dozen kilometers, the highest combat power barely reached 50, with most under 20. Yet, that distant figure of 3,000, located 2,000 kilometers away, left him feeling dizzy. For a combat power of 3,000, traversing that 2,000 kilometers would take no more than an hour. Was he not effectively landing at someone else's doorstep? Damn it, am I to wait here for death? After 2 minutes, Reik snapped back to reality, realizing now was not the time for dawdling. It was impossible to remain here and await his fate. He must struggle, for perhaps that life form was not an intelligent being. Reik hastily leaped from the spacecraft, secured the hatch, and swiftly filled the crater, racing off to a location with relatively low combat power. 2 hours later, Reik was unaware of how far he had run, finally stopping near a small hill. That almost gave me a heart attack. Reik gasped for breath, leaning on his knees in trepidation. Beep. 20, 60, 30, 8, 25. Seeing that no danger lurked nearby and that the 3,000 combat power remained at a distance, Reik plopped down onto the ground. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to contemplate. Good grief, this is certainly not a primitive planet. It seems I must prepare for the long haul. For now, I will use the detector to survey the surroundings and then destroy it. Resolute, Reik surveyed his environment. He stood beside a small hill over 100 meters tall, encircled by towering trees. He extended his right hand, clenched his fist, and struck the mountainside. Crack! Fragments of rock tumbled at Reik's feet. A small dent appeared in the hillside, and his fist felt a slight sting. I'm truly formidable. Reik retracted his fist, blowing on it with a smug expression. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Reik recognized that his primary concern now was securing shelter and a water source. On such a perilous planet, who knows if the local life forms might be concealing their combat power? He began to search around the mountain. Behind the hill, 20 kilometers away, he discovered a small stream, its banks scattered with the footprints of creatures, though he could not identify them. However, this also indicates that this location serves as a vital water source for the surrounding fauna. The stream is devoid of toxins and can be consumed with peace of mind. Moreover, being in close proximity to the mountains, this spot could be utilized as a reliable water collection point, while the mountains themselves could serve as a shelter. After surveying the area, Reik chose not to depart. Instead, he concealed himself atop a tree, activating his detector and awaiting his quarry's arrival to quench its thirst. He felt compelled to rely on the detector, fearing the unexpected emergence of a monstrous creature that could spell his demise. Although he had been reborn as a Saiyan, possessing a warrior's bloodline, it did not imply a reckless pursuit of danger. Embracing a safe approach rather than courting peril is not the behavior of a rational individual, and Reik considered himself to be quite sane. It wasn't long before the rustling of the surrounding grass caught Reik's attention, prompting him to focus intently in that direction. The detector displayed the reassuring number 15, bolstering his confidence. The first thing that came into view was a 3-meter-long, fur-covered leg. As Reik beheld the entirety of the creature, he was momentarily entranced. Its overall appearance bore a resemblance to a wolf, yet its size was 2 or 3 times greater than that of any wolf from his previous life. The sharp claws and pointed teeth indicated its carnivorous nature, and most notably, it possessed 2 heads. Reik glanced at the creature looming over him, standing over 6 meters tall and measuring several meters in length. Then looked down at his own arms, which barely exceeded 1 meter. He returned his gaze to the number 15 displayed on the detector. Chapter 4. The initial encounter: to engage or not to engage. That was the question. It must be said that Reik was apprehensive. He harbored doubts about the reading on the detector, questioning how the creature could possess a mere 15 points of combat power, 30 points less than his own. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he remained motionless in the tree. Despite having fully assimilated the combat techniques of a Saiyan, he was a person who had scarcely engaged in a single fight in his past life. The prospect of confronting such a colossal beast filled him with trepidation. Perhaps a typical Saiyan of his age would have charged forward without hesitation, but he was no ordinary Saiyan. As someone who had previously kept a safe distance from even the most mundane of dogs, being thrust into a confrontation with such a creature was daunting. Though he was acutely aware of his superior strength, Reik struggled to overcome his psychological barriers. Gurgle. Before Reik could deliberate further in the tree, the sound of his stomach echoed audibly. The 4 ears of the wolf-like creature twitched, and its 4 lantern-sized eyes were fixed firmly on his location. Its forelegs slightly retracted, poised as if ready to pounce at any moment. Roar! Roar! A pair of low growls jolted Reik from his reverie, leaving him no time for further contemplation. Realizing he had drawn the creature's attention, and that it had already locked onto his position, he braced himself. Whoosh! In an instant, as Reik turned his gaze toward the wolf-like beast, it propelled itself forward with immense force, covering the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Its massive jaws poised to strike less than half a meter from him. Despite the creature's rapid movements, to Reik, it unfolded in slow motion, allowing him to devise several countermeasures in that fleeting moment. With his legs slightly bent, he leaped upward with all his might, while the wolf-like creature snapped the branch beneath him, landing 20 meters away. As the ground trembled beneath him, the wolf-like creature turned its head, refocusing its gaze on Reik. Could it be possible that this beast was so sluggish? After evading a strike, Reik's confidence surged. He had not anticipated that this creature posed little threat. Steadying himself, he clenched his fists, shifting his right foot slightly back to prepare for an offensive maneuver. This time, Reik resolved to test the waters of aggression. The wolf-like creature lunged once more, hurtling towards Reik. In the instant it leaped into the air, he dashed beneath its belly. With a subtle twist of his body, he unleashed a straight punch aimed squarely at the creature's midsection. A resounding thud echoed in his ears, akin to striking a mere sheet of paper. There was no resistance. His fist pierced the creature's abdomen, blood splattering over him. As he withdrew his fist, the creature's innards spilled forth, and both heads emitted anguished howls. Was it truly this effortless? Was it his weakness or his overwhelming strength? Reik, momentarily dazed, stared at his hands in disbelief, unable to fathom this newfound power. He had not expected such a disparity in their capabilities, despite only having a mere 30-point advantage in combat strength. Undoubtedly, this was a decisive victory. He had annihilated his foe. Approaching the wolf-like creature, he observed its feeble breaths. Crouching before its wolfish visage, he gazed into its large, lantern-like eyes, disdain etched across his face. How could you fall so easily? I only surpass you by 30 points. Whether the creature comprehended his words or sensed the contempt in his gaze, it widened its eyes in indignation before tilting its heads, succumbing to death. After witnessing the creature's demise, Reik dared not linger. He dragged the lifeless beast into a nearby stream, cleansing both the creature and himself of the blood. Once in a different location, as he roasted the wolf-like creature, he pondered the situation. This shouldn't be. How could it have been dispatched so quickly? Kakarot and Piccolo had managed to defeat Raditz, who possessed a significantly higher combat power. What was amiss? Reik found himself perplexed. He could not fathom how Raditz, with a battle power of 1,500, could be vanquished by two individuals with less than 1,000. From his previous encounter, it seemed that Kakarot and Piccolo should have been incapable of even touching Raditz. In terms of combat power, speed, strength, visual and cognitive reflexes, the disparity should have been insurmountable. Yet, Raditz had perished. His mind swirled with questions, and he remained unaware of how Kakarot and the others had achieved such a feat until the acrid scent of burning flesh wafted through the air. Clarity struck him. Firstly, Raditz was woefully inept, both inexperienced and reckless. Secondly, he had been gravely injured by Gohan, which undoubtedly reduced his battle power to approximately 1,000. Thirdly, Kakarot and Piccolo, upon unleashing their fury, reached around 800, a figure not vastly different from the wounded Raditz. Ultimately, it was Kakarot's sacrifice that led to Raditz's downfall. With this revelation, Reik felt a sense of relief wash over him and resolved never to emulate Raditz's mistakes. Combat should be approached with utmost dedication, regardless of intent. One must incapacitate the opponent, leaving no chance for a comeback. With several hundred kilograms of flesh consumed, Reik could not help but admire the Saiyant's formidable appetite, truly a beast. He himself weighed less than 100 kilograms, yet such a vast amount of sustenance filled him, and he was only 9/10 full. How I wish I had such a stomach in my past life to compete in eating contests and amass fortunes, Reik mused as he lay on the ground. With a sudden surge of energy, he sprang to his feet, glanced toward the mountains, and began to sprint. Upon reaching the mountainside, he stood firm, clenched his fists, and struck rapidly. In no time, he had excavated an area of approximately 5 square meters. After clearing the rubble, he found a stone large enough to seal the entrance, positioning himself inside to block the opening. This will suffice for today. The rest can wait until tomorrow, Reik concluded, clapping his hands together. He then lay down and succumbed to a deep slumber. When Reik awoke and pushed aside the stone, sunlight streamed onto his face, revealing a bright new day. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he reflected on the fruits of his 11 months of labor, letting out a weary sigh. Indeed, novels are often deceiving. Despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to master the control of ki, let alone perceive it. Apart from a modest increase of 15 points in his combat power over the year, the only skill he had acquired was a slight ability to quell his errant thoughts, of little aid for his forthcoming survival. Regaining his focus, he closed his eyes and concentrated on his inner self, attempting to grasp ki through the methods taught by Gohan in his former life as anime. Half an hour slipped by, and his stomach growled once more. Could it be? Just hours after consuming several hundred kilograms, he was already hungry again. Reik lamented internally, truly reluctant to venture out. Even after a night's rest, the image of the 3,000 combat power he had witnessed remained etched in his mind. particularly after the previous day's encounter that highlighted a 30-point disparity in strength, deepening his apprehension towards that level of power. Chapter 5. A brand new experience. The thought of facing someone with 3,000 combat power was almost unfathomable. Should I feign death or end my own life to escape? Reik chuckled at his self-deprecation. In the past, he had perceived Earthlings as inept. Now he realized just how formidable Krillin's several million combat power truly was. No wonder he could win the affection of Android 18. Reik was genuinely impressed. Previously, he had thought Krillin unworthy of her. But now he could envision the immense courage it would take for Krillin, with his millions in combat power, to stand before Cell, who boasted billions, to protect Android 18. He wondered when he might encounter these warriors. If one were to ask Reik why he did not journey to Earth at present, could he admit to his own cowardice? Without delving into other matters, prior to dismantling the positioning device on his spacecraft, he had not dared to operate the ship. Moreover, for someone with a single-person craft like his, a return coordinate would lead him to planet Vegeta, unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan. He recalled that becoming a Super Saiyan required a foundational combat power of 3 million, along with the right cells and an intense rage. In the newly released Dragon Ball Super, it is mentioned that one does not need to reach the pinnacle of fury. After achieving the initial 2 stages, one should concentrate their power at the spine. The efficacy of this method remains uncertain. As Reik pondered this, his imagination wandered to visions of transforming into a Super Saiyan, delivering powerful punches to Frieza and kicks to Kakarot, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth in sheer excitement. Suddenly, he stood up, envisioning the concentration of energy at his spine, positioning his fists at his waist with a slight arch in his back, embodying the effort of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Alas, after a prolonged shout, aside from his face flushing from exertion, nothing transpired. Fortunately, the surroundings were empty. Otherwise, it would have been a most embarrassing spectacle. After amusing himself for a while, Reik stroked his chin and began to devise his forthcoming endeavors. His living quarters and water source had been settled. His first priority was exercising, the second to continue comprehending energy, and the third to venture out once his combat prowess had improved, exploring the planet for intelligent life and civilization. Glancing at the nearby detector, he hesitated for a considerable time, realizing that mastering energy was not an instantaneous feat. He gripped the detector firmly, resulting in its shattering into countless pieces. To perish or to endure for an eternity, he mused. Reik relinquished comfort, ready to embrace new challenges. After all, the detector would inevitably break, so he might as well commit early. Reik approached the cave entrance, stretched lazily, and sealed the entrance once more, resolutely heading towards the direction of the small stream from the previous day. Logically speaking, even without mastering energy, he should be capable of unleashing energy blasts and flying. Why did he feel nothing? While running, he remained unaware that as he envisioned flight, his legs gradually lifted off the ground, swinging in midair. What on earth is happening? When Reik finally realized something was amiss, the panic surged as he found himself ascending further from the ground. Having experienced a slight fear of heights in his past life, being nearly 4 to 5 meters above the ground jolted him into awareness. After flailing about, he plummeted, landing face first onto the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Reik rubbed his face, contemplating the recent events. Did I just fly? How is this possible? Dismissing the confusion, he resolved to try again. Reik stood up once more, arms outstretched, envisioning flight. A gentle breeze swept by, and slowly, his feet began to lift off the ground. Observing the effect, excitement surged within him, causing him to descend gradually. Indeed, I can fly? Let us see if I can stabilize my flight while grasping the principles. With that thought, Reik resumed his attempts, suppressing his elation to discern how he had ascended. This trial absorbed him entirely, and before he knew it, an entire day had passed without food or significant insights, save for the newfound ability to control his flight freely, effectively curing his fear of heights. He discovered that flying felt as natural as walking. Simply envisioning forward motion caused his body to move without conscious effort. As twilight approached, Reik swiftly hunted down a creature, satisfying his hunger with remarkable efficiency before eagerly returning to his dwelling. Sitting cross-legged within the cave, he floated in contemplation, his mind immersed in his own essence. Hours passed, and despite his mental exhaustion, he felt nothing. Reluctantly, he set aside his thoughts and commenced his training for the day. Reik, lacking other pursuits, bore the weight of over 100 pounds of stone upon his body, his hands planted firmly on the ground as he began his push-ups. With gritted teeth, Reik pushed through 500 repetitions. Upon halting, his arms ached, devoid of any strength to lift them. At that moment, two voices echoed in his mind, one from his previous life, urging him to give up, insisting that he need not exhaust himself so. The other, an instinct he had acquired since arriving in this world, reminded him that such exertion was trivial, hardly qualifying as a warm-up. You are a Saiyan. Your body knows no limits. This is merely the beginning. Will you not strive to challenge the masters of this world? Do you wish to tremble before a mere 3,000 power level weakling? Reik's expression fluctuated. One moment, the thoughts of his past life tempted him to lie down, while the blood of the Saiyans surged within him, roaring for action. Reflecting on the formidable characters from anime, he felt his blood begin to warm, the soreness in his arms dissipating. Damn it, continue. Though I lack a system or golden finger, can I truly give up on my Saiyan heritage? Let us press on. With a low growl, Reik resumed his push-ups, pushing himself to the very limits, then transitioned to squats. Engaging in sit-ups, he continued until every inch of his body ached, ultimately collapsing to the ground, motionless, slipping into a deep slumber. Yet, the upward curve of his lips hinted at some unspoken emotion. Reik was roused from his sleep by the grumbling of his stomach. Upon awakening, he sensed a remarkable difference. Unlike the fatigue of his previous life, which would have rendered him immobile after the aches of yesterday, the Saiyan body was distinct. Upon awakening, the exhaustion from the prior day had vanished, and instead, he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. It seemed as if he could obliterate the very mountain before him with a single punch. Of course, he recognized this as a mere illusion. Perhaps yesterday's training had not increased his combat power at all. However, this realization did not dampen his exuberant spirit. Though he had long been aware of the Saiyan's extraordinary nature, experiencing it firsthand revealed a level of abnormality beyond his expectations. This is madness. I shall no longer be a mere mortal. Ha ha. Reik's laughter reverberated through the air, and he found himself filled with hope for the future. His immediate goal was clear, to obliterate that 3,000 combat power weakling. Chapter 6. The Monster 9999, 10,000. With a powerful thrust of his right thumb, Reik propelled himself from a single-finger push-up position, soaring upward. Reflecting on the events of the past month, he felt as though he were in a dream. He had never imagined that within just a month, he could progress from 1,000 push-ups with both hands to 10,000 with a single finger. The speed of his advancement was astonishing. Though this was achieved under the conditions of 1/5 the gravity of planet Vegeta, each day brought significant improvement, with no sign of a plateau in sight. Clenching his fists, feeling a strength far surpassing that of a month ago, Reik glimpsed the hope of challenging formidable adversaries. He stood in the clearing before his dwelling, raising his right hand toward a towering tree 50 meters away. A cerulean light converged in the palm of his hand, growing increasingly radiant as energy amassed. In a short while, a 3-meter-sized energy orb took shape. Huh! Reik exclaimed, unleashing the energy orb toward the tree, which struck its target in less than a second. Boom! Wood splintered in all directions as the 30-meter-wide tree toppled backward. The spot where the energy orb had struck was utterly obliterated, resulting in the tree's midsection being severed and its subsequent collapse. Remarkably, after launching the energy orb, Reik felt no strain. It was as effortless as inhaling and exhaling. This was the culmination of his recent endeavors in consolidating transmitted memories. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter an equally matched opponent, rendering the combat techniques within his memory useless. Without a detector, Reik was unaware of his precise combat prowess, relying solely on previous measurements for comparison. Conservatively estimating, he surmised his strength had more than doubled, indicating his combat power now exceeded 100 points. From his previous reconnaissance, he was confident that within a 200-mile radius, no one possessed greater fighting capabilities than his own, emboldening his actions. After concluding a day's physical training and satisfying his hunger, Reik settled cross-legged in the cavern, closing his eyes to commence his mastery of Qi. His daily regimen now comprised physical workouts by day and an exploration of Qi in the evenings, following the teachings of Gohan from the anime. According to the animated lessons, all things in the world, even stones, possess Qi. Perhaps due to his month of diligence or the increase in bodily strength, Reik sensed it today. Just as depicted in the anime, he felt the Qi within his body. In a state of relaxation, yet mental focus, he initiated a delicate attempt to control the Qi within him. A gentle breeze enveloped him. He sensed an invisible force gathering at the points of contact with the ground, slowly lifting him upward. This sensation differed from his previous attempts at flight and the emission of energy orbs. He could now feel and control this ethereal energy, unlike before when he had surrendered entirely to his body, oblivious to the sensations. Ceasing his meditation, Reik opened his eyes, pushing aside the stone to emerge from the cavern. This marked his first encounter with the Knight of Udalapa since residing there. Once outside, he positioned himself, mimicking Goku's stance for the Kamehameha. With feet staggered, hands cupped at his waist, he harnessed the invisible energy within, allowing it to converge in the palms of his hands. As the energy intensified, Reik relentlessly compressed it until the chi coalesced into a formidable form, pushing his hands forward with force. A surge of energy was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike the previous energy blasts, this surge of power did not cease upon colliding with a tree. It continued its relentless assault, toppling 7 or 8 trees before obliterating the last one entirely, leaving a gaping crater 30 meters wide in its wake. Witnessing the sheer might of his ki blast, Reik was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that such destruction was wrought by his own hand. The tranquil night was shattered by his actions. The forest echoed with the primal roars of beasts, as if Reik had disrupted an ancient order that had prevailed for eons. The roars grew increasingly closer, suggesting that the creatures of the woods had rallied in response. Reik could distinctly perceive the tremors of the ground beneath him. Realizing the imminent danger, he hastily retreated to his cave, sealing it securely while leaving only a narrow crevice for ventilation. Meanwhile, various creatures of the forest had already converged upon the site of the explosion. Fortunately, Reik's swift actions spared him from direct confrontation. Holding his breath, he peered through the small gap, observing a multitude of wild beasts gathered outside. And then, a sight that made his heart race. A monstrous entity towering over 100 meters loomed nearby. Even from several thousand meters away, Reik could sense an overwhelming aura of threat emanating from its form. A visceral sense of danger washed over him, causing his tail to stiffen, the fur on it standing on end as if electrified. The creature seemed to sense the presence of an observer, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. In an instant, a violent gust of wind erupted from its center, annihilating all living beings within 500 meters. Reik let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground in agony, desperately clenching his teeth to suppress any sound that might attract attention. He dared not glance at the creature again, instead succumbing to the torment of his predicament. What a grave miscalculation. This cursed place was far too terrifying at night. Regret flooded Reik's mind. Had he known, he would have ventured out by day. The relentless roars of the creature outside threatened to shatter his resolve. His teeth nearly grinding to dust, his insides battered, and his very cells rebelling against the overwhelming pressure. Time became an abstract concept as he fought valiantly against the pain engulfing him. He had never experienced such agony, longing to cry out for relief, yet his survival instincts stifled any sound. Gritting his teeth, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his ears ringing with deafening silence. And 2 streams of crimson flowed from his ears, evidence of ruptured eardrums. Grasping his hair tightly, he inadvertently tore out clumps along with his scalp. Reik found himself teetering on the brink of consciousness, caught in a liminal state between awareness and oblivion. Persevere, do not succumb, echoed in his mind, urging him to endure. He was uncertain if he would awaken should he lose consciousness now, and the gamble felt too perilous to entertain. Finally, as the creature's roar subsided, Reik felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to succumb to the darkness enveloping him. The air within 100 miles was thick with the stench of blood, an eerie silence prevailing, devoid of even the faintest chirp of an insect. Under normal circumstances, the scent of blood would have attracted a multitude of beasts. Yet now not a single creature dared approach within that vast expanse. The oppressive aura left in the wake of the monster lingered long after its departure. Until dawn. Only then did the beasts attempt to approach from the fringes. Chapter 7. Enlightenment. In the cave, a beam of sunlight streamed through a crevice, illuminating Reik's face. Within the cave lay a small figure, motionless on the ground, covered in dark crimson stains, rendering it indistinguishable from a corpse. Time passed, and gradually, the figure's fingers curled slightly, its eyes fluttered open, and consciousness returned. Waves of pain surged through Reik's neural pathways. His torn lips moved, though no sound escaped them. I am still alive. This was Reik's first thought, filled with relief. It hurts. Damn, I have really put myself in a grave situation. This was his second thought, laden with regret. You vile creature, just wait. I will eventually make you pay. This was his third thought, a deep-seated hatred for the monster. What am I to do? Reik gazed blankly at the cave's ceiling. In such a dire state, moving even slightly felt like an insurmountable challenge. I cannot die here. With great effort, Reik endured the pain, attempting to shift his body. Alas, after much struggle, exhaustion overtook him, and he remained immobile. He lost track of time, perhaps 2 days or 3. Reik continued to wrestle within the cave, waking to attempt movement, only to succumb to sleep when overwhelmed. Remarkably, despite the prolonged absence of food and medical care, he had not perished from hunger. Instead, his body was gradually healing. He had managed to prop himself against the mountainside. With his eyes closed, he focused on the energy within, hoping to accelerate its flow to hasten his recovery. Meanwhile, during Reik's days of recuperation, the surrounding area had become saturated with beasts, and the remnants of the monster's presence had begun to fade with time. Only the deep pit at the center, 100 meters wide, bore witness to the horrors of that fateful night. The sounds of insects, birds, and the roars of beasts gradually filled the air around Reik. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists in disbelief, feeling the immense energy within him, now multiplied several times over. He once again experienced the terrifying might of the Saiyans. During this period of confinement, he had devoted all his energy to exploring the depths of his being. It became evident that accelerating the energy within did not hasten his recovery. Rather, it revealed the reason behind the Saiyan's significant power boost when on the brink of death or severely injured. He discovered that as his body naturally healed, waves of energy surged forth from his cells, repairing his body while a substantial portion remained within, transforming into energy. Initially, he had assumed this was merely a function of cells, but recalling the old bird's teachings, he dismissed that notion. After maintaining a tranquil mindset in his training for a month, he concluded that even if cells played a role, their contribution would be minimal. This meant that he had achieved a doubling of his combat power solely through ordinary cells. He began to form his own hypotheses regarding cells. Why did the Saiyans experience a dramatic increase in combat power when nearing death or suffering grave injuries? Yet this effect vanished once Kakarot and the others transformed into Super Saiyans? It is conceivable that the Saiyans could reach the critical threshold of Super Saiyan through ordinary cells. However, to achieve significant advancements post-transformation, one must rely on cellular enhancement. Without this, whether in a state of normal combat power or transformation, one would inevitably encounter a bottleneck. Only by transcending this barrier can one attain remarkable progress. This elucidates the rationale behind the hierarchical classifications of Super Saiyan forms, Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, in the original narrative. In the initial stages, it is imperative to nurture the cells, enabling future control over cellular division and facilitating transcendence. These concepts had merely traversed through Reik's mind, and the time was not yet ripe for him to delve into their origins. After a brief moment of introspection regarding the energy within him, Reik exited the cavern. Facing the direction of the stream, he bent his knees slightly and, with a swift motion, vanished from his previous location, reappearing by the streamside in less than a minute. Having traversed 20 kilometers, his speed was approximately tenfold faster than before. Reik, with his rudimentary grasp of mathematics, calculated his speed and was astounded. It was nearing the velocity of sound. Goodness, have I become a superhuman? I wonder how I compare to those with a combat power of 3,000. He murmured to himself while standing by the water's edge. Contemplating this, Reik closed his eyes to attune himself further. He discovered that he could now perceive the energy around him. Within his sensory range, numerous energies of varying sizes surrounded him. Focusing on the direction of the 3,000 combat power, he sensed an immense energy manifesting in his awareness, akin to a luminous sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. In comparing his own energy to that of his opponent, he realized that his energy had nearly reached 1/3 of theirs, prompting a smile to grace his face. The curvature of his lips widened until he erupted into laughter, releasing the pent-up emotions that had been bottled up. In that moment, thoughts of Frisia faded away entirely. He had not anticipated such a substantial gain from this near-fatal experience. While elated, a lingering sense of dread enveloped him. Candidly, he did not fully endorse such recklessness. He was alone, and while fortune had favored him this time, there was no assurance that he would escape unscathed on the next occasion. Reflecting on the monstrous entity from a few days prior, He confirmed it to be the 3,000 combat power being he had detected earlier, thereby alleviating a lingering doubt in his mind. "You better wait, you scoundrel," Reik muttered ominously towards the direction of the beast. He suppressed his thoughts, biding his time for the next eruption of vengeance. His mindset had shifted dramatically. Previously powerless and enduring grievances, he now experienced an unprecedented strength. As Reik sensed the energies around him, he swiftly hunted down his prey and, with a flourish, settled by the stream to commence a barbecue. Despite lacking seasonings and culinary finesse, the Scion's appetite was undeterred, and he savored each bite of meat with delight. After consuming several hundred pounds of meat, Reik reclined comfortably on the ground, allowing himself a moment of respite. His thoughts wandered to planet Vegeta, pondering whether Kakarot had been born yet. Logically, he should have been born this year, but the month remained uncertain. Although he felt no particular attachment to planet Vegeta, he did not believe that the Scions deserved to perish. Since he overheard the frog-like creature in the nursery proclaim that his parents would not survive this lifetime, he resolved to resurrect them upon his arrival on Earth or Namek. He intended to repay the debts of this life, after which their fate would no longer concern him. Of course, this plan hinged on his own survival. Otherwise, all thoughts would be in vain. Thus, this notion merely flickered in Reik's mind, not lingering even for a second. His primary concern remained the relentless pursuit by Frisia's forces. All prior assumptions were mere speculation, and he could not guarantee that Frisia would refrain from sending agents to this planet. Should Frisia indeed dispatch his minions to conquer this world, Reik's plans would inevitably face obstacles. He might have to hide in a corner of this planet until he transformed into a Super Saiyan, or until Frisia was vanquished by Kakarot, before he could finally depart. Chapter 8. Training. The more Reik pondered, the more uneasy he felt. This sense of lack of control filled him with profound disdain. However, he found no solution to his predicament. He could not expect a mere 1,000 battle power Kurami to confront Frisia, whose power exceeded 100 million. Such an endeavor would not be bravery, but sheer folly. It would be far more straightforward to end his own life. Determined to train, Reik rose, clapped his hands, and sought a stone of suitable weight nearby. He lifted it and began to run, indifferent to the surrounding forest. On the contrary, the trees proved advantageous. As he brandished the stone, he weaved through the gaps in the woods. Initially, he occasionally collided with trees, either toppling them or dropping the stone. His running appeared particularly awkward. Eventually, he inserted his fingers into the stone to prevent it from slipping away. While he could not guarantee a graceful passage through the foliage, he relished the fact that it indicated room for improvement. He was elated. During his training, Reik lost track of time. Over the course of a month, he became deeply enamored with the act of exercising. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger surpassed any joy derived from gaming, watching films, or playing cards. He could understand why Vegeta would spend an entire day in the gravity chamber and why Kakarot neglected his family in pursuit of training. All of this was driven by the Saiyan bloodline, urging him to become ever more formidable. After a day of rigorous training, Reik returned to the cave, dragging his weary body. But this was not the end. His spirit remained invigorated, and he continued to meditate on Ki that night. From the experience of his Ki blast that evening, he realized that his control over Ki was woefully inadequate. That day, he had merely forced his Ki to coalesce, potentially augmenting its power by a mere 10%. This meant that with a battle power of 1,000, he could, at most, unleash a Ki blast of 1,100. This was before his Ki had expanded significantly. Now, with his energy vastly increased, his control was even weaker. Thus, Reik's forthcoming training objective would be to enhance both his physical strength and Ki control. He summoned a small portion of Ki within him, focusing it within his palm, where a blue energy sphere materialized. As Reik compressed the energy sphere inward, the dim cavern grew increasingly illuminated. Once the sphere shrank from a diameter of 1 meter to half a meter, no matter how hard Reik exerted himself, he could not compress it further. He attempted to forcibly push the energy inward, but this resulted in the sphere exhibiting fluctuations, morphing from a circular shape to an elliptical one. Noticing this transformation, Reik immediately ceased his efforts, realizing that persistence would lead only to an explosion of the energy sphere. Gazing at the energy sphere suspended in his palm, he found himself in a quandary. This phenomenon lay entirely within the realm of his ignorance. Not only was it absent from Saiyan knowledge, but it had also not been addressed in the original texts. Thus, Reik maintained the energy sphere, unwittingly allowing it to slightly diminish in size and the brightness of the cavern to increase. However, his thoughts were not focused on the sphere, which ultimately led him down many winding paths in the future, only to recall this day later with regret, slapping his thigh in frustration. After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, Reik casually dissipated the energy sphere. Images of various training methods for controlling energy from the anime of his past life flooded his mind. In the end, he couldn't settle on a definitive approach and prepared to experiment with each method in the days to come. Yet, these were not pursuits he could undertake at present. The night on the planet Yudalapa was perilously treacherous. Reik dared not venture outside to wreak havoc, having narrowly salvaged his life and unwilling to squander it again. The last encounter with a creature possessing a combat power of 3,000 left him wary. There was no telling if one with a power level of 30,000 might emerge next. Moreover, Reik had never transformed into a great ape since his birth, and he feared the possibility of a full moon outside triggering a rampage. As a low-level warrior, he was certain he would lose control, just as Kakarot, the protagonist of the world, had done after decades of training, his formidable willpower ultimately failing him, with only his granddaughter, Xiaofeng, able to restore his sanity. Reik did not believe he could compare to Kakarot. His only advantage lay in his combat power at birth, which was 5 times greater than that of Kakarot. However, this difference offered him little in terms of advantage. Resolving his internal conflict, Reik laid down and peacefully fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Reik dedicated his mornings to physical training and his afternoons to attempting to enhance his control over energy. He experimented with every familiar anime technique, even including the tree climbing and water walking exercises from Naruto. The outcome, however, was clear: energy was not chakra. While the two were not entirely unrelated, they were fundamentally different. In the end, Reik understood that one could frolic joyfully on a planet, while the other could obliterate stars and shatter galaxies. The disparity in their worlds was immense. Energy dynamics were an entirely different matter. As was the case with other anime, merely a few degrees off could lead to 1,000 miles of divergence. Ultimately, Reik recalled the training regimen that Bobo had employed with Kakarot, which emphasized achieving tranquility akin to the sky. He aimed to elevate his spirit to a state of emptiness, which would facilitate his self-improvement. To summarize, it was about calming the mind, sensing the energy, controlling the power, and acting according to instinct. Understanding this point, Reik recalibrated his training regimen, spending his afternoons by the stream, fishing. He no longer fretted over whether he could catch anything. Instead, he focused on when he could make the other beasts overlook his presence. When they came to the stream to drink, it would signify his success. Over the span of 2 months, although his control had not improved, the energy within him had expanded significantly, and his physical strength had notably increased. In comparison, his battle power was nearly on par with that of a creature boasting 3,000 strength, possibly even slightly surpassing it, reaching around 3,100. It was previously mentioned that Reik was a person who repaid enmity without hesitation. Now, after 2 months of training and a substantial increase in combat strength, he could no longer contain his impatience. Moreover, the Saiyan blood coursing through him incessantly urged him to seek formidable opponents. It is worth noting that Reik had never encountered an adversary of equal strength. Either he annihilated his opponent in a single strike, or he could not even approach them. He was severely lacking in combat techniques and experience. Setting aside the question of whether the Saiyan combat techniques had been effectively instilled in his mind, the reality of his recent opponents was that he either dispatched them with a single punch or obliterated them with an energy blast, leaving him no opportunity to develop muscle memory. Therefore, aside from preparing himself psychologically for battle, he remained a novice in all other aspects. The thought of the monsters only fueled Reik's anger. Sensing their location, he propelled himself into the air and flew towards them. Chapter 9. The destruction of planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Reik as he soared towards the monsters, a momentous event concerning the survival of his homeland, planet Vegeta, was unfolding. Shortly after his arrival on the planet Yudalapa, his spacecraft received a recall order from planet Vegeta. It could be said that he was quite fortunate. On the very next day, he destroyed the probe, otherwise Frieza would have undoubtedly detected that he was still alive. Had that occurred, a pursuit team would have been dispatched to hunt him down, but by destroying the device, Frieza mistakenly believed him to be dead, allowing him to escape a dire fate. Of course, he remained unaware of this, still apprehensive about Frieza's subsequent manhunt. Meanwhile, Kakarot had already been born, prior to Reik's confrontation with the monsters. His father Bardock had sent him to Earth. The regions surrounding planet Vegeta had already been sealed off by Frisia's forces, and any departing spacecraft would be shot down. Kakarot's ship fortuitously left just before the blockade, inadvertently laying the groundwork for Frisia's own ruin. On planet Vegeta, within the Saiyan royal palace, King Vegeta had summoned all the elite warriors. He had received news of Frisia's blockade of the star system and his impending arrival. Your Majesty, Frisia offers us no chance of survival. Let us revolt. I shall lead the charge, proclaimed a Saiyan with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, gazing at King Vegeta upon his throne. Indeed, Your Majesty, let us rise against them, echoed the warriors. Your Majesty, we must strike first. Let us seize the opportunity while they remain unsuspecting and launch a surprise attack on their spacecraft. As the bald warrior's words fell, the others rallied in agreement. King Vegeta surveyed the elite warriors before him. This was all he had. Despite the fact that there are thousands of Saiyans, among them only a handful can be classified as elite warriors, each possessing a combat power exceeding 6,000. Furthermore, once they transform into great apes, their power multiplies tenfold, elevating each warrior's strength beyond 60,000. To his knowledge, there is not a single individual in Frisia's ranks capable of obstructing them. They could wreak havoc at will. If he were to eliminate Frisia, the oppressive weight upon the Saiyans would be lifted forever. King Vegeta's emotions were stirred by his subordinates, already harboring rebellious thoughts. He no longer hesitated. Rising from his throne, he gestured decisively, declaring, "Very well, we shall revolt. Nappa, Kappa, accompany me to the spaceship to eliminate Frisia. The rest shall follow closely behind, prepared to attack at a moment's notice." "As you command, my king." The warriors below responded in unison, thumping their chests with one hand. With a flourish of his cape, King Vegeta strode out, followed closely by his warriors. Frisia, the leader of the Saiyan monkeys, approaches to pay his respects. "It may not bode well. Shall we send subordinates to handle this?" Sabin reported to Frisia. "No need. Let those monkeys come forth. I am curious to see what kind of performance they will put on," Frisia replied, swirling his glass of red wine, chuckling as if he had heard a jest. "Understood." Sabin, a trusted confidant of Frisia, along with Dodoria, felt a chill in the air, realizing their master harbored murderous intent. Sabin quickly relayed the news to his subordinates, while Dodoria, coated in a sheen of cold sweat, dared not utter a word beside Frisia. When King Vegeta entered the chamber with his two elite warriors, he found Frisia seated in a baby chair. He signaled to his subordinates and raised his hands, shouting, "Frisia, perish. When you are dead, the universe shall be mine to govern." In an instant, countless energy blasts surged from King Vegeta's hands towards Frisia. Frisia, furious yet amused, narrowed his eyes as a tremendous aura emanated from him, extinguishing King Vegeta's energy blasts in an instant. As Vegeta's two subordinates prepared to strike, they found themselves paralyzed by Frisia's overwhelming presence. King Vegeta, momentarily taken aback by Frisia's effortless defense, felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, unleashing an energy blast towards the top of the spaceship, which pierced through and soared into the void. Frisia, observing his actions, did not intervene but followed him outside. There stood a dozen Saiyans awaiting King Vegeta's command. "Frisia, do not revel in your arrogance. After our transformation, our power will multiply tenfold. I shall see how you withstand it." A sphere of light ascended from King Vegeta's hand, drawing the gaze of the Saiyans. One by one, their bodies began to swell, and soon, towering brown great apes emerged. The leading King Vegeta opened his gaping maw and proclaimed, "Frisia, my power exceeds 100,000 now. Prepare to meet your demise." A surge of yellow energy gathered in King Vegeta's mouth, and the other elite warriors followed suit, preparing their energy blasts. After witnessing a performance reminiscent of a monkey show, Frisia ominously declared, "My combat power stands at 530,000. As he spoke, he gestured with a finger. King Vegeta momentarily halted the accumulation of energy in his mouth, suddenly launching it towards Frisia. "You deceitful fiend. Perish." King Vegeta's voice betrayed a slight tremor, revealing his unacknowledged fear. He recognized that his ominous premonition had come to fruition, yet he found himself with no option but to continue his assault. Frisia, dismissing King Vegeta's energy attack without a glance, entirely ignored the looming threat. With a mere finger, he unleashed death rays upon the other Saiyan warriors. The crimson beams pierced through the hearts of the great apes, rendering them unable to unleash their own energy blasts and causing them to lose consciousness, their bodies gradually shrinking and floating in the vastness of space. Fury coursed through King Vegeta, his body trembling with rage as he realized his utter defeat. Reluctantly, he thrust his fist towards Frieza in a final act of defiance. After dispatching the minions, Frieza turned his gaze towards King Vegeta, instantaneously appearing at his chest, and with a swift motion of his right hand, pierced through his heart, discarding him like refuse. King Vegeta could not endure even a moment, falling victim to Frieza's merciless strike. With King Vegeta eliminated, Frieza's attention shifted to the distant crimson planet of Vegeta. Extending a finger, he gathered a black energy sphere upon its tip, which swiftly expanded into a colossal entity several hundred meters in size, aimed at the far-off Vegeta planet. At that moment, a warrior with a crab-like hairstyle and a scar on his left cheek emerged from the planet, positioning himself before the impending annihilation. Channeling all his energy into his right hand, he hurled it towards the planet-destroying orb while proclaiming, "Frieza, allow this strike to alter the fate of all. Die." The warrior's energy wave met the planet-destroying orb without even causing a ripple, being completely consumed. The annihilation sphere continued its descent towards the Vegeta planet, engulfing the valiant warrior. However, his actions caught Frieza's attention, leaving a profound impression on him. Boom! The planet vanished before Frieza's eyes. Ahaha! Mr. Zarbon, Mr. Dodoria. Behold the breathtaking moment of the planet's explosion. Chapter 10. Revenge Lord Frieza. Shall we pursue the remaining Saiyans who have not returned? Inquired Zarbon. Mr. Zarbon. Eliminate everyone except for the small Vegeta squad, Frieza commanded before turning to soar away in his hover chair. Oh, and inform young Vegeta that their planet met an unfortunate fate, struck by a meteor. After a brief pause, Frieza continued. Very well, Lord Frieza, Zarbon and Dodoria replied. Bowing swiftly, Kakarot's spacecraft had narrowly escaped the Vegeta planet, only to be detected en route to Earth by another vessel. As the scene zoomed in, it revealed a ship identical to Frieza's, aboard which a figure with an alligator head was reporting to someone who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. King Kula, we have just detected a solitary Saiyan spacecraft. Should we shoot it down? Gula stood by the window, flicking his tail and scoffing to himself. Frieza truly lacks competence. Was it not said that he intended to eradicate the Saiyan race? Yet, there remains a stray. He paused before continuing. Have we assessed the combat power? Reporting to King Gula, the combat power is 2. I shall proceed to obliterate it at once. Gula waved his hand dismissively, rejecting his subordinate's suggestion. Forget it. This is Frieza's affair, let it be. With that, he turned and departed. A combat power of 2. A light chuckle echoed in the air. Kakarot had once again evaded death, as the spaceship vanished into the void. Reik was entirely unaware of the events transpiring on planet Vegeta. He had just arrived before the creature, finally discerning its full form. The beast was encased in stone, resembling an armored shell, with a single eye dominating most of its face, standing on hands and feet like a small mountain. Now, it gazed down at the insignificant insect before it, wondering what purpose the insect served by approaching. Monster, I shall send you to your demise today. Remember to choose a better lineage in your next life. Reik ascended above the creature and delivered a powerful punch aimed at its head. The creature sensed the threat of the strike. It tilted its body, swinging its left fist toward Reik. Taken aback by the creature's swift reaction, Reik found himself unable to change his maneuver. He was forced to twist his body, channeling power into his waist as his right foot met the creature's left fist. A resounding crash echoed where they collided. After the initial clash, Reik hastily withdrew to create distance. Damn, how is this beast so resilient? That armor is no mere decoration. Reik grimaced at the pain surging through his right foot, cursing under his breath. As Reik sought another opportunity, the creature's right palm swung toward him, simultaneously locking onto Reik's energy. An energy blast erupted from its mouth, hurtling toward him. Reik dodged the creature's right hand, but the energy blast was already upon him. He could only brace himself with crossed arms. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast propelled Reik through several small mountains, embedding him within the rocky terrain. Dazed, Reik realized that although he had withstood the attack without injury, it was evident to any observer that he was at a disadvantage. From the outset, he had been subdued by the creature, unable to retaliate. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Reik's fury ignited, and his blood surged with heat. Casting aside any semblance of strategy, he charged forward, engaging the creature head-on. Crash! 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 Reik did not attempt to flank. After exchanging blows with his left hand, he unleashed a kick toward the creature's left knee with his right foot. Initially, Reik felt the sting of pain, but as the rounds continued, he grew more exhilarated. Each strike became increasingly powerful. What began with Reik being flung away transformed into the creature being forced back by his blows. All of this transpired within mere minutes. Reik transitioned from being overwhelmed to asserting dominance, an astonishing turnaround. With a mighty punch to the creature's chest, he cracked the stone, leaving a small imprint on its left side. What is happening to me? Feeling a profound sense of confusion, Reik pondered why he suppressed his own strength when he could easily vanquish the creature. By nature, he was not a reckless individual, although he initially struggled against the monster. Despite his superior combat prowess, he lacked the raw power necessary to dominate the encounter. As the battle progressed, Reik began to gain the upper hand, even reaching a point where he could have decisively defeated the beast. Yet, he refrained, increasingly holding back, only matching the creature's strength or at most exceeding it slightly. In that moment, Reik recalled Kakarot and Vegeta, both of whom fought with abandon, and even the half-breed Gohan was no exception. Whenever they gained an advantage, they fought without restraint, reveling in the thrill of battle. It seemed that being a Saiyan was synonymous with reckless abandon, thriving in favorable conditions while faltering in adversity, except for future Trunks, who stood apart from the rest. Reik came to the realization that it was the Saiyan bloodline at play. Damn it, can I not exert control over my own body? He roared. After repelling the creature once more, he resisted the urge to charge forward again, forcefully suppressing his desire. Energy began to coalesce in his hands as he resolved to end the skirmish. Fixing his gaze upon the monster's head, he unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! The creature's head exploded instantaneously, its headless body collapsing backwards, crushing countless trees and raising a cloud of dust. After dispatching the monster and sensing its energy dissipate, Reik chose not to linger. He maintained a fraction of his awareness on the outside world while most of his focus turned inward. He felt his blood heat up and the desire for battle intensify within his mind. Struggling to control his emotions, he forcefully suppressed his urge to fight, striving for inner tranquility. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on Reik's brow, revealing the strain he was under. As twilight descended, he slowly relaxed his furrowed brow, opened his eyes, and exhaled deeply. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, a faint smile emerged. Damn! This Saiyan bloodline is truly a double-edged sword, Reik lamented internally. Yet, despite his complaints, he found its advantages undeniable. As he sat pondering, he suddenly thought of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Previously envious of Broly's bloodline, Reik now felt a sense of relief. He finally understood why Broly fought like a madman. If even someone with his ordinary bloodline required effort to control his power, then Broly, a monster whose strength perpetually increased, was simply beyond his reach. No wonder the old tales described the legendary Super Saiyan as one who either lost all reason, becoming a mindless force of destruction, or perished in the process. Chapter 11. 5 years later, a year had swiftly passed since Reik arrived on Ydarpa Star, and it was now the year 738 of the age. Sitting by a small stream on a rock, he held a self-crafted fishing rod. Recently, Reik's heart had grown increasingly tranquil. The underlying reason lies in the alleviation of a heavy burden from his heart. Over the course of a year, he has come to realize that he had miscalculated the passage of time. The planet Vegeta had been annihilated by Frieza a year ago. Despite the extensive time that has elapsed, he has yet to perceive the approach of any spacecraft, indicating that Frieza had not dispatched anyone to pursue him. During this period, he had focused his awareness on his own vessel, failing to detect any energy signatures exceeding a power level of 1000. Typically, he had kept his own energy suppressed, maintaining it around a mere 20 points. Even while hunting, he relied solely on his physical prowess, avoiding any use of energy for fear of detection from outer space. Throughout this year, Reik has achieved remarkable progress. To begin with his physical strength, his combat capability has nearly reached 10,000. His internal energy now approximates 15,000, and he has mastered the technique of energy explosion. Consequently, his standard combat power has achieved a formidable 25,000, and with the ability to double this through energy explosion. His total combat power can soar to 50,000, 10,000. Regarding his mastery of energy, he can now ensure that his 50,000 combat power can unleash a powerful energy wave of 70,000. One should not underestimate this achievement. It has been a gradual process of exploration, coupled with a recent significant enhancement in his control abilities. However, he senses that he has reached a plateau. His combat power has been increasing at an ever slower rate, and he is aware of a bottleneck, reminiscent of the one he faced 6 months prior when he broke through the 10,000 combat power barrier. At that time, he employed various methods to strengthen his physique, enabling him to surpass that threshold, resulting in an impressive increase of 40,000 in the subsequent 6 months. Otherwise, he would still be stagnating at a combat power of 10,000. It is not that he does not wish to break through this bottleneck. Firstly, the existing conditions do not support such a leap, and secondly, he is still quite young, merely 4 years of age. He believes that elevating his combat power too early would not bode well. Therefore, aside from his regular foundational physical training, he spends his other time fishing to enhance his control over energy. In this secluded area, devoid of conversation, he fears that if he were not to engage in daily self-talk, he might soon forget how to articulate words. Suddenly, ripples emerged in the water, and Reik relaxed his spirit, allowing a surge of energy to radiate outward. A wild beast, which had been approaching the stream, was startled by his imposing aura and fled with its tail tucked between its legs. Reik glanced in the direction of the beast, shook his head with a wry smile, and promptly reined in his energy. He then returned to his dwelling. Reik's abode has undergone a significant transformation. It is no longer an empty cavern. During this time, he has not only expanded the cave, but also crafted furniture, utensils, and a bed, leaving only the kitchen and bathroom unconstructed. He consistently extends his awareness outward, perceiving energies within a 10,000-mile radius. As before, he encounters familiar energies, the most formidable of which boasts a power level nearing 15,000. He pays them no mind. Such minor threats as these Karamis no longer intimidate him, and he finds it beneath him to engage. He is no longer the frightened individual who once fled from a mere 3,000 combat power, reduced to a quivering wreck by a single roar. Reik has not abandoned the idea of venturing out to explore the world. At this juncture, unless he can grasp the serenity akin to the sky, as described by Bobo, and reach the realm of nothingness, he shall not depart from this place. Over the course of the past year, he has entirely shed the detrimental habits of his previous life. Being alone here does not render him bored or intolerable. On the contrary, he finds joy in it. In moments of idleness, he reminisces about the plot of Dragon Ball, including but not limited to Dragon Ball Super and the New Era. In truth, most of the details elude his memory. He can only recall a few protagonists and significant figures. This is a tangible world, and he remains uncertain of which timeline he belongs to, allowing his imagination to wander. Kakarot must have arrived on Earth by now. He wonders when he will reunite with them. He muses with a wry smile. Dismissing further thoughts, he finishes his meal and retires to bed early, drifting into slumber. On this day, by the woodland stream, a creature resembling a velociraptor crouches by the water's edge, drinking. It remains oblivious to the 10-year-old boy seated nearby, whose hair stands upright, with a tuft of bangs sticking out, and who holds a fishing rod in his right hand. Suddenly, the fishing line twitches, the boy gently pulls, and a 3-meter-long fish leaps from the water, startling the velociraptor-like creature, which tilts its head in confusion upon witnessing the fish land beside it. It has never encountered such fortune, food falling from the sky. How could it resist? Without a moment's hesitation, it opens its jaws wide to seize the opportunity, secretly praising its cunning. "Little dragon, that is not your meal," the boy remarks, giving the creature a gentle pat on the head as he speaks. Cack. The velociraptor-like creature recoils in fright, its voice cracking in a blend of terror and bewilderment. Once it realizes the boy is merely a small child, its mood darkens. How could it have been frightened away by such a diminutive being? If it does not vanquish him, how will it maintain its reputation in this territory? With this thought, it charges at the boy with its gaping maw, exuding an aura of desperation. Seeing the creature advance without hesitation, the boy's lips curl into a mischievous smile. With a fierce glare, an invisible force strikes the creature's head, causing it to collapse before him. This is the consequence of ignoring the wisdom of elders. You brought this upon yourself. I was prepared to spare you. Yet you chose to present yourself as my dinner, the boy declares, rising to his feet. Standing at about 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall, utterly unremarkable. Were it not for the colossal creature lying before him, none would perceive this boy as a threat. However, in contrast to the velociraptor-like beast, it becomes evident that immense power lies within his small frame. Unbeknownst to him, he has just turned 8. Tomorrow, I shall gather my belongings and set forth to see if this planet harbors intelligent life and civilization, the boy proclaims with an air of maturity. He had not anticipated the difficulty of attaining the realm of nothingness. After expressing his thoughts, he begins to prepare his meal. Who is he, you might ask? None other than Reik. For more years have passed, and he has recently touched upon the realm of nothingness. Unfortunately, he has yet to fully enter it. But there is no longer any need for him to remain here. Now, having taken half a step forward, what remains is merely a matter of time. Over the course of 4 years, my fighting prowess has not increased tremendously. It has merely doubled, now standing at approximately 100,000 upon unleashing my energy. However, it is essential to recognize that most of my focus has been devoted to mastering the control of my power. Presently, my energy wave can unleash a combat strength of 250,000. Compared to my past, I find myself quite content. Although I cannot compare myself to the protagonists of those otherworldly novels, I understand that such tales are inherently fictitious. Mere escapist fantasies that soar into the realm of the absurd. Even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could not achieve Super Saiyan form at the age of 3, nor could he contend with Beerus at 5 or the angels at 8. What basis do they have for such claims? It is often said that there are no limits. Chapter 12. The journey begins. Reik walked through the forest, blending seamlessly with nature. If one were to close their eyes and listen, they would be unaware of his presence. Should I simply fly out? Reik mused as he observed the unchanging scenery, tilting his head and stroking his chin in contemplation. However, he soon shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps not. I am not in a hurry, and it seems I shall soon exit the woods. In truth, given his current combat strength, he felt no one on this planet could match him, allowing him to fly around the globe without restraint. Yet, he found himself reluctant to do so, retracting his sensing ability to a radius of merely 100 miles, fearing that greater hope would lead to greater disappointment. He chose to walk steadily, knowing that he would eventually circle the globe in due time, and it would not take long. Although this planet spans a circumference of 200,000 kilometers, it is still relatively small for someone of his combat strength, capable of destruction with a single energy wave. Despite his leisurely pace, he maintained a consistent speed of 10 miles per minute. This journey, filled with pauses, has brought him to the second day since his departure, having traversed familiar territories across a radius of 10,000 miles. Ahead, the edge of the forest beckoned, and he further reduced his sensing radius to a mere 100 meters, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In pondering this, he felt a twinge of envy for Kakarot. Earth is such a splendid environment, offering not only the most delectable food in the universe, but also miraculous healing beans and the greatest Dragon Balls. There is no comparison. It is utterly incomparable. The more he thought, the more disheartened he became. Indeed, sometimes the disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and beast. With a self-deprecating smile, he cast the thought aside. Since arriving in this world, he had prepared himself mentally for such realizations. Life has not been too harsh. Having escaped Friesia's clutches, he felt a sense of satisfaction, grateful that he would not perish before achieving his goals. At last, Reik emerged from the woods. Before him lay a series of mountains, varying in size. Instantly, he recognized the issue. These were not mere mountains. They were monstrous beings of the same race as the one he had previously vanquished, boasting a battle power of 3,000. A twitch at the corner of his mouth accompanied a small hand covering his cheek. I truly can't believe it. My first opponent turns out to be just a small monster. Rex swiftly expanded his sensing radius, discovering that the area within 10,000 miles was teeming with these creatures, the strongest among them reaching a combat power of 100,000, comparable to his own. Surely, I am not expected to vanquish foes step by step? Cursed that wretched inspector. Should our paths cross again, I would unleash a tempest of wrath upon him. After a moment of reflection, Reik erupted in indignation, cursing the inspector yet again. This enmity has escalated to a point of no return. It shall be either his demise or mine. Just wait. I shall find a way to exact my vengeance. even if I must wish upon the Dragon Balls to locate him. Reik's eyes blazed with fury as he spoke. This forsaken planet, undoubtedly of a high caliber, has been misclassified as low-grade by those imbeciles. Had he not traversed into this realm, understanding the necessity of caution for survival, the native Saiyans would have perished long ago upon encountering such peril. Unbeknownst to Reik, the inspector was not at fault. The creatures before him hibernate for half the year. Their mountainous forms a mere fade. Their dormant periods are undetectable by the sensors, and they do not initiate attacks on living beings. It is only due to Reik's ability to sense energy that these creatures appeared vulnerable to him. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to these truths. He had no desire to engage in battle. Over the past 5 years, he had learned to master the combative instincts of his Saiyan lineage, refraining from recklessly charging into conflict upon sighting an opponent. Before him stretched an endless expanse of mountains and countless rocky beasts, a sight he had no intention of counting. Choosing a direction with relatively weaker foes, Reik enveloped himself in a white aura, his body radiating with energy. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself forward, covering vast distances in mere moments until he found himself standing upon a sprawling meadow. Gradually, his energy dissipated as he began to stride forward. However, he had scarcely ventured far when he was greeted by the first wave of hostility from the prairie, a pack of beastly creatures resembling lions with the bodies of horses, their eyes ablaze with ferocity. Perfect. My hunger aligns with their arrival, Reik thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his grin widened. He charged toward them with fervor. In no time, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies as the remaining beasts fled in terror. Reik made no attempt to pursue. He disregarded the scent of blood that lingered in the air. Instead, he unleashed a wave of energy upon one of the carcasses, releasing a delectable aroma. Unable to resist any longer, he tore off a leg of one beast and began to feast. To his surprise, despite its grotesque appearance, the taste was exquisite. After devouring a few hearty bites, Reik's palate was invigorated, prompting a satisfied exclamation. He resumed his meal, consuming the remains of the fallen creatures. An hour later, all the carcasses within a 10-meter radius had vanished into his stomach. With a full belly, he reclined on the grass, letting out a contented belch. I can no longer endure this fullness. After lying there for another half hour, Reik stood up, ready to commence his basic training for the day. Inverting his body, he supported himself on his right finger while placing his left hand behind his back, initiating his push-up routine. Following the completion of 10-finger exercises, he sought out a 10-ton stone in the distance, hoisting it onto his back to begin his frog jumps forward. Despite the burden of 10 tons upon his back, Reik descended without causing the slightest tremor upon the ground, entirely relying on his own body to absorb the impact. Along the way, he encountered various wild beasts, which, upon catching sight of the mountain he carried, wisely chose to steer clear of him. None dared to confront him directly. As night fell, Reik reclined upon a stone, gazing at the starlit sky of Yudarapa, with stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas. It was a rare moment for him, as he had not witnessed the night sky in 5 years, having spent his nights in the confines of a cave. Unbeknownst to him, this night marked a full moon on Yudarapa, the luminous orb hovering just 10 meters to his left. With a slight tilt of his head, he could behold its perfect roundness. Yet, he remained still, oblivious to the moon's gradual ascent into his line of sight. What is this? Was Reik's immediate thought. Oh no, this is bad, was his subsequent reaction. There was no third thought, as his heartbeat quickened in response. Chapter 13. The first transformation into a giant ape. Reik's tail stiffened, and his consciousness began to blur. His body hair lengthened, and his eyes filled with a crimson hue. He grew in stature, swiftly transforming from a modest height of 1.20 meters into a towering brown giant ape, soaring to a height of 100 meters. With a mighty roar, the giant ape struck its chest with its fists, unleashing a wave of unconscious destruction. Upon spotting a group of resting beasts in the distance, the giant ape leapt before they could react, delivering a devastating punch. In an instant, the entire group vanished, leaving no trace behind. After dispatching its prey, the giant ape continued its relentless hunt for the next target, striking with lethal precision the moment it locked on. The reverberation of its roar echoed across the entire plain, startling not only the beasts but also the rock monsters and other creatures inhabiting the surrounding area. On the opposite side of the plain, rather than encountering monsters and beasts, a group of intelligent beings was exploring the terrain. They bore a resemblance to ordinary humans in stature. Although some possessed 4 ears, others sported a pair of wings, and a few had 2 pairs of eyes. They were resting by a lake, situated 100 miles away in the grasslands, when Reik's roar abruptly roused them from their slumber. "Boss, what is that sound?" inquired a slender woman, approximately 1.70 meters in height with a pair of wings, addressing a robust man around 1.80 meters who had 2 pairs of eyes. Before the team leader could respond, a gaunt man with 4 ears let out a piercing scream. His eardrums had been shattered, blood streaming from his 4 ears as he rolled on the ground, clutching his head. "Old 5, what happened to you?" "Brother 5, don't scare me," cried another. "Third sister, hurry and fetch the medicine." A cacophony of voices erupted, creating utter chaos as everyone clamored to be heard. It was the team leader who, unable to tolerate the disorder, furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Be quiet, everyone, settle down." Instantaneously, the tumult silenced, save for old 5, who continued to wail upon the ground. Countless eyes turned toward the leader, awaiting his command. Observing the commanding presence of the leader within the team instilled a sense of trust among the others. The leader, upon glancing at the 5th member, immediately discerned his condition. His acute hearing had rendered him momentarily stunned by the recent roar. "Third sister, fetch the medicine," he instructed. "Second brother, please open the soundproof barrier." Fourth and 6th brothers. Once the 3rd sister has administered the medicine to the 5th, assist him to the tent for rest. The rest of you, disperse and avoid crowding. With the leader's commands, the atmosphere shifted positively. Those who received orders sprang into action, while those who did not stood at a distance. After issuing his directives, the leader addressed the woman with wings. "8th sister, I am still uncertain about the situation. For now, please bring over the energy detector." "Understood," she replied without hesitation and promptly set to work. By the time she positioned the device in the center of the gathering, the 2nd brother had already opened the soundproof barrier, and the 3rd brother had completed administering medicine to the 5th. The 4th brother returned, leaving the 6th to guard the 5th. "Leader, should we activate the energy detector now?" 8th sister inquired, standing before the 2-meter-tall apparatus. "Yes, let us observe the energy readings within a 1,000-mile radius." Beep. A crowd gathered around, bewildered by the energy readings displayed. "Have you not noticed anything amiss?" the burly man said with a serious expression. The group shook their heads, but it was 8th sister who finally recognized the anomaly. "Leader, are you suggesting that all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius are moving away and towards the outskirts of the grassland?" Her keen observation was commendable. "Indeed, that is precisely my concern," the leader affirmed. "There is a conspicuous absence of substantial energy readings, yet all other creatures are fleeing." Indicating the presence of a terrifying entity in that direction, he pointed towards the location of the roar. "Regrettably, our equipment can only detect within 1,000 miles. We cannot ascertain how far away that roar originated. Leader, the 5th has awakened and is calling for you," the 6th brother announced as he hurried out from the tent where he had been caring for the 5th. The leader wasted no time and entered the tent directly. He found the 5th member, though his wounds had healed, appeared pale and exhausted. "5th, do you have anything to say?" the leader asked, sitting beside the bed. "Leader, are you investigating the source of that roar?" The 5th responded with a question instead of an answer. "Yes, but regrettably, we have not detected it. Otherwise, I would have gone to see what could have caused such harm to you," the leader expressed with a look of deep regret. "No, please don't go." The 5th trembled at the thought. He knew the leader was intent on pursuing the source of the roar, and he felt fortunate that he had regained consciousness just in time to call the leader in. He was relieved he had not remained unconscious for too long. "What does it matter? Haven't we all faced this before?" Exploring the unknown creatures, the leader said, his eyes shining with fervor and excitement for the mysteries of the unknown. "This is different. This time it is truly different," the 5th replied with a bitter smile. Seeing the leader about to speak again, he raised a hand to halt him. Continuing, "Leader, do you have any idea how far away that roar was?" "At least 10,000 miles. Consider this. A roar from miles away has rendered me utterly incapacitated. I am convinced that with my current energy level of merely 500 points, I cannot venture within 1,000 miles of it. Entering that domain would surely mean death, without a shadow of doubt, a certainty. Do you grasp what I discern from that roar? You cannot possibly fathom the terror I am experiencing at this moment. To be alive feels like an extraordinary stroke of fortune." As Lao Wu spoke with escalating fervor, his body trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilated as if he had encountered some monstrous apparition. Finally, mustering his quaking strength, he extended a trembling finger and, with a visage steeped in despair, uttered, "One strike. That creature could obliterate our planet with a single blow." No sooner had the words left his lips than he could no longer support himself, collapsing onto the bed. Lauda, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Reik, the creature within a radius of 1,000 miles had been vanquished, and he was now brewing an energy blast aimed at the ground. Reik's subconscious sensed the impending peril and began to struggle. The giant ape, influenced by his agitation, gradually dissipated the energy blast, remaining motionless. Yet Reik remained oblivious. Lost in his own disorientation, time trickled by, and creatures within a 20,000-mile radius sensed that this night dragged on interminably. They dared not make a sound, casting glances toward the giant ape's position as if awaiting judgment. Even the rock monsters, who should have been in slumber, were roused by Reik's roar. Perceiving a formidable threat, they wished to resist, but lacked the courage to do so. They waited until the moonlight faded, yielding to the dawn, before the oppressive atmosphere finally lifted. Countless creatures lay prostrate on the ground, unwilling to stir. As the moon vanished, Reik's body gradually shrank, his fur receding into his pores, and consciousness slowly returned. Gazing at the numerous giant craters surrounding him, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful that he had not unleashed an energy blast at the ground during his moment of chaos. Otherwise, he would have perished. Unbeknownst to him, it was his own instinct that had spared his life. Chapter 14. The aftermath of transformation. Reik floated in the air, his face etched with exhaustion. Retracting his awareness of the presence felt within a 10,000-mile radius. A wry smile crept upon his lips. What a terrifying experience. An entire expanse of 1,000 miles laid barren. I had been careless, failing to evade. The lingering stench of blood in the air continued to assault his senses and nerves. Indeed, one cannot indulge in the delusion of luck. The notion that any traveler can maintain composure is mere folly. Should I? As Reik pondered, his gaze drifted toward his tail behind him, his expression betraying uncertainty. Unlike other Saiyans, Reik did not coil his tail around his waist, but let it sway in the breeze, similar to Kakarot. Over the past 5 years, he had overcome the tail's vulnerability, transforming it into an asset for attack. He felt an unwillingness to relent. The form of Super Saiyan 4 held an equal stature in his heart as that of Super Saiyan 1. Though he remained unaware of the existence of any so-called primal Super Saiyan in this world, he was eager to explore the possibility. Regrettably, the bloodline of a lower-class warrior profoundly affected him, instilling a deep-seated apprehension about losing consciousness should he transform into a giant ape. This notion troubled him, leaving him uncertain whether to persist. Ultimately, he hesitated to take decisive action regarding his tail. However, he had already made up his mind. Until he discovered a method to maintain his consciousness, he would no longer appear on nights of the full moon. Perhaps I should simply extinguish the moon altogether? Moments later, strange thoughts again surfaced in Reik's mind. He felt that rather than avoiding the full moon himself, it would be far more effective to make the moon vanish entirely, thereby eliminating any future complications. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing his own notion. He was not the tyrannical type who would destroy for his own convenience. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over Reik, and he casually found a deep pit to lie down in, unperturbed by the possibility of beasts approaching. He knew that following the carnage of the previous night, no creature would dare approach within 1,000 miles for several days. The instincts of wild animals far surpassed those of sentient beings. As Reik comfortably drifted into a deep slumber, the repercussions of his actions continued to reverberate. 1,000 miles away, the adventure team, after a night filled with anxious uncertainty, reconvened, each member bearing bloodshot eyes. They sat in a circle, fixated on the roasted meat over the fire, yet none possessed the appetite to eat. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Finally, it was the leader who broke the eerie silence. "Let us speak. Should we venture into the wilderness?" Upon hearing this, the fifth member, trembling with suppressed fear, was the first to respond. "Leader, I suggest we return immediately and report our findings to the authorities. This is not merely a matter affecting us. It concerns the very survival of our planet." His words seemed to unlock a floodgate of conversation. "Fifth brother, are you being overly dramatic?" Another chimed in. "Come on. Are you joking with us?" Yet another voiced, "I believe fifth brother is right. This is not the time for recklessness. We must convey our situation." "You're too timid." "Fifth brother, how are your injuries from yesterday?" "I don't mind. You all decide," he replied. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, with some mocking fifth brother while others expressed concern for his well-being and still more agreeing with him. Observing the chaos, the leader pressed his hands down, stating, "Here's what we will do. We shall split into two groups. I will head towards the source of the roar from yesterday. Those who wish to accompany me may stay. The remainder will return with fifth brother to report." As soon as he finished speaking, no one made a choice. They all bowed their heads, fixated on the ground, as if something beneath it had captured their interest. Realizing this could not continue, the leader relaxed his furrowed brow and, adopting a lighter tone, said, "Do not feel burdened. Regardless of which path you choose, you remain a member of the Budasuo adventure team. Moreover, those returning will bear a heavier responsibility. It is imperative that the message is conveyed. We must ensure that the authorities send more extensive energy detectors and prepare for the potential destruction of our planet." Once again, it was fifth brother who took the initiative, standing up with a steadiness that belied any previous tremor in his voice, resolutely replying, "Leader, rest assured, I will deliver the news." With that, he no longer awaited his companion's decisions, turning back to the tent to begin packing his belongings. "Leader, I will accompany you," spoke eighth sister. She was filled with curiosity about the roar from yesterday. "Then I shall accompany the fifth brother," she declared, wishing everyone a safe journey back. The sixth brother, concerned for the fifth brother's well-being, extended his blessings to the first brother and his companions as they voted. The remaining individuals began to make their decisions. Those who chose to stay remained still, while those returning began to pack their belongings. The six who opted to press forward included the first brother, the fourth brother, the seventh brother, the eighth brother, and the 13th and 14th siblings. They all looked to the first brother, awaiting his command. "Dear siblings, I am uncertain if this decision is indeed the right one. Yet, I cannot relent. I must understand what has plunged our planet into this peril of destruction. The path ahead bears 100% risk of death, and I can only assure you that I shall be the first to perish. Until I meet my demise, I shall not allow any harm to befall you. Let us gather our belongings." The first brother spoke gravely, his eyes brimming with resolve. The group split into two, offering blessings to one another before turning to depart. The two factions gradually distanced themselves, each with their own purpose. Reik had slept for an entire day and night. By the following morning, he stretched luxuriously and, with a surge of energy, straightened his posture. Rubbing his empty stomach, he began to ascend, scanning the surroundings and flying towards the water source. Unbeknownst to him, a group of intelligent beings was approaching him. Had he known, he would have been ecstatic, leaping into the air with joy. As he leisurely flew, he surveyed the devastation wrought by his transformation into a giant ape, growing increasingly alarmed at the indiscriminate destruction. He had not spared even the grass beneath him, having plowed it over and over. He could not fathom why the Saiyans exhibited such a tremendous desire for destruction upon transforming into giant apes, especially since his current power level of 100,000 could still lead to a loss of consciousness. With a swift motion, Reik accelerated, crossing 2,000 miles before spotting a few scattered creatures. No longer hesitating, he dove towards the beasts. Chapter 15. Encounter 10 days later. Reik had traversed nearly 10,000 miles, with less than a day's journey remaining to exit the grasslands. In contrast, the Dabu Suao adventurers had made little progress over the same period, having advanced less than 200 miles into the wild grasslands. They faced peril at every turn, their garments tattered, even the eighth brother's pristine wings showing signs of wear. This was their first venture into the wild grasslands, and they had discovered through their energy detectors that the beasts here were formidable, with few creatures below a power level of 500. They had underestimated the dangers of this forbidden zone. Individually, the beasts posed little threat, but whenever they encountered one, it was always in packs. After narrowly escaping one group of beasts, they soon found themselves confronted by another. When night fell, they managed to find a place to rest, yet they remained on edge, fearing an attack from the beasts. The first brother gazed at his weary siblings, their exhaustion evident, and with a face full of remorse, he said, "I have brought you misfortune. I was too overconfident, thinking I could reign supreme in the small town, without realizing my true capabilities. I should not have dragged you all into this. Let us turn back." As the words fell, the imposing figure of a burly man, his face etched with loneliness, appeared to age a decade in an instant. "Boss, this is not a moment when we can simply walk away," Old Four remarked gravely, surveying their surroundings. Old Four, a stout man with a pointed head, belonged to a clan renowned for their psychic prowess, with each member endowed with extraordinary abilities to sense biological energy within a kilometer radius. Energy detectors were crafted based on their innate capabilities, albeit with greater convenience and an expanded range. At that moment, Old Four had discerned that their group was encircled with biological energy signatures emanating from all directions. Old Four, discern which direction offers a better chance for us to break free, the leader stated, having realized that a direct confrontation was futile against the ceaseless tide of beasts. The group, armed with their respective weapons, awaited Old Four's response, preparing for a potential escape. Coincidentally, Reik was advancing toward their location, with a distance of no more than 50 miles separating them. As previously mentioned, Reik's sensory range extended to 1,000 meters, leaving him unaware of the intelligent beings ahead. He was bounding forward with a massive boulder weighing 10 tons. As the distance between the two parties dwindled, Reik spotted a cluster of dark figures in the distance. Unfazed, he recognized it as a pack of beasts hunting. He had no intention of altering his course, leaping straight toward the dark shapes, ready to claim the creatures as his lunch. "Boss, I can't go on. You all must escape," cried Little 13, a plump woman standing around 5 feet tall. She had sustained an injury to her left leg from a beast, limping painfully. Fully aware that escape was no longer an option, she urged her companions to flee while she brandished dual daggers, prepared to make a final stand to carve a path for her comrades. 13, we will not abandon you. 8th sister, take 13 to the skies, the leader declared, resolutely rejecting her plea. Hearing this, 8th sister wasted no time, rushing to lift 13 and soaring into the air. Just as 13 was about to protest, wishing to be set down, she caught sight of a massive boulder moving toward them, bouncing as if it had sprouted legs. This bizarre scene left her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. As it drew nearer, she shivered, jolted back to reality. "Look over there," she shouted. Her piercing voice captured the attention of all creatures nearby, who turned to gaze in the direction she indicated. The beasts, upon witnessing the spectacle, scattered in fear, abandoning their intended meal and disregarding the distant roars of their king. Meanwhile, the Bidasuo adventurers were left dumbfounded, their expressions mirroring 13's, save for their leader. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing an illusion, and upon regaining his focus, his eyes bulged in astonishment. Reik, too, became aware of the unfolding situation 2 miles away. As the stone was tossed aside, the individual vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of 2 pairs of eyes, standing before a robust figure. Upon witnessing the disappearance of Reik, the leader turned to glance around, completely oblivious to the figure at his waist. Reik regarded them, helplessly opening his mouth to greetings to you all. The group was taken aback, retreating in haste, and only upon creating distance did they finally discern Reik's presence. Before them stood a youth of approximately 1.20 meters in height, sporting a tail, with a smile adorning his face as he gazed at them. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with both parties exchanging wide-eyed stares, neither daring to speak. Recognizing that this silence was untenable, Reik, having encountered an intelligent species, was determined not to frighten them into shock, and thus wore a benevolent smile upon his cherubic face. He raised his right hand in a wave, assuming a language barrier might exist, and reiterated, "Hello, may I inquire if you can understand my words?" Oh, we understand," the leader responded first, regaining composure. Reik exhaled in relief, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect. Fortune smiled upon him, for not only did this planet harbor intelligent beings, but communication posed no obstacle. Observing their attire, they indeed appeared to embody a semblance of civilization. The group, aside from the leader, who had witnessed Reik training with the stone, was oblivious to the immense power contained within his diminutive form. The 4th member queried, "Child, what brings you here alone? How did you just appear?" Sensing through his abilities, he perceived that the energy emanating from this child mirrored that of an ordinary kid, thus he felt no trepidation and promptly posed his question. His unwavering confidence in his powers rendered him unaware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Reik, one soaring in the heavens while the other dwelled beneath. He could merely detect the surface-level energy of Reik, registering a mere 10 points of combat prowess. Reik found his inquisitiveness refreshing and replied, "I have always been alone, having come from another world." After a moment's pause, he gestured towards the stone lying 2 miles away and continued, "As for my sudden appearance, I merely ran over from there." Regarding the matter of concealing his origins, Reik had never contemplated such a notion. He aspired to harness the technological prowess of this planet to construct a gravity chamber and a new spacecraft, using his own vessel as a blueprint. Come now. It is ill-advised for a child to engage in deception, the fourth member retorted, clearly skeptical, yet amused, chuckling at Reik's words. Reik, rendered speechless by the exchange, regarded him with a look of incredulity, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 16. The test. Reik extended his right hand, preparing to demonstrate. The leader, startled by Reik's movement, quickly admonished the fourth member and bent respectfully towards Reik, saying, "May I inquire what assistance you seek from us? We are fully committed to cooperating." He sensed that Reik was not lying, and with his strength, there was no need for deceit. Reik surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon the leader. The corners of his mouth twitched. What an odd assortment of individuals they were, some with 4 eyes, others with long legs and short arms, or even those resembling winged humanoids. He failed to consider that he too bore a monkey-like tail, thus placing himself among the ranks of the peculiar. It is not a significant matter. I merely wish to inquire about your city's locations. Could you possibly escort me there? Please refrain from addressing me as adult. I prefer to be called Reik. With a casual wave of his small hand, Reik spoke with an air of nonchalance. Reik, shall we first find a place to stay before engaging in further conversation? The leader inquired cautiously. Reik glanced at their injuries and nodded indifferently, following closely behind. The others were perplexed, unable to comprehend why their leader exhibited such deference towards a child. They exchanged glances filled with curiosity, seeking answers from their leader. He merely shook his head slightly, refraining from elaborating further. Reik observed their subtle gestures, yet chose to disregard them. After running for over half an hour, the group finally returned to their dwelling. It was a secluded corner of a canyon where they had carved out a cave, equipped with several tents and an energy detector. They had ventured close to the edge of the prairie, having traveled over 100 miles without encountering a single beast. The others found this quite astonishing. The only notable change was the addition of Reik to their ranks. They now understood their leader's intentions. He had certainly recognized the differences among them. While the others began preparing dinner, Reik wandered around the energy detector. "Four Eyes, what is this?" Reik inquired, tilting his head towards him. The leader momentarily faltered, realizing that Reik was addressing him. He approached the instrument to provide an explanation. "Reik, this is an energy detector capable of sensing energy fluctuations within a radius of 1,000 miles. Ah, isn't this akin to a combat power detector?" Reik exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "I cannot speak to the nature of your combat power detectors, so I am unable to answer your question," Four Eyes replied earnestly. "Let me ask you this. Does this device measure energy in numerical values? What is yours?" Reik pressed. Seemingly straightforward, Four Eyes replied without hesitation, "It can detect numerical values. Mine measures at 900. Upon hearing this, Reik quietly assessed the situation, concluding that this device was indeed quite similar to the combat power detector. Estimating Four Eyes' combat power to be around 900 as well, he quickly inquired, "Is there a numerical limit to this device? What is the maximum value it can detect?" Four Eyes had not given this matter much thought, primarily because they had no need for such information. He directed his gaze towards 14, who was the exact opposite of 13. While 13 possessed long legs and short arms, 14 had short legs and long arms. His arms hung down to his calves, and he stood at a height of no more than 5 feet 5 inches, possessing a build that was neither overweight nor underweight. 14. "You are more knowledgeable in this regard. Please enlighten Reik," he said. 14 set down his belongings and approached the instrument, stating that the numerical limit of this device was 20,000. Reik's expression fell. A mere 20,000 was utterly useless to him. Undeterred, he continued to press for answers. "Why is it only 20,000? Can the limit be adjusted to a higher value?" After pondering for a moment, 14 responded, "The reason it is set at 20,000 is that such energy is already sufficient to obliterate a planet. There is no necessity for a higher setting. The highest value we've detected so far is merely 10,000. Regarding your suggestion to raise the limit, it is certainly feasible. However, due to the lack of prior testing, we cannot ascertain the maximum value the instrument can endure." Reik's emotions fluctuated with the words of Sergio. He proposed, "Why not eliminate the limit entirely? Inform me of the operational procedures, and I shall attempt to ascertain the maximum tolerable value." Sergio hesitated, as this equipment was not inexpensive. Their team had expended a substantial portion of their funds to acquire merely 2 units. Should Reik cause any damage, it would surely pain him greatly. What seems to be the issue? Reik inquired kindly, sensing the unease in his companion. There is no problem, Sergio. You should heed Reik's advice, declared Saiyan, the leader, discerning Sergio's apprehension and decisively affirming the proposal. Very well. With the leader's command, Sergio no longer hesitated, seizing the tools to commence the adjustments. After conveying the operational steps to Reik, he proceeded to prepare dinner. Reik ascended with the instrument, soaring into the distance. Upon activating the device, he fixated on the display, feeling a surge of adrenaline. 8,000, 12, 000, 30, 000, 50, 000, boom. The instrument before Reik erupted, unable to withstand the pressure after he exerted half his energy. Fortunately, he had observed the reading of 50, 000 just prior to the explosion. Meanwhile, the members of the Bidesuo Adventurers Guild, upon realizing Reik's imminent actions, rushed to the cave's entrance, watching him conduct his experiment from a distance. Except for Saiyan, who could discern the details, the others merely gathered out of curiosity. At the moment of the explosion, several were startled, uncertain if Reik had sustained any injuries. Saiyan, having glimpsed the figure of 50, 000, found his legs giving way. Collapsing onto the ground, a stream of liquid escaping from his trousers, his mind rendered blank. Leader, what happened? Did you see the value? Are you all right, leader? Is there an injury? Leader, did you just wet yourself? Goodness, is this what they call being scared into submission? A chorus of comments erupted, save for Lao Chi, who silently approached Saiyan to assist him in rising. Saiyan, now regaining his composure, disregarded the jests of his younger siblings. Casting a glance at his trousers, he could only manage a rueful smile, muttering, "Damn it, I've truly embarrassed myself this time." Lao Chi's hoarse voice broke the tension. Leader, just how high was that reading? Saiyan extended his 5 fingers, his expression one of sheer terror. 50, 000, and that is not even the upper limit. It is the instrument's maximum capacity. At this revelation, even Lao Chi could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, eyes wide in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. It finally dawned on them why their leader had exhibited such audacity, leading to his earlier fright. The humor dissipated, leaving their minds in disarray until Reik returned to the cave, rubbing his stomach and inquiring, "Why are you all standing around? Is dinner ready? I am on the verge of starvation. Apologies." Upon hearing Reik's voice, the group collectively bowed in remorse. Reik was left utterly bewildered, uncertain of the cause of their peculiar behavior. Chapter 17. The teaching. What are you all doing? Reik asked, perplexed. We sincerely apologize for causing you hunger. We shall prepare dinner immediately. Several individuals swiftly sprang into action, devoid of any semblance of a playful atmosphere. Do make a bit more. I have quite the appetite. Reik remarked. While the Badasso expedition prepared their meal, Reik, feeling rather bored, observed them closely. Before long, he noticed that whenever he fixed his gaze on someone, they would begin to stiffen, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Realizing their tension stemmed from having witnessed the recent figures, Reik understood the immense psychological pressure they were under. Having experienced such feelings himself, he chose to divert his attention, sitting on a stool and idly toying with his tail. After more than half an hour, the meal was ready. Without uttering a word, Reik buried his head into the food, and the dishes on the table diminished at a visible rate. Delicious. It has been far too long since I've savored something so delightful. Once Reik had devoured everything, he sprawled on the ground, exclaiming in satisfaction, "Have you not eaten?" Observing them still in the act of serving themselves, even Reik, with his audacious demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize, I lost control for a moment." No worries, no worries. Yes, we are not hungry yet. Have you had enough? Should we prepare more? They waved their hands in unison, internally grumbling about the presence of a glutton who consumed the equivalent of 20 servings. Reik had not caught their earlier remarks, but the last sentence piqued his interest, prompting him to leap up, his eyes glinting as he looked at the one who posed the question. Really? I was only half full. I could certainly eat a bit more with you. Thud. The group collectively fell, their mouths twitching in disbelief, baffled by how such a small figure could consume so much. They realized he was not too difficult to approach, and the weight on their hearts lifted, leaving them feeling more at ease. After dinner, the group formed a circle, and Reik curiously inquired, with such limited combat prowess, "What brought you to the grasslands?" Reik directed his comments pointedly at their faces, Yet he could not deny the truth in his own words. Are you referring to combat power as energy? Old 8 asked, intrigued. Indeed, I compared both today, and the difference is minimal. By the way, I will compensate you for the damaged equipment. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, Reik possessed a modicum of awareness. This principle had little to do with his combat ability. For him, it was a matter of basic morality. No problem at all. Four Eyes expressed indifference toward the equipment, then began to respond to Reik's inquiry. Reik, I wonder if you heard that earth-shattering roar from over 10 days ago? We sought to discover the creature behind it, which compelled us to venture deeper into the wild grasslands. Initially, our team intended to document unknown species at the outskirts, but that roar solidified our resolve to delve further. However, we had not anticipated the terrors of the grasslands. Had it not been for your timely arrival, we may have faced utter annihilation. Now it was Reik's turn to be left speechless. These few little rascals sought to confront his colossal ape form? Surely this was not the way to seek danger. Reik gazed at them with a peculiar expression, unable to restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. It is not my intention to belittle you, but at your current level, I would be genuinely impressed if you managed to ascend to the rank of 5,000. Setting aside the matters of the grasslands, you are entirely oblivious to what you are truly seeking. Reik, reluctant to divulge the existence of the giant ape, indulged in a moment of self-admiration before continuing. It possesses the ability to eliminate me in an instant. Do you yearn to experience my formidable aura? I can grant you a taste of the sensation of impending demise. Observing the resolute expressions on their faces, Reik, weary of verbosity, began to unleash the immense energy dwelling within him. Upon releasing approximately 10,000 units of combat power, several among them lost consciousness, their eyes rolling back. Unperturbed, Reik patiently awaited their awakening. Among them, the one with 4 eyes, boasting the highest combat power, was the first to regain consciousness. Instantly, he recoiled, gazing at Reik with palpable terror. Before long, the remainder of the group stirred, mirroring his actions. Only after confirming that Reik exhibited no hostile intent did they gradually settle, each lowering their heads into a profound silence, engulfed in despair. Reik, fearing he had not sufficiently diminished their spirits, chuckled softly. I have merely unleashed 1/10 of my power upon you. The others abruptly lifted their gazes, their eyes fixed on Reik, as if seeking confirmation of something. With a snap of his fingers, Reik commanded, from this point forward, allow me to dictate our journey. Tomorrow, you shall escort me to the city to seek out the finest scientists. They nodded silently, offering no objections to Reik's directive. Do you possess any flying vehicles? Reik inquired. We do have flying vehicles, but they are not located here. They have been taken away by our companions, the 4-eyed individual responded, mustering his spirits. It was then that Reik recognized the predicament. This realm was not akin to Earth, where the existence of universal capsules made everything accessible. Can you fly? Reik probed, stroking his chin. The group collectively shook their heads. Alas, how is it that with such combat power, you cannot even fly? This is rather disheartening, Reik lamented, finding himself at a loss. Was he to teach them how to fly first? Reik mused to himself, feeling somewhat unfortunate. The group felt a wave of shame wash over them, unable to retaliate against Reik's words. They were acutely aware that in their nation, apart from those with wings, no one had ever flown. Even the nation's strongest, with a combat power of 8,000, could not manage flight. How could they possibly soar through the skies? In this moment, they perceived Reik as being unreasonable, unaware of their internal struggles and indifferent to their sentiments. Reik directly imparted the technique of aerial maneuvering to them. I shall grant you a mere 2 days. If you fail to learn it within this time frame, I shall embark on my journey with this lady. He indicated towards the 8th elder. Why did it take Reik so long to comprehend this energy, only succeeding through the threat of life and death? And yet he allotted them just 2 days? It is worth noting that Reik had navigated this path entirely through his own efforts, with only the anime providing a vague direction. Additionally, when he was grasping the energy, his combat power was exceedingly low, barely exceeding 100. The 4-eyed individual and his comrades, however, were in a different position. Their minimum combat power surpassed 500, and they had the benefit of Reik's instruction. Even though Reik had only afforded them 2 days, their prospects were markedly more favorable. Even if one fails to comprehend the methods of chi cultivation, it matters not. This knowledge shall serve as a reward for a select few. Are the techniques of chi cultivation truly precious? Undoubtedly, yet Reik remains indifferent. Possessing such methods does not guarantee surpassing him. If that were the case, the warriors of Earth would not find themselves increasingly distanced from the likes of Kakarot and other Saiyans. Chapter 18. Misunderstanding. Reik and Lola soared through the skies. Their contrasting appearances striking. Reik appeared at ease, while Lola's cheeks flushed crimson. It had been 3 days since their departure, during which Reik learned Lola's name. The quartet of four-eyed companions had yet to meet Reik's expectations and were left in the cave. He was eager to indulge in the comforts of modern technology. Surprisingly, the individual exhibiting the finest chi cultivation was not the strongest fighter among them, but rather the shorter-legged, long-armed woman who had already mastered the art of levitation, albeit lacking in altitude control and directional guidance. In a fit of boredom, Reik inquired, "Lola, how much farther do we have to go? Can't you pick up the pace? This is slower than my walking speed." Lola shot him a glare, straining her wings, too fatigued to respond. The past 3 days had been arduous for her. Each dawn ushered in a day of relentless travel, compounded by Reik's incessant teasing. This dual onslaught weighed heavily on her body and spirit. Reik, sensing her silent reproach, reclined comfortably, hands clasped behind his head and legs crossed. Realizing their pace was intolerably slow. "Stop. Hold on, Lola," he instructed. "First, answer my question. At our current speed, it will take roughly another month." She calculated silently before responding. "What? You should have mentioned that sooner." Reik exclaimed, momentarily flabbergasted. He had no intention of leisurely flying for an entire month with her. "Point me in the right direction and tell me the distance. I will carry you." "This direction is approximately 20,000 miles away," she indicated. Reik observed the direction she pointed, then swiftly propelled himself in front of her, grasping her waist. With a hum, Reik's chi enveloped Lola protectively. Whoosh! The two vanished from sight, their velocity dramatically increasing. Lola, still in a daze from the sudden acceleration, found herself soaring at a speed exceeding her wildest imagination, leaving the surrounding scenery a mere blur. She curled up tightly, refraining from any movement. An hour later, a dark spot emerged in the distance. Out of the corner of her eye, Lola noticed what seemed to be a familiar flying machine, one that resembled their own adventurer's craft. Without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "Wait." Reik halted, confusion etched on his face. "Reik, did we just overtake an aircraft?" It was red and black, Lola cautiously queried, unsure if her eyes deceived her. Reik nodded affirmatively. "It appears to be our adventurer's vehicle. Let us approach and inform them." "Very well, it won't be long now. Let's take the rest of the journey in the craft," replied Reik nonchalantly. "Wait, are you saying we just traversed 20,000 miles? Exclaimed Laura, covering her mouth in astonishment at Reik's revelation. Reik, eager to return, paused at the craft's window and waved cheerfully to those inside. The vehicle resembled a flying saucer, and its pilot appeared startled by Reik's sudden appearance. Laura, still in Reik's grasp, also raised her hand and offered a smile. As the craft gradually hovered to a stop, the door slowly opened. In a swift motion, Reik entered the vehicle, releasing Laura and surveying the interior until he spotted the kitchen, striding toward it while leaving Laura to explain the situation to her companions. "Laura, is this food safe to eat?" Reik inquired, still hesitant to indulge without consulting the owner. "Go ahead, eat to your heart's content. You might even burst," Laura replied wearily. Over the past few days, Laura had grown less anxious around Reik, even daring to share light-hearted banter with him. True to form, Reik paid little heed to her words, grabbing a cake-like delicacy and stuffing it into his mouth. "Yum!" Reik exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. In no time, he had devoured their week-'s provisions and collapsed onto the sofa. Laura then began explaining the circumstances to her companions, occasionally gasping in surprise. However, the fifth member of their group observed Reik intently since he entered the craft. He sensed a peculiar familiarity emanating from Reik, yet could not place where he had encountered him before. He furrowed his brow in deep contemplation until he caught sight of the tail behind Reik. A shiver coursed through him involuntarily, drawing Reik's attention. Tilting his head, he asked Laura, "Is your companion unwell? Does he suffer from epilepsy? Goodness, I hope he doesn't have a contagious disease." Reik felt a wave of concern wash over him. To be honest, he was unafraid of physical harm, but the thought of such maladies unnerved him. He knew that even the world's protagonist, his fellow Saiyan Kakarot, had succumbed to a virus, despite his transformation into a Super Saiyan. If someone with billions of battle power could not withstand it, he doubted his own resilience. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, He could no longer remain seated and rose abruptly. He shouted to the pilot, "Open the door. I need to get out." "Reik, what's wrong?" Laura questioned, approaching him with a furrowed brow. "Stop. Don't come any closer. I can't afford to catch whatever virus you have," Reik warned, noticing the pilot's indifference. His expression grew serious. Without a second thought, he held his breath and burst through the window, emerging into the open air, where he began to inhale deeply. Laura, witnessing Reik's abrupt exit, followed suit, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. "Reik, what is happening? Why do you ask me? Is your four-eared companion infected? Are you trying to pass it on to me?" Reik shouted, his aura beginning to radiate power. "You must be mistaken. My brother is not ill," Laura protested. "Really? Then why is he trembling all over?" Reik retorted, his frustration evident. Once Lousy entered the aircraft, he fixated on him. "Initially, I had no intention of acknowledging his presence. Yet to my surprise, he began to tremble. Is this not a clear sign of a malady?" Like articulated his points with reason and conviction. With an imposing aura, he declared, "Wait a moment, I shall inquire about this matter." Moments later, Lola emerged from the aircraft, wearing an expression of bemusement. She slowly remarked, "My fifth brother is not ill. He is merely trembling due to being frightened by you." However, Like dismissed Lola's explanation without a trace of belief. "Nonsense. I have not revealed the slightest hint of my energy. Could that creature with 4 ears possibly sense anything?" He retorted. Did this not cast doubt on his self-control? Absurd. Had he trained for 5 years in vain? Were it a person of comparable strength, someone with a combat power of 100,000, who felt threatened, he would understand. But what was that creature? Like could blow it away with a single breath, and yet it sought to probe his depths? Such a notion was preposterous. Chapter 19. A new problem arises. Noticing Like's readiness to act, Lola began to feel apprehensive and hurriedly divulged everything she knew. "It is true. My fifth brother mentioned that your presence reminded him of the roar from that night, which is why he trembled uncontrollably." "Really? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Like hesitated. "Why would I lie to you? That night, my fifth brother was severely affected by the roar, leaving him with lingering trauma," Lola responded earnestly. "But it is curious, the roar did not originate from you. Why did my brother tremble in your presence?" Lola voiced her confusion. Upon hearing this, Like began to feel uneasy. Others might be unaware of the origin of the roar, but he knew full well, despite his memory loss. This also elucidated why the creature with 4 ears had perceived his trembling. Yet, how could he possibly admit to such a thing? He stubbornly replied, "How would I know about that creature? It makes no sense." As misunderstandings were clarified, Like re-entered the aircraft with Lola. He scanned the interior, but did not see the creature with 4 ears. Extending his perception, he discovered it was in another room, and he dismissed it from his thoughts. Instead, he curiously inquired, "Were you all injured that night?" "No, just my fifth brother." His exceptional hearing allowed him to amplify sounds 100-fold, which ruptured his eardrum and caused him harm. "Your fifth brother is indeed remarkable. Does he maintain that heightened hearing all the time? How has he not lost his mind?" "Normally, he possesses regular hearing. I do not know why he activated his heightened sense that night. How peculiar." After muttering under his breath, Like continued to recline on the sofa to rest. 2 days later, the aircraft arrived at Ponchi City, landing atop a 3-story building. Like and his companions disembarked. As he surveyed the towering structures around him, his spirits soared. This not only signified the enjoyment of modern life, but also the prospect of further strengthening himself. Hope for departure began to blossom. "Lola, where is the most renowned scientist in your area? We must seek him out," Like urged impatiently. Lola slapped her forehead and asked, "Do you have any money?" "I have none." The 2 words spoken by Reik were filled with righteous indignation. "I am but an 8-year-old child. What need have I for money? If you lack funds, where will you seek assistance? They would not pay you any heed." Upon witnessing Reik's demeanor, Lola felt a familiar ache in her head. "You still consider yourself a child? Have some dignity, I implore you." Lola was utterly unconvinced. "Hey, Reik," displeased by Lola's expression, felt a surge of irritation. Regardless of everything else, he was indeed still 8 years old, albeit with enhanced strength. Yet, strength could not erase his age. He was about to engage Lola in earnest debate when she dismissively waved her hand. "Enough, let us rest for today. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." "Humph, women," Reik muttered as he turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Lola. Despite his disdain, his body obediently followed her into the room. Upon entering, Reik instinctively made his way to the kitchen. Once sufficiently satiated, he beheld Lola emerging, her slender figure wrapped in a bath towel. Reik's face flushed slightly as he admonished. Have you no sense of modesty? Do you not see a grown man before you? You run about without proper attire. A man? Where? Lola began to look around, feigning ignorance. Observing her demeanor, Reik clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead protruding. Damn it, this person not only disrespects me, but blatantly disregards herself. As these thoughts crossed his mind, anger surged within him. Although he had no intentions of pursuing women at present and adhered to the principle that their presence would hinder his strength, it did not excuse the audacity of being ignored. His expression darkened as he sternly remarked, Are your eyes blind? Do you wish for me to remove them? Seeing Reik's explosive demeanor, Lola hastily retreated to her room to dress. When she emerged, her gaze was cast downward, avoiding Reik's eyes. I warn you, never disregard me again. Reik's roar reverberated, causing the three-story building to creak ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. This was the second time Lola had witnessed Reik's fury, and it was far more intense than the first. All right, I shall never do so again, she acquiesced. Humph. Without a backward glance, Reik strode into the bathroom. As cold water cascaded over him, he began to recognize his own missteps. Ordinarily, he would not exhibit such volatility. Had he behaved this way in his previous life, he would have been embroiled in countless brawls. In truth, he had scarcely engaged in a handful of fights in his past existence. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Why was he now akin to a powder keg? While the previous incident could be rationalized, after all, he had felt his life was under threat. The current circumstances were decidedly different. Others were in his home, and it was not for an outsider to dictate how things should unfold. With this realization, Reik quickly finished his shower and darted back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually levitating. Immersing his mind within his body, he meticulously examined every part of himself. Ultimately, he discovered anomalies within his cells. The cells he had cultivated over the past 5 years were being assimilated by ordinary cells. It had been approximately half a month since he had ventured out. And not only was he on the verge of losing the Void Realm, but his very cells were close to being integrated. Wasn't this exceedingly strange? If all Saiyans are in such a predicament, setting aside Kakarot for the moment, what about Vegeta? By what means could he nurture Cell and ensure he remains unassimilated? Is it merely because he occupies the role of the secondary protagonist? The more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. Reik replayed the recollections of all Saiyans in the anime repeatedly. He discerned a distinction. The Vegeta of the primary timeline, upon learning of the impending arrival of the androids 3 years hence, transformed into a Super Saiyan within that span. In stark contrast, the Vegeta of the future timeline had evidently not undergone such a transformation, otherwise, he would not have been slain so effortlessly. What, then, accounts for the divergence? Reik began to eliminate possibilities one by one. First, personality. There was certainly no difference. Both were equally proud. Next, lifestyle. There was no change here either, as both had resided on Earth for an extended period and had fathered trunks with Bulma. At last, only one factor remained: pressure. The exhilaration of encountering formidable foes continually stimulated his cellular division, thereby expediting the Super Saiyan transformation. Upon grasping this concept, Reik felt an overwhelming clarity wash over him, accompanied by a smile. He understood that he was nearly invincible on this planet. Frieza was unlikely to seek him out, and his demeanor was gradually morphing into arrogance. Just like the Saiyans on Vegeta's home planet, he was oblivious to the true nature of his adversaries, mistakenly believing that transforming into a great ape would bestow him with tenfold combat prowess and make him invulnerable. A cold sweat suddenly broke out across Reik's body, soaking him thoroughly. How perilous! He had narrowly avoided a grave mistake. Chapter 20. Meeting the Professor. Reik had identified the issue, yet how to resolve it presented a new conundrum. Damn it, I was the first to realize how perilous Saiyans can be. In the past, I envied them while watching anime and reading novels. Do I really need to sever my tail? Reik muttered to himself, lacking confidence. It defies logic. Is it truly just because of an extra tail? I refuse to believe it. Reik, undeterred, dismissed his own speculation. In the following days, Reik refrained from asking Lola to accompany him to find a scientist. He concealed his ambition to grow stronger. Each day, he left early and returned late, with no one aware of his activities. Only those who saw him during meal times knew of his presence. This state of affairs persisted for 2 months. Then, the Four-Eyed and others descended from the sky, astonishing their companions. They eagerly inquired about the secrets of flight. The group hesitated to divulge such information without Reik's consent, as it had been bestowed upon them by him. They dared not act without his approval. However, after years of camaraderie, they found themselves cornered and had no choice but to seek Reik out. That evening, Reik was dining at Lola's home, and the two had not exchanged a word until the doorbell rang. In walked the four-eyed, who, upon seeing Reik at the table, greeted him and took a seat. Waiting patiently, burp. Reik, still chewing, asked, "What is the matter? Do you need something from me?" The four-eyed hurriedly conveyed his request to Reik. After he finished speaking, he stood anxiously, awaiting Reik's response. He sensed that his request might be excessive, yet he was willing to take risks for his younger siblings, despite their lack of blood relation. "Very well, if you wish to teach, then teach. What I have given you is now yours. Feel free to handle it as you see fit. In the future, such trivial matters need not be brought to me," Reik remarked with a broad smile. "Thank you. Thank you." The four-eyed individual expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Reik waved his hand dismissively and strolled back to his room, listening to the chorus of joyful exclamations from outside. A knowing smile crept across his face. It must be said that the gains of the past 2 months had met his expectations. What has Reik been occupied with lately? He has been retracting all his strength to re-experience the life of an ordinary person, allowing him to once again recognize the disparities. To put it simply, his immense power was not accompanied by an equally developed spirit. At merely 8 years of age, he already possessed a combat power of 100,000. In contrast, his contemporaries, such as Kakarot, barely exceeded 10. Even the genius Vegeta could not compare. At 30, he had only achieved 18,000. One can only imagine the enormity of Reik's strength. His body had yet to enter the growth phase, severely impeding his ability to harness the Saiyan bloodline. Pure-blooded Saiyans remain infants until the age of 10. They only begin their growth phase at 18, reaching their peak by the age of 25. They maintain this peak until 80, at which point they begin to decline into old age. Unlike Gohan, whose mixed heritage allowed him to mature faster than pure-blooded Saiyans, Reik was not to be underestimated. Gohan was widely regarded as possessing the greatest potential, even earning the respect of Vegeta, the prodigy. With a solution in mind, Reik no longer felt the urgent need to pursue strength. He resolved to decelerate his growth. This, however, did not imply he would cease consulting scientists. The gravity chamber and spacecraft remained priorities. Once the gravity chamber was constructed, it would assist him in maintaining his physical condition. The following day, Reik instructed Laura to guide him to the city's most renowned scientist, Plas. Throughout the journey, Laura hesitated to inquire why he required her guidance. "Reik, this is where Professor Plas works." Laura indicated a 30-story building. "Let us proceed," Reik nodded. Noticing Laura's apprehensive demeanor, Reik understood her concern that he might resort to forceful entry. "Do not worry. I shall not resort to violence," he reassured her. "Excuse me, could you please notify Professor Plas? I have matters to discuss with him," Reik politely requested after being stopped. "Youngster, this is not a place for play. Go amuse yourself elsewhere," the security guard replied impatiently. Reik cast a deep glance at him before moving aside to sit down. Laura, witnessing the guard's dismissive behavior, was nearly frightened to death. Seeing Reik remain composed, she hurried to his side. "Laura, do you know what Professor Plas looks like?" "Yes." "Very well. Then let us wait patiently until he finishes work before seeking him out." With that, Reik closed his eyes, extending his senses to encompass the entire building. As time elapsed, numerous individuals entered and exited the structure. Each time someone emerged, Reik would confirm with Laura. Upon realizing it was not the right person, he resumed his meditative state. During this time, the guard, noticing that Reik had not left, approached to shoo him away, but was dismissed halfway by Lola. As nightfall gradually enveloped the city, Professor Plas still had not emerged, and in Reik's perception, there were few individuals left in the entire building. Reik glanced at Lola and inquired, "Is it a full moon tonight?" After receiving her negative response, he continued to wait. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the remaining occupants of the building began to move towards the main entrance. Reik rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the door. A group of 5 emerged, comprising an elderly man, 2 middle-aged individuals, and 2 young people. After confirming with Lola that Professor Plas was among them, he stepped forward to intercept the group. "May I ask who is Professor Plas?" To Reik's surprise, one of the young men replied, "I am Plas." "What is it, young one?" Plas inquired gently. "Professor, I am an extraterrestrial, and I seek your assistance in researching the creation of a gravity chamber and a spacecraft." With his objective clear, Reik disregarded the presence of others and spoke directly. "Young one, are you serious?" Place's expression shifted as he scrutinized Reik, ultimately seeking confirmation. "Indeed, I am not merely asking for your help for nothing. I can provide you with my spacecraft for your research." Reik nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Place adopted a serious demeanor and pondered before responding. "Very well. When can you deliver the spacecraft to me? I can bring it to you tomorrow during the day. Just give me an address, and I will deliver it." "All right. Then you shall accompany me to my home, and you can deliver it directly there tomorrow." Place extended an invitation. His colleagues were taken aback, initially believing Place was merely entertaining a child. Upon realizing the sincerity of the situation, one middle-aged man commented, "Professor Place, is it truly necessary to waste time with this child? My intuition tells me that this child speaks the truth, and I am willing to make this trip," Place replied, locking eyes with the man. After disembarking, Reik surveyed the expansive estate stretching for 10 miles and nodded at Place, saying, "Professor Place, I shall see you tomorrow. Lola, you may return on your own." With that, Reik soared into the sky, identifying his direction before vanishing into the air. Chapter 21. The ambush. Place stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sky for an extended period. At that moment, Lola empathetically patted Place on the shoulder. Before he could regain his composure, she turned and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as Reik flew at high speed, a smirk crossed his lips as he murmured, "Well, that left them speechless." One might wonder why Reik chose to fly back to retrieve the spacecraft rather than using a control device. The truth lies in his unfamiliarity with technology. He was uncertain whether activating the spacecraft on his end would send a signal to Frisia. Thus, he preferred to make the journey himself, unwilling to risk the tranquility he had painstakingly attained being shattered by a life of being pursued by Frisia. In this realm of reality, Reik was unfamiliar with Kakarot and his companions. Should he perish, all would be lost, for there would be no Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Thus, in regard to his own life, exercising caution was paramount. As he traversed the Rocky Monster mountain range, he mistakenly believed these creatures to be in slumber and chose not to take a detour, soaring directly through. Unbeknownst to him, several months prior, these beasts had awakened due to the roar he emitted during his transformation into a great ape and had remained in a state of heightened alertness ever since. Consequently, upon his entry into the mountain's domain, he had already been detected by these monsters. Most could not match his speed, and just as they were preparing to act, he had already left them far behind. Thus, once he ventured into the heart of the mountains, a sudden confrontation ensued. A fierce gust of wind from a punch struck him. Reik barely had time to summon his internal energy to bolster his defenses before he was struck by a colossal fist, sending him hurtling through the air. An intense pain surged through him, his bones creaking ominously, and his internal organs churned violently. There was no doubt. He was injured. Damn it, these wretched beasts lack honor. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he strove to regain his balance, a mixture of fear and fury igniting within him. Coming to a halt, he glared at the towering behemoth ahead, the one he had sensed earlier with a battle power of 100,000. "You seek death, don't you?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Reik disregarded whether the creature could comprehend him and roared as he charged forward. In an instant, he appeared at the creature's waist, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! As the monster staggered from the blow, it retaliated with a knee strike aimed at Reik. He swiftly dodged, retreating 1,000 meters and narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the monster showed no sign of having been affected by his strike, indicating that his assault had been utterly ineffective. "This beast is remarkably resilient," he mused, realizing it was on an entirely different level than the previous foe. Observing the thick stone armor on the creature, he felt a surge of frustration. He had not anticipated that such a high combat power would be coupled with such extraordinary defensive capabilities. How was he to prevail? It seemed impenetrable. The previous blow had not been delivered lightly. Unlike Kakarot, he had not engaged in any preliminary probing tactics. At the very least, he had unleashed 90% of his strength. Yet, while the opponent remained unscathed, Reik himself had nearly reached his limits, his composure fracturing. The creature's combat power was comparable to his own at 100,000, yet its defense was at least 150,000 or more. Reik fixed his gaze upon the monster, his eyes darting in search of any vulnerabilities or weaknesses. After an exhaustive examination, he found the creature's exterior to be more repugnant than that of a turtle's shell. leaving him bereft of options. This also underscored the extent of Reik's lack of combat experience. He struggled to comprehend how such a massive being could move with such swiftness. The creature had no intention of engaging in a turn-based battle or granting him time to ponder his strategy. As Reik assessed his opponent, the monster's eyes glimmered, and it unleashed two beams of purple energy directed at him. Realizing the imminent danger, Reik's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He hastily lowered his altitude, pressing his body close to the ground as he evaded the onslaught. Boom! The area where the beams swept past erupted in explosions, creating massive craters. Reik is not one to suffer in silence. As he deftly evades the onslaught of energy rays, he retaliates with energy blasts directed at the monstrous foe. However, the creature disregards his efforts, rendering his attacks ineffective while simultaneously depleting his internal energy. Realizing the futility of his assaults, Reik ceases his unproductive expenditure. The two engage in a relentless game of pursuit and evasion, traversing vast distances in mere moments. Along the way, all obstacles, whether material or living, are obliterated by the creature's energy beams, even its kin falling victim to its wrath. Overwhelmed and increasingly frustrated, Reik resolves to stop fleeing. He positions himself strategically, inching closer to the beast amidst its relentless fire. Just as he nears his adversary, an eruption of energy surges within him, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. He reappears behind the monster and unleashes a flurry of punches aimed at its nape, landing several strikes in a heartbeat. The creature leans forward, momentarily halting its barrage. A glimmer of hope ignites within Reik as he perceives the impact of his assault, and he prepares to capitalize on this momentum to vanquish his opponent. Yet, an enormous hand looms toward him, prompting Reik to retreat, his gaze fixed on the area he had struck, eager to gauge the effectiveness of his attack. To his dismay, a minuscule crack appears, igniting a flicker of joy within him, only for that fleeting fissure to vanish in an instant, leaving him in despair. How can one combat such an insurmountable foe? This feels utterly unfair. The monster reveals no vulnerabilities. Reik, in a fit of frustration, unleashes a barrage of energy blasts aimed at the creature's visage. However, the monster remains largely unfazed, while Reik exhausts himself in the process. Observing the billowing smoke emanating from the creature's face, he harbors little hope for any significant effect. He is unwilling to remain and engage in a futile struggle. Having vented some of his anger through his previous attacks, he now seeks an escape, vowing to return for vengeance another day. Those familiar with Dragon Ball know of its greatest flaw, the so-called smoke without injury rule. As the smoke dissipates, Reik's expectations are confirmed. He has failed to leave even a speck of stone dust upon the creature's countenance. Yet, fortune smiles upon him. In that fleeting moment, as the haze clears, Reik catches sight of the creature's eyes. Suddenly, it dawns on him that the monster must have closed its eyes just as he struck. The creature's eyes, though diminutive for its massive form, are magnified several times in size compared to Reik's 1.2-meter stature, presenting him with a newfound opportunity. With the weakness identified, the challenge now lies in approaching the creature's eyes. Lacking the ability to blind the beast, Reik finds himself firmly within its line of sight. Just then, he notices something beneath the monster's feet, illuminating an idea in his mind. Whether this plan will succeed remains uncertain, yet Reik resolves to make one final attempt. Should he fail, he is prepared to retreat. With this determination, Reik races once more toward the formidable creature. Chapter 22. Counterattack. The two collide. Reik adopts a strategy of direct confrontation. With every collision, every cell in Reik's body protested, feeling as if he were on the verge of disintegration. He fought to suppress the blood pooling in his mouth, unwilling to let it escape. The two adversaries continued their fierce exchange. Unbeknownst to the creature, Reik's position was gradually descending. What began as a clash of fists and arms had slowly transitioned to a struggle involving their legs. Reik found himself increasingly near the creature's feet. Finally, from a height of 100 meters above the ground, after colliding with the creature's right calf with his elbow, Reik braced himself against the force pushing him back, unleashing a surge of energy within him. Seizing a moment of pause in their struggle, Reik vanished, reappearing instantaneously at the creature's left foot, where he had amassed a formidable amount of energy in his palms. Drink! Reik bellowed, launching a shockwave towards the ground beneath the creature's left foot. The shockwave met no resistance as it penetrated the earth, creating a chasm several thousand meters deep beneath the creature. With no support from its left foot, and its right leg suspended in midair. The creature lost its balance and plummeted uncontrollably downward, its arms flailing wildly. In that instant, Reik stood at the edge of the abyss he had created. His hands positioned before his chest, energy surged continuously towards the center of his palms, compressing into a deep blue sphere of power that glowed increasingly bright. Beads of sweat cascaded down Reik's cheeks. The moment the creature's head aligned parallel to Reik's gaze, he focused intently, his form flickering into place before the creature's eyes. Perish, monster. Experience my Dolong destruction cannon. With a forceful shove, Reik propelled the energy blast from his chest. The 250,000 combat power cannon collided with the creature, its defenses proving utterly futile as the contact point disintegrated, shattering the creature's skull and sending the blast soaring into the cosmos, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Suspended in the air, Reik's arms hung limply before him, his body drenched in blood, an expression of exhaustion etched on his face. The injuries he sustained did nothing to dampen his spirits. A smile crept across his lips as he erupted into laughter. Ha ha, cough. But before he could revel for long, he was seized by a fit of coughing, blood spilling from his mouth. Delightful. You thought you could toy with me? Ignoring his own condition, Reik chuckled for a moment before slowly ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Given his current state, he could no longer afford to recklessly soar over the mountain ranges. He had to traverse from above. He knew that if he were to struggle against the larger foes, only to succumb to the smaller creatures, he would never be able to close his eyes in peace. Passing through the Rocky Mountains and entering the woods, Reik did not rush to seek out a spaceship. His present condition demanded urgent rest. Had it not been for the prior arrangement with Plas, he would have prioritized recuperation above all else. He had not anticipated the perilous nature of this journey, nearly losing his life in the process. Returning to his previous residence, Reik found himself utterly exhausted, succumbing to slumber at the mere closure of his eyes. However, the weight of his thoughts interrupted his rest, and within 2 hours he awoke. Feeling slightly improved, at least his arms were now mobile. He unearthed the spacecraft, cradling it as he soared towards Panchi City. The return journey was considerably slower, taking nearly 4 hours, and it was only after 9 o'clock that Reik descended before Plas's doorstep. As he landed, he spotted Plas standing at the entrance, his eyes bloodshot and fixated intently on the spacecraft, a clear indication that he had spent the night awake, perhaps even standing there all along. Is this a spaceship? Are you all right, Reik? The two voices echoed simultaneously, Plas's inquiry followed closely by Lola's. Reik first shook his head in response to Lola and then addressed Plas. Indeed. This is the spaceship. It is how I arrived. Noticing that Plas was eager to approach, Reik continued, allow me to brief you first. Firstly, this vessel contains a locator. You must locate it immediately. Furthermore, check for any surveillance devices or unnecessary installations aboard the ship. Lastly, the gravity chamber. Higher multipliers are preferable. That will suffice for today. Study it thoroughly, and I shall return in due time. Upon hearing Reik's words, Plas finally diverted his gaze from the spacecraft to Reik. Are you all right? How did you manage to retrieve a spaceship and end up in such a state? Shall I contact a hospital for you? Observing Reik's battle-worn suit, tattered and stained with blood, Plas realized the severity of the child's injuries. After a moment's contemplation, Reik shook his head in refusal. It's merely a minor issue. I need not visit a hospital. Please remember what I just told you. It is crucial for the fate of this planet. As Reik departed, Plas's eyes reflected a sense of confusion. He could not fathom Reik's actions. From his initial assessment of the injuries, Reik ought to have been incapacitated, struggling to even stand. He could not comprehend why Reik appeared so unfazed. Refusing hospital care for such injuries seemed illogical. Recovery would require at least 3 months, even with medical assistance. Shaking his head in disbelief, he redirected his focus to the spacecraft, summoning robots to transport it to his workshop, eager to commence his analysis. Meanwhile, Reik, noticing Lola's concerned gaze, mustered the courage to suggest, Reik, perhaps we should visit the hospital. It would expedite your recovery. No need. I am hungry. Please prepare a meal for me when we return, Reik replied nonchalantly, undisturbed by the curious stares of passers-by. In truth, Reik's injuries were far more severe than he let on, but his reluctance to go to the hospital stemmed from a desire to avoid leaving any trace of his blood, as a blood test would be inevitable there. Since the moment he was injured yesterday, he has eradicated every drop of blood within him, even the blood seeping from his body along the way. Upon its emergence, it was vaporized by his aura, leaving no trace aboard the spacecraft. His meticulousness stems from the fear instilled in him by the original narrative. Who could have anticipated that a planet with a maximum combat power not exceeding 300 could produce artificial beings with combat capabilities in the millions or even billions? This does not even account for the Super 17 and the unofficially recognized Jaiko. The latter group is relatively benign, having not earned the acknowledgement of the old bird, despite their grotesque combat prowess. However, the former, though not entirely canonical, has partial recognition from the old bird, signifying events occurring within a parallel universe. The mere thought that Super 17 could confront Super Saiyan 4 sends a shiver down Reik's spine, as he remains uncertain whether he has traversed to that particular timeline. Reik shuddered and hastily discarded the images from his mind. Chapter 23. Acceptance news of Reik returning to the Badasso Adventurers Guild building, injured, spread like wildfire in less than a moment, reaching every member of the guild. The rapid dissemination was due to the fact that the entire guild was engaged in intensive training, all following the four-eyed leader to comprehend the essence of Ki. Coincidentally, a member returning from an errand encountered Reik's injuries. Upon relaying this information to the training room, chaos erupted. Those unaware of Reik's strength assumed that someone was opposing their guild. A clamor ensued, with members clamoring for revenge, asserting that the Adventurers Guild had never suffered such a significant blow, insisting that they must teach their adversaries a lesson lest they allow any scoundrel to trample upon their dignity. Conversely, a few who were aware of Reik's strength were left bewildered and paid no heed to the uproar of their fellow members. They could scarcely fathom how someone of Reik's caliber could sustain injuries, let alone who could possibly inflict harm upon him. The four-eyed leader, unable to remain still, stood up like an ant on a hot skillet, anxiously contemplating whether to seek out Reik in Lola's room for clarification, yet hesitating to do so. The other members surrounded the leader, their eyes filled with a mix of urgency and despair. Their understanding of Reik's prowess only heightened their sense of dread. To them, their own strength felt negligible, akin to that of mere insects. If an adversary were to seek them out, they would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire, facing swift annihilation. Old Five, come here, the four-eyed leader called out, feeling the weight of the others' gazes pressing down upon him, nearly overwhelming him. Spotting Old Five sitting in the corner, his eyes lit up as he shouted. Old Five appeared remarkably composed, unaffected by the leader's anxiety or the ire of the others. What do you need me to do, leader? Old Five inquired, stepping into the circle of anxious members. The four-eyed leader gestured towards Old Five's ears and then pointed upstairs. Old Five understood the implication. His leader wanted him to listen for any sounds from Lola's room. Although he comprehended the request, he shook his head in refusal, marking the first time he had defied the leader. The four-eyed leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Old Five, questioning his refusal. Leader, you do not understand, Old Five reiterated, shaking his head once more, unwilling to elaborate. Upon witnessing the almost pleading gaze of his superior, the fifth member felt a pang of discomfort within. Exhaling a deep sigh, alas, leader, step aside with me. I wish to speak with you privately. Though reluctant to share his suspicions with others, he found himself unable to withstand the weight of his leader's gaze. The two exited the training room, and as the fifth member inhaled deeply, as if bolstering his own courage, the fourth member observed his actions with quiet anticipation, bewildered by this transformation in the fifth, who seemed a different person altogether. The fifth member spoke. Leader, I suspect that the roar we heard that night was emitted by Reik. The revelation struck like thunder, disorienting the fourth member, who could not fathom why the fifth would associate Reik with that primal sound. He had distinctly heard Reik describe the terror of the roar's owner and had long believed there were two individuals involved. Now, the fifth had presented him with an alternative, an unwelcome explanation. How could he accept such a reality? In a final struggle, his voice hoarse, he queried, what led you to this conclusion? Surely, the two have no connection? That roar was clearly the cry of a beast, not a human voice. I cannot articulate it clearly. However, from the moment I first encountered him, I felt this way. To be frank, I dread seeing him. The fear he instills is too profound, which is why I have been trying to avoid any dealings with him, hence my earlier refusal to you. The fourth member replied, I can scarcely imagine your feelings. I must inform you that Reik has previously been assessed using an energy detector. When the device's limit was lifted, it exploded at 50,000. Moreover, we have experienced his aura. We could barely withstand even a fraction of it before succumbing to unconsciousness. With that, the fourth member felt a sense of relief. having shared his innermost thoughts. After their exchange, both felt significantly less burdened. The fourth member's countenance brightened, and he sought to reassure the fifth. Do not dwell on it too much. From my recent interactions with him, he appears to be quite amiable. Observe the knowledge he imparts. It is evidently profound. Recently, my training has become increasingly intricate. Just yesterday, during an energy detection session, my levels increased by 200. Can you believe it? In merely a few months. I have advanced more than in previous years, and I sense that as my training deepens, I will reach heights I once deemed unattainable. As the fourth member spoke with growing enthusiasm, he cast aside his earlier negativity, and the fifth member gradually began to smile. Meanwhile, Reik was wholly unaware of the commotion his injury had caused within the adventurers group. Even if he were to learn of it, he would remain indifferent. His entire focus was devoted to battling his meal, devouring a plate of meat in an instant. The food barely entered his stomach before it was digested, filling him with a comforting warmth, and his injuries seemed to exhibit signs of self-healing. However, to suggest that he was misinterpreting his sensations would not be entirely accurate. After the food was digested by him, it indeed provided his body with a copious amount of energy, accelerating the division of cells within him and consequently alleviating his injuries. Lola was nearing madness. As soon as one dish was served, it disappeared into Reik's stomach, and he incessantly urged her for more. An hour later, indifferent to whether Reik was satiated or not, she sank onto the sofa, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Upon witnessing Lola's state, Reik ceased his calls for food. He patted his belly and reached out for money from her. Lola, your body is no good. I am only half full, and you're already collapsing. Give me some money, and I will go out to eat myself. Upon hearing this, Lola silently lamented. I toil to no avail, and instead, I am mocked. She nearly coughed up blood in frustration. With a roll of her eyes at Reik, she mustered her strength to fetch him a set of clothes and some money. Gesturing toward his tattered combat outfit, you should wash up and change before heading out. Looking at Lola, Reik felt a warmth in his heart, sensing her concern for him. He accepted the clothes and money and walked into the bathroom. When he emerged from his shower, he found Lola asleep on the sofa, mumbling coming. Her response mirroring the way she had urged him for food, which amused Reik greatly. Huh. He chuckled, but then paused, seemingly lost in thought, and sighed softly. Alas. Ultimately, I must depart. Shaking his head, he donned a smile once more and stepped outside. Chapter 24. A small consolation amidst disappointment. A month later, Reik stood atop the building. Stretching his body, he gently retracted his fists, feeling the energy within him had doubled. Reik found himself in a bittersweet predicament. He had resolved to postpone any increase in combat power, yet a venture outside had resulted in severe injuries, inadvertently activating the Scion's passive abilities and elevating his combat power. What to do now? It has already surged to 200,000, and it continues to rise. When will it cease? He pondered. Goodness. There are those who complain about their combat power increasing too quickly. If others were to learn of Reik's thoughts, they would undoubtedly wish to kill him, dismembering him in their wrath. Truly, he was asking for trouble, to the extent that even the author wished to give him a good thrashing. After a series of stretches, confirming his complete recovery, Reik flew towards Plus's home. Ding ding. Reik pressed the doorbell repeatedly, but there was no response. Frustration welled within him. It was not that Plus was absent, as Reik could sense Plus's energy within the house, yet no one came to answer the door. Just as impatience began to take hold, a roar erupted from the doorbell. Ding ding ding. Are you summoning a spirit? That rascal. Didn't I say I was conducting research? Do not disturb me. Reik found himself at a loss for words, knowing that Plus was indeed working for him. With a wry smile, he replied, Professor, it's me. Suddenly, the communication was cut off. 2 minutes later, the door swung open, revealing Plus rushing toward him. You've finally arrived. Quickly, come with me, Plus exclaimed, pulling Reik inside. Reik gazed at the disheveled figure before him, reeking of an unpleasant odor. Were it not for the aura emanating from him, reminiscent of Plas, he would scarcely believe this was the same impeccably dressed youth he had encountered a month prior. Plas has pulled a few times, but failed to budge Reik. Professor, what is this? Shouldn't we tidy up first? Reik gestured towards Plas. There isn't time for that. You must come in with me first. Unable to resist Plas, Reik followed him into his laboratory. Upon entering, Reik's eyes twitched as he surveyed the chaos, with parts strewn across the floor rendering it nearly impossible to find a place to step. He hesitated at the entrance, fearing that he might inadvertently damage something important. Hurry and come in. Why are you still standing there? Plas, seemingly unfazed by the mess, had moved to the center of the room and turned back to beckon Reik. With no other option, Reik slowly levitated, floating behind Plas. Plas paused momentarily, then nonchalantly continued towards Reik's spacecraft. What should I call you? Plas was about to speak when he realized he did not yet know the child's name, awkwardly ruffling his tousled hair. You can call me Reik. Reik. This is the locator you mentioned, but I could not locate the listening device, and there are no other useless items aboard the spaceship. Can you disable the locator? Reik inquired, glancing at the device. Yes, give me 2 days, Plas confidently replied. Then can my ship be repaired for use? Reik asked, staring at the now empty shell of the spacecraft. I'm afraid I can't assemble it right now. I must first master the other technologies to be certain. What? Reik's heart sank, a chill coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, he asked, can you create a new spaceship? I can, but the speed will be lacking. Based on my current understanding of the technology, the ship I produce may not even reach a fraction of your vessel's speed. Brother, are you planning to leave me to die in this spaceship? Reik lamented helplessly. Don't lose hope. Once I fully grasp the spaceship technology, I am confident I can create one that achieves half the speed. Reik's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he pressed on. How long will it take you to master it? Plas raised 2 fingers, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, as if something up there captivated him. Unwilling to meet Reik's eyes, Reik noticed only the fingers, oblivious to Plas's expression. 2 years? I must say, you are rather impressive. Reik praised. Not 2 years, but 20 years. Realizing he could not evade the truth, Plas steeled himself, closed his eyes, and uttered the words. Reik was instantly frozen, his mind buzzing. The notion of 20 years echoing relentlessly. 20 years. Reik trembled with anger. Reik, our technology is far too outdated. 20 years is the fastest estimate I could compute. Plas said earnestly. In that moment, Plas had thrown caution to the wind, speaking whatever came to mind. It was not that he feared Reik or was unaware of his power. Rather, he was simply doing his utmost. What choice did Reik truly have? He felt a deep sense of despair, yet he could hardly bring himself to murder Plas. With 20 years ahead of him, losing Plas might mean he would remain here for the rest of his life. Do you think that is why Reik sought out Plas? This fellow is undoubtedly the most brilliant scientist on Utalapa, deeply involved in the intricacies of spacecraft design. There is no one to replace him. Reik had to begin convincing himself. After some internal calculations, he realized that if he wished to leave Utalapa, it would not be until the year 762 of the era of AI, coinciding with Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. This meant he had ample time ahead of him. With this thought, Reik felt a slight relief. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable capabilities of Bulma and her father. It is no wonder they created the universal capsule and the time machine. Comparing Plas's 20 years to the month of Dr. Brief's, the disparity between the two was like heaven and earth. With a resigned attitude, Reik casually inquired, what about the gravity chamber? To his surprise, Plas offered him an unexpected delight. There's no issue with the gravity chamber. Due to material constraints, I can only create one with a maximum of 200 times gravity. As he spoke of the gravity chamber, Plas regained his confidence and adjusted his hairstyle. Oh, how long will that take to produce? Reik asked. Give me 3 months. But why do you need such a high gravity chamber? Plas inquired, puzzled. With the prior 20 years in consideration, Reik felt that a 3-month time frame for the gravity chamber was entirely acceptable, even finding Plas more agreeable. What else could I possibly need it for? Of course, it's for my training. I wouldn't let it just sit there as a decoration, Reik replied, somewhat irked. Plas, undeterred by Reik's demeanor, responded with curiosity. Do you realize that with increasing gravity, the pressure you must endure rises significantly? Moreover, it affects your entire body collectively. This is an entirely different concept from mere weight training. I am fully aware. The gravity of my home planet is 5 times that of Utalapa. Plas nodded, choosing not to continue the discussion on that topic. Chapter 25. The Revelation. Reik, when did you arrive on this planet? What was your purpose for coming here? Could you elaborate? Once the formalities were concluded, Plas asked with curiosity. There's nothing to hide. I came here 8 years ago, and my mission was to conquer this planet, a process we refer to as purification, Reik explained succinctly. What does purification entail? Plas probed further. Purification means eliminating all life forms on this planet, Reik stated. Upon hearing this, Plas shivered, feeling an icy chill as the temperature control system in the lab seemed to fail, offering him no warmth. "Are you serious?" Plas asked, his face pale, arms crossed tightly, his teeth chattering. Reik, noticing the fright he had instilled in the young man, felt a small sense of vindication. He shrugged and replied, "That was the original mission, but I never intended to carry it out." Plas sighed in relief, collapsing onto the floor, rendered speechless for a long while. Reik, unhurried, watched Plas with a bemused expression. Damn, truly the most intelligent being on the planet. In less than 5 minutes, Plas was back on his feet, his complexion considerably improved. "Reik, could you enlighten me about the cosmos?" "Certainly, though my knowledge is somewhat limited. I departed from my home planet at the tender age of 2. Upon hearing this, Plas's curiosity overshadowed the fright he had just experienced, as he gazed at Reik with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "The information in my mind reveals that planets are classified into 5 tiers, determined by factors such as combat prowess and levels of civilization. The highest levels are unnecessary for you to comprehend. Let me elaborate on the remaining tiers. First, we have the primitive or uncivilized planets, classified as level 1. Missions on these planets are typically executed solo, deploying low-tier warriors, with tasks primarily focused on purification followed by sale. Hold on, let me finish. Level 2 planets possess combat capabilities in the thousands or have developed a certain degree of civilization. For these, we usually dispatch combat teams to suppress the inhabitants, subsequently enslaving the natives for sale, with the planet potentially converted into a tourist destination or sold outright. Level 3 planets exhibit advanced technology or boast combat prowess in the tens of thousands. For these, elite warriors are sent to engage, and the planet may serve as a forward base or be sold. What were you about to say? Now's your chance to speak." After conveying this information in one breath, Reik inquired, "Surely our planet cannot be classified as level 2? Plas voiced his innermost doubt. "Damn it, speaking of this infuriates me. Those foolish reconnaissance teams. I don't know how they determined the classification, but they labeled your planet as level 2. If I ever lay eyes on them again, I will ensure they vanish without a trace." Reik's frustration bubbled over as he ranted, his teeth gritted in anger. Once he began, Reik could not cease, unleashing a torrent of expletives he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes for more than half an hour before finally pausing. Plas did not anticipate that his seemingly innocuous question would provoke such a reaction from Reik, and he refrained from interrupting. Even though many of the words were beyond his comprehension, he discerned they were far from kind. With a sigh of relief after releasing his pent-up frustrations, Reik continued, "I can assure you that your planet is at least classified as level 2, if not level 3. Just the other day, while retrieving my spacecraft, I encountered a creature with a combat power of 100,000. As for whether there are stronger beings, I am currently unaware, having not yet encountered any." Plas could grasp the separate statements, yet the contradiction between them left him puzzled. "I have a few questions." "Go ahead." "You arrived in a single-person spacecraft, which would categorize you as a lower-tier warrior." Plas looked at Reik. "Indeed," Reik affirmed with a nod. "And you mentioned battling a creature with 100,000 combat power a month ago. What does that signify? Do you not possess energy detectors?" "Combat power is roughly equivalent to your energy readings. 1 combat power corresponds to your 1 energy response." "What?" Plas was taken aback, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The energy detector is something he is all too familiar with. A mere 20,000 can obliterate their planet. Now, suddenly, a new threat of 100,000 emerges, indicating that just a month prior, he was at grave risk of annihilation. Who, upon hearing this, would not be terrified? Are your lower-tier warriors truly that formidable? I am an exception. Ordinarily, lower-tier warriors possess a power level ranging from 800 to 1200. That is somewhat reassuring. Plas patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. "What is your current combat strength? How did you fare against the monster we last encountered?" "I cannot provide an exact figure now. I can only offer a rough estimate. I managed to vanquish that creature. However, do not celebrate just yet. That monster had a whole clan. Even though I eliminated the strongest among them, there are still thousands with considerable power." Plas could hardly fathom how many times he had been startled by Reik today. He had learned to maintain his composure. Let it be destruction, he no longer wished to struggle. Where are those monsters? How is it that we, the inhabitants of this planet, remain in ignorance? They are located 30,000 miles away. Reik pointed towards the Rocky Mountains. That makes sense. That area is a no-go zone, and we have always been unaware of what lies within. I happen to have an energy detector, Do you wish to accurately assess your combat strength? Rex shook his head and replied, I have measured it before. Anything over 50,000 would result in an explosion. Plas nodded thoughtfully, his mind beginning to formulate plans for later. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave and return in 3 months. Rex glanced at the time. It was nearly lunchtime, and he did not wish to linger any longer. Plas shook his head and walked towards the exit to accompany Rex. Just as they exited the research facility, Rex halted Plas, preparing to ascend into the air. Wait, there is an anti-air system above. Flying will trigger alarms. Very well. You still need to rest. There are 20 years ahead of you. If you continue as you have this past month, I fear you may not endure for the full duration. Rex spoke with a weighty meaning. Understood. That was an exception due to the disassembly of the spacecraft, Plas explained. As they stepped outside, Rex slowly levitated. Just as he was about to fly back, a thought crossed his mind. He paused midair and turned to Plas with curiosity. Can you create a gravity ring? One that I could wear while eating and sleeping? Unfortunately, even if such a device existed, you could not wear it during meals or while resting. The food and bed would not withstand that kind of gravity. With his curiosity satisfied, Rex no longer lingered. He nodded at Plas and vanished into the sky. Chapter 26. Adventurers and adventure groups. On his flight back, Rex pondered how to navigate the forthcoming 20 years. When he entrusted the spaceship to Plas, he believed he would be departing within a few years. Thus, he had not invested much thought into this place. However, that was no longer the case. He was not a madman like Kakarot. Indeed, you heard correctly. In Rex's eyes, Kakarot was nothing short of insane. His life revolved around combat, training, eating, and sleeping, a monotonous cycle. Is this truly the life one ought to lead? There is no semblance of living, not even the ability to earn a livelihood. At times, he would abruptly retreat into seclusion, neglecting his home, preferring to dwell in the netherworld rather than return to life. Could it be that such a feat could be accomplished without a decade's worth of cerebral stagnation? Unlike Kakarot, Reik could not attain the same level of strength. While he remained resolute in his pursuit of power and eager to engage in combat with formidable adversaries, this did not define him entirely. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild building, Reik found himself devoid of clarity. Yet, one thing was evident. His primary objective was to amass wealth. It was futile to suggest that with his immense combat prowess he should resort to force to earn money. As previously mentioned, he had undergone 9 years of obligatory service and did not wish to become a mere enforcer. Thus, the pursuit of financial gain became paramount. He could not rely on charity indefinitely. With time on his hands, Reik meandered through the building. Although he resided there, he typically retreated directly to his room on the 3rd floor and had never explored other levels, remaining oblivious to the daily activities of his fellow adventurers. When Saiyan spotted Reik in the cafeteria on the 1st floor, he was taken aback. Reik, what brings you to the cafeteria today? Reik gazed upon the bustling scene. Groups of patrons engaged in lively conversation, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was a sight reminiscent of times long past. Please inform Laura that I will be dining in the cafeteria from now on, Reik replied with a subtle smile, making his way toward the serving area. Observing this, Saiyan promptly called Laura and followed closely behind Reik. Is there no charge for the meals in this cafeteria? Reik inquired with curiosity, noting the absence of any payment transactions. Indeed, there is no fee, Saiyan confirmed. But can you afford this? Reik questioned, glancing at the throng of over 100 individuals present. Not accounting for those absent from the cafeteria. We manage somehow. Most of the children here are orphans. I have personally brought each of them into the guild. It would be remiss of us to abandon them, Saiyan explained. Upon hearing this, Reik regarded the stern-looking man with newfound respect. No wonder this seasoned individual held such high esteem within the guild. Upon entering the cafeteria, Reik was greeted warmly by numerous patrons. Initially, he had expected the exchanges to be as perfunctory as those he experienced in his past life upon encountering a superior, but it was evidently far more genuine than that. How does your guild generate income? Surely no one is providing sponsorship? Reik's confusion was palpable. Typically, we accept commissions, ranging from locating lost pets to assisting the city defense team in combating crime. Otherwise, we venture outside to discover unknown creatures to sell to collectors. As you encountered us before, Saiyan elucidated with a smile. Despite our seemingly insignificant presence in the wild plains, that region is regarded as a forbidden zone. Our guild is the only one daring enough to traverse such distances within this city. Other cities boast numerous adventurer guilds of similar, or even greater caliber that have ventured into the wild plains, though they do so in different areas. When discussing the Adventurer Guild, Sihwan's demeanor transformed, radiating pride. Where do you accept missions? Reik inquired. Sihwan produced a circular device, tapping it a few times to project an image above, allowing for the selection of either individual or team missions. Certainly, the tasks within are categorized by levels. One cannot undertake a task without meeting the requisite rank. The classification is quite straightforward, divided into 16 levels, with the lowest being level 1 and the highest level 6. An individual can only accept minor tasks, which are merely sufficient for subsistence, unless one achieves a personal level of 4 or above, at which point one can earn an income comparable to that of a level 3 adventuring party. Upon logging in, Reik discovered that his personal level had reached 4, while his affiliated adventuring party was at level 3. How is this ranking determined? Is it based on combat strength or the quantity of tasks completed? Reik inquired, intrigued. As he sought to earn some money, this seemed an opportune endeavor for both profit and pastime. The criteria differ for individuals and teams. For individuals, the focus is primarily on combat strength, whereas teams consider both combat prowess and task quantity alongside completion rates. Four Eyes explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Reik paused his meal, straightened his posture, and asked, "What must I do to become an adventurer?" Four Eyes was taken aback by this unexpected query, not anticipating Reik's desire to become an adventurer, given his combat capabilities, which seemed ill-suited for such ambitions. However, upon reflection, he speculated that perhaps Reik found it amusing and wished to experience such a life, likely of fleeting interest. Four Eyes confidently proclaimed, "That is simple. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the guild." "Will we be conducting energy reaction detection at the guild tomorrow?" Reik asked. "Indeed, if you wish to forego the detection, you will be classified as a level 1 adventurer by default, or would you prefer to consider joining our adventuring party?" Four Eyes suggested. "Could you elaborate on the combat strength required for each of the 16 levels?" Reik continued, without acknowledging Four Eyes' previous remarks. Noticing a shift in Reik's demeanor, Four Eyes realized that he was not merely indulging a whim, but was rather taking this matter seriously, which warranted further inquiry. Level 1 is accessible to all. However, from level 2 onward, a combat strength of at least 100 is required, 800 for level 3, 2000 for level 4, 4000 for level 5, and 8000 for level 6. After absorbing this information, Reik formulated a plan. "Very well, lead me to the guild tomorrow." Meanwhile, during Reik and Four Eyes' conversation, the other patrons in the cafeteria had been casting glances at them, some knowingly familiar with Reik, while many merely recognized his presence. Living with Laura, most assumed he was a relative, unaware of his true circumstances. However, witnessing the respect their leader showed towards Reik today, they sensed something amiss. The leader's demeanor towards this youth was notably deferential. Some had never seen Reik before and became increasingly curious about him. Among them, a particular young girl fixated her gaze on Reik. After Reik exited the cafeteria, she stealthily followed him until he stood before Laura's residence. The girl called out to Reik. Chapter 27. The Farce. "Hey, who exactly are you?" A melodious voice rang out. Reik turned to see who it was. A slender girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, adorned with a pair of feline ears atop her head and brimming with vitality, called out to him. Although he was aware of someone trailing behind, he paid little attention, for the presence was feeble in his perception, rendering it unworthy of his concern. Who could have anticipated being addressed by this individual? Intrigued, he thought, shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Do you lack even the most basic manners? Reik retorted, questioning the girl. The girl regarded Reik with disdain and declared, "Listen well, you country bumpkin, I am Bellies, the future leader of the Badasso Adventure Group, and also your future superior." Reik gazed at the girl, who held her neck high, reminiscent of a proud peacock displaying its plumage. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha," he exclaimed, disregarding the furious blush that crept across Bellies' face, his mirth causing tears of laughter to stream down his cheeks. He never expected to encounter a scene reminiscent of a third-rate novel. This theatrical moment was simply delightful. Indeed, there existed individuals devoid of common sense in reality, and Reik felt he had gained new insights. "Why are you laughing? Shut your mouth," Bellies scolded in a petulant tone, her tightly clenched fists betraying her struggle to contain her anger. Although somewhat brash, her strength within the Badasso Adventure Group was commendable, apart from the founders. She ranked among the strongest, surpassing many seasoned members. Despite her sharp tongue, she possessed a kind heart, treating those in her group as family. Had she not witnessed her leader lowering himself before Reik today, feeling it a personal affront, she would not have approached him with such a sour demeanor. What? I can laugh if I want. Can you do anything about it? Reik taunted, wearing a mischievous grin. Bellies, pointing at him, was left momentarily speechless in her fury. You foolish girl, what do you think you are? Reik continued to provoke her, finding amusement in her struggle to restrain herself from retaliating. Ah! Bellies shrieked in frustration, tugging at her hair. I will kill you. I absolutely will. Her eyes glimmered with rage. Come on then. If you don't, I'll think you're beneath me. Reik goaded relentlessly. Just then, the door swung open, startling Lola, who had been drawn out by the commotion. Upon opening the door, she beheld Bellies, fists clenched, charging towards Reik. In a flurry, Lola intervened, blocking her path. Hey, sister, let me go. I must kill him, this country bumpkin. Bellies struggled fiercely in Lola's grasp. Initially alarmed, fearing Bellies might be harmed by Reik, Lola cautiously glanced at him. To her relief, he appeared not enraged, but rather entertained. As he watched Bellies with a look of amusement, sighing in relief, she noted Bellies' futile struggles and turned to her with a pleading expression. Hey, sister, please let me go. I promise I won't lay a hand on him. Remember your promise, Lola replied, gradually releasing her hold on Bellies. Yet, as soon as Bellies was free, she lunged once more at Reik. Despite her fierce words, she bore no intent to kill. Her sole desire was to teach Reik a lesson. Reik, sensing no murderous intent from her, allowed himself to be toyed with. Had she revealed her lethal intent, he would have dispatched her without hesitation. As Laura attempted to intervene with Bellies, she was halted by Reik's piercing gaze. Left with no options, Laura pleaded silently with her eyes, hoping he would go easy on her. Unbeknownst to Bellies, who was puzzled by Laura's lack of intervention, she suddenly found herself rushing towards Reik. Startled, she quickly tempered her strength, retracting it almost entirely. Reik noticed her subtle adjustment and inclined his head slightly, evading Bellies' punch by a mere sidestep. Yet, Bellies was relentless, charging towards Reik's back, their positions reversed. Country bumpkin, I see you possess some skill. Bellies remarked with newfound seriousness before launching another assault. Straight punches, elbow strikes, swinging hooks, knee thrusts, and flying kicks. Bellies unleashed a barrage, all of which Reik deftly dodged. As the intensity of her attacks escalated, it became evident that the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable, leaving her exhausted and drenched in sweat after half an hour of unyielding effort. Bent over, hands on her knees, she glared at Reik with fierce determination. Coward! If you have the ability, don't shy away. Come face me. The foolish girl has stamina, but her skills are lacking. I'm growing drowsy. Farewell. Reik yawned before retreating into Laura's residence. Coward, don't run. Bellies shouted defiantly at the closed door. That's enough for today, Bellies. Let us head downstairs, Laura said, sensing Reik's waning interest. Despite Bellies' continued provocations, Laura firmly grasped her arm and led her away. Reik, behind the door, wore a smile. He had thoroughly enjoyed the amusing spectacle and committed Bellies' name and appearance to memory. Laura, still holding on to Bellies, found their leader. Bellies, resigned and dejected, followed Laura without resistance, acutely aware of the gulf between herself and Reik. Her frustration manifested as a futile roar of indignation. She was unwilling to concede defeat. Four Eyes, curious about the recent encounter, awaited an explanation from Laura. Just as Laura began to speak, Bellies interjected, bowing to Four Eyes and declaring, Boss, please train me. I wish to grow stronger. Four Eyes, perplexed but moved by the determination in her eyes, nodded without questioning her motives. Very well, but be prepared to endure hardship. Boss, I will demonstrate my resolve, she replied, turning away without a backward glance. Four Eyes cast a questioning glance at Laura, who recounted the events that had transpired at her door, sharing her thoughts as well. They exchanged wry smiles. Boss, perhaps you should encourage Bellies, Laura suggested. Sihua pondered for a moment, recalling Bellies' spirited demeanor from earlier, and shook his head, dismissing Lola's suggestion. This might be a fortuitous turn of events. Ever since Bellies surpassed the elders within the group in strength, she had shown little dedication to her training. Perhaps this time would prove beneficial. Lola shot a disapproving glance at the leader. But she shouldn't be aiming for Reik. Aren't you just pushing her towards the abyss? Sihua stroked his chin and replied. Rest assured, I know my limits. Just let it be. With a shake of her head, Lola departed. Chapter 28. The jester the following day, after Sihua met with Reik, he conveyed the news that Bellies had sought him out for training. She likely intends to stir up trouble. I hope you can be lenient, Sihua implored. Of course. It's a rare opportunity for amusement, and I shall cherish it, Reik responded with a broad grin. Sihua silently mourned for Bellies, praying that Reik would be gentle. At least with Reik's assurance, Bellies was not in mortal peril. Before long, the two arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Upon entering the hall, aside from the staff, only a handful of individuals lingered within. Sihua held a certain stature in this small town. As soon as he stepped inside, someone approached to greet him. Captain Pat. It's been a while. Please follow me to the reception room on the second floor. Very well, lead the way, Sihua replied. However, as they ascended to the second floor, they encountered a towering figure, a burly man with a beard and a single eye, standing over 2 meters tall, accompanied by a well-groomed young man sporting glasses and slicked-back hair. Upon seeing Pat, the giant sneered. Ah, if it isn't our illustrious Captain Pat. I heard you scurried back from the wild plains. What are you doing out and about instead of hiding at home? Pat's gaze hardened, ignoring the giant and focusing instead on the well-dressed young man, stating coldly, Haddon, keep your lapdog in check, lest he gets too feisty and ends up losing his teeth. You're looking for trouble. The giant bellowed, preparing to strike. A light cough from Haddon halted him. Adjusting his glasses, he chuckled. Pat, my younger brother merely spoke the truth, did he not? Did you not flee from the wild plains? Why have you still not submitted your mission report? What I choose to do with my reports is of no concern to you. Mind your own business. Huh. I hear your adventuring group is facing financial difficulties. If you're on the verge of collapse, just say so, and I could take it off your hands. Our group's affairs do not require your meddling. You should worry about your own life, lest you find yourself eliminated. Pat's eyes gleamed with menace. Haddon shrugged nonchalantly. Many wish for my demise, yet here I stand, thriving. Does that irritate you, boss? Do not call me boss. I have no use for treacherous backstabbers like you. Pat's murderous intent intensified. Hey, could you move aside? You're obstructing the way, Reik interjected, drawing the attention of everyone present. Little brat, didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt when adults are speaking? Pat, it seems you have regressed further. When did you assume the role of a caretaker? Before Hutton could utter a word, the burly man interjected. Reik stared at the group, gradually losing his patience. Was this pathetic display not a blatant waste of his time? How dare this insignificant creature frolic before him, courting disaster? Pat, shall I assist you in eliminating them all? Reik suggested. No sooner had he spoken than the burly man lunged towards him. Upon witnessing the audacity of his opponent, Reik's irritation surged. This was an affront to his very being. In a fleeting moment, it appeared as though Reik remained still, yet the burly man's hand halted midair. A resounding thud echoed as the man collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound now marring his chest. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Hutton's forehead glistened with cold sweat. His lips pale, resembling a statue frozen in fear, unable to meet Reik's gaze. He was all too aware of the man's formidable prowess, possessing over 900 units of energy. Yet he had been dispatched without so much as a struggle, leaving Hutton in sheer disbelief. Pat, do you require my assistance in dealing with the remaining one? Reik broke the silence once more. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Allow me to handle him. I have a score to settle, Pat replied resolutely. Refusing Reik's offer, he felt compelled to confront Hutton himself, to honor the memory of his fallen brothers. It was revealed that Pat and Hutton once belonged to the same adventuring party, which had been decimated due to Hutton's betrayal, leaving only Pat alive. The Beautisur adventuring group was the new entity Pat had reformed, comprising many children who were the offspring of his late comrades. Reik shrugged and continued alongside Pat toward the reception room. As they passed Hutton, Reik remarked, You wretched creature, should you dare to prance before me again, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Once Reik and his companions departed, Hutton slumped to the ground, engulfed in sheer panic. He was genuinely terrified of Reik. After taking several deep breaths, he fled the scene without even addressing the fallen man's body, scrambling away as though pursued by demons. It was only when he returned to his residence that his emotions began to settle. He realized he could no longer remain in this city. He needed to leave immediately. Meanwhile, the receptionist hurriedly escorted Reik and Pat to the reception room before rushing out to summon aid. President, a monster has just arrived, and your presence is required. The receptionist informed a venerable elder with a shock of white hair. What transpired? Take a moment to compose yourself, the president said. recognizing the receptionist's distress as he poured him a glass of water. After taking a sip to calm his nerves, the receptionist relayed the events that had just unfolded. "What are we waiting for? You handle the body. I shall head to the reception room at once," the president declared, unable to remain seated after hearing the news. As he stood at the entrance of the reception room, he straightened his attire and donned a warm smile before entering. "Pat, it has been far too long. You never come to check on this old man. What brings you here today?" It must be said that age brings wisdom. The president immediately expressed his closeness to Pat before inquiring about matters. "My apologies, dear president, but you are well aware that I have over 100 mouths to feed, and time is a luxury I cannot afford. As for my visit today, I am merely accompanying Reik to obtain his adventurer's credentials." Pat, not one to be naive, understood the president's intentions and graciously began with an apology, then pointed to Reik to clarify the purpose of our visit. "Did it really require your busy self to come all this way for such trivial matters? A simple phone call would suffice, and I could arrange for someone to come to you." The president shot a reproachful glance at Pat before turning his attention to Reik. The image of Reik's cherubic face lingered in his mind. Had he not just heard the receptionist's words? The president could hardly have imagined that this seemingly harmless child possessed such strength. He refrained from unnecessary chatter and got straight to the point. "Young brother Reik, let us proceed. I shall conduct a scan for you." Reik leapt off the sofa, mimicking Kakaro, with his hands clasped behind his head, following the president. Chapter 29. Undertaking a task standing before the energy detector, the president declared, "Reik, let us begin. Hurry up. You are wasting too much of my time." Reik had already controlled his combat power at 8,000, thus he urged him on. Beep, beep. Observing the reading of 8,000 on the device, the president was not overly surprised. Having listened to the receptionist's description, he had anticipated Reik's considerable energy response. Upon entering the reception room, he had sensed it discreetly. Despite his appearance, the president still possessed a combat power of 2,000, with sufficient experience under his belt. While he could not perceive emotions, he had his own methods of discerning danger. Reik gave him the same impression as those he had encountered in his youth, with an energy response of 8,000, and his instincts warned him to keep his distance from Reik. After handing Reik the credentials of a level 6 adventurer along with a communicator, he respectfully escorted him to the door. Watching Reik's departing figure, he silently rejoiced. "Goodness, at my age, I still find myself under such pressure. I shall resign from this wretched job tomorrow and return to spend time with my grandchildren." Unbeknownst to Reik, he had inadvertently intimidated a guild president into retirement. He was engrossed in fiddling with the adventurer's exclusive communicator, scrolling through a multitude of tasks with evident enthusiasm. At that moment, a task caught his eye. It was issued by a research facility from his old acquaintance, Plas. The task required the capture of a rock monster, with no specific energy response mandated. Upon seeing this, Reik understood Plas's intention. He sought to uncover the creature's weaknesses for future reference. With a casual click, he accepted the task. Reik was in no rush to complete it, nor did he fear others might snatch it from him. He returned to his quarters with Pat. Throughout the day, Reik did not venture outside. Instead, he diligently explored the tasks available. Some tasks genuinely piqued his interest. For instance, there was one that required a temporary instructor with an energy response of 500 for a month, and another that sought a faux boyfriend to appease parental expectations. In summary, the situation was quite chaotic, and Reik experienced a sense of déjà vu while perusing the recruitment information. Unbeknownst to him, he spent the entire night scrolling through it. "Lola, I'm off to complete a task. No need to prepare my meals," he declared. As dawn broke, Reik soared towards the Rocky Mountains. His method of capturing the rock creature was rather straightforward and forceful. He shattered its limbs and lifted it as he flew back. In just 2 hours, he had accomplished his mission. "Plas, open the door. I'm here to submit my task," Reik shouted while hovering above Plas. Plas rushed out of the laboratory, gazing at Reik and the rock creature above, hastily turning off the air raid alarm. "All right, you can come down now," Plas called out loudly. "Do you have a place to confine this creature?" Reik inquired, holding up the towering behemoth that stood 200 meters tall. Plas's mouth twitched in disbelief. "Is it really that large? What did you expect? I even chose a smaller one. The higher its combat capability, the larger its size. The one I took down before was over 1,000 meters high." Plas was nearly in tears, realizing that the confinement chamber he had prepared was only 10 meters tall, while Reik held a 200-meter giant, leaving him utterly despondent. "I have nowhere to confine it. I prepared too small a space," he lamented. Reik, observing Plass's predicament, felt equally troubled. I can't just keep holding this thing, can I? How about I destroy it, and when you're ready with a proper space next time, I'll capture another? Wait, let me think, Plass said, frantically pacing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, I've got it. A research facility I worked at has ample space for confinement. I'll contact them right away. Please wait for me. All right, make it quick. I have another task to complete, Reik urged. Once Plass made the necessary arrangements, Reik added, Professor, I trust these matters won't hinder the construction of the spaceship. Let us consider this a one-time occurrence. He held the rock creature aloft, his words laden with significance. As everyone suspected, the primary reason Reik accepted this task was to issue a warning to Plass. While the commission was substantial, it paled in comparison to the importance of the spaceship in Reik's eyes. Having devoted a third of his existence to this endeavor, he could not tolerate any form of negligence. Without casting another glance at Plass, Reik vanished into the horizon. Plass, having understood Reik's warning, realized his status in Reik's eyes. Undoubtedly, their relationship had evolved from mere collaborators to a master-subordinate dynamic, all stemming from the dismantling of Reik's spaceship and the subsequent 20-year wait for a replacement. Comprehending his predicament, Plass plunged back into the research facility. Meanwhile, after fulfilling Plass's task, Reik disregarded the curious gazes of the researchers who regarded him as a monster and headed straight for his next mission. This task had been posted by the mother of a boy living in a slum, and it was essentially the least lucrative on the task list, offering a mere 50 maris. The task entailed finding a child of similar age to spend the day playing with her son. When Reik located the boy, he was rummaging through a trash bin with utmost diligence. The boy's earnest and determined demeanor compelled Reik to refrain from interrupting him, so he patiently waited until the boy finished his scavenging. Once the boy was done, Reik finally spoke. Hello, are you by any chance named Lanshin? The boy turned his gaze upon Reik, his small face brimming with confusion, unsure of how this well-dressed boy knew his name and why he had called out to him. It's me. May I inquire who you are? What business do you have with me? The boy was clad in patched clothing, yet they were clean, indicating that the person who washed them had taken great care. What struck Reik most were the boy's eyes, azure orbs radiating clarity and brimming with hope for life. Your mother has entrusted me to find you and asked me to keep you company for a day, Reik spoke softly. No, you should go. I need to continue collecting trash. My mother is waiting for money to buy medicine. Though the boy's eyes sparkled with a yearning for play, he still declined Reik's offer. Reik was taken aback, caught off guard by this unexpected response, uncertain of how to proceed. When will you have time then? Let me know when you're free, and I shall return. Really, it's unnecessary. I must collect trash every day for money. The boy, Lanshin, reiterated his refusal. Then allow me to accompany you, Reik proposed. While he could not assist with the task of collecting trash, merely being by the boy's side was within his capabilities. Suit yourself. Reik failed to notice the broad smile that blossomed on Lanshin's face. Thus, he observed Lanshin tirelessly scavenging for trash from dawn till dusk, sorting through refuse, and ultimately selling it. He followed Lanshin all the way to his doorstep. Chapter 30. Moving, are you not returning home? Hurry back, or your parents will worry, Lanshin urged. Reik shook his head, surveying the so-called dwelling before him. It was far worse than the cave he called home. Merely a haphazard assembly of wooden beams covered by a plastic sheet, surrounded by heaps of garbage. This environment would be detrimental even to the healthiest of individuals. I have no parents. Go inside and see your mother, Reik said. Upon hearing this, Lanshin repeatedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, it was not my intention. It's all right. Lead the way, Reik responded. Mother, I'm back, and I've brought a friend, Lanshin announced as he lifted the plastic cover. Cough, cough. Please, take good care of your friend. Do not mind me. A frail woman lay amidst the grass, her body gaunt, with sunken eyes. Perceiving her condition, Reik furrowed his brow in concern. The woman's health was critically poor. Prolonged suffering, compounded by the inability to afford medicine, had brought her to the brink of collapse. He called out to Lanshin, ready to offer him a chance. Lanshin, would you consider joining me in my training? I will arrange for someone to take your mother to the hospital. Her condition is dire. Without treatment, she will not survive a month. Ah, please, save my mother. I will do anything you ask, Lanshin pleaded, dropping to his knees and bowing his head in supplication upon hearing of his mother's plight. Reik, no longer willing to waste time, produced a communicator and sent a message to Pat. He then turned to Lanshin, saying, Rise, I have made the necessary arrangements. Thank you, thank you. Lanshin exclaimed. You will accompany your mother to the hospital, and once she recovers, you may come find me. Before long, Pat arrived with the doctor. Reik beckoned Pat aside and said, You will accompany them to the hospital shortly, arrange for someone to care for them, and once their ailments are healed, bring them to me. Pointing at Lanshin, Reik continued, This child will henceforth accompany me in my cultivation. Assist me in finding a residence. As I intend to relocate from your building. Pat asked, Have we been inadequate in our hospitality? Reik waved his hand, dismissing the notion. It has nothing to do with you. I have my own plans and had already intended to move out in due course. Now, these two matters align fortuitously. Very well. I shall take care of this matter, Pat replied, visibly relieved. Reik nodded, exchanged a few words with Lanshin, and then departed. Lying in bed, Reik reminisced about his mother from a past life. Both Lanshin and his mother had deeply moved him that day. Unbeknownst to him, the cells within his body were rapidly dividing and proliferating. For the next few days, Reik refrained from undertaking any tasks and remained in his room. Laura had also learned of his intention to move out and had run off in tears. However, someone later consoled her, and by the following day, her spirits had returned. This experience revealed to Reik the capriciousness of women. Reik, I have found a place for you. Come and see, Pat's voice called from outside the door. Reik opened the door and followed Pat downstairs. As they walked, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Why do you say that? He inquired. Pat led him toward the rear of the building and stopped less than 100 meters away. Reik observed that the new residence was merely separated from the building by a wall, leaving him speechless. He anticipated Pat playing tricks on him. No wonder it had taken several days to find a place. He must have been negotiating with the owner behind the building. Shaking his head in resignation, Reik did not blame Pat. Knowing he would remain on this planet for another 20 years, he sought to establish a home, irrespective of its location. He had already formulated a preliminary plan to stay in this city for a maximum of 10 years and then explore the entire planet during the remaining decade. The moving process was swift. Once Reik settled in, the relocation was deemed complete. Hey, Reik, didn't you say you would take Lanshin to cultivate? Can our group join you as well? Pat inquired cautiously, having conceived this idea after hearing the news from Reik. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to secure a residence behind the building. Your progress differs. Let's wait a year. Once Lanshin catches up to your level, you may all practice together. Reik did not refuse. Even disregarding Pat's feelings, he owed a debt of gratitude to Laura for caring for him for several months. All right, I will share this good news with everyone. You should rest now. Wait, how is Lanshin's mother faring in the hospital? Reik asked. She is stabilized, but she will likely need to stay in the hospital for several months. Then tell her not to rush over. Wait until her mother is discharged, and they can come together. Observing Pat's anxious demeanor, Reik waved him off, allowing him to return to convey the message. Upon returning to the building, Pat summoned everyone to the training room, sharing the delightful news that in a year's time, they would have the opportunity to train under a formidable master. He urged everyone to immerse themselves in their training over the coming year. Those aware of Lake's prowess speculated on whom the leader referred to, their faces lighting up with joy. Among them, the most elated was Saiyan. For this was not only a chance for him to grow stronger, but also an opportunity to dispel the shadows haunting him. If he could rid himself of these burdens, he believed he could surpass everyone in the group and firmly establish himself as the top expert. Conversely, those unfamiliar with Lake's strength were left guessing. Their expectations not particularly high. They merely nodded along, acknowledging the leader's words with reluctance. Pat remained indifferent to their thoughts. Strengthening oneself was a personal journey, and he had provided the opportunity for all. How far they could ascend thereafter was beyond his concern. As Pat exited the training room, he felt a buoyancy in his spirit. However, before he could venture far, he was halted. Leader, do not leave. Bellies, is there something you need? Pat inquired casually, clearly having forgotten his promise to assist Bellies with her training. Did you not promise to help me train? I have waited for several days without a word from you, and finding you has proven impossible. Have you completely forgotten? Bellies glared at Pat, her eyes wide with indignation. Pat realized he had indeed overlooked his commitment, and as the young girl confronted him, he felt a pang of guilt. Nonetheless, he masked his unease with sincerity and replied, Am I truly such an unreliable leader? I have been preparing the necessary items for your training over the past few days. We can commence the day after tomorrow. Simply come to my house to find me. Bellies scrutinized Pat's eyes, and after a moment, as if arriving at a conclusion, she nodded in satisfaction and departed with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 31. The gravity chamber acquired today marked the day agreed upon by Lake and Plas. Country bumpkin, perish. As Lake stepped out of his home, a loud shout rang out. Damn it, I've been stuck with this pest. Lake muttered to himself, tilting his head back just in time to evade a flying kick. Foolish girl, I have matters to attend to today and no time for games. All right. Bellies, furious yet laughing in exasperation, trembled with rage. Her months of relentless training dismissed as mere play in Lake's eyes. How could she possibly accept this? Reading the expression on Bellies' face, Lake knew he was in trouble. Over the past 3 months, any slight progress she perceived would prompt her to seek vengeance. He was taken aback by how vengeful she could be. It was merely a moment of provocation, yet she seemed unable to let it go. Weighing his options, Lake pondered whether to incapacitate her or simply flee, all while deftly dodging her strikes. Bellies' punches sliced through the air, grazing Lake's cheek, as he flickered and appeared behind her. With a finger extended, he aimed at the nape of her neck. Bellies' eyes rolled back as she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Was it really necessary? Reik shook his head, disregarding Bellies lying on the ground, and soared towards the Plas residence. While he would typically relish the opportunity to play with her, his mind was now consumed with curiosity about the gravity chamber, leaving no room for entanglements. Observing her demeanor, she did not appear to be the most communicative of companions, prompting Reik to take action. This marked the first occasion he had laid a hand on Bellies. The thought of her disgruntled expression after each of their playful encounters brought him amusement, adding a touch of joy to his otherwise monotonous existence. Regarding his tasks, Reik had seldom accepted assignments lately, merely taking on 1 or 2 to pass the time, while devoting the remainder of his hours to contemplating his energy manipulation. Upon arriving at the Plas residence, he spotted his companion waiting for him from a distance. Raising his hand, he greeted, "Professor, it's been a while. Has the gravity chamber been completed?" "Indeed, follow me," Plas replied. As they walked, Plas remarked, "It seems fortune has smiled upon us. I was initially troubled by how to resolve the energy issue for the gravity chamber, but just then, I received some excellent news from the Research Institute. After dissecting the monster you sent last time, they discovered energy cores within its body, which possess enough energy to sustain your gravity chamber for a decade." At this revelation, Reik initially felt elated, but his brow soon furrowed. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Plas seemed to read his thoughts and continued. "I have entrusted the research of that monster entirely to the Institute. Once the energy cores were found, it became a matter of national interest, and they are diligently working to capture that creature for further study. Were it not for your previous contribution, we might not have access to these energy cores today. Additionally, I have a question for you, and I would like your opinion." Standing before the gravity chamber, Plas refrained from introducing it immediately, awaiting Reik's response. "What is it? Please, go ahead," Reik replied, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the cube-shaped gravity chamber. "Regarding your spacecraft development, can the state allocate personnel to assist?" Plas inquired. Locking eyes with Reik, Reik diverted his gaze from the gravity chamber to Plas, contemplating before asking, "Will this expedite the development timeline? Can you ensure the spacecraft won't be tampered with?" "I cannot guarantee an accelerated timeline, but there is a reasonable hope," Plas responded uncertainly, pausing to reveal an expression of immense confidence as he continued, "As for anyone daring to sabotage me, such individuals have yet to be born." "Nonsense. I know of a doctor from another planet who, under similar conditions, managed to develop both a spacecraft and a gravity chamber within a month. This was despite the fact that they spent several days solely addressing the acoustic issues within the spacecraft." Reik glared at Plas, his irritation apparent as he delivered an unrelenting rebuttal. "Impossible," Plas exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he stammered. Reik rolled his eyes and asserted firmly, "I can assure you, this is the truth. Otherwise, why do you think I am not allowing you to pursue other projects and instead focusing all efforts on the spacecraft? If you doubt me, accompany me. I will introduce you to him." Plas felt his worldview shatter, unable to fathom the extent of the prowess possessed by the individual Reik referred to. Upon hearing that Reik could take him to meet the person he spoke of, Plas felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. He eagerly inquired, "Is it true? Can you genuinely bring me to meet this individual?" His demeanor transformed into one of fervor, akin to that of a devotee yearning to encounter a deity. For beings like them, who thrived on cerebral prowess, nothing was more alluring than the prospect of meeting someone even more intellectually gifted. Enough of this. Such matters can wait. until we can construct the spacecraft. We must remain here in the dust. As for your suggestion of sending representatives from the nation, I concur. For now, please introduce me to the gravity chamber, Reik interjected, interrupting Plas's daydream. Plas, now preoccupied with thoughts of the gravity chamber, had intended to boast to Reik. However, after hearing Reik speak, any desire for ostentation vanished. He hastily relayed the details of the gravity chamber to Reik and pointed to a button, stating, "If you do not comprehend, simply press this, and a detailed explanation will ensue. By the way, the multiplier is based on half the gravity of our planet." Without another word, he rushed into the research room, leaving Reik alone in the gravity chamber. Reik stood there, momentarily taken aback by Plas's fervent departure, before shaking his head with a wry smile. Who could he blame? Had he not divulged the information about Dr. Brevis, Plas would not have reacted so. Yet, for Reik, this was a fortuitous turn of events, potentially accelerating the development of the spacecraft. Seated within the gravity chamber, Reik meticulously reviewed the detailed procedures repeatedly. He was not like Kakarot or Vegeta, who had two brilliant scientists backing them. If their gravity chamber were to be destroyed, they could quickly reconstruct it. Reik, however, treasured this gravity chamber, knowing that any mishap on his part would not only necessitate its reconstruction, but would also delay the spacecraft's development timeline. Such a scenario would likely leave Reik in despair. Not long after Reik's departure, Bellies awakened, lying on the ground, momentarily dazed. She had not anticipated that despite her relentless training, the gap between herself and Reik remained so vast. Unbeknownst to her, since recovering from his last injury, Reik's combat power had gradually risen to 270,000. A look of confusion clouded Bellies' eyes as she pondered her motivations. Initially, it was a matter of pride. Later, she found herself relishing the daily growth in her strength. From a distance, Pat approached slowly, standing beside Bellies. "What is the matter? Have you given up, little girl?" His words struck her like a thunderbolt, dispelling the confusion in her gaze, which was gradually replaced by determination. Clenching her fists, she resolutely declared, "I will not give up. Just you wait, country bumpkin." Chapter 32. The initial experience in the gravity chamber. When Reik returned home, holding the gravity chamber, he found that Bellies and the others had already departed. Finding a clear space, he carefully positioned the gravity chamber, feeling joy while once again marveling at the convenience of the multifunctional capsule. Entering the gravity chamber, he gazed at the buttons for adjusting the multiplier and, filled with anticipation, set the gravity to 10 times. With a hum, Reik felt a weight descend upon him, accompanied by a slight discomfort. He stood still for a moment, moving his body until the unease dissipated completely, before once again adjusting the multiplier. As the gravity reached 30 times, Reik distinctly felt a pressure on his eyes, prompting his fingers to withdraw from the button. Although his body could endure the strain, he could not guarantee that his eyes could withstand any greater intensity, for he had never subjected them to such exertion. In previous battles, he had always been shielded by his ki, which had spared him from harm. The necessity of the gravity chamber for Reik was not merely due to its portrayal as a formidable instrument of strength in the original narrative, but also because he had come to recognize his own vulnerabilities. Simple weight training was insufficient to meet his needs, as it failed to address numerous aspects of his physical conditioning. Take Gohan from Dragon Ball Super, for instance. In the original story, he was inexplicably injured by an energy gun, which struck Reik as utterly preposterous, even if he had been at his weakest. Such a comparison with Kakarot and the others only underscored Gohan's shortcomings. In truth, during that time, Gohan's combat power must have exceeded 10 billion, yet he was wounded by an object with a power level of no more than 10,000. Absurdity, sheer absurdity. Based on his understanding from the anime and his current experiences, Reik could only speculate that Gohan's physique was too fragile. Gohan had never undergone gravity training. All his combat prowess was sustained by the ki within him. Without that protective ki, his body was no stronger than an ordinary person's. One could only wonder how his frail form could accommodate the immense ki within. Reik attributed this anomaly to the distinct rules of the world. This also elucidated how Kakarot could transition from enduring 10 times gravity to withstanding 100 times within a week. He must have trained his body and ki simultaneously. Furthermore, it underscored a vital principle. In the Dragon Ball universe, physical strength influences the growth of one's ki, while merely increasing ki without enhancing the body does not lead to greater physical prowess. With Gohan standing as a living testament to this principle, Reik was determined to find ways to compensate. He did not wish to meet an untimely end without understanding why. At his young age, remaining on Yudarapo was advantageous, as he could gradually acclimatize his body to greater gravity, fortifying his physique and using that strength to propel the growth of his ki. For an entire day, Reik devoted himself to the fundamentals, slowly adjusting to the gravity and enhancing his constitution. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, he encountered Pat and Lola waiting outside. "How did you get here? Is there something you need?" Reik inquired with a hint of confusion. Lola shot him an exasperated glance, internally chastising. "This brat is insufferable. Can't I come over without a reason?" Pat interjected. "Reik, Blush and the others will be discharged tomorrow. Should we bring them here directly?" Taken aback, Reik paused momentarily before recalling whom Pat was referring to. "Yes, let us bring them over," he replied with a slight nod. As Reik turned to head for a shower, he noticed both of them staring intently at the gravity chamber. "Reik, is this the gravity chamber you had Professor Plas create?" Lola asked with curiosity, her eagerness palpable. "Indeed. Would you like to give it a try?" Reik inquired, having sensed their desire. They nodded enthusiastically, almost worryingly so. "Tomorrow, please assist me in finding a few individuals to keep watch. No one is to approach the gravity chamber," Reik instructed Pat as he took his position inside the chamber. He feared that someone might sneak in, partly out of concern that others would damage the gravity chamber, and partly because the chamber was perilous, especially for those in the Dabo's adventure team. The same applied to you. This apparatus is far too unfamiliar and hazardous for you, and a moment's inattention could result in being crushed. Pat absorbed Rek's words, while Lola appeared somewhat indifferent. Reik noticed their expressions but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he directly adjusted the gravity to 10 times its normal level. With a loud thud, both fell to the ground. The gravity equivalent to 5 times that of Eudalpa suddenly descended upon Pat and Lola, leaving them no time to react as they were pinned to the floor. They were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, as a heavy pressure enveloped them, with every cell in their bodies protesting, gritting their teeth and summoning their strength. They gradually managed to rise. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, their faces flushed red. Reik observed them quietly, knowing that, given their combat abilities, they should not be in such a disheveled state. Their predicament stemmed from their lack of preparation and failure to channel their internal energy for protection. It is worth noting that Kakarot's initial experience under 10 times gravity was quite similar, yet at that time, his power level was barely 500, even less when factoring in his explosive energy. In contrast, Pat and Lola had undergone several months of training, each boasting power levels exceeding 1,000, with Pat even surpassing 1,500. After approximately 10 minutes, both began to feel slightly better. Observing this, Reik promptly deactivated the gravity. Whoosh! They exhaled deeply in relief. From this, Reik discerned that their bodies were indeed inferior to those of the Saiyans. A Saiyan's physique would have adapted far more swiftly. He had just realized that if the two remained under 10 times gravity for an extended period, they might sustain minor injuries, though these would be negligible, as their bodies would eventually recover. However, Saiyans would not suffer such damage easily. They would merely experience fatigue, which could be remedied with increased nourishment. "How does that feel?" Reik smirked mischievously at them. Pat, still in disbelief, asked incredulously, "Have you been training in this environment all day?" "Not quite. I was under 30 times gravity, while you just experienced 10 times. Pat forced a smile, secretly impressed. Lola, however, could not tolerate Reik's demeanor and retorted sarcastically, "You can't be that much stronger than us. It's only 3 times more." "You wouldn't understand," Reik replied, choosing not to engage in a debate with her, his expression enigmatic. Although Lola was unclear about the meaning behind Reik's words, she speculated, based on what followed, that it was not a compliment. 30 times gravity could flatten you in an instant. With that remark, Reik shut off the power and strode outside. He would begin instructing Longsheen in her training the following day, as he too needed to enhance his physical prowess. The days ahead would be eventful. Whistling, Reik entered his home, leaving Pat and Lola exchanging glances. Chapter 33. Instructing Longsheen. Reik had already formulated a plan for how to train Longsheen. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no training philosophy more foundational than that of Master Roshi. Even Reik has adhered to his teachings diligently. The 4 maxims of proper rest, wholesome meals, dedicated study, and rigorous exercise have transformed Kakarot into the mightiest warrior in the universe. It would be folly for Reik to ignore such a valuable method in favor of trial and error. Although reading may never be a pursuit of his, he has not been idle during this time. He has gathered a wealth of training philosophies and methodologies from this planet, continuously learning, absorbing, and assimilating the knowledge of others into his own. The following day, while Reik was meditating in the courtyard, Pat arrived with Blueheart and her child. Upon their meeting, Blueheart's mother immediately took her child by the hand and knelt before Reik. "Benefactor, thank you. We shall repay your kindness for a lifetime." Reik, sensing their presence, swiftly appeared beside them and gently lifted them up, for he was still unaccustomed to such displays of reverence. It felt excessively awkward to him. "Please, no need to kneel. From now on, you shall tend to our daily needs, and Blueheart will train under me. I prefer not to have anyone bowing before me." Blueheart's mother stood there, bewildered, as kneeling and bowing were all she knew as expressions of gratitude. With Reik's intervention, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Noticing her discomfort, Reik smiled and said, "I have a considerable appetite, often consuming the equivalent of 50 meals in one sitting. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply prepare me some delicious dishes in the future." "Of course, I will strive to do so," she replied eagerly. "And may I ask how to address you?" "My name is UTI," she responded. Reik scrutinized UTI, nodding inwardly as he acknowledged that she was no longer the same as she had been 3 months prior. "Very well. You may go and tidy up your living quarters today. Tomorrow, Blueheart will commence her training with me, so be prepared." "Yes, Master," Blueheart said respectfully. "No need to call me Master. Just refer to me as Reik from now on. Now go. Enough of idle chatter. What I say goes. And I shall not entertain any objections." Noticing that Blueheart seemed poised to speak, Reik preemptively dismissed them. "For eyes, please arrange for a tutor for me tomorrow." "Huh." Pat instinctively nodded, then questioned whether he had misheard, staring at Reik in astonishment. "A tutor? Is that really useful?" he asked, puzzled. "Oh my goodness. Please don't tell me your adventuring group is comprised entirely of illiterates." Reik placed a hand on his forehead, exuding exasperation. "Our training focuses on combat and task execution. We also teach basic literacy and arithmetic." Realizing they were not entirely illiterate, Reik felt somewhat relieved. He understood their circumstances. Their profession was fraught with danger. Before mastering the art of harnessing energy, their combat abilities relied solely on physical growth or gradual development, necessitating extensive physical training that consumed most of their time, leaving little opportunity for study. Although Reik had imparted the methods of energy cultivation, it was still too early for them to grasp the significance of the mind. Reading not only enhances their intellect, but also aids in purifying their hearts. Even if Reik were to reveal everything to them now, the years of experience would be difficult to amend, and they could only await their own realization. Thus, Reik, feeling unmotivated to elaborate further, remarked that only children possessed the greatest capacity for transformation. "Very well, I suggest you seek a mentor to properly educate the children of the adventure group," Reik stated with gravity. Eventually, Pat left with a sense of confusion. Although he was uncertain why Reik had said such things, he was nonetheless prepared to give it a try, as it would not cost him much. "Delicious. UTI, your culinary skills are commendable," Reik exclaimed, shoveling a plate of meatballs into his mouth, urging them to partake in the meal. Reik was quite satisfied with UTI's cooking, though he felt the preparation was somewhat meager. Reik's voracious appetite left Longsheen and her child astonished. At the pace Reik was eating, they feared that if they did not act soon, there would be nothing left. "Longsheen, let me tell you, if you do not eat your fill today, you might perish during your training tomorrow," Reik noted, perceiving their hesitation. He exaggerated his statement, relinquishing further concern for them as he engaged in a battle with the food. The two, particularly UTI, dared not delay, constantly replenishing Longsheen's plate, fearing she might not be satiated enough to survive another day of training. Upon returning, Pat announced the decision to find a teacher for the children. The elders were largely indifferent, as they were not required to attend classes, yet their hearts brimmed with questions, unsure of what the eldest was up to. The children of the group, however, responded differently, erupting in cries of protest, some even organizing to confront the elder. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile. All those who protested were swiftly suppressed, extinguishing their hopes and demonstrating his unwavering resolve. "Put it on," Reik commanded, tossing the weight-bearing gear he had prepared long ago onto the ground before Longsheen. Without uttering a word, Longsheen bent down to retrieve the equipment. The moment she grasped it, she felt its weight. Her body leaned forward as she stepped ahead with her right foot to stabilize herself, exerting effort to don the gear and gazing up at Reik. who hovered above. "Run, keep up with my pace," Reik urged, gliding forward at a speed slightly faster than Lan Xin's maximum. With great effort, she began to move, her eyes fixed on Reik, disregarding whether her body could endure the strain. A singular thought consumed her mind. She must keep up. One must commend Lan Xin's determination. Although life had not bestowed upon her a robust physique, it had endowed her with unwavering resolve. This period felt like a dream for her, as not only had her mother's illness been cured, but she was also liberated from scavenging. She had tasted many foods she had never encountered before, donned new clothes, and slept on a soft bed. All of these experiences were gifts from the boy ahead, and though she remained oblivious to the nature of training, she did not care. She only knew she must complete Reik's tasks diligently. Reluctant to awaken from this beautiful dream, she had resolved in the hospital to maintain this dreamlike existence at all costs. Following prior agreements, Reik led Lan Xin to collect milk, embarking on a journey to deliver it to each household. After completing the task, he brought him to the construction site. Disregarding the precarious state of Lan Xin's body, he did not urge him from the sidelines, wishing to observe his self-discipline. Lan Xin was unaware of how many times he had fallen to the ground or how many injuries he had sustained. All he knew was that he must rise again. Thus, Lan Xin continued the relentless cycle of falling and rising. Chapter 34. Innate skills. As time ticked away, Reik awaited, having previously witnessed Lan Xin's indomitable will. Now, he yearned to discover the limits of Lan Xin's physical endurance. Upon falling this time, Lan Xin could not rise again. Though not unconscious, his body had become unresponsive. Reik found no surprise in this. Most beings in the universe resembled Lan Xin, while the Saiyans like Reik, possessing limitless physical potential, were a rare exception. It was commendable for Lan Xin, in his initial training, to have reached such a state. One might even consider it above average. Individuals of their kind, through diligent practice, would gradually elevate their physical limits until they reached the pinnacle of their race. Seeing her son, battered and bruised in Reik's hands, Uti stifled her tears and cautiously took him from Reik. She would not impede her son, having experienced the hardships of the lower echelons herself. She understood the value of such an opportunity, even if it caused her heartache to see him injured. Let today's physical training conclude here. When he awakens, there will be cultural lessons in the afternoon, Reik remarked before heading straight to the dining table. Do not presume that Reik spent the morning merely supervising Lan Xin. In truth, he was also contemplating the attributes of energy. This aspect perplexed him greatly, as he found himself utterly at a loss, and the original narrative had provided no elucidation. While he could entertain some thoughts regarding the universal shock palm and the solar fist, and even surmise a bit about the ki blast, the technique known as the Qi Yuan slash eluded his comprehension entirely. He could not fathom how Krillin developed such a formidable skill. The disparity of several hundred times in power was bridged by a single technique, without the aid of external forces. That he, with over 10,000 battle power, could vanquish Frisia, who possessed several million, was nothing short of astonishing. Reik had attempted to condense energy and accelerate its rotation, yet he sensed a fundamental difference between the two. However, he had not emerged empty-handed from his prolonged reflection. He had begun to perceive an energy within him that transcended the level of ki. According to the original text, this should be Yuanqi. This discovery instilled a sense of hope within him, indicating that he was indeed making progress, albeit with minimal enhancement in battle power. This was due to his desire to solidify his foundation rather than expedite his advancement. Reik paid no mind to the cultural lessons. He was not Lan Xin's father, after all, and could not oversee every matter. Instead, he immersed himself in the gravity chamber, seeking to comprehend his body's state under 30 times gravity and identifying areas of discord that warranted targeted training. His aim was to rectify physical shortcomings, ensuring his physique remained in optimal condition. Fighting against opponents with significantly lower battle power was manageable. Minor flaws would often go unnoticed. However, when clashing with adversaries of equal caliber, such imperfections would be magnified exponentially, potentially leading to ultimate failure or even death. Thus, Reik, unperturbed by the tedium, chose not to relentlessly pursue mere combat prowess, but rather to meticulously hone himself under 30 times the gravitational pressure. Unlike others, he possessed a clear vision of his future strength, with a path ahead that appeared unencumbered. At times, Reik would indulge in fantasies of battling Kakarot, picturing himself triumphantly overpowering his opponent, which would evoke laughter even in his dreams. Therefore, he resolved to endure the solitude. 9 months later, Lanqin found herself engaged in combat with Bellies. Indeed, it was the two of them. Reik had devoted 3 months to establishing a solid foundation for Lanqin, during which Bellies frequently sought to provoke Reik. Each encounter saw Reik deftly ridiculing her, leaving her seething with indignation. Throughout this period, Lanqin also became acquainted with Bellies. Regrettably, after each of Bellies' humiliating encounters with Reik, she would take it upon herself to assist Lanqin in gaining battle experience, often delivering a lesson of her own. As long as Bellies did not disrupt Reik's training regimen with Lanqin, he would generally watch her being bested, all the while offering pointers and laughing heartily. However, this dynamic shifted during their most recent encounter. Each time Bellies initiated an attack against Reik, Lanqin intervened, and the two exchanged blows for an extended duration. Lanqin, kick her rear. Reik shouted. Oh dear, how can you be so foolish? Don't you see you should be targeting her eyes? What about her chest? Such a glaring weakness. And you fail to notice? Evening practice. He added. Dodge. Why do you stand there like a wooden post? What is wrong with your punches? Have you not eaten? They're as soft as a woman's. Lanqin's face flushed crimson, her gaze toward Bellies evasive. Meanwhile, Bellies grew increasingly irate, shouting, Hick. Can you not keep your mouth shut? All you do is hide behind Lanqin and spout nonsense. Are you even a man? Why not come at me yourself? Huh. The whimpering of a defeated foe, Reik scoffed. This ignited Bellies' fury. A purple aura enveloped her as she activated her innate skill. Her speed doubled instantaneously, allowing her to close the distance to Lanqin and deliver a powerful punch to his abdomen. The impact forced Lanqin to expel bile, the pain searing through him. Just as he attempted to retreat, Bellies struck again with a knee to his midsection, causing him to arch in agony, kneeling on the ground, clutching his abdomen. Bellies, undeterred, recognized Lanqin's lingering capacity to resist. A swift spinning kick connected with Lanqin's cheek, sending him flying. As he soared through the air, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Bellies displayed no trace of joy. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on Reik, searching for vulnerabilities. Ah, silly girl, you've concealed your strength quite well. Took you this long to reveal such a move, Reik remarked, yawning into his hand. Bellies ignored Reik's taunts, continuing her search for weaknesses. After an extended observation yielding no insights, she knew she could not afford to dawdle. This marked her second time activating her innate skill, which would grant her a temporary surge in speed. However, the effect could not last indefinitely. Victory had to be secured within 5 minutes, or she would find herself devoid of the ability to resist. With impatience mounting, Bellies prepared to strike. Moving to the left of Reik, she raised her hand in a swift motion, aiming for his neck. In an instant, Reik lightly tapped his toes and vanished from Bellies' sight, only to materialize behind her. Pulling a silly face, a sense of foreboding washed over Bellies as she sensed the impending danger. With a powerful twist of her waist, she executed an upside-down hook aimed at him. Alas, it was too slow. She felt herself nearly drifting into slumber. How pathetic. You're too slow, Reik mocked. Taking a small step back, Bellies stomped her left foot fiercely on the ground, sending the turf flying as a 10-meter-wide pit formed beneath her. She charged forward once more. Hey, if you're going to fight, at least don't cause destruction here. Can't you handle a loss? Reik lamented, eyeing the pit with dismay. Damn it, my turf. I'm going to make Pat pay for this. Enough chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Bellies surged towards Reik, launching a strike at his waist. As her attack closed in, a mere centimeter away, a flicker of joy sparked within her. Huh, she exclaimed triumphantly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her blow missed, and she watched in disbelief as Reik's form began to fade. Confused, she frantically searched for his whereabouts, only to find him crouching beside the small pit she had just created. You country bumpkin, what was that trick? You deceived me, didn't you? I should have hit you. Bellies inquired urgently. TSK, TSK, TSK. You want to admit your naivety. I was long gone from that spot. What you struck was merely an illusion. I was crouched here the moment you stepped out, Reik replied, shaking his head with a look of mockery. What was that move you just performed? Bellies pressed on, undeterred. Reik ignored her, stretching lazily before meandering back home. Though she yearned to continue the fight, waves of pain coursed through her body, and her stamina was depleted. Reluctantly, she unclenched her fists, bowing her head in silence as she began to reflect on Reik's earlier illusion. Over the past 9 months, Reik had conquered 60 times the force of gravity. pushing his combat power to the threshold of 300,000. He sensed a new bottleneck approaching, a strong intuition telling him that surpassing this barrier would lead him to the next level, Super Saiyan. He was quite satisfied with his physical training. He had tested himself by unleashing a ki blast with a combat power of 100,000, without sustaining any injuries, relying solely on his physical prowess. As for his ki training, he too had reached a bottleneck. Overcoming it would enable him to successfully replicate the energy slash. He had already mastered the Sun Fist, yet found no interest in the Heavenly Palm technique, deeming the ki ball ineffective and the ki cannon too draining. The technique he employed, the Illusion Fist, was merely a skill in manipulating ki, requiring no formal teaching. Once one comprehended ki to a certain extent, it came naturally. Tomorrow marked the day when the adventurers would train alongside Reik. However, he had no intention of overseeing their progress, as he had previously promised to let them train with Lanshin. In truth, he had long ceased to monitor Lanshin's training. As the saying goes, a master opens the door, but the disciple must walk through it alone. Reik had merely provided Lanshin with the foundational skills. Instead, he planned to send her off tomorrow to a predetermined location, the wild grassland. Reik reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing as Lanshin entered, her face concealed by her hands. With a sidelong glance, she spoke, "Lanshin, the Dabujo Adventurers Guild will come looking for you tomorrow." "Rei, am I not supposed to set off for the wild prairie tomorrow?" Lanshin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, I made a promise to them a year ago to allow them to accompany you in your training. If you venture into the wild prairie, they will naturally follow." At that moment, Lanshin perceived from Reik's demeanor that the adventurers had been misled. They must have desired to accompany Reik in his training. "Is there a problem?" Reik inquired, noting Lanshin's hesitance. "Not at all. But the adventurers surely wish to train alongside you, right? Would they agree to be handed over to me just like that?" Lanshin voiced her concerns. As she spoke, Reik felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, compared to his own circumstances, that embarrassment seemed trivial. "Call Four Eyes over. I shall speak with him. If he disagrees, then so be it." Reik insisted on his standpoint. Pat received Lanshin's call and hurriedly flew over. He had a hunch about the matter and looked at Reik with eager anticipation. Ahem, Reik turned his head, deliberately ignoring Pat's hopeful gaze. "Four Eyes, as we agreed. Tomorrow is the day. Lanshin will set off for the wild prairie. You shall accompany her." Huh. Pat momentarily failed to grasp the situation. This was far from what he had anticipated. "Aren't you training us?" Reik rolled his eyes. "What I said was that once Lanshin's progress catches up, you would train together. Besides, weren't you nearly defeated in the wild prairie last time? This is a perfect opportunity to assess your training results. Surely, you aren't afraid, are you?" Pat, unable to counter Reik's reasoning, recalled that Reik had never explicitly stated they would train together. It was a misjudgment on his part. He had not expected Reik to send Lanshin out to train alone so soon. The wild prairie still lingered as a sore spot in his memory. But over the past year, their combat prowess had grown significantly. With the entire group setting out, there was indeed little to fear. They could consider it a grand training exercise. "Very well, I shall prepare immediately," Pat declared confidently. "Wait, you can go to the prairie, but do not venture too far. The creatures within are beyond your capabilities," Reik cautioned after a moment of contemplation. "Can't I go with my combat power exceeding 3,000? Pat, currently brimming with confidence, recalled that their group's average combat power had reached 2,000, not to mention his own prowess at 3,500. "You've forgotten the wounds of the past. Remember, you are but a mere Karami. If you wish to court death, do so alone and do not drag others down with you. There are monsters within boasting combat powers of tens of thousands. Will you charge and head first?" Reik's temper flared, and he scolded vehemently. "Perfect. You all claim to have developed perception now. When the time comes, use it, and you'll understand. Now be gone." Pat, thoroughly chastised, left with his tail between his legs. "Lanshin, I have little more to say, but remember this. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Go and bid farewell to your mother properly. Let us not dwell on UTI's profound reluctance to part with his son." Upon returning to the building, Pat promptly notified the team to commence preparations. This time, aside from non-combatants, Pat intended to gather everyone, regardless of age, for a grand sweep of the wilderness grasslands. Unsurprisingly, Pat's actions stirred concern among the elder members of the group, prompting several younger siblings to seek him out. "Brother, aren't we supposed to be training tomorrow? What is this?" Lola was the first to inquire. Pat conveyed to them the intentions and plans of Reik. Humph. I believe Reik merely seeks to evade responsibility, Lola remarked through gritted teeth. Eighth sister, we cannot say that. It is fundamentally a misunderstanding on our leader's part. Moreover, I believe venturing into the wilderness grasslands could be advantageous, another sibling added. Indeed, the young ones in our group ought to witness the reality of battle. With us present, we can ensure their safety, another voice chimed in. I concur. Last time, we nearly lost our lives. This time, I am determined to eliminate them. I would like to add that I hope we refrain from using aircraft and opt for a complete journey on foot. But the children are still so young. Perhaps we should leave them behind this time? Third sister, I must interject. Consider our previous combat capabilities in the wilderness grasslands compared to theirs now. They have significantly improved. Are we to keep them sheltered at home like infants? Enough of this bickering. We shall all go together. The children represent the future of our group, and we will inevitably grow old, Pat interjected decisively. Chapter 36. Departure Captain, we have received word that the Badasso Adventure Group is heading to the wilderness grasslands. Should we not take action? A diminutive gnome reported to a young man with slicked back hair and glasses. At the end of his statement, the gnome gestured menacingly to his throat, his eyes brimming with hatred. Tap, tap, tap. The young man rapped his fingers on the table. A vision of Reik flooding his mind, the interplay of ferocity and fear twisting his formerly handsome features into a grimace. Captain, what are you hesitating for? The opportunity for revenge on my brother's behalf is at hand. I must annihilate them, the gnome seethed. Unbeknownst to the gnome, he had been deceived by his captain. His brother's demise bore no direct connection to the Badasso Adventure Group. Yet, out of fear of revealing the truth, the young man placed the blame squarely on their shoulders. It's been a year, let us not rush. When we strike, it must be with lethal precision, ensuring none escape. You must gather detailed intelligence on their personnel. With the captain's response, a smile crept across the gnome's face, and he hurried off to gather information. As the gnome departed, the spacious room was left with only the young man. This young man was Hatton, who had fled from Reik's terror a year prior. And the gnome who had just exited was the elder brother of the man Reik had slain. Since fleeing from Pancher City, Hatton had relocated their adventure group to the neighboring Crescent City. Over the past year, he had been gathering intelligence. Already aware that Reik was not affiliated with the Badasso Adventure Group, which ignited his hopes for revenge, Hatton dared not provoke Reik, nor even set foot in Pancher City, for fear that Reik might recognize him. He placed all the blame upon Pat, claiming that had Pat not led that individual to the guild, they would never have encountered each other, and he would not have had to relinquish his hard-earned legacy of over a decade. Oh, Pat, you have indeed chosen a fine resting place for yourself. Hutton gazed at a white porcelain bottle on the table, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Had Pat remained in Panchi City, he would have dared not tempt fate, but now that they were bound for the wild prairies, it presented him with an opportunity. Within that white porcelain bottle resided the beast-attracting powder he had procured at great expense. Just a mere pinch could summon wild creatures from a radius of 10 miles, while the entire contents would incite a frenzy among beasts within a 1,000-mile range. Unbeknownst to Pat and his companions, Hutton was devising his nefarious plan as they engaged in their final mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, our special training officially commences today. Ahead lies a path forged from blood and sweat. Those who are fearful may take this moment to withdraw from the ranks, Pat proclaimed from a raised platform. Addressing the nearly 100 individuals gathered below, both young and old, silence enveloped the crowd, with not a single soul departing or uttering a word. The elders regarded him with resolute gazes, while the youth looked upon him with eager anticipation. Pat nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Let us commence. With his command, the throng moved in unison. Bellies, observing the blue-haired Saiyan standing behind Pat, could no longer contain her curiosity and darted forward. Little follower, why are you among our ranks? Shouldn't you be trailing behind the country bumpkin? Bellies, Rex wishes not to engage with you, but you ought to show him some respect, Saiyan replied, her brow furrowing at Bellies' reference to Rex, her countenance etched with seriousness. Mind your own business. Just focus on being his little follower. Bellies dismissed Saiyan's expression entirely. Since their acquaintance, their every meeting had devolved into arguments over Bellies' terminology for Rex. You truly are oblivious. Were it not for Rex's instructions, Saiyan would have long since confronted Bellies, she thought. For now, she refrained from confrontation, turning her head away in disinterest. Meanwhile, Pat and the others watched the exchange with amused expressions. Rolla, her eyes sparkling with mischief, whispered something to her sister, pulling her aside. Rex, aware of the commotion emanating from the building, chose to ignore it, reasoning that it was akin to a group trip. There was little merit in fretting over it. UTI, however, was different. Watching the building from afar, her heart brimmed with concern. It was the first time her child had ventured away, and she worried about his sustenance and safety. UTI, for the time being, do not concern yourself with me. I must undertake a task, Rex announced. You two are leaving? UTI suppressed her anxiety for her son, turning to gaze at Rex with a dazed expression, unprepared for the prospect of solitude. Take care of yourself, Rex said succinctly, his manner typically direct, before vanishing into thin air. He soared towards the opposite direction of the wild prairies. This marked Rex's first journey to another city in over a year. Upon accepting this mission, Reik had already devised a plan to explore various cities over the course of the following year. This particular quest involved the exploration of an ancient civilization and was classified as a grand adventure task, necessitating a minimum level of 5, with no restrictions on the number of participants. According to publicly available information, this ancient civilization might hold the key to enhancing one's mental prowess. It was this piece of information that captivated Reik, as his primary concern was the potential loss of reason following his transformation into a giant ape. Should this issue remain unresolved, he would forfeit any opportunity to experiment with the transformation into a Super Saiyan, fearing it might lead to his own demise. As for the Super Saiyan God, to be frank, Reik found it utterly incomprehensible. He could not fathom how the infusion of righteous intentions from 5 noble-hearted Saiyans into another Saiyan could culminate in the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. It is worth noting that, according to established lore, the transformation into a deity far surpasses that of a Super Saiyan 3. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation is no trivial feat, boasting a staggering power increase of 400 times. Given the threshold of 3 million battle power required for Super Saiyan transformations, the prerequisites for achieving Super Saiyan 3 must surely be even more demanding, certainly exceeding 1 billion in normal form. Yet, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God requires merely 6 righteous Saiyans, devoid of any additional criteria. Regardless of circumstances, Reik remained unconvinced, even if this were a temporary solution. He held no expectations. Was this not tantamount to trampling upon their collective efforts? He placed his hopes firmly on the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, viewing it as a different form of validation for his endeavors. The matter of maintaining one's sanity was of utmost importance, and thus, upon encountering the mission details, Reik felt a surge of motivation. As long as there existed a glimmer of hope, he would not hesitate to undertake the journey. With ample time before the task commenced, Reik remained unhurried, planning to explore each city along the way, savoring local delicacies and immersing himself in the regional culture. While Reik ambled along at his own pace, Pat and his companions encountered a rather tumultuous journey. As the battle commenced, the youthful members of the adventuring party, unaccustomed to bloodshed, floundered in confusion. Some were even rendered motionless in the presence of a beast's claws, staring blankly at the creature. Chapter 37. Constant distractions. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Do not lose focus during battle. Just as it appeared the young boy might meet his demise beneath the beast's claws, a large hand reached out from behind, yanking him back to safety and away from danger. After rescuing the boy, Pat uttered a brief admonition but chose not to dwell on it. It was not that he lacked the desire to reprimand him, but rather that the current circumstances did not permit it. His vigilant eyes scanned the battlefield, constantly on the lookout for any comrades in peril or on the brink of collapse, ready to rush to their aid. Such scenarios unfolded repeatedly on the battlefield. From above, one could observe several figures weaving through the chaos. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, leaving behind hundreds of beast carcasses strewn across the ground. Concerned that the scent of blood might attract other beasts, the group swiftly cleared the area and relocated to a secluded valley. There, Pat commenced his lecture. To be honest, I am quite disappointed in you all. I did not anticipate nurturing a band of inept individuals. Each of you possesses battle power far exceeding that of the beasts. Yet in the face of confrontation, you stand idly by, awaiting death, without even a hint of resistance. Is this how I have taught you? Some individuals, when engaged in battle, become recklessly oblivious to their surroundings. Their comrades lie perilously close to death, yet they charge forth without offering assistance. Is this a display of your prowess? The youth, chastened by Pat's words, bowed their heads in embarrassment, their faces flushed from narrowly escaping the clutches of wild beasts. Those who had reveled in the thrill of slaughter gradually regained their composure. Reflect upon your shortcomings. Recognize where you have faltered. Understand that we are but one large family, and those around you are your kin. Now depart. Pat admonished with a tone of disappointment. One by one, the youths vacated the scene, leaving behind a handful of elders. Leader, coming to the wild grasslands was indeed a fortuitous choice, remarked the second elder with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it is remarkable how many issues we had overlooked. The fourth elder concurred. Upon careful observation, they do possess some merits. At the very least, none fled in the face of danger. Nor did they use their companions as shields. The third elder shared her insights. It appears they are still far from being self-sufficient. We must invest more effort to seize this opportunity and guide them, Pat concluded. Rest well, everyone. The days ahead are long, and I intend to remain here for a year. The group expressed no dissent and began to disperse, except for the fifth elder, who lingered behind. What troubles you? Fifth elder? Pat inquired, puzzled by his presence. Leader, I sense that this matter is more complex than it seems, yet I have not detected any anomalies. Have you noticed anything? The fifth elder voiced his concerns. Pat shook his head. His focus had been solely on the young ones in their group, leaving him oblivious to other circumstances. However, the fifth elder's words resonated with him, prompting him to take note of the situation. I will remain vigilant, fifth elder. Should you uncover anything, do not hesitate to inform me. The fifth elder's instincts were not misplaced. Approximately 500 miles away, a group of individuals was tailing them. And it was this group that had orchestrated the events the team had encountered today. Captain, how can this be? The gnome stared incredulously at the energy readings on the detector, his voice quivering with disbelief. Mad, what on earth is happening? How can their energy levels be so elevated? Hutton was equally stunned, utterly taken aback by the numbers displayed on the device. Not just the two of them, but everyone else shared the same sentiment. They were all somewhat aware of the situation surrounding the Badasso Adventure Group from a year prior. The atmosphere grew tense and silent, each person exchanging glances, uncertain whether to proceed with their plans. Hutton hesitated. If they were discovered, a single adversary could annihilate their entire group. Captain, perhaps we should retreat, suggested a burly man with dark skin, breaking the silence. Hutton's face flickered with indecision as he remained unresponsive. We cannot abandon our mission, Captain, the gnome interjected with urgency. If they were to retreat now, he would lose the chance for vengeance on behalf of his brother. Realizing this, he spoke out without thinking. All eyes turned to the gnome, silently chastising him for his indiscretion, yet feeling hesitant to act further since the captain had not yet spoken. Parker, what are your thoughts? Please share your perspective. The commander remarked that while their energy levels were high, there was no need for direct confrontation. They merely had to follow from a distance and await an opportunity. He expressed doubt that the wilderness lacked creatures capable of vanquishing their adversary. Haddon, observing Parker, inquired with a significant tone, how can you assure us of that? Parker understood that failing to substantiate his claim could lead the commander to retreat. Resolutely, he declared, Commander, I shall venture deep into the wilderness to gather intelligence, but I require the latest energy detector. Parker, you must be jesting. Your life is worth less than the cost of the detector. Who's to say you won't flee? Before Haddon could respond, a burly man, unable to contain his frustration, interjected with reprimands. Unfazed, Parker maintained a steadfast gaze upon Haddon, awaiting a final decision. Haddon recognized Parker's intent, despite his lack of prowess. The young man's innate skill was undeniably valuable. He possessed the ability to diminish his presence, rendering him undetectable to both monsters and humans alike. As long as the energy detector was not used in direct proximity, he could evade detection, unless the energy disparity was over 100-fold. However, this was highly improbable. Parker himself exhibited an energy response of 300, necessitating a minimum response of over 30,000 for detection. Haddon had yet to encounter any being or creature with a reading exceeding 15,000. Weighing the risks, Haddon felt no concern regarding Parker's potential flight. He was well aware of Parker's loyalty to his brother. Nevertheless, the price of the latest energy detector caused him hesitation. This state-of-the-art device was not only portable, but also boasted a detection ceiling of 100,000. Commander, will you truly forsake this opportunity? This may be our last chance. Do you wish to live your life under Pat's heel, forever in hiding? Parker, driven by a desire for vengeance for his brother, did not shy away from antagonizing Haddon. striking at the Commander's vulnerabilities. His words galvanized Haddon's resolve. There could be no reconciliation between him and Pat. One of them must fall. Casting a cold glance at Parker, he turned and entered the tent. When he emerged, he carried a suitcase approximately half a meter in size. Then I shall await your promising news. I hope you do not disappoint me. Parker realized that his fate was sealed, his eyes fixated on the suitcase, consumed solely by thoughts of retribution. Chapter 38. An interlude at the castle. Reik stood before the grand entrance of a sprawling castle complex. Child, this is no place for you. A towering man, 2 meters in height, admonished him. Reik, undeterred by the dismissal, recognized that as a mere 9-year-old, it was only natural for others to regard him with disdain. He could not possibly eliminate every individual who underestimated him. He was no monster. Reik retrieved his adventurer's credentials from his pocket and presented them. I am here on a mission. Please notify the appropriate parties. The guard, eyeing Reik with skepticism, recalled the influx of skilled individuals in recent times. Suppressing his discomfort, he accepted the credentials for inspection. As the guard's hand trembled, he nearly dropped the documents he held, but, wary of offending, respectfully returned them and relayed a message to the castle. Greetings, I sincerely apologize for the earlier rudeness. Please allow me to escort you to your accommodations, he offered. Reik, wagging his tail, followed the guard into the castle. The steward, upon receiving the news, promptly reported to the castle's master, the issuer of this mission, Parsena. Is that the one? A level 6 adventurer, Parsena mused, gazing out the window and spotting Reik trailing behind the guard. Reik glanced up at the castle's pinnacle before nonchalantly continuing to follow the guard. How perceptive. No wonder they are a level 6 adventurer, Parsena reflected, surprised that he had been detected from such a distance. My lord, the departure time approaches. Should we gather everyone this evening for introductions? The steward inquired with a bow. Yes, schedule it for the evening. Preparations must be made, Parsena replied. Understood. Reik retracted his senses, a faint smile gracing his lips. I told you, the 4-eyed ones are utterly lacking. Their level is too low, claiming to possess a combat power of 10,000. From the moment Reik encountered the rock golem and later interacted with Pat and others, he sensed something amiss. Logically speaking, if this planet lacked the means to contain the rock golems, it would have been overrun long ago, leaving no room for civilization. Intriguing. It seems the answers lie within this so-called ancient civilization, Reik pondered silently. Knock, knock. Reik was jolted awake by the sound of a knock on his door. Esteemed adventurer. Good day. My lord has arranged a banquet for this evening. I am here to guide you. Upon opening the door, Reik was greeted by a slender, beautiful maid adorned with 2 foxtails. Following her through a labyrinth of corridors, Reik nearly became disoriented before finally arriving at the banquet hall. As he stepped inside, Reik's nostrils flared, and he brushed past the maid, entering the expansive hall filled with a variety of delectable foods and drinks. Dozens of adventurers had already gathered, mingling in small groups. Most eyes turned toward Reik as he entered. Some glanced briefly before losing interest, while others continued to stare. Reik was well aware of their scrutiny but chose to ignore them, finding them inconsequential compared to the allure of food. He approached the banquet table, tearing off a leg of an unidentified creature and devouring it with gusto. In no time, he had cleared an entire table of food and moved on to the next. Unfortunately, Reik desired nothing more than to enjoy his meal in peace, yet some fools in this world always sought attention. A man, draped over a voluptuous woman, blocked his path. Hey, kid, didn't your parents teach you manners? The host hasn't even arrived, and you've already started, he scolded, pointing at the empty table Reik had just cleared. Smack! A small notebook struck the man's face. Initially enraged, he prepared to retaliate, but then he heard Reik's voice. Look, and then leave. The man, well aware of what had struck him, suppressed his anger and opened the notebook. At a glance, the man's face turned ashen with fear, and he dared not utter another word. He disregarded the voluptuous woman beside him, returned the identification to Reik, and scurried out of the castle in a hasty retreat. Abandoning his mission, the well-endowed woman exhibited no concern for her companion's departure. Instead, she regarded Reik with keen interest. She had just caught a glimpse of the identification, and a 6th-level adventurer was no trivial matter. There were scarcely a few across the nation, and now one stood before her, remarkably youthful. Reik, noticing the woman's gaze, furrowed his brow and tilted his head slightly, uttering in a monotone, Do you wish to perish? His tone was as unremarkable as inquiring if someone had dined that day. Taken aback by Reik's words, the voluptuous woman raised an eyebrow, suppressing her displeasure, and replied with a feigned smile, "Then I shall not disturb your meal." With the bothersome fly gone, Reik redirected his focus to his food. The voluptuous woman exited the dining area and approached a door, knocking softly. "Knock, knock, knock. Scorpion, weren't you in the restaurant fishing for men? What brings you back?" The door was opened by a young man with 6 arms, who looked at the voluptuous woman with surprise. She sashayed into the room, addressing a middle-aged man with graying temples. "Boss, this plan might not proceed as intended." The middle-aged man paused in his work, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of menace, and he asked in a low voice, "What transpired?" "I encountered a 6th-level adventurer in the restaurant who could jeopardize our plans. I nearly met my end there," she replied, recalling the chilling aura emanating from Reik, which sent a shiver down her spine. "Huh, Scorpion, are you truly afraid? It's merely a 6th-level adventurer. We have dispatched them before. Besides, the boss is also a 6th-level adventurer. What is there to fear?" The 6-armed man cast a scornful glance at the voluptuous woman, his tone brimming with confidence. "Foolish creature, what did you say? Do you dare threaten me? Should you be capable, come forth and let us see who meets their demise first." The voluptuous woman retorted disdainfully, playfully beckoning him with her finger. The 6-armed man's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he remained motionless, fully aware of the woman's formidable nature. Banter was one thing, but engaging in combat was an entirely different matter. "Spineless wretch," the voluptuous woman spat, then turned to the middle-aged man, recounting the events that transpired in the restaurant. Upon hearing her account, the middle-aged man inquired, "Do we have no chance whatsoever?" "I cannot say," she replied, shaking her head in confusion. "That boy gave off an unusual aura. Until he targeted me, I believed him to be an ordinary child. However, once he did, I felt an overwhelming urge to resist approaching him, as if drawing near would herald my doom. Thus, I choose to abandon this plan." The voluptuous woman expressed her sentiments about Reik. "Is it truly that ominous? This complicates matters. We shall treat this as a mission and adapt as necessary." The middle-aged man decided, placing his faith in the woman's judgment. "It is nearly time. Let us proceed to the restaurant together." Chapter 39. Parker in action. Persona was promptly informed of the happenings in the restaurant, yet he remained indifferent, for he possessed his own trump card. This time, he aimed to recruit some expendable pawns. The ancient civilization ruins have been traversed by him on several occasions, each time narrowly escaping. Cultivating his own influence comes at a significant cost, and he is not afforded the luxury of directly issuing tasks as he does now. Regardless of the gains others may harvest within, they ultimately revert to him. Reckless of their underlying schemes, he remains blissfully unaware, confident in his own strength. As long as they do not provoke him, he will not meddle in their affairs. Unperturbed by what Persona had said today, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the delectable food before him. The cuisine here truly delighted him, whether it soared through the skies, scampered across the land, or swam in the waters. There was nothing he could not procure. During his days in the castle, he indulged to the point of reluctance to depart. Yet he ultimately subdued his appetite with sheer willpower. Before setting off, he flew to Persona's side, patting his shoulder, and said, "My friend, you have tended to me splendidly during this time. Should any ill intentions arise against you, you may leave it to me." Persona signaled to an inconspicuous youth behind him, halting any further actions, and merely observed as Reik flew in front of him. Upon hearing Reik's words, a flicker of anger ignited in Persona's eyes. Yet a smile crept across his chubby face as he replied with a hint of flattery, "Thank you, my young brother." Others witnessed Reik's actions, some absorbed his words, such as the trio of curvaceous women who had completely given up hope. However, some remained unfazed, brimming with self-assurance, disregarding Reik's counsel entirely. A group of dozens followed Persona aboard the flying vessel. Reik curiously inquired, "Is the destination far?" Silence enveloped the group. Hadn't Persona disclosed this just days prior? They were reluctant to engage him. Reik scratched his head, assuming the others were unaware, and was about to seek further clarification from Persona when the voluptuous woman spoke up. "Brother, it's 50,000 miles away, and it will take us more than half a month to arrive." "All right, thank you," Reik nodded at her, feeling slightly more favorable towards her. After parting from Hayden, Parker had been wandering the wilderness, utilizing his innate skills. Alas, months had elapsed without encountering any energy readings exceeding 3,000. Those below that threshold served only to bolster the combat experience of the Bidasuo Adventurers Guild, proving futile. Unwilling to concede, Parker gritted his teeth and crossed the prairie, entering the Rocky Mountain region. After traversing approximately 100 miles, he halted, opened his case, and activated the energy detector. Beep, beep, beep. Parker was taken aback as a multitude of readings flooded the detector, with not a single one below 3,000 within a 1,000-mile radius. The highest exceeded 20,000, and even the small hill he stood upon emitted an energy response. He was perplexed as to why such readings had not been detected in the prairie previously. Initially elated at finally locating the creatures he sought, he soon felt disheartened, unsure how to lure these monsters to the Bidasuo Adventurers Guild. The beast-attracting incense evidently had no effect on these rock-like creatures. His small mind, racked with contemplation, could not devise a solution. Thus, he embarked on his return journey, intending to report the situation to Hutton and ascertain if they possessed a viable plan. Over the past few months, Pat and his companions had amassed a rich bounty, not only collecting numerous samples of unknown creatures, but also enhancing their combat prowess significantly. The younger members of the group had accumulated a wealth of combat experience, now capable of fending off wave after wave of beasts without the need for oversight from their elders. Among them, Longsheen and Bellies made the most remarkable progress, their combat abilities far surpassing their peers and even exceeding those of Pat and the other veterans, nearing a formidable power level of 5,000. Captain, do you think it's time for us to return? We're almost across the prairie, Longsheen inquired after dispatching the recently attacked beast, his mind firmly recalling Reik's admonition, do not cross the prairie. Why not go a little further? We've come this far. Let us explore that direction, Belly suggested, indicating the Rocky Mountain range behind Longsheen. No, Reik warned us that the monsters over there are beyond our capability to handle, Longsheen firmly countered. Bellies, incensed that Longsheen invoked Reik yet again, retorted, only a fool like you would heed those country bumpkins' words. I refuse to listen. If anything, I find the beasts here too easy to manage. Realizing he could not sway Bellies, Longsheen turned his gaze to Pat, convinced that Pat would make the right decision. Pat hesitated. On one hand, Reik's warnings echoed in his mind, while on the other, curiosity urged him forward. Seeing this, Lola interjected, this time, I stand with Longsheen. We cannot take such risks, especially with a group of children accompanying us. If it were just the four of us, it wouldn't matter if we perished. But those children have so much life ahead of them. We cannot gamble with their futures. If anything goes wrong, our Bidasuo Adventure Group would be finished, utterly annihilated. Lola's words weighed heavily, tipping the scales in Pat's mind. Observing the children cleaning the battlefield, Pat reached a decision. Very well, once the battlefield is cleared, we shall return. We have already conquered the wild prairie. This journey of training is nearly complete. The others erupted in joyous laughter, save for Bellies, who wore a sullen expression, deeply disheartened. While she could contest Reik's words, she knew she must heed the captain's directive, especially since the rest of the group seemed to concur. Thus, she reluctantly suppressed her discontent. Hutton, following the path cleared by Pat and his companions, accompanied the Bidasuo Adventure Group deeper into the wild prairie, yet had not encountered any significant danger. However, with each passing moment, his despair grew, unable to comprehend why the energy levels of the Bidasuo members continued to surge. His faith in Pat had waned, resigning himself to the prospect of living out his days in obscurity. Captain, look who has returned. A voice pierced through his reflections. He did not have to wait long before the figure of the gnome, Pike, came into view, bringing a flicker of joy to Hutton's heart. Upon realizing that vengeance was no longer a distant hope, he prepared to find a place to hide, precisely when he was in dire need of funds. The timely arrival of Parker with the latest energy detector signified a substantial financial gain, making it difficult for him to suppress his joy. Chapter 40. Entering the Ruins. Captain. I have found it, Parker exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hatton was momentarily taken aback, taking some time to comprehend Parker's words. You truly found it? Hatton's excitement surged, as Parker brought forth a glimmer of hope during his moment of despair. Indeed, we have a chance for revenge, Parker affirmed, proceeding to relay the details of his findings to Hatton. To dispel any doubts, he activated the energy detector, showcasing the data he had collected. Hatton gazed at the readings with elation, envisioning the prospect of vanquishing the Bidasuo adventurers. Excellent. Well done. After a prolonged moment, Hatton's excitement began to settle, allowing his mind to ponder new questions. Parker, why didn't you lure the 20,000 energy-reactive beasts towards the Badasso adventurers? Parker replied with a wry smile, Captain, it's not that I wouldn't, but I am utterly incapable of drawing them. They are as immovable as stones, and the lure has no effect. I returned to see if you had any solutions. Hatton's mind raced, contemplating the reasons for not summoning others to brainstorm. He understood all too well the nature of their team. While they were formidable in battle, engaging them in critical thinking was akin to inviting frustration. The two men secluded in the tent devised one strategy after another, only to dismiss each one in turn. Captain, those creatures seem peculiar, as if their actions are constrained by some force, and they did not respond even when I stood amongst them. Parker revealed his observations. Hatton found himself at an impasse. The aircraft hovered over a secluded valley, and Reik descended alongside the others. Venomous Scorpion, Six-Armed, you will remain at the back. Especially you, Six-Armed, don't be foolish and rush ahead. The middle-aged man with graying temples cautioned his companions as they approached the cave leading into the ruins. Rest assured, I am not some fool. The voluptuous woman tossed her hair back confidently. Six-Armed shot her a menacing glance, nodding in acknowledgement. Everyone, this cave extends deep underground. Every 500 meters, there is a barrier. And crossing these barriers will unleash a horde of monsters upon us. The deeper we descend, the higher the energy readings of the creatures become. We have successfully breached 4 barriers, with the highest energy reading thus far at 3,000. As for how many barriers remain, I cannot say with certainty. What I can assure you is that below lies the remnants of an ancient civilization, and the intelligence we published for our mission was derived from the 4 barriers we overcame. Parsons gathered everyone, smiling as he pointed towards the cave. The group exchanged glances, none expressing a desire to withdraw, all awaiting the first to take the lead. Reik initiated movement, wagging his tail, and leisurely stepped into the cave. As soon as Reik stirred, the crowd could no longer remain still. Fearing that the benefits would be seized by him, they hastily followed in his wake into the cavern. Reik could sense that this cave indeed led underground, and before long he encountered the first barrier. He extended his hand and pressed against it, experiencing no resistance as he passed through. Immersed within the barrier, a vast expanse unfolded before him, empty yet marked by the scars of past battles. What is this? Why is there such a large space beneath the earth? Look above. Could that be a passage to the next barrier? The serenity of the space was shattered as the followers of Reik emerged into this realm. Boss, Persona hasn't he descended? Murmured the scorpion to a middle-aged man with graying temples. Understood, the man replied, retracting his gaze from above. Reik had already surveyed the murals overhead upon entering. Finding nothing of value to him, he was now making his way toward the second barrier. Noticing Reik's movements, some hurried to keep pace with him, while others remained captivated by the murals above. Unfazed by the presence of others, Reik continued his descent, swiftly passing through the 4th barrier and standing before the 5th. Without waiting for the others to gather, he entered without hesitation. Before him stood hundreds of statues. As if sensing an intruder, the eyes of the statues glowed red, and the stone began to crumble, revealing iron beneath. Intruder detected, initiating destruction protocol. Hundreds of mechanical figures turned their gaze toward Reik. With a whoosh, they launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of rays. Summoning the vast energy within him, a white flame enveloped him. Such an attack was hardly worth evasion for Reik. Had it not been for a concern over damaging his attire, he would not have even stirred. The rays met the flames, extinguishing silently. Massive energy detected, initiating self-destruction protocol. Reik was taken aback. These mechanical beings, with a combat power of around 5,000, were not to be trifled with. After merely one wave of attack, they were set to self-destruct. Observing their flickering forms, Reik immediately realized their intent to detonate. Whether they survived mattered little to him. What was crucial were the murals above in this space. If these mechanical beings were to obliterate everything, his time spent here would be wasted. Without a moment to spare, Reik vanished, reappearing a second later. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of mechanical figures were instantaneously shattered, the self-destruction protocol forcibly halted. Though he had dealt with the mechanical beings, Reik remained puzzled. If this were the case, why had the earlier spaces not been destroyed? Why had he not heard Persona mention such occurrences? And why did the self-destruction not commence upon initial detection, but only after the attack? Reflecting on the situation, he identified the issue. It was precisely when he unleashed his energy that the machines began their self-destruction sequence. Damn it, how troublesome. As Rex contemplated, The space gradually began to fill with the silhouettes of others. Gazing at the debris strewn across the ground, they hesitated to move after their entrance. Within less than a minute of their arrival, the opposing force had dispatched several hundred mechanical entities. Although the precise energy readings of the robots remained unknown, it was evident that they were formidable, especially since Parsonar had previously mentioned that the fourth location possessed a reading of 3,000. It was indeed daunting, indicating that the adversary could eliminate them in an instant, causing even the most unruly individuals to refrain from causing trouble, fearful of Rex's wrath. Rex cast a glance at the gathered crowd before ascending into the air, observing the mural that emerged after the destruction of the mechanical foes. Chapter 41. The Base. Rex shook his head in disappointment, for he found nothing of significance within the mural. Addressing the group, he declared, those with energy readings below 8,000 should refrain from following. As Rex ventured further away, the six-armed man inquired, "Boss, what should we do? Should we pursue?" "Fool, did you not hear what was just said? Unless you possess an energy reading of 8,000? The buxom woman retorted with sarcasm. "Scorpion, you two go ahead. I will follow behind." The middle-aged man pondered before addressing the duo. "Boss, if we are leaving, we should go together," the six-armed man insisted. "If you are unwilling to proceed, then wait for me here," the middle-aged man replied without pressing him. The buxom woman remained silent. She certainly would not venture forth alone, uncertain of what lay beyond. It was better to wait until the others could exit together. Heeding Rex's warning, those with energy readings of 8,000 did not hesitate and promptly followed him. Meanwhile, some of those below the threshold remained behind, while a few defiant individuals stealthily trailed Rex, including the three with energy readings of 8,000. A total of 10 individuals made their way toward the sixth barrier. The sixth space was entirely distinct from the previous one. Upon entering, Rex found nothing, and it was only when the 10 others joined him that they began searching for alternative passages. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated. "Congratulations on surpassing the previous challenges and arriving at the final destination. To enter Base 5, you must defeat the forthcoming adversaries. The challenge will consist of one-on-one battles, with opponents assigned based on your energy readings. Those whose readings do not meet the standard will be annihilated." With a thunderous roar, 7 energy waves surged from above, targeting the 7 individuals with combat capabilities below 8,000, instantly obliterating them. While Rex clearly perceived the events unfolding, the other 3 merely heard a deafening crash, and in an instant, the 7 vanished, leaving behind 7 deep craters. Although Rex could have intervened to save them, he chose not to. He had long warned them, and if they sought death, he would not intervene. They were adults and must bear the consequences of their actions. With the unqualified individuals now eradicated, the battle commenced. The ground 10 meters ahead of Rex and the others split open, and a mechanical entity appeared before each participant. The middle-aged man and the other 2 faced mechanical foes similar to those Rex had annihilated in the 5th space, identifiable as the same type, albeit with differing combat strengths. Before Rex stood a being entirely different from any other, resembling a real human at first glance. Approximately standing at 1.7 meters tall, it was clad in a pristine white garment, adorned with a decorative necklace, and bore a hollow space at its chest. The moment its eyes opened, the figure vanished, reappearing beside Reik and launching a swift sidekick. Intrigued, Reik assessed the situation, despite the entity being a machine devoid of any breath. Its recent speed indicated a combat power no less than 100,000. With a slight elevation of his arm, Reik deflected the oncoming attack. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of their collision, sending nearby individuals and machines flying to the ground with a heavy thud. "What is happening?" exclaimed a bald, muscular man as he landed, spitting blood in astonishment. The clash continued, with Reik and the robot engaging in relentless movement and collisions. One unfortunate robot found itself directly beneath their encounter and was swiftly obliterated by their combined might. This scene did not escape the notice of the remaining 3 individuals, who, disregarding their internal injuries and bleeding, hurriedly made their way towards the barrier, desperate to escape back to the 5th space. The 2 remaining robots, having sustained damage from the shockwave, experienced internal circuit failures, rendering them motionless on the ground. "What is going on? Why can't we get out?" A middle-aged man's hand pressed against the barrier, feeling as though he had encountered steel, firmly obstructing their escape. "What in the world is this?" The bald man clenched his fists and struck the barrier, only to discover that he could not budge this thin layer. Stop wasting your strength. We cannot leave until the battle concludes. Let us move over there, suggested an elderly woman, pointing towards a corner of the space. As Reik's battle intensified, the three individuals wasted no time, hastening towards the corner. One might wonder how they could discern the conflict despite not being able to see clearly. It was due to the increasing number of massive craters on the ground and the growing intensity of the sounds from the clashes. Reik's speed continued to escalate as he conducted tests to gauge the collective combat power of the mechanical being. Having gathered sufficient data, he estimated the robot's speed had reached its limit, approximately 120,000 in combat power, comparable to the aura he had previously released. This adversary was still capable of providing Reik with a good challenge. With a flick of his tail, he ensnared the robot's arm and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, sending it hurtling against the wall. Debris scattered, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring the robot's form. Before the dust could settle, a barrage of energy projectiles surged through the haze towards Reik. Frowning at the sight, Reik was not concerned about sustaining injury. Rather, he realized the confined space could lead to catastrophic consequences should the projectiles detonate. He would be buried beneath the rubble. With that thought, Reik enveloped his palm with energy and swatted at the incoming projectiles. As he swung his arm, each energy ball was dispersed, vanishing into the air. In a swift motion, Reik appeared before the robot, seizing its hair and pressing it down towards the ground. A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Without hesitation, Reik seized the opponent's hair and hurled them skyward. Before the adversary reached the apex of their ascent, Reik swiftly followed, positioning himself above the automaton. With his arms crossed and raised high, he prepared to strike. As the foe drew near, he forcefully swung down, aiming for its head. A sizzling sound echoed as the automaton's head vanished, leaving only severed wires protruding from its neck. After vanquishing the machine, Reik descended slowly. After a moment, noticing the absence of the electronic voice, he glanced at the two defeated automatons on the ground before shifting his gaze to the corner where three individuals huddled together. Hey, whose opponents are these? Hurry up and deal with them. Upon hearing Reik's voice, the three, who had been praying with closed eyes, opened them in terror, staring at him in shock. Seeing their startled expressions, Reik, feeling invigorated after his recent exertions, refrained from anger. He pointed at the automaton and urged, quickly, all right. The trio, momentarily forgetting their relief at having escaped peril, hurriedly followed Reik's orders to dispatch the remaining machine. Congratulations. You have passed the final stage and may now proceed to the base. In the center of the space, the ground began to crack open, revealing an opening approximately 10 meters wide. Unbeknownst to Reik, as the chasm appeared, an invisible wave radiated outward, instantly enveloping the entire planet, causing changes to unfold in various locales. Chapter 42. The turn of events. A rumbling echoed through the Rocky Mountain range as an unseen wave swept across, awakening the slumbering rock monsters, each emitting a furious roar and scattering in all directions. Did you feel that? Pat asked, his smile freezing as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. In disbelief, he turned to the others for confirmation. However, the rest were equally stunned and offered no reply, their gazes fixated on the direction of the Rocky Mountains. Even Bliss, who had previously sulked at being unable to approach the mountains, was now in a state of alarm. It was Pat who snapped back to reality first, realizing this was no time for dawdling. Everyone, discard your belongings and advance at full speed towards Pankai City. His commanding voice roused the others, who quickly shed their backpacks and took flight behind Pat, heading towards the city. What is happening? Why are the monsters emerging from there? One inquired. I don't know. Let's prioritize our escape. Hopefully, those creatures aren't coming for us, came the hurried reply from Hutton, who had been preoccupied with worries only to spot a multitude of energy readings suddenly appearing on the energy detector. Overjoyed, he asked, Parker, are those the monsters? Parker observed the energy signatures approaching their direction and urgently replied, Captain, yes. But the situation is dire. It seems the monsters are indeed heading our way. If we don't leave now, we may not escape at all. Very well, let us see how Pat and his crew fare against this. Hutton chuckled darkly while preparing to retreat. However, it was already too late for them. The rock monsters had detected their presence. This is a rock monster with a combat power of 30,000. As it passed by, it paid no heed to the ants below, crushing Haddon and his companions in an instant, thwarting their vengeance plans before they could even take flight. Unbeknownst to Pat and his group, the rock monster inadvertently alleviated a considerable burden for them. They were desperately fleeing, but at their current pace, escape was impossible. The rock monster approaching them boasted a combat power exceeding 50,000. As the ominous presence drew nearer, despair enveloped Pat and his companions. In a moment of urgency, Lon called out, "Everyone, suppress your energy and scatter to evade detection. There's no need to fly, we'll proceed on foot." The group turned to their leader, Pat, who recognized that land strategy was a gamble, one that not only risked their lives but also relied on fortune. Yet, it was the best option available. Certainly preferable to facing annihilation together. Their chances of survival would hinge on individual luck. Heed Lon's words. "We will regroup in Ponchi City," Pat commanded with unwavering resolve. For time was of the essence. At their leader's directive, the group sprang into action, dispersing in pairs towards designated directions until they vanished from sight. The rock monster halted at their previous location, seemingly having lost its target, before choosing a random direction to march forward. Around the Rocky Mountains, creatures continued to perish. And in a short while, the monster advanced 1,000 miles, with that number steadily rising. No one could ascertain how long it would continue its rampage or how vast an area it would seek to conquer before it ceased its advance. Unbeknownst to the group, this scene was not confined to the Rocky Mountains. Monsters were awakening in over a dozen locations worldwide, mercilessly slaughtering any living beings they encountered. Each of these creatures possessed combat power exceeding 30,000, with the strongest reaching 100,000. By the time the authorities received reports, an entire night had passed. Had these monsters not awakened in desolate areas, countless lives would have already been lost. As Reik descended, the middle-aged men exchanged glances, refraining from speaking or acting. A cough from the bald man shattered the silence. "I want to be going down. I'm not sure when my injuries will heal," the old woman spoke first. "Who can argue with that? We've been fortunate to survive this time," replied the middle-aged man, cradling his arm. "I must say, this has truly opened my eyes. I never imagined humans could attain such strength," the bald man remarked, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "You may still have hope for further advancement, but alas, I have encountered my fate too late," the old woman said, her gaze dimming and her expression forlorn. The middle-aged man and the bald man exchanged bitter smiles. Knowing that any words they might offer would be inadequate, "Let it be, the old woman has lost hope. We can only watch how the younger generation fares," she sighed, shaking her head as she made her way towards the barrier, preparing to join her juniors in leaving this place. As the old woman moved, the other two followed closely behind, aware that whatever lay below was no longer their concern. It would be wiser to depart swiftly and strive for further progress. The bloodied trio's appearance drew the attention of everyone in the fifth space, all eyes fixed upon them. The three individuals disregarded one another and returned to their respective teams. "Leader, how did you sustain such grievous wounds? Who inflicted this harm upon you? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance at once." Six Arms supported the middle-aged man, his gaze fiercely directed at the old woman and the bald man, poised to attack at the leader's command. The teams of the bald man and the old woman also regarded the other two with trepidation and murderous intent. "Silence. It is not as you presume. Let us proceed. Any matters can await until I have recuperated." The middle-aged man grasped Six Arms' arm with his uninjured hand. The other two factions, similarly warned by their leaders, remained on edge. "Esteemed elders, might you elucidate the meaning of this situation?" inquired one. "Indeed. We are many awaiting a resolution. Silence will not grant you passage." Seeking conflict, the trio acted in unison against those who dared impede them. Despite their injuries from the sixth spatial realm, they were not to be trifled with. The individuals who attempted to block their path were swiftly dispatched, and the three returned to their teams, descending towards the ground once more. Their ferocity and dominance intimidated the onlookers, who no longer dared to obstruct their advance, instead choosing to follow in their wake. "Is that the young man?" the buxom woman whispered to the middle-aged man as she walked beside him. He cast her a glance, nodded slightly, and replied, "He is 1,000 times more formidable than you imagine. Your instincts are correct. With him present, we are powerless to act. We shall discuss the particulars later. The upcoming challenges may prove daunting." Reik descended, the fifth base coming into view. A dilapidated stronghold, bearing the scars of battle. Most edifices lay in ruins, with only a few standing intact. Reik began his inspection of the structures. Before long, he located the control center. Unbeknownst to him, a spaceship lingered nearby, not far from the planet Yudarapa. Sir, life signs detected on the planet. Shall we initiate landing? Inquired a creature resembling a rat. Of course we shall land. Otherwise, what of the Zabala pirate crew and the Western Winds? Chapter 43. The pirate crew strikes, personnel clearance granted. Announced the control center as its doors creaked open. Upon entering, Reik was taken aback. He could not comprehend the inscriptions within, nor could he operate the devices before him. I cannot believe I have come here for naught. What are these contraptions? What purpose do they serve? Reik exclaimed. Regrettably, no answer came. Not even the electronic voice had returned. Standing still, he rummaged through his mental repository of knowledge, pondering whether the Scions had imparted any relevant information. Yet, it was futile to expect such a technologically inclined race to provide insights into machinery. The only knowledge he possessed pertained to spacecraft. Curse it, no wonder they faced annihilation. Their very lifeblood is firmly controlled by others. Frustrated, Reik struck a nearby apparatus with his fist. Warning! Warning! Control center compromised. An explosion will occur in 60 seconds. All personnel are advised to evacuate immediately. The electronic voice re-emerged, yet this was not the news Reik had hoped for. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly glanced at the control center, seized an object resembling a storage device, and fled. Reik hovered in midair, torn between laughter and tears, realizing that the only valuable asset of the entire base had been destroyed by his own hand. Damn, it seems I must resort to watching Dragon Ball after all. Reik, disheartened, relinquished all hope that this planet could provide a means for him to retain his sanity after transforming into a great ape. In a foul mood, he hastened his exit, emerging from the cave a minute later. Upon his emergence, Reik beheld two factions at a standoff, one led by the task issuer, Parsonar, and the other comprised of adventurers tasked with the mission. Both parties turned their gaze toward Reik. He first directed his attention to the middle-aged man and his companions, stating, "Did I not make it clear that I would protect him? What are your intentions?" The three individuals, aware of Reik's formidable prowess, immediately shivered in trepidation. The middle-aged man stammered, "My lord, we merely wish to leave, but they are preventing our exit." Reik tilted his head, fixing his gaze upon Parsonar, awaiting his reply. "Listen, if you wish to depart, you must allow us to search you and ascertain what you obtained below," Parsonar sneered, casting aside any pretense. "Oh." Reik struck his right fist against his left palm, feigning enlightenment. "So, you are courting death?" Parsonar retorted with a cold smirk. "Do not presume that a level 6 adventurer is invincible. Today, your life shall come to an end here." Upon hearing this, the bald man and his companions regarded Parsonar as if he were a fool, no longer concerned about their escape. "Is that your source of confidence, the likes of him?" Reik inquired, glancing at a seemingly ordinary youth beside Parsonar, sensing he possessed over 10,000 combat power. Realizing Reik had unveiled his trump card, Parsonar sensed the tide changing. After all, inheriting such a vast estate indicated he possessed some intellect. The formidable demeanor Reik displayed immediately intimidated him, leaving him indecisive. Doubting that Reik could surpass his ace and questioning the likelihood of Reik having obtained anything substantial as the last to exit, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Xiaojio, eliminate him." With a thud, a body fell to the ground. Parsonar felt a surge of joy, knowing his gamble had paid off. Victory was within his grasp, reminiscent of his past battles for inheritance. However, to his astonishment, Reik remained unscathed, one hand nonchalantly adjusting his ear. Parsonar rubbed his eyes in disbelief, about to berate Xiaojio, only to find Xiaojio sprawled on the ground, the area where his heart should have been vacant. Parsonar was struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground. A tremendous aura surged forth, unrestrained, piercing Reik's consciousness. He retracted his previously carefree expression, swiftly extending his perception, enveloping the entire planet, and detecting changes in the Rocky Mountains. Yet, these energies did not capture Reik's attention. All his focus lay above. "Die," he uttered, lacking the time to indulge Parsonar any further, unleashing a wave of energy toward Parsonar's direction, causing them all to vanish. Suddenly, a spaceship materialized within his line of sight. He had already sensed the combat power of the opponent. Dismissing the lesser threats, he could not ignore the presence of one with a combat power of 310,000. This would mark his inaugural encounter with an adversary of superior combat prowess. Why did Reik sense that a confrontation was imminent? The unmasked malevolence emanating from his opponent incessantly provoked Reik's instincts. Nevertheless, he remained composed, relieved that he did not perceive a combat power of 530,000. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging. The two were still at a considerable distance, yet Reik felt his blood beginning to boil. He no longer hesitated. He had been taught by his ancestors that the early bird catches the worm. With hands clasped before his chest, he began to gather energy. With a crackle, the Dolong destruction cannon unleashed a deep blue energy projectile from his chest, hurtling towards the spacecraft. "Sir, we have a problem. A massive combat power has been detected," the mouse had exclaimed anxiously. "What is the combat power?" An unperturbed octopus had inquired, possessing unwavering confidence. Unable to fathom that anyone could surpass his own combat power of 310,000. It was just 300,000, and now it's continuously rising. 400,000. Boom. The combat power is too high, exceeding the detection limits, the mouse had declared in despair. The octopus head's previous confidence evaporated, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hastily fled the spaceship. With a thunderous explosion, the ship detonated at the very moment the octopus had escaped, taking the mouse head with him to his demise. Reik ascended slowly into the sky, casting a gaze towards Octopus Brother, only to find him devoid of a detector, which brought him some relief. He was apprehensive that news of the Saiyans might reach Frisia's ears, prompting him to act swiftly, indifferent to the fate of the spacecraft. Determined to obliterate the enemy before they could send a warning, he did not believe he could evade Frisia's pursuit by fleeing into space. Saiyan. The octopus had noticed the tail behind Reik. Still dazed, he stared blankly at Reik. Indeed, prepare to meet your end. Reik had no inclination to engage in dialogue, nor did he wish to inquire about his opponent's origins. He moved swiftly before the octopus head, launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. With a crack, the octopus head caught Reik's fist, flinging him aside before closing the distance and delivering a knee strike. Reik struggled to control his trajectory, crossing his arms to shield against the incoming blow. Without affording Reik a moment to react, the octopus head leaped above him, executing a downward axe kick that struck him squarely in the back. Boom. Reik collided with the ground. "Heh, little Saiyan, you truly startled me just now. It seems your combat power isn't as formidable as I imagined," the octopus head remarked, arms crossed, gazing leisurely at the fallen Reik. Chapter 44. The Clash. Reik pushed aside the debris atop him, wiping the blood from his forehead as he gradually floated opposite the octopus head. He recognized that his inexperience in battle had cost him dearly. Had it been Kakarot, that opponent would surely be questioning his existence by now. Focusing his energy on the octopus head, Reik raised his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The octopus head's form was enveloped in thick smoke, obscuring his vision, allowing Reik to dart into the haze. As he maneuvered behind the octopus's head, he raised his hand to unleash another energy orb, simultaneously shifting to the left of the creature's head. In the fleeting moment when the octopus was preoccupied with deflecting the energy orb, Reik delivered a side kick aimed squarely at its head. However, the strike was thwarted, prompting Reik to swiftly retreat and create distance. "Clever little imp," the octopus remarked, launching an elbow strike toward Reik. Reik matched the attack with an elbow of his own, while his tail seized the opportunity to whip around and strike the octopus, sending it reeling. Reik then maneuvered behind the octopus, locking its neck in a firm grip. The creature struggled, attempting to pry Reik's hands away, resulting in a fierce contest of strength. Regrettably, Reik found himself at a disadvantage, as the octopus gradually forced his arms apart. Realizing the futility of his hold, Reik relinquished his grip and delivered a knee strike directly to the octopus's back, propelling it away. Adjusting his stance, Reik surged forward with renewed vigor, aiming a powerful kick at the octopus's midsection. The creature let out a pained wail, spewing acidic fluid as it hurtled toward the mountainside, crashing through several peaks before becoming lodged in the rock face. "You have incited my wrath," the octopus growled, shattering the mountains as it charged toward Reik with incredible speed, delivering a punch aimed at his head. Reik raised his arm in defense, only to be pushed backward by the force of the blow. Without granting Reik a moment's respite, the octopus unleashed a flurry of punches. Reik found himself descending under the relentless assault, but as his feet touched the ground, he prepared to counterattack. Gripping the octopus's fists tightly, he stomped his right foot down, forcing the creature's arms apart before delivering a powerful headbutt to its chest. As the octopus was sent flying, Reik released an energy wave. As the dust settled, The octopus crossed its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself from the energy wave. Suddenly, energy orbs rained down from the sky like a tempest, sealing off all of Reik's escape routes. Drawing upon his inner strength, he braced his arms against the onslaught from above. After a barrage of energy orbs, just as Reik prepared to move, the octopus appeared before him, executing a sweeping kick that struck him in the waist. Reik coughed up blood, his internal organs jolted by the impact, and his expression darkened. From the onset of their confrontation, he had been at a disadvantage, and now he bore the burden of internal injuries. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the blood within him was heating up, and his combat power, once at a standstill, was beginning to stir. "You've done well, octopus creature," Reik muttered. "Though I am uncertain how you, a Saiyan, managed to survive with such formidable power, today you shall meet your end at my hands. Try if you can." The octopus taunted. Reik charged toward it, unleashing energy orbs as he ran. The battlefield gradually enveloped in smoke. "Thinking of employing the same trick again? Don't hold your breath." The octopus taunted from afar. Before the last word escaped its lips, it had already appeared to Reik's left side, throwing a sweeping punch aimed at the back of his head. Reik crouched slightly, evading the blow, and in that instant, his tail coiled around the octopus's elbow. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself, executing a backflip that culminated in a powerful kick that struck the octopus squarely in the face. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed as the octopus-headed creature was struck, clutching its face and retreating repeatedly. Reik, fueled by rage, shifted to the left and delivered another kick to the creature's right arm. In that instant, the octopus head seized Reik's ankle with its left hand. The moment he was caught, Reik understood the peril he was in and shielded his head with both arms. With a resounding thud, the octopus head slammed Reik down onto the ground. Thud, 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 thud. Reik was pressed into the earth, mercilessly squeezed. Despite the agonizing pain, he maintained his defensive posture while gathering his energy, awaiting an opportunity to counterattack. That opportunity soon presented itself. Just as Reik was lifted once more, poised for another downward smash, his tail lashed out like a whip, striking at the octopus head's eyes. The creature instinctively released its grip to shield itself. Reik's tail collided with the octopus head's left arm, allowing him to create some distance, gasping for breath. He felt at a loss, as every attack he launched was effortlessly neutralized, followed by a counterstrike. Spitting blood onto the ground, Reik realized that his internal injuries were worsening with each blow. He understood he could not match the creature's finesse. Not only was his combat experience inferior, but he also lacked the height advantage, making it a disadvantageous contest of skill. Reik realized he had only one path left, to confront the creature head-on, wagering that his body could endure more than its own. As he beheld the ever-approaching fist, he clenched his own fist and struck back. With a thunderous impact, he gritted his teeth, holding firm against the creature's unsteady form. In that fleeting moment, Reik withdrew his fist and delivered another powerful blow, colliding once more with the octopus head. Using the force of the impact to create distance, Reik charged forward. Thud, 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 thud. Clashes resonated in the air as they exchanged blows. Their injuries intensified. The surrounding landscape fell victim to their ferocity, with mountains crumbling, rivers redirected, and the earth fracturing. Their arms collided again. Reik, bloodied and fierce like a demon, bore down on the octopus head. Indeed, Reik had shattered his limitations, his combat prowess continually escalating. His cells surged with energy, emboldening him with each conflict, while the octopus head grew increasingly fatigued. The octopus head's arms were gradually pushed back by Reik's relentless assault. In this precarious situation, neither dared to retreat. A step back would grant the other a chance to exploit a vulnerability. As Reik forced open the octopus head's defenses, the creature expelled a stream of ink towards him. Uncertain of the ink's effects, Reik hastily retreated, but his chest was still stained with the inky substance. Sizzling, his clothing began to corrode. Alarmed, he grasped the fabric and tore it away, flinging it to the ground. In less than a second, the discarded clothing was entirely consumed, leaving a deep pit in its wake. Reik furrowed his brow, fixated on the octopus head, seizing no opportunity to strike while it was momentarily vulnerable. Octopus beast, you hide your tricks well. Have you exhausted your repertoire? Little brat, if I'm out of tricks, why not come and test it for yourself? The octopus head realized that it might meet its end on this planet, yet it refused to surrender, hoping to find an opening in Reik's defenses. Here I come. Prepare to face your demise. Reik had formulated a strategy. Chapter 45. The demise of the octopus head as the figure of Reik ascended ever higher. The octopus head remained vigilant, uncertain of Reik's intentions yet unwilling to divert his gaze, fixating intently on Reik's every movement. Observing this, a mischievous smile crept across Reik's face as he spread his arms wide at forehead level. Solar fist. A blinding light erupted, causing the octopus head to scream in agony, his voice laced with both pain and terror. He realized he had been outmaneuvered, his strategy flawed, and that the stakes of life and death were imminent. In that instant of the octopus head's cry, Reik sprang into action. He opened his previously closed eyes and moved before the octopus head, leaving behind an afterimage of his punch. Meanwhile, his true self appeared behind the octopus head, hands clasped before him as he harnessed the energy within. Upon opening his eyes, the octopus head beheld Reik's afterimage and, without time to contemplate, unleashed a spray of ink at it. Initially elated, he glimpsed the dawn of victory as he perceived no evasive maneuvers from Reik. However, as the ink passed through the afterimage, the octopus head's eyes widened in confusion. Huh! A thunderous shout reverberated from behind. Startled, the octopus head turned around just in time to see a deep blue energy cannon bearing down upon him. Despair etched across his features. He realized too late that the energy cannon struck true, propelling him skyward before erupting in a tremendous explosion. The reverberations echoed as the octopus head was obliterated. Weary, Reik lowered his hands and slowly flew away, locking onto a specific direction. In the valley, a group of onlookers, including the busty woman, stood frozen in shock the moment Reik engaged with the spacecraft, unable to move as they stared in awe. As Reik confronted the octopus head, the elderly woman jolted back to reality. This was not the time for stupor. Clearly, a battle was imminent, and it was time for them to flee. Why are you still dawdling? Run, she shouted, prompting the group to scatter like startled birds, retreating from the confrontation between Reik and the octopus head. The explosions continued to thunder in their ears, urging them forward until dawn broke before they dared to halt. What manner of terrifying being is this? The six-armed figure murmured. Shaken. No one responded. Each individual was enveloped in confusion and disbelief, their perceptions shattered by Reik's prowess and the presence of the spacecraft. What are we to do if aliens possess such power? The bald man fretted, pondering their uncertain future. Reik had already surpassed his comprehension. And just as he began to process this, a spacecraft had suddenly appeared, revealing the formidable strength of the extraterrestrials. Perhaps we are doomed. We can only pray that the young man prevails. Otherwise, we have no future, the busty woman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the bald man. The battle must be over, but I wonder who emerged victorious, the middle-aged man lamented, the weight of impending doom pressing heavily upon him. What plans do we have moving forward? The bald man inquired, disregarding the busty woman's remarks, his thoughts already racing from the events of the previous day. Do you have any suggestions? The elderly woman retorted. Why not establish an alliance, aiming to explore stronger paths together and unite more powerful individuals? As one strives for strength, it simultaneously prepares for the future confrontation with extraterrestrial beings. The bald man articulated his thoughts. Having reached the pinnacle of his capabilities, he realized that further growth was unattainable without the assistance of others, a belief he shared with the other Level 6 adventurers. He was convinced that embarking on explorations with a larger group would yield far superior results than venturing alone. Once he concluded his remarks, the assembly fell into contemplation, each individual weighing the implications of his proposal on their own interests. Very well, let us return to the city. I shall invite a few old friends, and we can discuss the specifics then. The elderly woman was the first to agree, though she was also laying the groundwork for her future influence. Agreed. Let us mobilize our connections and endeavor to recruit as many individuals as possible. We shall reconvene in a month, the middle-aged man concurred, exchanging ideas with the group before departing with two companions. Meanwhile, while the bald man and his group deliberated, Reik had already arrived in the city, purchased a new outfit, indulged in a hearty meal, and succumbed to slumber at his hotel. Upon awakening, Reik felt revitalized, sitting cross-legged on his bed, immersing himself in his inner self. He focused on healing his internal injuries, disregarding the external ones for the time being. Reik meticulously sorted through his organs, and the nights swiftly passed. The remaining injuries would not heal swiftly, prompting Reik to reminisce about the mystical beings. He felt a twinge of envy towards Kakarot and Vegeta. Not only did Kakarot have his prowess, but even Vegeta received healing solutions post-injury, liberating them from the burden of concern regarding their wounds. Rising, Reik gazed out the window, taking in the myriad of lives bustling within the city, some hurrying to work, others in conflict, some engaging in theft, and a few performing acts of rescue. Despite not having garnered any spoils from Base 5, and having lost what he did retrieve during the battle with the octopus-headed adversary, Reik felt a sense of satisfaction from this journey. The confrontation had not only augmented his combat experience, but also shattered his personal limitations, bringing him closer to the realm of Super Saiyans, with his physique entering a growth phase. Indeed, Reik was now 10 years old, having been away for over 6 months. Logically, he could return home, as it was the opportune moment for him to make rapid advancements in the gravity chamber, yet he remained unhurried, opting to wait until his physical injuries were healed before commencing his training. Extending his perception, Reik recalled the aura he sensed prior to the battle with the octopus-headed foe. He was not oblivious to the dangers faced by Pat and the others. As previously stated, cultivation is a personal endeavor. Their peril did not necessitate his intervention as a caretaker. He would eventually depart, and they must confront dangers on their own. For Reik, matters occurring on this planet were of little concern, provided they did not threaten its existence or intrude upon his own affairs. The gravity chamber he left at home was their best option for navigating this crisis, and he was curious to see if they would discover it themselves. Withdrawing his perception, Reik ceased to focus on Pat and his companions. Meanwhile, Pat and his group narrowly escaped back to Ponchi City, eager to enlist Reik's help with the rock monster. Upon arriving at his residence, they were taken aback. "Mother, where has Reik gone? Something terrible has happened," Blueheart inquired anxiously, seeing her son in such distress. UTI was filled with concern. "Reik has been gone for quite some time without a word. You should attend to your injuries at the hospital first. What are we to do? Does Reik have any contact information?" Lon Xian felt flustered, and Pat and the others were anxiously pacing. None could predict when the rock monster would cease its rampage or arrive in Ponchi City. Reik's absence had thrown them into disarray. Thus far, a dozen members of their group had yet to return, and the outlook was grim. The few who had escaped were ill-equipped to confront the rock monster. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Chapter 46. Utilizing the gravity chamber. No, Reik left no contact information, nor did he specify when he would return. Seeing that she could not sway her son, UTI fetched the family's medical kit, tending to his wounds as she spoke. "Captain, perhaps we should leave Ponchi City," suggested Lon Xian. The moment her words fell, Pat and the others froze, slowly turning their gazes toward her. "You and your son may leave, but we shall not abandon this place. If we are to perish, let it be in Ponchi City," Pat replied bitterly. In the face of uncertainty, Pat spoke from the heart. "Why? Remaining here is merely awaiting death. If we leave, we may grow stronger and one day vanquish those monsters," Lon Xian responded, perplexed by Pat's stance. Their dialogue clashed with Reik's teachings, which emphasized the preservation of life above all. Pat and the others seemed resigned to a fate of sacrifice, a stark contrast to Reik's insistence on survival. "You are still young. You will understand when you grow older," Pat said earnestly. Fortunately, Reik was not present. Had he been, he would have chastised Pat soundly. What foolishness! To be foolish oneself and to impart that folly to others. But Reik had taught differently. He had said that without life, there was nothing left. As long as one drew breath, there remained hope. Lon Xian murmured to herself. Pat and the others heard her words, but chose not to argue or reconsider their decision. "Boss, what shall we do next?" asked the second-in-command. "For now, you should inform the authorities of our situation and see if there are alternative solutions." After the second-in-command departed, the others bowed their heads in contemplation, the only sound being UTI tending to Lon Xian's injuries, with no one else speaking. "Boss, what if we train in there?" suggested Lola, her eyes catching the sight of the gravity chamber. Recollections of Reik's words and her past experiences flashed through her mind as she pointed toward it. The group turned to look. Aside from Pat and Lon Xian, the others were puzzled, unsure of what the gravity chamber was or its purpose. Pat and Lon Xian's eyes lit up, although Pat hesitated, knowing it belonged to Reik and fearing the repercussions of using it without permission. "Boss, do not hesitate. When Reik returns, I shall apologize to him," Lolo asserted, taking responsibility as she pulled Pat toward the gravity chamber. The others curiously followed suit. Only UTI opened her mouth as if to speak, but, upon meeting her son's gaze, abandoned her intention. She gently patted his shoulder. Go ahead. As the group stood before the gravity chamber, Bellies curiously explored the surroundings and inquired, Boss, what is the purpose of this contraption? Isn't it merely a metal box? Girl, stand still and do not fidget. Pat reprimanded sternly. Eighth sister, once Reik returns, I shall be the one to apologize. We must commence now. He addressed Lola, recalling Reik's previous actions, and emulated his manner to activate the gravity chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Aside from Pat and Lola, the others were pinned to the ground by tenfold gravity. Boss, what is happening? Bellis inquired, enunciating each word. This is 5 times the gravity of our planet. We will enter the gravity chamber for training in batches. Pat explained as he deactivated the gravity. The group felt a sudden lightness and quickly stood up. Bellis exclaimed with excitement, Boss, why didn't we use this marvelous device earlier? Child, this does not belong to us. It is Reik's. We were never entitled to use it, and I would not have entered if not for the urgent circumstances. Pat corrected her. Boss, that is not what I meant. I was suggesting, why not have someone recreate it? Bellis clarified, realizing the misunderstanding. Pat paused, contemplating, as he had not considered that aspect. He acknowledged, even if you wish to create it, you must first know whom to approach. I am at a loss. Bellis's enthusiasm faded, her expression drooping as she muttered curses against Reik. Boss, I am aware of that. However, even if we approach them, they lack the time to craft it for us. Lola interjected, raising her hand. What is the situation? Please elaborate. This gravity chamber was commissioned by Reik from Professor Plas, who is currently occupied with developing a spacecraft. If the progress of Reik's spacecraft is delayed, we might all face dire consequences, Lola remarked with a wry smile. Is that rustic fellow truly so formidable? Bellis was taken aback, unable to associate his troublesome demeanor with the potential threat. Child, Reik does not hold grudges against you, otherwise. A mere breath could extinguish your existence. He is far more powerful than you can imagine, Pat stated, a glimmer of admiration and bitterness flashing in his eyes as he spoke of Reik's strength. Goodness, then have I not narrowly escaped countless perilous situations? What fortune, Bellis mused. Reflecting on her numerous brushes with death, her spirits lifting. Observing Bellis's foolish grin, the others gained a renewed understanding of her eccentricity. Enough. I will now outline the precautions. What we just experienced was tenfold gravity in the chamber. You must exercise caution when utilizing it. Should you exceed your body's capacity, it could be fatal. Everyone in your group will suffer the consequences of your recklessness. Even a slight increase in gravity requires utmost care. Pat earnestly regarded each individual, imparting his words with gravity. Wait, boss, if Professor Plas lacks the time to create it, why not procure the blueprints and have someone else manufacture it? Bellis proposed, shaking off her previous levity. Pat smacked his forehead, cursing his own lack of foresight. Bellis, your suggestion is excellent. Once this situation is resolved, Eighth Sister shall handle it. For now, we will begin to form groups. Lola quickly agreed, and after the second group departed, they activated the gravity chamber. Blueheart experienced the sensation of pressure enveloping his entire being, and he began to walk forward, step by step. He was aware that Leek had remained in the gravity chamber for an entire day. Although the exact magnitude of the gravity was unknown to him, he was determined to grow stronger swiftly, ensuring that today's events would never recur in his presence. He came to understand that strength was the key. As long as he possessed it, the circumstances described by Pat and Leek would not come to pass, and he would not need to make any choices. Seeing Blueheart's determination, Bellies too was unwilling to fall behind, increasing her pace with each stride. Observing the relentless efforts of the two children, despite their combat prowess having long surpassed his own, he felt a surge of confidence in their willpower, unwilling to concede defeat. They soon realized that a stronger will would enable them to adapt to the gravity more swiftly, perhaps even allowing them to surpass their limits. Meanwhile, as Pat and the others remained engrossed in the gravity chamber, Leek ventured into a dense forest. After leaving the city, he chose not to fly, instead wandering aimlessly on foot. His arrival in the forest was spurred by curiosity, having sensed the disappearance of several auras. This led him through the woods to a picturesque village, rich with the essence of life, seemingly untouched by the outside world. Today, this secluded village welcomed 3 waves of unfamiliar visitors. Chapter 47, Bellies and Blueheart Face Off. Upon his arrival, Leek witnessed 2 factions confronting each other, armed and wary, while the villagers, led by their chief, cowered at a distance. The ground bore witness to several lifeless bodies, a grim testament to the chaos unfolding. Reik's footsteps startled the three parties involved, and both opposing factions mistook him for an ally of the other, regarding him with fierce glares that revealed their desperation. The villagers, paralyzed by terror, could hardly comprehend the violence that had erupted in their once peaceful lives. Only the village chief, seemingly undeterred by the confrontation, maintained a steady gaze, occasionally casting a look of murderous intent towards the two factions. "Ah, it seems quite lively here. Care to enlighten me on what has transpired?" Reik inquired nonchalantly. The leaders of the two factions exchanged glances, realizing that Reik was neither ally nor foe, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had no intention of answering him. Instead, they raised their weapons and fired. In a swift motion, Reik caught 2 bullets with his hand, dismissing any further conversation. He concentrated his energy, forming 2 energy orbs that he hurled at the opposing groups. With a thunderous roar, the ground was left with 2 deep craters, and both factions vanished entirely. The villagers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, scattered in terror, while the village chief, struggling against his fear, approached Reik's diminutive figure and knelt before him. Recognizing Reik's formidable power, he understood that the villagers had no means to defend themselves nor any hope of escape. "Sir, please, command us as you wish, but spare these villagers," he implored. Observing the chief and the frightened villagers, Reik lost interest. Demonstrating his might before these ordinary people was not his ambition. With a disappointed shake of his head, he decided against further wandering and vanished from the village without a word. Resolute in his determination, Reik no longer hesitated, soaring homeward enveloped in a white aura. Outside the gravity chamber, Pat and his companions stood anxiously, sensing a formidable creature with a combat power exceeding 10,000 approaching Ponchi City from 3,000 miles away. After months of rigorous training within the gravity chamber, Pat and his team had elevated their own combat strength to over 8,000. Yet they still fell short against the impending beast. Since the second-in-command reported the creature's emergence, the authorities had dispatched several waves of personnel to investigate and confront it. But none returned. All perished at the hands of the monster. Due to their actions, the creature had traversed the distance from over 10,000 miles away. Although the authorities organized a civilian evacuation immediately following their failure, the creature's speed was overwhelming. At the current pace, half of the populace would be unable to escape in time, facing certain death within Ponchi City. Upon detecting the creature's movement, Pat and his companions vacated the gravity chamber, reserving it exclusively for Bellies and Lanshin, who had already surpassed their abilities. They hoped the two would swiftly enhance their combat prowess to eliminate the menace. With only a day remaining until the creature's arrival, they prepared to assess whether Bellies and Lanshin could triumph over it. If not, Pat intended to divert the creature's attention in an attempt to lead it away. At that moment, the gravity chamber slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman stepping forth with measured strides, confidence radiating from their faces. Pat sensed their presence but could not discern specific details. Only an unfathomable depth was palpable. "Girls, Bellies, Lanshin, you must have sensed the creature as well. Do you feel confident? If not, we old-timers can attempt to draw its attention away, buying you some time." Bellies and Lanshin exchanged a knowing smile, and Belly spoke up. "Boss, rest assured, we've got this. You just prepare for the victory celebration." "Very well. I promise not to let you down," Pat replied with a hearty laugh. No sooner had Pat's words faded than Bellies and Lanshin, cloaked in their white auras, sped towards the creature. Pat and the others watched their disappearing figures with a sense of relief. "Boss, we truly are getting old. Perhaps it's time to consider retirement," the second-in-command remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Huh, that is a good thing. You can settle down and start a family," Pat responded, genuinely pleased. "Brother, the boss is right. After all these years of hard work, don't you feel weary?" teased the 7th member. Laughter erupted among the group, their joy contrasting sharply with the chaos enveloping the city. Unbeknownst to them, a figure loomed above, having floated there for quite some time. Unnoticed by both Pat and the others as well as Bellies and Lanshin, the figure bore no ire over the use of the gravity chamber 2 years prior. The outcome might have been different, likely resulting in Reik eliminating them. It could only be said that during these past 2 years, Reik had changed significantly, coming to regard Pat and the others as friends. Naturally, as friends, Reik would not interfere with their endeavors, even as Bellies and Lanshin sought the creature. Even if they were to fall in battle, Reik would remain uninvolved. However, he would seek vengeance for them after their demise. Do not perceive Reik as heartless. It is their own choice, and they must bear the consequences of their decisions. Reik yearns to encounter the myriad of formidable warriors within the Dragon Ball realm. He cannot remain here indefinitely to safeguard them. As for bringing them to Earth, that notion is impractical. Yudharapa is their homeland. Who would willingly abandon their roots? Reik, on the other hand, is different. In his previous life, he was an Earthling, and even if it is not the same Earth, it still brings him solace. The Saiyan homeland has long been destroyed. In truth, Reik is a wanderer of lost lands. Had he been unaware of this world's circumstances, he might have found contentment in staying here. Yet, whether through the memories embedded in his mind or the blood coursing through his veins, he is compelled to journey to Earth. Reik descended, standing beside Lola. Pat and the others were engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to Reik's presence. It was only when UTI emerged from the house with tea that she noticed Reik. Reik, when did you return? Have you eaten? Shall I prepare something for you? UTI approached briskly, her face alight with joy. Yes, please go prepare it. I feel hungry just hearing you mention it. Reik, recalling something, felt saliva pooling as he hurriedly replied. Reik, why are you so quiet? Lola chided, gazing at him reproachfully. I noticed you were all in high spirits and did not wish to disrupt your merriment. Reik shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Pat and the others chuckled warmly. Suddenly, Pat sensed the presence of Bellies and a monster engaged in combat, his expression shifting dramatically. He urgently addressed Reik. Reik, Bellies and Longsheen are battling a monster. You must assist them. I will not go. Reik firmly shook his head in refusal. Silence enveloped the group, laughter abruptly vanishing as they stared at Reik, incredulous at his response. Why not? Lola asked, bewildered. You cannot fathom such a simple question? Reik replied, disappointment evident as he shook his head. Lao Wu, the fourth ear, trembled slightly, beginning to grasp Reik's meaning, while the others remained puzzled. I must eventually depart. I cannot serve as your caretaker, Reik stated bluntly. Pat and the others felt a sense of awkwardness. They should have comprehended such an elementary point. Yet this time, they had lost their bearings. They struggled to distinguish the gravity of the situation, having relied on Reik's assistance, which, in their case, was optional. Reik is correct, and the children must learn to grow. Since they possess confidence, we should extend our utmost trust to them, Lao Wu reassured Pat, patting him on the shoulder. After allowing everyone a moment to absorb this, he continued, moreover, these two have worked diligently for this. If Reik intervenes, what will their efforts signify? Reik is not obligated to assist us. We cannot depend on him for everything. Pat and the others experienced a moment of clarity. You are right, Lao Wu. I shall go find Reik and apologize, as well as discuss our private use of the gravity chamber. With that, Pat strode purposefully toward Reik's home. Others observed the silhouette of their leader and followed suit. As gravity was a force they all employed, if Reik were to place blame, they would share the burden. Reik, sipping his drink, gazed in utter disbelief at the multitude kneeling before him. For heaven's sake, are you all mad? Did I not express my disdain for others bowing before me? Rise at once. He set down his beverage, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Could Pat and the others claim they had grown accustomed to this? Certainly not. He knew that voicing such a sentiment would likely result in another tirade, leaving him to ponder the peculiar habits of extraterrestrial beings. Complying, they stood upright, and Pat, filled with trepidation, confessed their unauthorized use of the gravity chamber to Reik, bowing his head and bracing for the impending consequences. Is that all? Very well, you may leave. Reik waved them off dismissively. He then settled at the dining table, savoring the enticing aroma as he began to feast. Pat and the others could only retreat outside, where they sensed the fierce clash between Bellies and her adversaries. Boss, the celebration feast awaits, Lola reminded. Pat smacked his forehead, rallying the group to depart. Bellies and Blue Heart, their garments tattered, found themselves in a predicament akin to Reik's. Despite their combat prowess not being inferior to their foes, they remained unable to breach their defenses. As the battle dragged on, their initial confidence had waned. Little minion, do you possess any secret techniques? If this continues, we may not survive, Bellies inquired, cradling her fractured left arm. I could attempt something, but I fear they won't grant us the time. Blue Heart replied with a rueful smile. Were it not for their opponent's inability to soar, they likely would not have endured this long. How long do you require? Blue Heart hesitated, lacking confidence in his untested plan. Time is of the essence. I can only buy you 3 minutes. Our lives now rest in your hands, Bellies declared. observing Blue Heart's indecision, not allowing him a chance to retort. A violet hue enveloped her as she activated her innate abilities. With no further hesitation, Blue Heart raised his arms above his head, palms crossed. The orange energy began to coalesce. Energy surged within his palms, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as he focused entirely on the power in his grasp, losing awareness of his surroundings. The orange energy pulsated in his hands, flickering with arcs of electricity. "Little minion, is it not ready yet?" Bellies cried out, having been struck by a punch from the rock beast, collapsing to the ground. Blood staining her lips. She had exhausted all strength, using her last ounce of energy to shout. Blue Heart, unwilling to delay further, uncertain of his own success, locked onto the rock beast, launching the energy wave. As the beast opened its gaping maw, a sphere of crimson energy surged forth to collide with the energy wave. The two forces clashed, creating a stalemate. "You shall not yield, nor shall I." Blue Heart felt his energy deplete, unable to summon a trace of power. Yet he refused to surrender. To relinquish now would render all their prior efforts futile. Blue Heart's azure eyes sparkled, a stream of energy emanating from his gaze, enhancing his energy wave. The orange energy overpowered the red energy, gradually advancing towards the rock monster. Boom! The energy wave erupted within the rock monster's mouth, leaving its head intact, but causing its body to collapse. Bellies and her companion exchanged joyful smiles, and as Lanshin soared to Bellies' side, she inquired with curiosity, "What just happened? I distinctly felt that you had no energy left, yet you suddenly surged with power." Lanshin, shyly scratching the back of her head, replied, "I just discovered that my eyes can store energy, capable of retaining up to half of my internal essence. You didn't disappoint me, little sidekick. Let us return." Belly struggled to stand, but Lanshin rushed to her side, supporting her unsteady form. Bellies attempted to push her away, but lacking strength, she soon surrendered, leaning against Lanshin. Pat and the others awaited their triumphant return at the base of the building, noticing the duo's condition from afar. They quickly flew to their side, admonishing, "What are you two doing here in such a state? You should head directly to the hospital." Ignoring their protests and struggles, the group ushered them towards medical care, disregarding the celebratory feast they had prepared. "Lanshin, I will bring your mother over shortly," Pat declared. As Lanshin opened her mouth to speak, Lola promptly silenced her. "By the way, Reik has returned." Upon hearing Lola's words, a radiant smile spread across Lanshin's face. She held deep respect and gratitude for Reik. Thanks to him, she had not only retained her mother, but was now living a life she had once deemed unattainable. Content. She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. "This child," Pat observed, slowing their flight speed. "You've worked hard." "No big deal, boss," came Bellies' enthusiastic reply, still wide awake. Had she not been exhausted, she would have soared around Panshui City, showcasing her prowess for all to see. True to his nature, Pat shared news that delighted Bellies. "Rest well. The country is already aware of your accomplishments. Once you both recover, a special commendation ceremony will be held in your honor." "Really?" Bellies' eyes sparkled, her lips curving into an uncontainable grin. "Indeed, but steady yourself. Do you wish for the entire nation to see you in this condition?" Hee. Chapter 49. A decade later, the atmosphere was exceedingly dense, with atmospheric pressure reaching unimaginable levels. A reading of 400 on the instruments showcased the gravity of the environment. A figure, bare from the waist up, was performing handstand push-ups on a single finger, the ground beneath drenched in sweat as the figure continued its mechanical rhythm. Murmuring to itself, 99.99, 10,000. The figure then executed a somersault, landing gracefully. Without pausing, it shouldered the equipment resting in the corner and began to sprint. After placing down the apparatus, the figure raised its left hand, condensing a blue energy orb, which was propelled forward. Before the energy orb could travel far, the figure instantaneously moved in front of it. Boom! The energy orb struck the figure directly in the chest. As the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged, its body adorned with muscles as defined as stone, untouched by any harm. The figure nodded in satisfaction, channeling the energy within, causing a multitude of energy orbs to materialize in the spacious surroundings, suspended in midair. With a mere thought, these orbs surged towards the figure, which, sensing the impending danger, rapidly scanned its surroundings and began to move with agility. One by one, the energy orbs were evaded, yet their velocity increased, and the density of their onslaught became more formidable, making the figure's evasions ever more challenging. Countless orbs collided with the ground and walls, vanishing upon impact like fleeting bubbles. With each orb successfully dodged, the figure dismantled the energy within, ensuring no harm befell the environment. Gradually, the energy orbs diminished until they vanished entirely, prompting the figure to halt. Approaching the control panel, it deactivated the gravity settings. Instantly, the environment transformed, and the figure felt as though it were soaring. The figure opened the door and stepped outside slowly, standing at a height of approximately 178 meters, with striking long hair and a tuft playfully perched on its forehead. A tail swayed with the breeze behind it. A chiseled face bore a gentle smile as it tread softly upon the grass. Indeed, the figure was Reik, who had finally matured. A decade had elapsed, and Reik was now 20 years old. "Reik, Sister Laura has invited you to her daughter's birthday celebration," announced a youth with striking azure eyes, who had been waiting outside the gravity chamber. "Certainly, I shall attend punctually. But you, why are you loitering outside? Wasn't it advised that you refrain from lingering here? I can already foresee Barry's chastising me for supposedly pressuring you," Reik replied, agreeing to the invitation before turning to Blue Heart, who elicited a headache within him. "Not at all. I have already informed her," Blue Heart insisted, dismissing Reik's statement. "Nonsense. Why not go on a date with Barry's instead? Why should I be burdened with that man's company? Are you lacking in common sense?" Reik snapped, exasperated by Blue Heart's rigid demeanor. "That's settled then. You are not to come here again." With that, Reik lost interest in Blue Heart's bemused expression. The young man seemed increasingly rigid as he grew older, a transformation Reik would never admit was his doing. How could such a clever individual produce such a dullard? A decade had passed, and Reik's combat prowess had reached a staggering 4 million. Yet, he still had not discovered the means to transform into a Super Saiyan, feeling that both his battle strength and cells had met the necessary criteria. Naturally, he had encountered the Super Saiyan threshold 4 years prior, when his battle strength hit 3 million, and despite a further increase of 1 million over the years, he had yet to break through the barrier. Over the past 10 years, even his gravity chamber had undergone several upgrades, now capable of exerting 500 times normal gravity. Regrettably, the spacecraft remained inactive, and Reik felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that PLAS might not succeed in its construction within the next 8 years. The energy detector had now been transformed into a battle power detector, crafted into an earbud style based on Reik's specifications. However, its current limit was still modest, maxing out at 100,000, a threshold Reik had never utilized. Certainly, for Reik, the most pressing concern remains the Super Saiyan transformation. Recently, his combat prowess has ceased to grow, indicating that relying on an increase in power to surpass the Super Saiyan threshold is unrealistic. However, when it comes to rage, it poses a considerable challenge for him. Over the years, he has rarely lost his temper. If someone truly provoked him, they would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Hatred is an emotion he seldom experiences, nor does he possess the haughty temperament of Vegeta. Evil is not a trait that he embodies either. Reik finds himself in a quandary, although it is still premature for Kakarot to transform. He cannot ignore the potential for this young warrior to unleash untold power in the future. Reik is determined not to become a mere shadow of Kakarot, relegated to a position of cheering from the sidelines alongside Vegeta. Such an outcome would be a disservice to the years of effort he has invested. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he could not even sustain a month of running, let alone endure extreme training for over a decade. Reik harbors another hypothesis, albeit one that cannot be realized on this planet, and carries a degree of recklessness. This notion revolves around pressure. The pressure of death could potentially aid him in breaking through his limitations and achieving Super Saiyan status. Were he on Earth, he would undoubtedly choose this method, as even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to the Dragon Ball legacy. Unfortunately, he finds himself elsewhere, and as someone who values his own life, he remains ensnared in his current predicament. Thus, over the years, he has consciously strengthened his control over his energy and perception, evidenced by his ability to infiltrate and dismantle energy projectiles within the gravity chamber. He now possesses the confidence to engage in combat with individuals boasting a power level 1,000,000 points higher than his own. Alas, Reik let out a deep sigh. The Badasso Adventurers Guild building, a towering edifice of 9 stories, was adorned with balloons as countless elites and experts arrived in succession. They entered various floors according to their rank and familiarity. Over the past decade, Reik was not the only one advancing. The Badasso Adventurers Guild had ascended to become the foremost adventurers organization in the nation. The guild leader, Bellies, now possessed a combat power of 120,000, standing at the pinnacle of the planetary hierarchy. Hence, many sought to curry favor and forge connections with members of the Badasso Guild. Even the nation's second-largest faction, the Leap Alliance, dispatched representatives to attend the birthday celebration of Lola's daughter. Leading the alliance was a bald man, and within the group, a voluptuous woman cautioned a six-armed man, "Make sure you don't cause trouble when we get up there. If you get yourself killed, I won't be collecting your body. Scorpion, you ought to mind your own business. Don't go around flirting with every man you meet. Be careful not to attract the wrong kind of attention." The six-armed man retorted. Her words seemed to hit a nerve with the voluptuous woman, who turned pale, clearly reminded of something unpleasant. She nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from countering the six-armed man's comment. As the group awaited the elevator, footsteps approached from behind, halting beside the voluptuous woman and her companions. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed the appearance of the newcomer, her eyes lighting up. Clearly, the individual matched her ideal, and she struggled to suppress her excitement. Just as she prepared to strike up a conversation, she noticed the tale behind the individual. Chapter 50. The birthday banquet. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her cherry lips parted as she stammered, "Why you?" The situation captured the attention of her companions. As the six-armed man turned his head, he grumbled, "Scorpion, what mischief are you up to now?" Upon noticing Reik, he gasped in astonishment. The other members of the team, unfamiliar with Reik, were left bewildered, uncertain of the intentions of their superior. However, the bald man, who recognized Reik, was taken aback with a mix of surprise and joy. He hurriedly approached Reik, bowing respectfully, and said, "My lord, it is an honor to see you again." Reik, observing this scene, scratched his head in mild confusion and inquired, "Do you know me?" He had entirely forgotten when he had last encountered this individual. 10 years ago, I had the fortune of undertaking a mission alongside you, my lord." The bald man replied with reverence. As Reik scrutinized the faces before him, he rifled through his memories and finally recalled where he had met them. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Ah, it is you. Make sure to eat well tonight." At that moment, the elevator arrived, and Reik stepped inside, gesturing for the bald man and others to join him. "My lord, please go ahead. We will wait for the next one," they insisted. The busty woman and the six-armed man also realized the situation, bowing respectfully behind the bald man. Reik chose not to elaborate further and closed the elevator door. "Leader, who is that?" Those unfamiliar with Reik curiously asked the bald man. He shook his head and warned, "I am not entirely certain, but you should know not to provoke him, otherwise it would be a futile demise." As the elevator halted on the 9th floor, Reik was immediately captivated by the aroma wafting through the air. He walked directly to the dining table and grabbed a plate of meat, devouring it eagerly. Just as he was halfway through his meal, he was interrupted by a little girl tugging at his pant leg. "Uncle Reik, why didn't you come to find me? Why are you hiding here eating alone?" The girl's large, expressive eyes gazed up at Reik, her lips pouting in a display of displeasure. Hickson, do not disturb Uncle Reik while he is eating. He will come to find you once he finishes." Reik's indifference to Hickson's sulky expression was evident as he turned his attention to other dishes. Aware of Reik's status, Hickson flapped her little wings and took to the air, circling around him, her unique method of engaging with him. "Hickson, why don't you go find your brother Don Kong?" Reik said, simultaneously savoring a scoop of ice cream, hoping to dismiss the little girl. It was only because Hickson was bold enough to interrupt him during his meal that she wasn't already sent flying or obliterated. No, Don Kong is too timid. Last time I invited him to play, he was too afraid and told my mother, which ruined my chance to go. Cough. Was that really a play date? You were off to the wilderness." Reik nearly choked on his words. "I was just curious," Hickson replied with an embarrassed smile. "Rolla, where are you? Hurry and take Hickson away." Reik, finding himself at a loss with the little girl, resorted to summoning Rolla with a grand gesture. Rolla had already spotted Reik and his daughter. She had no intention of intervening to assist Reik, finding amusement in his plight. As for Reik's call for help, she pretended not to hear and wandered off to join Pat and the others. As Lanshin was enjoying a drink with Bellies, she heard the voice of Reik and was about to seek him out, only to be firmly restrained by Bellies beside her. After calling out for a considerable time without receiving a response, Reik surmised Lola's intentions and directed his gaze towards the smugly grinning Shinua. A mischievous smile crept across Reik's face as he reached out with his grease-stained hand to pinch Shinua's cherubic cheeks. Ah, uncle-like, how could you be so naughty? Smudging my face. Xinyue exclaimed in surprise, flapping her wings and retreating repeatedly, voicing her grievances towards Like. Are you still bothered by me, little girl? Like laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Xinyue's face flushed with indignation as she charged at Like, soaring to his head and unleashing a flurry of playful strikes on his hair. Once the little girl ceased to obstruct his view, Like paid her no mind and continued his gastronomic endeavors at another table. It was only after he had feasted to his heart's content that he gently removed the exhausted little girl, who had fallen asleep on his head. Carrying Xinyue, he approached Lola and inquired, Lola, was this intentional? I sensed your presence nearby, and the moment I called, you vanished. Don't speak nonsense. Someone needed my attention, Lola retorted, well aware of Like's temperament and unwilling to admit the truth. You know the truth yourself. Take care of this girl. I must leave, Like said as he handed Xinyue over to Lola. Weren't you just here for a short while? Aren't you going to wait for Xinshin to wake up? After indulging, Xinshin won to awaken for a while. She has been bouncing on my head for over half an hour. Until we meet again in 8 years, Like remarked, patting his round belly with a relaxed demeanor. What? You plan to be away for so long? Lola questioned incredulously, her voice raising in disbelief. Suddenly, the space around them filled with curious onlookers. Pat asked, what is going on? Lola relayed Like's intention to be away for 8 years. The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Like would venture out for such an extended period. Lanshin was the first to speak up, not inquiring about the reasons, but instead requesting, Liege, take me with you. Like, is something amiss? Pat, although now in a more subdued role, still spent much of his time in the wild, uncovering unknown creatures. This journey aims for a breakthrough, and I cannot predict its duration. However, I will return once the spaceship is completed, which coincides with my departure from Udalpa Star. Like succinctly shared his plans. Lanshin, you need not accompany me. You would only be in the way. It would be best for you to marry that silly girl and start a family for your mother. Like decisively dismissed Lanshin, instead suggesting a different course of action. With that, Like surveyed the members of the Budasuo adventure group, turned his back to them, and waved goodbye, leaving without a trace. Lanshin stood despondently watching Like's retreating figure, realizing from Like's earlier words that their time together was limited. Even if Like promised to return in 8 years for the spaceship, it remained uncertain whether they would meet again. Given Like's nature, he was certainly capable of vanishing without a word. My little sidekick, I will be there with you at Professor Plas in 8 years. Bellies grasped Lanshin's hand and softly spoke, thank you, Bellies. Chapter 51. The Return of the Giant Ape by the Brook. Reik sat upon a stone, holding a fishing rod, quietly gazing at the water's surface, awaiting the moment a fish might bite. The bobber on the water's surface quivered slightly, indicating the fish was testing the bait, yet Reik remained still. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the ground, and the water erupted into ripples as a 30-meter-tall gorilla emerged at the brook's edge. With a sigh, Reik reeled in his fishing line and stood to face the gorilla. The creature, initially drawn to the water, noticed the tiny ant below as Reik moved. Oh. The gorilla pounded its chest in front of Reik, letting out a long call filled with a sense of territorial claim. Unfazed, Reik calmly observed the gorilla's display. The gorilla perceived Reik's demeanor as a provocation and swung a colossal fist toward him. The force of the punch whipped Reik's hair, and it seemed destined to connect. In a swift motion, Reik extended a single finger to block the massive fist, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The gorilla, confused by the unusual sensation that differed from its usual prey encounters, hesitated, retracting its fist to deliver another blow to the insignificant ant before it. Just as the gorilla's fist began to move again, Reik flicked his finger lightly. Boom! A deep sound resonated, and the gorilla was propelled uncontrollably into the sky, quickly diminishing into a mere speck before vanishing. Such creatures held no desire for sustenance in Reik's eyes. This encounter occurred 2 years after his departure from Pant City, during which he had traversed the entirety of the planet, even exploring the ocean depths. Although he once encountered a monster with a combat power of 300,000 beneath the sea, he refrained from engaging, as its strength was insufficient to warrant his interest. A confrontation would have felt more like a warm-up than a challenge. Now, he returned to the place he once called home, residing once more in the cave he had inhabited over a decade ago. Throughout these 2 years, he periodically attempted to harness his energy by concentrating it within the cellular regions of his back, attempting to surge into Super Saiyan transformation as depicted in Dragon Ball Super. However, Despite the veins on his forehead bulging, there was no response. It was as if water and fire could not coexist, the energy refusing to channel within him. Paradoxically, during battle, the energy released by his cells merged seamlessly with his being, yet now it resisted his efforts entirely. After another failed attempt, he sought solace by the brook, striving to calm his restless spirit. Little did he anticipate encountering a destroyer. The fact that he did not obliterate it on the spot was a testament to his recent progress in self-restraint. Following this unsuccessful endeavor, Reik returned to the cave, having caught a wild beast. As night fell, he directed the energy within his body to forcefully impact his back once more, only to be thwarted again. Reik felt a twinge of discouragement. In his previous life, transforming into a Super Saiyan seemed effortless in animated tales. Yet he found himself devoid of any results despite exhausting all known methods. In one instance, he even inflicted severe injury upon himself, hoping to break through his limitations through the Saiyan's ability to increase combat power after sustaining wounds. However, once healed, his strength remained stagnant, and the energy within him showed no signs of growth. Reik's understanding of cellular biology remained woefully inadequate, and his battles had been few and far between, leaving him stagnant, akin to a pool of stagnant water. On this full moon night, he resolved to make one final attempt. Indeed, he intended to transform into a great ape, the only method he had yet to explore in his quest to shatter his limitations. Under the current circumstances, this was the sole avenue available to him for breaking through the barrier. He had prepared himself for death. Should he annihilate the planet in his great ape form, he would perish alongside it. He was unwilling to wait any longer. Although 6 years remained until he might have the chance to escape, it was not guaranteed that he would be able to transform immediately upon departure. Pushing aside the stone, Reik emerged from the cave, his gaze fixed upon the enormous moon above. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart echoed, quickening with each beat. Hair sprouted at an accelerated pace, and his cells began to divide frantically, an overwhelming desire for destruction surging within him, nearly consuming his reason. Clinging desperately to the last vestiges of his sanity, Reik refused to succumb to the urge for devastation. Suddenly, a great ape towering over 100 meters materialized, its face contorted in anguish. Its ruby-like eyes betrayed no clarity, and it tilted its head back, exposing a gaping maw. Golden energy coalesced within, a force capable of obliterating a planet, which it unleashed into the vastness of space. After releasing the energy, the great ape remained motionless, its destructive gaze revealing that it had completely lost its reason. As night passed, the great ape gradually diminished in size, and Reik's form slowly reemerged. The instant his clarity returned, he began to assess his surroundings. Undoubtedly, he had lost control the previous day. However, he was fortunate that his transformation had not caused further devastation. Encouraged by this, Reik felt emboldened. As long as he could transform without annihilating the planet, he would not shy away from the transformation. With no time to ponder the implications of his nudity, Reik promptly returned to the cave and seated himself cross-legged. He immersed his consciousness within, attuning himself to his cells, only to discover that there had been no changes post-transformation into the great ape. Reik was disheartened at the thought of risking his life for no tangible gain. Continuously probing his internal state, he sensed something amiss at the base of his tail. There lingered a trace of tumultuous energy, and his blood felt distinctly different from usual. Reik summoned all his energy once more, beginning to impact his cells. Success! A look of elation spread across his face as he realized that a ripple had emerged between him and the Super Saiyan state. While it was unrealistic to expect to break through to Super Saiyan under these conditions, Reik glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He was unafraid of change. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of no change at all. As time passed, the barrier once again became unyielding. Reik opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Calming his emotions, he began to contemplate the relationship between the two transformations. In terms of the Dragon Ball narrative, the Great Ape transformation and the Super Saiyan form represented two distinct systems of transformation. However, if one were to infer from the existence of the Golden Great Ape, it suggested a potential for perfect synergy between the two forms. Yet, relying solely on the Great Ape transformation to breach the Super Saiyan threshold remained an impractical endeavor. Without delving into other matters, the enormity of energy that Reik's body must withstand could lead to its self-destruction the instant he undergoes the transformation into a Golden Great Ape. However, He believes it feasible to stimulate his cells with the berserk energy of the great ape. If one were to liken the cells within him to a stagnant pool of water, then the ferocious energy of the great ape could be compared to a matchstick. There is no need for a fusion between the two, merely the occasional application of heat from the matchstick suffices. This would incite a transformation in the stagnant water, causing it to boil, similar to how Kakarot unleashes his utmost fury to access the energy reservoir of Super Saiyan. Reik intends to invoke his own primal rage to achieve this. Of course, this is not a task that can be accomplished in a short span. With the meager remnants of his previous transformation into a great ape, Reik would be wise not to entertain thoughts of transcending Super Saiyan in his lifetime. At this juncture, Reik is not seeking to maintain his rationality post-transformation, but rather to familiarize himself with the berserk energy at the very moment of transformation, a feat that proves exceedingly challenging. He must grasp this energy while clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, a task that exponentially increases in difficulty with no room for error. Having discovered a method, Reik's confidence in his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan soared. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself wholly to mental cultivation and the process of great ape transformation, assuming the form of the great ape with each full moon. During the initial 3 years, he wrestled against his destructive impulses, refraining from contemplating the familiarization with the berserk energy. Although he ultimately succumbed to madness over these 3 years, he found the struggle increasingly manageable, unlike the arduous beginnings he once faced. His greatest achievement was that he no longer unleashed energy uncontrollably. Each time he transformed into a great ape, he remained tranquil for an entire night. Today marks his first attempt to become acquainted with the berserk energy while maintaining his composure, and Reik distinctly sensed a surge emanating from his tail, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His blood began to boil, growing ever warmer, and a colossal energy emerged as his blood and cells intertwined. A remarkable transformation occurred among the tail's fluctuations, blood, and cells, a phenomenon Reik could scarcely articulate. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to perceive his cells, only to discover they remained impervious to the fluctuations and the blood, existing in an entirely different dimension, unaffected by any occurrence. However, before he could glean any further insights, he lost his grip on rationality. The great ape commenced its thunderous roars, akin to being liberated from a cage. Its eyes emitted golden energy beams that obliterated a distant mountain peak in an instant. Just as the great ape prepared to continue its rampage, a glimmer flickered in its eyes, prompting it to cease its destruction. This is utterly maddening, Reik thought as he materialized, recalling the remnants of his memories with a bitter smile. 3 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 years? He vented loudly towards the heavens. His mindset shattered, Reik lamented his age of 25, still fumbling with the concept of Super Saiyan. Perhaps he was the most inept reincarnator of all. During this initial foray into comprehending the berserk energy, he had nearly lost control, and Reik genuinely feared for his own life. Having calmed his tumultuous emotions, he meticulously reflected on the sensations he experienced during his transformation, garnering new insights regarding the Super Saiyan state. Reik reminisced about the early stages of the Super Saiyan transformation. He realized that initially, the Super Saiyan state was inherently unstable. Both Kakarot and Vegeta, upon transforming into Super Saiyans, were invariably influenced by their emotions. This was also true for Super Saiyan 2, as evidenced by Gohan, who exhibited arrogance during his first transformation. Reik, however, found himself excessively rational. This situation was akin to him attempting to bypass the initial Super Saiyan stage, leaping directly to the full power of a Super Saiyan, thereby compounding the difficulty of his endeavor. He needed to focus on harnessing his destructive instinct to stimulate his cells. Thus began Reik's relentless experimentation with his ideas. A year passed, and he had learned to retain his destructive urge even after the transformation into a great ape. He dared not hesitate, swiftly channeling his internal energy and launching an assault on his cells with that destructive desire. Boom! Reik's body erupted with fervor, his cells dividing wildly and spreading throughout him. As golden energy began to manifest, his aura expanded rapidly. His hair and eyebrows transformed into a golden hue. A tuft of hair on his forehead stood upright, and his pupils turned a light green, exuding an air of aloofness. The entire atmosphere shifted. A golden aura enveloped him, radiating a fierce presence that silenced the surroundings for miles. In disbelief, Reik clenched his fist, An unending stream of energy surged forth from within him. At that moment, he felt the stark contrast between the cold, calculated numbers of the anime world and his own tangible experience. Everything around him appeared fragile, as if he possessed the power to obliterate the world. He could scarcely contain the energy surging through him, his stamina rapidly depleting. Rex sprang into action, and in an instant, he traversed 100 miles, standing before a towering mountain. With a single punch, the mountain crumbled, rocks scattering. As he erased it from the planet's surface, Rex struggled to rein in his destructive impulses, taking a deep breath to control his Super Saiyan energy. The golden aura dissipated. His hair and eyebrows gradually returned to black, and he reverted from his transformation. Reflecting on the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he began to draw upon the energy pool once more, and the golden aura reappeared, reshaping his form as he transformed again into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming sense of power contrasted starkly with his previous weakness, creating an immense disparity that felt entirely otherworldly. Thus, Rex stood in place, ceaselessly practicing his transformations until exhaustion finally compelled him to return to his cave. He also recognized the drawbacks of his transformation. Both energy and stamina drained too rapidly. Even in the absence of combat, he came to understand why Super Saiyans aspired to achieve full power, not merely to maintain a tranquil heart, but to fully control their energy, resulting in a significant increase in their combat capabilities. Otherwise, they could not sustain the energy demands of the transformation. Unbeknownst to Reik, during his time spent in the Super Saiyan state, he had made a profound impact. All who could sense energy felt the astonishing magnitude of his aura, their faces betraying a sense of despair. What was this? Belly sat down abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed in the direction of Reik. An aura, more immense than the sun itself, emanated from a distance unknown to her, yet within her perception, she felt as though she were entirely enveloped by its presence. She was incessantly subjected to an unimaginable pressure. Beside her, Longsheen fared no better. She too looked towards Reik, her legs trembling as if she might collapse at any moment. However, unlike Belly's, Longsheen possessed a keener instinct. She detected a sense of familiarity within that overwhelming aura. The image of Reik flashed through her mind, and her trembling ceased, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This is Reik's aura," she exclaimed in disbelief. Could it truly be? Belly's turned to Longsheen, questioning her. Although they had known Reik for quite some time, he usually kept his aura restrained. Yet Longsheen and the others had encountered it before. This familiarity was why Longsheen, who had spent the longest time with Reik, was the first to recognize his aura. "Indeed, I cannot be mistaken," Longsheen replied with unwavering confidence. "Is it truly possible for a person's aura to be so vast?" Bellies murmured in wonder. Meanwhile, the Lola family was dining when they too sensed Reik's aura. Shinua turned to Lola, her expression bewildered. "Mom, is the world coming to an end?" Just as Lola prepared to respond to her daughter, the aura abruptly vanished from her perception. Suppressing the fear that surged within her, Lola gently patted her daughter's head, ready to offer comfort. Suddenly, that formidable aura reappeared without warning, oscillating repeatedly for over half an hour, tormenting them in its relentless manifestation and disappearance. Gradually, more and more individuals recognized that this aura belonged to Reik, alleviating the despair that had settled in their hearts. The moment Lola identified Reik, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, softly reassuring her daughter, "Shin, do not let your imagination run wild. The world's end is still far off." "That aura was your Uncle Reik." "Huh?" Shinua exclaimed, her adorable mouth agape in surprise. Shinua had seen Reik when she was very young, but at that time, she could not sense auras. Now, 6 years later, she only recalled Reik's name, having forgotten what he looked like. Through this immense aura, she was finally able to grasp Reik's significance, understanding at last why the adults spoke of him with such reverence. "What? You used to tug on his hair all the time when you were little?" Lola chuckled, exchanging amused glances with her husband. "Impossible," Shinua stammered, astonished at her own childhood audacity. "Did you ever fear anything, my dear?" Lola teased, playfully pinching Shinua's nose. Speaking of this brought Lola some exasperation, for Reik had always been particularly lenient with her daughter. This leniency had turned Shinua into a little tyrant in her early years. No one dared to provoke her out of fear she might report them to Reik. Now grown, she remained unrestrained, going wherever she pleased without a trace of fear, even eluding her parents' authority. Little did she know that today, she would learn a lesson in humility from Reik. Hee hee. Xinyue giggled bashfully. The impact extends far beyond those who can sense it. Within this half hour, every operational combat power detector, whether ear-mounted or a large apparatus, has exploded. The damages are incalculable. Countless injuries have occurred, not to mention the pervasive atmosphere of panic. The following day, Reik emerged from the cave, invigorated, embarking on a new phase of rigorous training. This time, he focused on enhancing his baseline combat power, as he had encountered a bottleneck in his Super Saiyan form, which had left his combat power stagnant at 4 million for the past decade. After breaking through that barrier yesterday, he had increased it by 2 million. Yet this was negligible in comparison to the powers of those formidable beings in the later stages. Even in his transformed state, he could only muster 300 million in combat power, insufficient to defeat Frisia's brother, Cooler, which left Reik dissatisfied. Moreover, Reik could distinctly sense that he would not encounter any bottlenecks until he reached 100 million combat power. As for further advancements, that remained elusive for the time being. Time passed as Reik fervently enhanced his baseline combat power, so much so that he lost track of time, completely immersed in the joy of becoming stronger. It had been over a year since he had made arrangements with Professor Plas, and the year was now 763 of the AE. His baseline power had risen to 50 million. On that day, an explosion jolted Reik awake. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He could not comprehend the source of the explosion in this vicinity. Expanding his senses, he detected two distinct energies in his mind, and Reik was enveloped by a white aura as he soared towards their direction. Before long, Reik silently appeared above the two energy signatures and focused his gaze upon a young boy being pursued by a rock monster. Indeed, the rock monster had not been entirely eradicated. After Longsheen and Belly surpassed its combat power, they ceased their assault, leaving the remaining ones for the younger generation to hone their skills. Below was a boy of around 15 or 16 years, possessing 4 ears. Although Reik had not seen him for 9 years, he recognized him immediately as Donkong, the son of Sihu, though he was somewhat perplexed as to why the boy appeared older than he had anticipated. The boy was clumsily evading the rock monster's attacks while releasing energy blasts to create diversions, desperately attempting to escape into the woods. Initially, Reik would not have intervened, but he had pressing questions and was too impatient to wait. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast at the rock monster, obliterating it instantly. Floating before Donkong, he inquired, "Donkong, what brings you here alone?" Donkong, bewildered by the rapid demise of the rock monster, was taken aback by the familiar figure that appeared before him. Before he could ponder further, he heard Reik's question. "Uncle Reik?" He replied in disbelief. Upon seeing Reik nod, Donkong confirmed he had not mistaken him and hurriedly responded, "Uncle Reik, this was my father's request. He said I should come to the Rock Mountains, but unfortunately, I encountered a creature in the core region." Reik frowned at this revelation and chastised, "What is Sihu thinking? How could he let you come here alone at your age?" Donkong awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied quietly, "Uncle Reik, I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 16. "What?" Reik was taken aback, unable to believe what he had just heard. Donkong, thinking Reik had misheard, reiterated, "So, I have been away for over 9 years. "Indeed, Uncle Reik." Cursing under his breath, Reik thought, "This joke has gone too far. Donkong, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." With that, Reik vanished from Donkong's sight. Damn it, I have become the very person I despised. Reflecting on his prior mockery of Kakarot and Vegeta, who seemed solely devoted to training, he realized that the proverbial boomerang had indeed returned to strike him. Reik felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had underestimated the exhilarating sensation of gaining strength. The white aura surrounding him surged dramatically, expanding outward. In a minute, Reik found himself at Professor Plas's doorstep. Ringing the doorbell. "Hello, who is it?" A melodious female voice reached Reik's ears. "Greetings, I am Reik, here to see Professor Plas." Although Reik was unfamiliar with the concept of a female voice, he maintained his politeness. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch my husband." Reik was taken aback to learn that Plas had married during the 9 years of his absence. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged man with glasses emerged. "Reik, I thought something had happened to you. I waited over a year without seeing you to collect the spaceship," Plas said, his voice rich and warm. Feeling a bit sheepish, Reik wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and asked with genuine joy, "When can the spaceship take off?" "It can depart at any time. The ship is stocked with enough energy for 3 years of travel. That should suffice, right?" Plas inquired uncertainly. Reik nodded fervently, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. Plas, however, did not share Reik's enthusiasm. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, I think I'll stay here and spend time with my family. Chapter 54. A chance encounter with the Mecha Squadron. Reik's emotions settled slightly as he regarded Plas seriously, asking once more, have you made your decision? Yes. I have contemplated this every day for over a year, Plas replied earnestly. Reik nodded, choosing not to press further. Soon, they arrived at the spaceship, which bore a resemblance to the one Kakarot had used, albeit oval rather than circular. Reik was in no rush to depart. He intended to spend some time at Plas's residence, seeking guidance on operating the spacecraft. Plas had no objections, as it was he who had postponed their meeting, and he was eager to assist Reik. During his time away, Reik had not contacted Langson and the others. Langson was correct. Reik detested the atmosphere of farewells. Moreover, if fortune favored him and he mastered instant transmission, he could return in no time. Thus, on the day of his departure, only the Plas couple saw him off. Professor, if I manage to learn a skill, I will return to introduce you to that esteemed doctor. Reik bid his final farewell. Plas's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exchanged a silent understanding. With a soft thud, the spaceship door sealed shut, and Reik expertly maneuvered the vessel, ascending gently into the skies. Moments later, he surged into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Langson, sensing something amiss, glanced towards the spot where the spaceship had vanished and, brimming with energy, flew swiftly to Professor Plas's home. At a glance, Lon Xin observed that the area designated for the spacecraft was utterly deserted, her gaze shifting towards Professor Praz, who was gazing at the sky. He had already departed. Understanding the unspoken question lingering in her mind, Praz offered her an answer. Lon Xion's eyes dimmed, her hollow gaze directed towards the vast cosmos, silently sending forth her blessings. In the celestial expanse, like stood by the spacecraft's window, contemplating the tricolored planet he had called home for 26 years, his heart a tumult of emotions, both reluctant and elated. As the spacecraft accelerated, the planet Eudalpa faded from his view. Regaining his composure, Like made his way to the gravity chamber of the vessel, lacking precise astronomical coordinates. His craft was en route to planet Vegeta, like intended to sense the energy along the way in hopes of encountering a commercial planet, which would enable him to acquire the coordinates for Earth. Space travel was an exceedingly monotonous endeavor, and Like had no intention of entering hibernation amidst the high gravity of 400. A golden energy flickered around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, striving to maintain his usual demeanor while attempting to rein in the immense energy within him to minimize unnecessary expenditure. Concurrently, his perception enveloped a vast expanse of stars. Like practiced the Super Saiyan techniques he had learned from Kakarot, yet his training was not as seamless. Over the past 3 years, he had elevated his combat prowess to a staggering 2.5 billion post-transformation. Such an immense surge of energy was challenging to control. Mismanagement could lead to rapid physical exhaustion, adversely affecting even his daily life. He often found himself breaking chopsticks or shattering bowls, creating significant inconveniences that compelled him to tread cautiously in all matters. Each time he entered the spacecraft's control room, he would revert to his normal state, fearing he might inadvertently damage the vessel and become stranded amidst the cosmos. On this particular day, a planet, its energy rapidly dissipating, entered Like's perception, an occurrence he recognized all too well, indicating an ongoing assault on the planet. Elation surged within him. The oppressive monotony of the past 6 months had weighed heavily on his spirit, and the solitude of entertaining himself amidst unchanging scenery had been daunting. With his golden hair gleaming, he strode into the control room, directing the spacecraft towards the perceived planet, neglecting to revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. Indeed, the fruits of his training over the past half-year had been substantial, augmenting his standard combat power by an additional 10 million while completing full-power training. The spacecraft emitted a blue energy trail as it sped forth, and days later, a tawny planet came into view. Without hesitation, he descended rapidly. During this time, the energy of the planet had diminished significantly, and upon his entry, it continued to wane. The spacecraft landed on a plain, and Like rushed towards the battlefield. Upon arrival, he witnessed 3 extraterrestrial beings mercilessly slaughtering the native inhabitants. The natives bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for the long antennae atop their heads. The trio of assailants included a short figure with blue skin, a lizard-like creature with brown skin, and a towering individual with green skin. The appearance of these extraterrestrials struck like as oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered them before. His arrival captured the attention of both parties. The natives, mistaking him for yet another aggressor, braced themselves for further violence. 3 extraterrestrial beings were distinctly different. The diminutive figure with azure skin pointed at the tail behind Reik and inquired, "Saiyan, are you the one who vanquished King Frisia? Who are you? Remnants of Frisia?" Reik queried coldly, dismissing the trio of small Kalami entirely, unperturbed by their questions. "We are not associated with King Frisia. We belong to the Gula Mecha Corps," the blue-skinned diminutive one proclaimed, striking a pose alongside the other 2 aliens. Reik could no longer restrain himself. He felt as if his eyes had been sullied and his spirit shaken. Suddenly, he recognized who these 3 individuals were. A mix of strange intrigue and elation flooding his heart. According to Reik's understanding, these beings should have perished. Why were they still attempting to conquer planets? Yet, this was not his primary concern. What mattered were their coordinates for Earth and Adrat, sparing him from aimlessly wandering the cosmos. "Very well. Where's your spaceship? Take me there at once." The 3 members of the Savizas stared at Reik as if he were a fool. Nez mocked, "Saiyan, we were just about to seek you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to your demise. Just the 3 of you? Gula wouldn't even dare speak such words in my presence. If you refuse to answer my question, I shall send you to your graves immediately." Reik's gaze shifted, coldly fixating on the trio. He was no cockroach, and he had no intention of engaging in a lengthy discourse with these trifling adversaries. Upon hearing Reik's audacious declaration, Dre could no longer contain himself and charged at Reik. "Die, Saiyan." With a swift motion, Reik's fist struck Dre's chest, piercing through his back. Blood erupted from Dre's mouth as his eyes gradually lost their luster, his lifeless body hanging limply from Reik's arm. "Trash." Reik casually flung Dre's corpse aside as if discarding refuse, his expression unwavering as he continued to regard Saviza with icy disdain. Saviza and Nez were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear as they observed the crimson droplets falling from Reik's arm, their anxiety amplifying. They were acutely aware of Dre's capabilities. He was undoubtedly on par with them, and witnessing his swift demise filled them with dread. Nevertheless, they did not plead for mercy. Saviza activated a power-level detector, reporting to King Gula, "The antenna planet has encountered a Saiyan. Dre has just been slain." Chapter 55, The War Begins with Gula. With that, Saviza crushed the detector and exchanged a wary glance with Nez, both eyeing Reik with caution. "Oh, you appear quite loyal to your master, do you not?" Reik smirked, raising his hands. Saviza, sensing Reik's murderous intent, shouted for Nez, and the 2 launched themselves at Reik from opposite sides, attempting to attack him. "What folly! To take your own lives so readily, yet you compel me to intervene." Reik deflected their assaults, shaking his head in exasperation. With 2 sharp sounds, the heads of Saviza and Nez vanished. In an instant, Reik had delivered a blow to each, causing their heads to explode. The entire exchange transpired in mere moments, leaving the antenna beings stunned as the battle concluded before they could comprehend what had transpired. They could only watch in horror as 3 formidable demons were effortlessly slain by Reik, rendered powerless and awaiting their judgment. Reik gently descended and approached the antennaed beings, inquiring, "Does anyone know the whereabouts of their spaceship?" The antennaed individuals exchanged glances, none daring to respond. They were uncertain of the fate that awaited them and remained silent. "I know," a child's voice suddenly chimed in. Following the sound, Reik noticed a small boy whose mouth was being firmly covered by a woman beside him, evidently trying to silence him. Reik slowly walked towards the boy, but the woman instinctively pulled the child back, shielding him with her arms and positioning herself between them. From the woman's tightly clenched lips and trembling form, Reik sensed her fear and softened his demeanor. "You are this little one's mother, I presume? I mean you no harm. May I speak with your son?" The woman, seeing no deceit in Reik's expression, halted her trembling and crouched down to embrace the boy, anxiously gazing at Reik. "Little one, could you tell me where the spaceship is?" The boy, realizing he was the center of attention and understanding that he should not have spoken moments ago, turned his head and buried it into his mother's shoulder. Too afraid to respond, Reik found himself at a loss. He could not force the child to speak, nor would he wish to. Instead, he looked to the mother, gesturing for her to inquire, and stepped aside. "Sir, I have learned the location. Allow me to escort you there." A man soon approached Reik with a respectful tone. Reik nodded, grasped the man, and soared into the sky. On the other side, Gula received the news and, in a fit of rage, scoffed while cursing his foolish brother, Frisia, for tarnishing the noble lineage of the Frost Demons. He promptly ordered the ship to head towards Antenna Star. After locating the coordinates aboard the ship, Reik finally felt a sense of relief. He dismissed the man and returned to his own vessel, inputting the coordinates. He did not depart immediately. After such a long journey, he yearned for a moment's respite. Moreover, he had heard Shaviza's words, and, given his understanding of the Frost Demons, he was certain Gula was en route. Although he considered himself neither a saint nor a villain, he could not disregard the annihilation of an entire planet. Should he leave, Gula would undoubtedly treat this world as a mere outlet for destruction. With Gula's combat prowess, Reik saw no reason to evade him. Eliminating one troublesome adversary would be beneficial. It would also prevent Gula from transforming into a mechanical being seeking revenge on Earth, where Reik would ensure not a trace of him remained. It had been quite some time since Reik last engaged in battle. He viewed this as an opportunity to stretch his muscles and enjoy a good spar with Gula. A month passed, and Reik sensed a colossal energy approaching the planet. He promptly abandoned his roast, propelling himself towards Gula. The spacecraft soon came into view, and without hesitation, he unleashed a ki blast directly at it. Boom! The ship erupted in a fiery explosion, and Gula's silhouette flickered amidst the billowing smoke. An invisible wave surged through the air, dispersing the haze as Gula emerged before Reik. "Is this the Frisia you vanquished?" Gula inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "No, he was defeated by Kakarot." Reik shook his head in denial, expressing a keen interest in conversing further with Gula, the first of his kind he had encountered. "Do you dare to provoke me?" Gula replied nonchalantly, as if Reik were merely an insignificant insect beneath his foot. "Huh, you?" Reik's voice dripped with disdain. Whoosh! Two beams of purple energy shot forth from Gula's eyes, aimed directly at Reik. Perhaps Reik's tone had incited Gula's wrath, prompting him to take action. Such childish tricks should not be displayed, Reik taunted as he effortlessly extinguished the energy blasts. "Oh!" Gula narrowed his eyes at Reik's relaxed demeanor, his expression turning serious. Realizing that his opponent was not as easily dismissed as he had presumed, with a swift motion, he struck Reik in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, then followed up with a kick from behind that drove Reik into the ground. "Your skills are not as formidable as your words." Gula hovered in the air, arms crossed, gazing down at Reik. Emerging from the rubble, Reik dusted off his tattered clothing, revealing unscathed abdominal muscles, and looked up at Gula. "Are you giving me a massage?" Indeed. Reik had not sustained any injuries. Although he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had harnessed Super Saiyan energy to shield himself at the moment Gula attacked. He had no inclination to endure punishment like Kakarot. He could sense the energy levels and was fully aware of his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, preferring to engage without suffering first. Gula's eyes narrowed as he sensed pressure, prompting him to transform. His physique swelled, becoming more robust, with 4 horns extending from his head, a mask-like mouth, and shoulder protrusions resembling armor, while 2 additional horns sprouted from his back. His arms morphed into blade-like appendages. "I differ from my brother Frisia. I possess an additional transformation. My combat power now stands at 470 million, Gula declared, regaining his composure, confidence radiating from his words. "To be honest, aside from becoming uglier, I don't feel significantly stronger," Reik shrugged nonchalantly. "You certainly have the audacity to say that. Why not experience it for yourself?" Before his words had fully left his mouth, Gula appeared beside Reik and delivered a powerful kick. Reik raised his hand to block the attack, grasping Gula's ankle and slamming him down. "See, I told you, not much stronger," Reik teased, stepping back and standing before Gula. Gula, taken aback, noticed a drastic change in Reik's appearance. His hair, eyebrows, and tail had all turned a brilliant golden hue, while his eyes glimmered a light green. "Is this the Super Saiyan transformation?" Gula, more astute than his brother, quickly deduced that this was the legendary transformation passed down through their lineage. "I am the strongest in the universe." Gula surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Reik's cheek. Bang! Gula's fist connected with Reik's face. But before he could revel in his success, he was struck by the sight of Reik standing firm, entirely unharmed. Reik cast a cold gaze upon Gula, delivering a punch directly to his chest, causing him to expel bile from his mouth. Without granting Gula a moment to react, Reik seized his wrist and twisted it. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Reik broke Gula's right arm, leaving it dangling limply. "Ah!" Gula cried out in agony. His teeth clenched in rage as he glared at Reik, wishing he could rend him to pieces. He had never endured such pain in his life. What's wrong? Is King Gula already at his limit? Reik chuckled. It is my mistake. I should have personally eradicated your Saiyan race instead of allowing the fool Frisia to intervene, which has only allowed your kind to flourish. Gula acknowledged his error. Then I shall first express my gratitude for your mercy, King Gula, Reik said. His expression sincere as he regarded Gula. Gula's tail writhed, ensnaring Reik's neck, and he launched a frenzied assault, unleashing thousands of strikes upon Reik. With a simple kick, Reik interrupted Gula's onslaught, sending him soaring into the sky. Vanishing from sight, he carefully controlled his strength, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Gula's form. After half a minute, Gula's body lay in ruins, his head the only intact part, a mere heap on the ground, unable to muster even a scream. King Gula, are you satisfied with my token of appreciation? Reik asked, his arms crossed as he looked down upon Gula. Those Saiyans. Gula seethed with fury, his eyes burning with hatred. However, Gula's pitiful state drained Reik of his interest, rendering the encounter tedious. Initially, he had intended to toy with Gula, but the primal instinct of battle had taken over, compelling him to strike with ferocity. Remember, it was the Saiyan Reik who sent you to hell. Reik raised his left hand toward Gula, channeling his inner energy. Golden energy coalesced as he unleashed a powerful energy wave, leaving not a single cell of Gula intact, forever etching his existence into the annals of Planet Taunt. Reik reverted from his transformation and began his leisurely flight toward the spaceship. He contemplated whether to visit Earth or Planet Yardrat first. It was now the year 764 in the age, and unless something unforeseen occurred, Earth should be safe. The androids would not manifest until 767, making a trip to Earth seemingly purposeless. Vegeta could not even transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Ultimately, Reik decided to head to Yardrat first to master instant transmission. Otherwise, traversing the cosmos would be perilously slow, and he could not survive in the void of space. He certainly did not wish to perish due to a lapse in judgment while adrift among the stars. Resolved in his decision, Reik's spaceship shot forth from Planet Taunt. He calculated the journey would take nearly a year, a period he could use to further enhance his strength, ideally achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, ensuring that Gohan would not steal all the glory. Reik re-entered the gravity chamber. A year passed in the blink of an eye. As Reik's spaceship descended slowly, he emerged to find himself surrounded. The Yardrat people stood around him, their short stature and large heads creating a striking contrast. Greetings, esteemed visitor. What brings you to our planet Yardrat? One of the Yardratans inquired. I have come to learn, and I hope you will grant me your permission, Reik replied, clasping his hands in respect and bowing courteously. Reik maintains a remarkably positive mindset. He is well aware of the nature of the Yadlatrans and refrains from coercing them through force. Yet, you possess an overwhelming strength, rendering us incapable of imparting any wisdom to you. I have heard of your ability known as instantaneous movement, and my kin, Kakarot, should have also learned from you. Reik, possessing a modicum of cleverness, recognizes that although Kakarot may not yet know him, he can leverage Kakarot's name for his advantage. We have long perceived that the life mark within you is akin to that of Mr. Goku, albeit he embodies a greater tranquility. Upon hearing this, Reik deduces that the life mark and energy referred to by the other party are essentially the same, merely differing in nomenclature. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me, and I shall take you to meet the elder. With these words, the surrounding Yadlatrans vanished, leaving only the one who had conversed with Reik. What is this? Reik gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, gradually realizing the astonishing nature of the Yadlatrans' abilities. His eyes turned towards Yadlatra, awaiting further explanation. It is the technique of duplication and the application of the life mark. Reik felt fortunate to have arrived at Yadlatra, where the understanding of such matters was profoundly intricate. Having already reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 that year, it seemed he might finally achieve a breakthrough here. Reik was brought before an elder Yadlatran, distinguished by a long white beard. The guide announced, Elder, this is a kin of Mr. Goku, who wishes to learn here. The elder stroked his beard, his large, bean-sized eyes scanning Reik, sensing his life mark, and nodded, instructing, take him to Chahu. Thank you, Elder. The two exchanged a bow and departed. Reik followed to Chahu's residence. Observing the striking resemblance of Chahu to his guide, feeling a twinge of frustration at their similarity, making differentiation challenging. While one might suggest that he could perceive their energy signatures, Reik could only scoff at such notions, for despite the vast disparity in their combat prowess, he found himself less adept at discerning their energy than even the local children. Thus, facing this initial challenge, Reik began his journey of mastering the utmost perception and control of energy under Chahu's tutelage. A year later, Reik commenced learning advanced techniques of energy manipulation, marking the official start of his education in instantaneous movement. At this juncture, Reik could not help but marvel at Kakarot's formidable prowess. Having mastered instantaneous movement within just a year, whoosh, Reik placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished from his location, reappearing beside a Yadlatran 10 miles away. Greetings, Chahu. Mr. Reik, you have mastered instantaneous movement. I no longer have anything to teach you. Reik ruffled his hair and replied, I have come to bid you farewell. I am preparing to embark on a journey to find Kakarot. Please convey my regards to Mr. Goku. Chahu nodded, his emotional state unreadable. Very well. I shall visit you when time permits. With that, Reik pressed his forehead, and his perception rapidly expanded. According to his calculations, with the emergence of the androids, a tremendous energy surge should erupt towards Earth, aiding him in locating them. This realization left Reik astounded, as he could not sense the formidable presence at all. Reluctantly, he approached his spaceship to assess its energy levels, hoping it could sustain his return to Earth. To his dismay, he discovered that the ship's energy was indeed insufficient for such a journey. Yet, Reik remained unperturbed, believing that the artificial beings from Earth had not yet made their appearance. He boarded the vessel, preparing to unleash his energy in a burst before teleporting. He was confident that with a year and a half of potential voyage left, he would surely find an opportunity. Thus, Reik's spaceship surged into the starry expanse. Unbeknownst to him, significant events had transpired on Earth, albeit in a manner contrary to his expectations. Chapter 57. The sole warrior of Earth. Reik lay upon the grass, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. He could not fathom where things had gone awry. 3 years had passed since his departure from Adrath Star, yet he had not sensed the colossal energy he sought. Consequently, before his ship's energy was entirely depleted, he had randomly teleported to a nearby life-sustaining planet, remaining there for over a year. One might wonder why Reik, capable of teleportation, did not traverse from planet to planet in search of answers. However, he could only express frustration at such simplistic reasoning. The universe was vast, teeming with countless life-bearing planets, and even the slightest distance held insurmountable significance in the cosmic scale. Reik dared not teleport recklessly, fearing that he would stray further from Earth. Thus, he remained diligently on the nearby planet, devoting his days to training and attuning his senses. Suddenly, an immense energy surged within Reik's perception. Drawing upon his experience as a Super Saiyan, he instantly recognized this energy as that of a fellow Super Saiyan. A wave of elation washed over him, igniting a brilliant light in his previously vacant gaze. Rising to his feet, he pressed a finger to his forehead, locking onto that energy, and vanished from the planet. Earth, year 770 of the era of AI. What once was a bustling city had transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of human presence. Countless collapsed buildings whispered tales of the catastrophic events that had unfolded. Since the emergence of artificial beings 3 years prior, Earth had been shrouded in fear. The only warriors with the potential to resist these invaders had been slain, leaving only a 10-year-old boy. Throughout these 3 years, the boy had faced death innumerable times in his quest to protect his family and friends. Each time artificial beings appeared, he would confront them, diverting their attention to grant others a chance to escape. Although everyone understood that as long as they remained on Earth, they would eventually fall victim to the artificial beings. The instinct to survive compelled them to flee. On this day, the artificial beings engaged in their grim game of murder. The boy, as usual, sought to attract their gaze, for the beings were reluctant to lose their only source of resistance. They toyed with him, inflicting severe wounds before departing, choosing not to end his life, but rather to leave him as a source of entertainment. The boy bore immense pressure, embodying the last hope for humanity. He had relinquished his dreams of scholarship and evolved into a capable warrior over these 3 years. Just as a powerful energy blast from an artificial being was about to strike a young girl, the boy intervened, deflecting the blast and shielding her. However, this act exposed him to the attention of the artificial beings. "Run, little sister. Flee as far as you can." The youth turned his back to the little girl. Daring not to expose himself to the android, his gaze fixated upon the mechanical being, brimming with animosity. The androids, having long sensed the presence of the boy lurking nearby, chose to ignore him, knowing that his instinct would compel him to intervene should they resort to violence. Indeed, as they anticipated, the boy made his appearance. Number 17. Today it is my turn to engage him. You are not to interfere, a striking beauty with golden short hair addressed a refined young man with black hair. Understood. Just ensure you don't play him to death. Number 18. Number 17 replied, somewhat impatiently. With a nod, Number 18 turned her icy gaze toward the boy, coldly announcing, Son Gohan, you truly lack memory. Do you dare to disrupt our game? This time, I shall eliminate you, Son Gohan declared, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Oh, it seems I was too lenient before. This time, you shall remember your place, Number 18 retorted, flicking her hair dismissively, clearly underestimating him. Son Gohan began to summon the energy within him, a golden aura manifesting around him, his hair shifting between shades of gold and black. As the golden energy surged, his hair settled into a brilliant hue, his eyes transforming to a pale green, filled with murderous intent directed at Number 18. Do you believe that merely changing your appearance will suffice to defeat me? Number 18 scoffed. Without further ado, Son Gohan vanished from sight, reappearing before Number 18, delivering a swift kick. Bang! Number 18 blocked his strike with her arm, and their clash generated an invisible shockwave that spread outward, displacing the surrounding debris. With a gentle push, she sent Son Gohan sprawling. He rolled twice before regaining his footing, a grave expression upon his face. He had not anticipated that even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would still fall short. Indeed, from their brief encounter, Son Gohan discerned that he was no match for her. Transforming has proven futile. While slightly stronger, it hardly makes a difference, Number 18 smirked, her body in motion as she unleashed a powerful punch towards Son Gohan. He extended his palm to intercept her blow, launching a counterattack with a kick aimed at her, only to have it seized by her deft grip. With a swift motion, she hurled him against the nearby buildings, causing him to crash through several structures before landing amidst the rubble, clearing away the debris. Son Gohan emerged from the wreckage and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Number 18, following closely behind them. An elbow strike connected with her back, propelling her forward as he positioned his hands, channeling a golden energy wave toward her. Magic flash. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, obliterating the surrounding buildings and leaving a vast crater in its wake. Son Gohan, anxiety etched across his features, scrutinized the site of the explosion, uncertain if his attack had borne any fruit. Son Gohan hunched over, expelling bile, feeling a rush of relief as he realized that Number 18's fist had already impacted his abdomen. His previous assault had failed to inflict any harm upon her, merely soiling her attire. Number 18 seized his hair, slamming his head downward against the ground. A colossal pit emerged, and as Son Gohan was mentioned, Android 18 struck him squarely with a knee, sending him soaring into the sky. Following this, she landed a punch directly on his face. Son Gohan found himself utterly defenseless, being kicked around like a mere ball by Android 18 in the void of space, soon becoming battered and bruised, his once golden hair darkening to black, struggling to remain suspended in the air. With a resounding thud, Android 18 propelled Son Gohan into the ruins before gracefully alighting beside Android 17. Let us go? My attire is now sullied. We shall proceed to the next city. Android 17 offered no dissent, trailing behind Android 18 as they vanished from the city. Half an hour elapsed. The ruins stirred with activity as Son Gohan emerged, his face swollen and bloodied, yet he refused to succumb to the ground, enduring the agony as he gradually ascended toward the Baozi mountain. Meanwhile, what was Reik up to? Logically, he should have already arrived on Earth. Indeed, Reik had touched down on Earth the moment Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, he remained hidden, his mind racing with turmoil, indifferent to the petty skirmishes below. Chapter 58, Arrival on Earth. For 36 years, he had longed for this day, sacrificing countless efforts for this moment, only to find himself reborn in a future timeline. An outcome he could scarcely accept. Upon the appearance of Earth, he realized he was in a future timeline, specifically in the domain of the Great Demon King. The fact that he had not obliterated the Earth on the spot was a testament to his mental fortitude. This was beyond absurdity. Tears streamed down Reik's face. In a sudden eruption of fury, Reik's hair transformed into a golden hue, standing on end, arcs of electricity dancing around him as the very earth trembled. The martial artists of Earth sensed Reik's energy, while the androids, devoid of the ability to perceive ki, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Son Gohan halted his flight home, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose to head towards Reik. Reik unleashed his formidable battle power of 100 billion with reckless abandon, teetering on the brink of a rampage. Over the years, Reik had not only achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, but he had also elevated his base battle power to 1 billion. Just as he was on the verge of annihilating the Earth, his gaze fell upon Son Gohan's silhouette. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tempest within and reverted to his original form. There remained a glimmer of hope. This world still held Bulma, who could craft a time machine. Additionally, there were the Dragon Balls, which could grant wishes, providing a means for survival. Indeed, Reik's desire to unleash his fury stemmed from the apprehension that the future timeline would be erased by the Omni King, leading to his own demise, thus rendering his emotions somewhat unbridled. Yet, he retained a degree of subconscious control. His energy did not radiate outward but remained shrouded around the earth, allowing Babidi and the Supreme Kai to remain unaware of his presence. Curiously, the North Kai, the only one likely to sense him, seemed inexplicably disinterested in the happenings on Earth. Son Gohan discerned that Reik was a Saiyan, hesitating for a brief moment before approaching him. "May I inquire your identity?" "You could consider me a distant uncle," Reik replied, harboring a fondness for Gohan, particularly from the future timeline. "However, I have not heard my father mention you." Gohan cautiously probed. "Let us find a more suitable place to converse," proposed Reik, glancing around at the surrounding ruins. "Please, follow me," Gohan said, gradually ascending towards the Baozi Mountain. With their arrival on Earth, Reik felt no urgency and leisurely floated beside Gohan. He observed the desolate landscape, his heart brimming with animosity towards androids 17 and 18. After all, he hailed from Earth. How dare these beings with mere billions in combat power wreak havoc upon it? Had Reik not intended to leave them for Gohan, he would have swiftly dealt with them. Reik accompanied Gohan to the doorstep of his home. Kiki, hearing the commotion, rushed out and immediately spotted her battered son. She dashed over, enveloping Gohan in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Yet, she refrained from uttering any discouragement regarding Gohan's participation in battle, appearing as a different person compared to her counterpart from the main timeline. "Mom, I'm fine." Gohan gently patted Kiki's back, urging her not to worry excessively. However, the moment he spoke, Kiki clutched him even tighter. Eventually, it was the Ox King who intervened, extricating Gohan from the emotional embrace. Noticing Reik, he inquired, "Gohan, who is this?" Only then did Kiki realize the presence of an outsider and release Gohan. "Grandpa, I'm not sure how to introduce him. Let's go inside," Gohan said, ruffling his hair as he led the way into the house. Once settled, all eyes turned towards Reik, awaiting his explanation. "Ahem, first and foremost, my name is Reik, and I am a Saiyan. Since Gohan possesses Saiyan blood, I initially referred to myself as his distant uncle." Reik introduced himself. "But didn't Uncle Vegeta say that there were only he and my father among the Saiyans?" Gohan asked, perplexed. What does he know? He spends his days either conquering planets or preparing to conquer planets, Reik scoffed. Gohan found himself unable to argue, fully aware of who Vegeta had been at the outset. "But what about you? How could those two wretched beings devastate Earth to such an extent? They are incredibly strong. I couldn't match their power. If only Dad were here. He could have defeated them. But alas, he succumbed to heart disease." Gohan's expression darkened. "Those two are considered strong?" "Gohan, you are squandering your potential," Reik lamented, despite understanding that Gohan's predicament stemmed from a lack of guidance. "Uncle Reik, what potential do I possess?" Gohan asked, bewildered. "Have you ever visited the sacred temple? Is it still standing?" Reik countered, not answering Gohan's question directly. "I haven't been there. It should still exist, right? How do you know about the sacred temple, Uncle Reik?" Gohan inquired, puzzled, as Reik appeared to be visiting Earth for the first time. "How I know is of no concern to you. Come with me to see if the sacred temple is still intact. If it stands, you will eliminate the androids yourself. If not, I shall erase them," Reik said, opting for ambiguity rather than revealing he learned about it from an anime. "Really? Then let us set off at once," Gohan exclaimed excitedly, leading the way outside. "Gohan, your injuries." Kiki expressed her concern. "Mom, it's nothing. I'll be back soon," he reassured her. Perhaps sensing the hope for peace, Gohan's potential surged. and his speed increased dramatically as they soon arrived at the sacred temple. Unfortunately, they found it in ruins. As Gohan beheld the scene, disappointment etched itself upon his visage. Meanwhile, Reik meticulously searched through the temple until he chanced upon a grand wooden door, sealed with an imposing mark. Approaching, he tore away the seal and swung the door open, revealing a mesmerizing, swirling vortex of vibrant colors. A surge of joy welled up within him. This was the place. "Uncle Reik, what is this?" Gohan inquired, perplexed. "This is the Chamber of Time and Spirit. Inside, a year passes while merely a day elapses outside. Each individual may remain for 2 days. Exceeding this limit results in an inability to exit. The gravity within is tenfold that of Earth, the climate is distinct, and an abundance of sustenance awaits. Does such a miraculous place truly exist?" Gohan pondered, his heart filled with uncertainty regarding its authenticity. "Indeed. Will you enter with me now? Or?" Reik posed. "Let me make it clear. With your potential, I can train you for no more than 2 months. I firmly believe that by then, you will be capable of effortlessly obliterating those weaklings." Reik had no intention of lingering within those confines. Were it not for Gohan, he would not waste 2 months there. "Is 2 months truly sufficient?" Gohan asked, his voice laced with self-doubt. "It is," Reik assured him, instilling confidence. "Then I shall entrust myself to you for the next 2 days, Uncle Reik," Gohan said, bowing in respect. "Ha. You shall undergo a remarkable transformation," Reik replied, a smile gracing his lips, resolute in his commitment to ensure Gohan did not become a mere shadow of his former self. Over the next 2 days, he would diligently instruct Gohan. The two entered the swirling vortex, emerging in a vast expanse of white, where a solitary small house stood as the only object in sight. Chapter 59. The Chamber of Time and Spirit. Gohan, step outside and absorb the surroundings, Reik instructed, gesturing towards the outer space. Confused, Son Gohan ambled outside. The tenfold gravity posed little challenge, but the ever-changing temperature, from scorching heat to frigid cold, imposed a significant strain on his body. The air was thin, and he could feel his stamina rapidly depleting. "Gohan, this is a natural training environment. Come at me," Reik beckoned from across the expanse. "Remember to transform," Reik advised. "Thank you, Uncle Reik." Gohan, well aware of their disparity, did not hesitate. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Reik. As Gohan's fist drew closer, Reik leisurely extended a single finger to block the impending strike. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized the vast gap between them. Yet he was astonished to find that Reik had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan and still effortlessly deflected his attack. Gritting his teeth, Gohan unleashed a barrage of punches in rapid succession. Thud, 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 thud. Reik's finger moved swiftly, parrying every strike without a hint of change in expression, as though they were not engaged in combat, but rather playful banter. Exhaustion overtook Gohan, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and he reverted from his Super Saiyan form due to fatigue. "Uncle Reik, what is happening?" he panted. "Gohan, the Super Saiyan form is merely our beginning. Do not forsake the enhancement of your base combat power simply because you can transform. Understand that our transformations amplify our strength by 50 times. My base power is currently 1 billion, while yours is at most 10 million. The disparity in our transformed states will only widen. Moreover, we are not only capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, but we can also transcend that form. Allow me to demonstrate." Without a sound, Reik completed his transformation, lacking the dramatic flair exhibited by Gohan. "This is the Super Saiyan, and now I shall surpass it. I refer to this form as Super Saiyan 2. Gohan, though perplexed by Reik's seemingly effortless transformation, refrained from questioning it and continued to observe intently. Reik's hair stood erect, arcs of electricity crackling around him, and his energy surged to twice its previous level. "Is this Super Saiyan 2? Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. If he could achieve this form, he would swiftly eliminate the androids and restore peace to Earth. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 2, which amplifies power to double that of a Super Saiyan, equating to 100 times that of his base form. Furthermore, I can sense that this is not the limit. I can already perceive the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. As if to heighten Gohan's astonishment further, Reik dropped another bombshell. "What?" Gohan gazed at Reik in shock. "Next, I will focus on enhancing your base combat power, as this is the swiftest method for you to deal with the androids." Reik shared his upcoming plans with Gohan. He did not rush Gohan to reach full power, as that would not be of significant assistance. The gap between them and the androids was still considerable. Gohan had no objections to Rek's arrangements. He merely wished to become stronger quickly and vanquish the androids. The two immersed themselves in intense training, and 2 months swiftly passed. Reik looked at Gohan's back with a complex expression, having truly grasped the concept of what it means to be the most powerful warrior during these 2 months. Were it not for his years of rigorous training, which had fortified his mental resilience, he might have nearly abandoned his own training. In just 2 months, Gohan not only elevated his base combat power to 40 million, but also learned how to achieve full-power Super Saiyan through their discussions. No wonder, during the Buu saga, Gohan, despite 7 years of neglecting his training, could still become the strongest individual warrior. It was truly absurd and astonishing. Gohan, I have refrained from asking you for 2 months. What are your plans after dealing with the androids? Gohan paused momentarily, turning to face Reik. Uncle Reik, I intend to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. I meant for you personally. Do you aspire to be a scholar or a warrior? Reik gazed intently at Gohan's face, attempting to discern his thoughts. I am uncertain. Perhaps I will become a scholar, Gohan replied hesitantly. Gohan, do you believe that once the androids are defeated, the world will be devoid of danger? Do not be naive. We never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. If you encounter a situation akin to that with the androids again, what will you do? Reik, noticing Gohan's hesitation, continued, reflect on this carefully. If the world were to be destroyed, what use would it be to be a scholar? If you truly wish to pursue being a scholar, I hope you do not forsake your training. Reik opened the door and stepped out of the time and spirit room. Son Gohan recalled the tragic demise of Uncle Piccolo and others, the anxious existence his mother endured, and his own life of evasion. The helplessness of the other inhabitants of Earth in the face of death solidified his resolve. Clenching his fists, he made a firm decision. He would never allow such a calamity to repeat itself, not ever. He followed behind Reik as they stepped outside. The temple below was shrouded in dark clouds, and amidst the flashes of lightning, a gentle rain began to fall. Gohan, go forth and eliminate the androids. I shall await you at the temple. Reik nodded at Gohan. Understood, Uncle Reik. I am on my way, Gohan replied. A white aura emanated from him, tracing a path through the air towards West City. As the androids lacked any discernible energy signatures, he required Bulma's assistance to locate them. Bulma Auntie. Gohan knocked on the door of Bulma's home. Gohan, what brings you here? Is something the matter? Bulma anxiously pulled him inside. Auntie Bulma, I can now eliminate the androids, but I need your help to find them. Gohan stated his intent. Gohan, you mustn't take such risks. Bulma, clearly unconvinced, hesitated, unwilling to let Gohan walk into danger so soon after their last meeting. Truly, Auntie Bulma, today I encountered a Saiyan who trained me at the temple for 2 months. I am absolutely confident that I can defeat the androids and restore peace to Earth. Gohan proclaimed with unwavering self-assurance, dismissing the androids as mere obstacles. However, just as Bulma was about to respond, her radio blared to life. Attention, attention. The 2 monsters are in South City. Everyone, please evacuate immediately. Gohan's eyes brightened as he turned to Bulma. Auntie Bulma, I must go confront the androids now. Next time, I will bring my mother with me to visit you. Without waiting for Bulma to interject, Gohan dashed out of her home, soaring towards South City, fearful that he might arrive too late and that more lives might be lost to the androids. As for the matter of the Dragon Balls, he would discuss it with Bulma once the crisis was resolved. Chapter 60. Annihilation of the Androids in the Sky. Gohan saw from a distance an energy blast from Android 18 aimed at a figure, a flash of golden light enveloping him as he vanished from sight. Boom. The energy blast was deflected, resulting in an explosion with a nearby building. Neither Android 17 nor Android 18 could comprehend what had just transpired, bewildered as to why the energy blast had veered towards the building. Focusing intently, they beheld Son Gohan materialize before them, now transformed with golden hair. Android 18, brushing her hair back, glared at Gohan with murderous intent. Having spared him yesterday, she was taken aback that he dared to intrude upon their leisure once more. Igniting her fury, Androids, your time has come. You shall all perish at my hands today, Gohan proclaimed, his icy gaze fixed upon the androids, devoid of any emotion. Did you hear that, 17? He claims we shall die by his hand today. Android 18 chuckled, glancing at 17 before turning back to Gohan. Son Gohan, I didn't realize you had a knack for humor. Unperturbed by Android 18's words, Gohan remained stoic, unwilling to engage with those he deemed already dead. Are you prepared? I am coming. With an abrupt impact, Android 18 was sent flying, and Gohan emerged where she had just stood, poised in a striking stance. What? Android 17 could scarcely believe his eyes. He had not witnessed how Gohan had maneuvered. At that moment, Android 18, covering her face, soared back from a distance. 17. Let us attack together and eliminate him. Her beautiful eyes were ablaze with fury and murderous intent, beckoning 17 to join her in the assault. Swiftly, the two androids launched their coordinated attack, one targeting Gohan's upper body while the other aimed for his lower. Yet, with a mere flick of his limbs, Gohan effortlessly neutralized their strikes and counterattacked. A sharp elbow struck 17's cheek, while a powerful kick sent 18 flying, both crashing into the ruins. Not a chance. None of you will escape today, Gohan declared as he advanced, his form flickering as he appeared behind Android 18. Enveloping his palm with a concentrated aura, he delivered a swift chop to her waist. With a horrifying scream, Android 18 was bisected, her body cleaving in two. Gohan unleashed two beams of energy, directed at her severed limbs, silencing her cries in an instant. As Androids 17 and 18 emerged from the debris, they were met with the shocking sight of Gohan's triumph over 18. A tremor of disbelief coursed through 17. He could hardly fathom how easily 18 had been dispatched. Unaware of 17's tumultuous emotions, Gohan, having dealt with 18, turned his gaze towards 17. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick that sent 17 hurtling away, followed by a crushing blow aimed at his head. 17 twisted to block, but his arms were shattered instantly, and he was driven into the earth, leaving a 10-meter-deep crater in his wake. Lying on the ground like a defeated beast, Gohan descended slowly, grasping 17 by the hair and flinging him skyward. With his hands placed upon his forehead, golden energy coalesced, shimmering with electric arcs. Mystic flash. A beam of golden energy surged forth from Gohan, striking 17 directly. Gradually, 17 faded within the energy column, which pierced through the dark clouds and vanished into the sky. Sunlight broke through the cloud cover, illuminating Gohan, who wore a broad smile. In the temple, Reik felt a sense of satisfaction as he withdrew his perception. Gohan's swift resolution of the battle pleased him greatly. Gohan, eager to share the news of his victory over the androids, swiftly made his way to the temple. Uncle Reik, I've defeated the androids. Would you like to return home with me? Reik shook his head. No need. Aren't you searching for the Dragon Balls? There should be none left on Earth, right? Do you have the coordinates for the new Namek? Gohan scratched his head, pondering how Reik knew so much, then requested, Uncle Reik, we don't have the coordinates. Do you have any suggestions? Without hesitation, Reik shared his thoughts. I have 3 ideas. First, contact your father's master, King Kai, to obtain the coordinates. Second, create a Dragon Ball radar that spans the entire universe. Third, travel back in time to inquire about the coordinates. Gohan felt a bit bewildered. The first 2 options seemed feasible, but the last one, how could one return to the past? Reik noticed Gohan's confusion, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he said, just convey my message to Bulma. You all decide to seek the Dragon Balls, and then return to me. Perplexed, Gohan approached Bulma and relayed Reik's intentions. Do you think this Reik is a good person? He doesn't harbor any ulterior motives, does he? Bulma analyzed calmly. I don't believe so. I haven't sensed any malice during our 2 months of interaction. Gohan expressed his thoughts. That is reassuring. When he mentioned going back in time, he must be referring to the time machine. However, the concept of a time machine is merely my conjecture. I've never disclosed it to him. So how would he know? Even Bulma, with her exceptional intellect, could not fathom how Reik had discerned her thoughts. Gohan stood there, bewildered, gazing blankly at Aunt Bulma. We cannot locate King Kai, but I can construct a dragon radar. Let us resurrect everyone first, Bulma said, her determination renewed. Then I must trouble you, Aunt Bulma. And also for the spaceship. A trivial matter. Leave it to me, Bulma replied confidently. Then I shall take care of Trunks, Gohan said, smiling as he looked at Trunks, who was clutching his pants. Really? Gohan, is that true? Trunks asked excitedly, glancing at Bulma, hoping for her approval. I appreciate your help, Gohan, Bulma acknowledged, realizing that she would be too preoccupied with the dragon radar and spaceship to attend to Trunks. Trunks jumped for joy at his mother's consent. Gohan bid farewell to Trunks and Bulma before soaring towards Mount Payos, eager to inform his mother about the quest for the Dragon Balls. Kiki, after listening, did not oppose the idea. Although Goku could not be revived, she had witnessed Gohan's struggles over the years. With everyone's resurrection, there would be others to assist him. Time passed swiftly as Gohan trained with Trunks, and before they knew it, 2 months had flown by. The reason Gohan trained with Trunks was due to Trunks' own request. One day, Gohan received good news from Bulma and, filled with anticipation, flew to West City with Trunks. Gohan, the Dragon radar is acting strangely. Bulma pointed to the light spots on the radar. Gohan's gaze fell upon the device, which displayed 10 light points scattered across 3 locations, one group of 7, another of 2, and a solitary one. Aunt Bulma, what is happening? Gohan asked, bewildered by the sudden emergence of so many Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head, equally perplexed by the situation. At that moment, Gohan recalled Reik, a person who seemed to possess extensive knowledge. Aunt Bulma, I'll inquire with Uncle Reik. I should notify him that we can set off. Bulma took a deep breath, intrigued by what Gohan had said about Reik. She held on to Trunks, who was eager to accompany Gohan to the temple, watching as Gohan's figure vanished into the sky. Sensing Gohan's approaching energy, Reik positioned himself at the temple's edge, awaiting Gohan's arrival. As Gohan dispersed the white aura enveloping him, he gradually descended before Reik, conveying the news of the Dragon Balls and the discoveries related to the Dragon radar. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Reik's mind began to spiral into frustration. What a nonsensical timeline this was. He could mentally prepare himself for the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. But how could it be that even the 2-star Dragon Ball had surfaced? That artifact felt even more sinister than the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting absurd wishes like becoming the strongest in the universe, even at the cost of one's lifespan, which was utterly outrageous. Noticing Reik lost in thought and silent for an extended period, Gohan's expression shifted to concern. The Earth had only just attained peace. They couldn't afford to face new troubles. Uncle Reik, is something wrong? Gohan's voice snapped Reik back to reality. Realizing this was not the time for such thoughts, he waved his hand dismissively at Gohan, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Perhaps it was crafted by other Namekians left behind. There's no need to overthink it. We should focus on finding the new Namek. Upon reflection, Gohan found Reik's suggestion plausible. After all, their race, the Saiyans, had been believed to be extinct, yet here was Reik, an unfamiliar Saiyan. Without lingering too long on the matter, Gohan led Reik toward Bulma's residence. This marked Reik's first encounter with the heroine of the Dragon Ball universe. The blue-haired individual before him had ushered in this world. He felt a mix of admiration and joy, not because of any particular feelings for Bulma, but as a nostalgic reminiscence of a character from his childhood memories. When he first met Gohan, he was enveloped in a complex emotional state, unlike his current experience. As Reik observed Bulma, she too was scrutinizing him. Her initial impression of him was one of confidence, distinct from Goku's innocence and Vegeta's pride, devoid of the brutality often associated with Saiyans. You must be Mr. Reik, am I correct? I'm Bulma, she greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your assistance with Gohan and the Earth. I hear he will accompany you in search of the Dragon Balls, so I kindly ask you to look after him. There's no need for such formality. Gohan is more than capable of handling himself. I, on the other hand, will be settling on Earth, so I may need your assistance at times, Reik replied while glancing at Gohan. On behalf of Earth, I welcome you, Bulma declared. Let me show you both the spaceship. Bulma's thoughts on Reik's decision to reside on Earth were straightforward, another powerful protector for their world. This ship has been modified from the previous design. Its speed has been enhanced by 50%. You should reach the new Namek in about a month, Bulma announced, patting the circular spacecraft. Reik was once again astounded by Bulma's brilliance. Compared to the ship crafted by Plas over 2 decades, this one was vastly superior. Complying with Bulma's guidance, he and Gohan entered the spaceship, listening attentively as she explained its functions and the equipment on board. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Reik possessed the ability to teleport, which meant the energy reserves within the ship were ample. This was made possible due to the emergence of artificial beings 3 years prior, allowing Bulma to prepare these resources thoroughly in the 2 months since many regions on Earth remained unscathed. In the timeline of Trunks 20 years hence, even if Bulma wished to prepare certain items, it would be an unattainable endeavor. 2 days later, at Bulma's residence, Chi-Chi, the Ox King, Bulma, and Trunks were bidding farewell to Gohan and Reik. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Reik and I shall take our leave now, Gohan said, waving goodbye to everyone. Mother, grandfather, await my good news. As the spacecraft descended, Chi-Chi could not contain her tears, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Reik remained inside the ship's cabin, not venturing out, as Gohan operated the vessel throughout the journey. With a resounding thud, Reik produced a universal capsule, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground, causing a plethora of food to materialize. An enchanting aroma filled the room, prompting Reik to sniff the air as his stomach rumbled audibly. He seized a chicken leg and devoured it ravenously. The tender meat melted in his mouth, and his taste buds erupted in delight as he chewed, even gnawing on the bones before swallowing them whole. This was true culinary delight. Reik squinted in pleasure, his face alight with enjoyment, as he waved his hands. Soon having consumed a mountain of food, lazily reclining on the sofa, he caressed his round belly, reflecting on the delectable cuisine of Earth and the convenience of the universal capsules. Reik held great anticipation for this Dragon Ball journey, harboring a singular wish to retain his sanity after transforming into a great ape. Over the years, despite his efforts, he could only ensure that he would not cause destruction upon transformation. He still lost his rationality. As he grew stronger, he found himself hesitant to transform into a great ape, fearing an involuntary change into a golden great ape. The uncertainty of whether he would completely lose control haunted him, leaving him devoid of confidence. Throughout the month of travel, Reik diligently worked to break through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3, sensing that the transformation was within his grasp. A knock echoed at the door. "Uncle Reik, we have arrived at New Namek," Gohan exclaimed. Reik opened his eyes and rose to answer the door, assessing Gohan. "Indeed, it appears you have not been idle this past month." Noticing Gohan's enhanced power compared to a month prior, Reik nodded approvingly and patted Gohan on the shoulder. Gohan sheepishly ruffled his hair, walking alongside Reik to the window, gazing at New Namek. A colossal green planet greeted their eyes. "Uncle Reik, this place bears a striking resemblance to old Namek," Gohan remarked, standing on the pale green ground beneath a verdant sky. "Gohan, I hope you can grant me a wish." Having reached New Namek, Reik voiced his request. Gohan's expression gradually turned serious. He did not respond immediately, unconcerned that Reik's wish might be snatched away, as the Dragon Balls here could only grant wishes in the Namekian language. "May I inquire what wish Uncle Reik intends to make?" Gohan asked, observing Reik's demeanor. Without hastily agreeing to the request, Reik remained unfazed, for his wish was not one of shameful nature. Shifting his tail to the front, he continued, "Gohan, you too have experienced the transformation into a great ape. I trust you have not forgotten the loss of reason that accompanies it. My wish is quite simple. I long to transform into a great ape without losing my sanity. This pertains to my aspirations regarding the subsequent transformations of the Super Saiyan." In Chapter 62, the arrival of Barunga is noted. Gohan raised an eyebrow, as he was indeed aware of what Reik had mentioned, but was taken aback to learn that Reik would also lose his reason upon transforming into a great ape. "Uncle Reik, is this related to Super Saiyan 3? Reik shook his head and replied, "Not 3. In my vision, it is 4. Gohan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Reik would think so far ahead, especially since they had yet to achieve Super Saiyan 3. "No problem, let us proceed." Since Reik had stated this, it was evidently not an unreasonable wish, and Gohan had no reason to decline, as he had 2 wishes that would suffice. The 2 sensed the energy of the Namekians and swiftly moved towards it. Soon, a village came into view, where Namekians with green skin and 2 antennae on their foreheads were diligently engaged in their tasks. The arrival of the 2 drew the attention of the Namekians, who paused their work. A young Namekian flew before them and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to Namek?" Years had passed, and Gohan's appearance had changed, so the Namekian did not recognize him. Gohan glanced at Reik, saw that he remained still, and stepped forward with a smile, responding, "Hello, I am Gohan, a human from Earth. I have come to seek the Elder's assistance in borrowing the Dragon Balls." "You are Gohan," exclaimed a Namekian of similar height, joy illuminating his face as he soared before Gohan. "You are Dandy?" Gohan questioned uncertainly, sensing the other's energy. "It is I. Gohan, you still remember me," Dandy exclaimed, beaming with a broad smile as he grasped Gohan's hand, overflowing with happiness. "Dandy, please entertain our guests while I report to the Elder." The young Namekian recalled Gohan's identity, his serious demeanor softening as he addressed Dandy. "Of course, Brother Monai," Dandy promptly replied, taking Gohan's hand and ushering Reik into the village. "Gohan, how is everyone?" Dandy's inquiry caused Gohan's expression to darken, sorrow flickering in his eyes as he began to respond. Everyone has passed away. I have come to borrow the Dragon Balls to revive them. What? Dandy gasped, astonished by the magnitude of the situation, and hurried to comfort Gohan. Under Dandy's reassurance, Gohan's spirits lifted somewhat, and he concealed his sorrow as he began to inquire about Dandy's well-being. As they conversed, Elder Muley approached. Gohan, it has been a long time. I have heard from Monai about your purpose, and I have already sent for the Dragon Balls. Who is this? Muley's gaze turned towards Reik. Elder, I apologize for the trouble. This is Uncle Reik. It is thanks to his assistance that we on Earth have weathered this crisis, Gohan said, bowing to Muley and recounting the events that had transpired during this period. You are our benefactors. It is a pleasure to be of assistance to you. Let Dandy aid you shortly, Muley responded. Thank you, Elder. As the two individuals engaged in conversation, Reik stepped forward and inquired, Greetings, Elder. May we take Dandy to Earth to serve as a deity? Reik's proposition caused a stir among the onlookers. Gohan was astonished by Reik's suggestion, while Muley regarded Reik with a knowing gaze. Dandy, somewhat bewildered, could not comprehend why this stranger would make such a proposal. After a moment of contemplation, Muley replied, As long as Dandy has no objections, I shall not oppose. Gohan raised a question, Uncle Reik, but isn't there already a deity on Earth? Reik chose not to respond to Gohan immediately, as convincing the old deity was the first priority. He turned his attention to Dandy and asked, Dandy, would you like to accompany us to Earth? Dandy glanced at Elder Muley and then at Gohan, nodding in agreement. All right. As their conversation continued, the Dragon Balls began to arrive one by one. Upon seeing the 7 magnificent Dragon Balls on the ground, Reik's eyes sparkled with delight. Muley approached the Dragon Balls and recited a series of incantations. A radiant light emanated from the Dragon Balls, causing beads of sweat to form on Muley's forehead. After a while, he wiped his brow and informed Reik and the others, I have just enhanced the Dragon Balls. They no longer bear the previous limitation of resurrecting only one individual. A look of joy crossed Gohan's face as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Muley. With Dandy stepping forward to utter the incantation, the skies of the new Namek turned dark, and the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a blinding light. A streak of light surged from the Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens and gradually revealing its form. Reik was awestruck by the sight of the towering dragon, resembling the spirit of Aladdin's lamp, adorned with 4 horns atop its head. Gather, O beings of the 7. Speak forth your wishes. You may now make 3 wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled, the dragon proclaimed. Dandy turned his gaze towards Gohan. Dandy, my first wish is to resurrect those who were slain by the androids on Earth. Dandy conveyed Gohan's wish to the dragon in the Namekian tongue, and the dragon's ruby-like eyes gleamed brightly. Your wish has been granted. Now, speak your second wish. Dandy, my second wish is to restore Earth to its original state after the destruction wrought by the androids. Gohan articulated a wish he had hastily considered. Due to Muley's enhancement of the Dragon Balls, Gohan's intention to resurrect others was rendered moot, allowing him to pursue other desires. Your second wish has been fulfilled. Now, declare your third wish. Observing the proceedings, Reik uncrossed his arms and stepped forward, saying, Dandy, for my third wish. I wish to maintain my intellect after transforming into a great ape. Dandy was taken aback by this request, glancing at Gohan, uncertain whether to assist Reik in realizing his wish. Gohan nodded at Dandy, who then felt reassured and conveyed the wish to the dragon. As the dragon's eyes brightened once more, Reik felt a slight chill in his head, followed by an absence of further sensation. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Before Reik could voice any questions, the dragon vanished, leaving the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones at their feet. Meanwhile, the Earth is undergoing tremendous transformations. Cities, once reduced to ruins, are being restored to their former glory. Towering buildings rise anew. Vehicles traverse the streets, and figures materialize seemingly out of thin air. In the celestial temple above, 2 silhouettes emerge. One, a green figure leaning on a cane, and the other, a diminutive individual with dark skin. God, have we been resurrected? Inquired Bobo. Indeed, Bobo, though the identity of the Wishmaker remains a mystery, the deity replied, gazing down from the temple's edge, surveying the state of the mortal realm. 3 years have passed since Vegeta's demise, and here, several figures have manifested. Who resurrected us? The androids. Spoke a short, noseless, bald man clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted beside him, golden rays of light radiating forth. A voice filled with fury resonated. Android Kakarot. Chapter 63. Confrontation with Vegeta. Krillin and the others turned towards the sound, witnessing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura of impending rage. What has happened to Vegeta? Krillin questioned, perplexed. TCH, need I say more? Just by looking at him, one can deduce he encountered the androids and Kakarot in hell, and undoubtedly did not fare well, Piccolo remarked, articulating his conjecture. In truth, Piccolo's assumption was accurate. Months prior, he had encountered the androids in hell, and in his Super Saiyan form, he had rushed forth seeking vengeance, only to find himself unable to prevail. His training in hell had yielded little progress, culminating in Kakarot's intervention to save him, a reality he struggled to accept. Naturally, having faced the androids and Kakarot, he was well aware of the reason for his resurrection. He was reluctant to remain amidst Krillin and the others, and in a fit of rage, vanished into the air. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, while Piccolo disclosed what he knew, feeling a sense of solace regarding Gohan. After exchanging only a few words, they prepared to disperse. Suddenly, three figures appeared out of nowhere. It was Reik and his companions. After making their wish and bidding farewell to Muley, Reik transported Gohan and Dandy back to Earth using instant transmission. Their presence near Piccolo and the others was prompted by Reik's recent detection of Vegeta's explosive energy. Not long after their arrival, Vegeta reappeared, standing at a distance, observing the group. As he caught sight of Reik's swaying tail, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and with arms crossed, he approached, his expression twisting into a mischievous grin. He unleashed a punch aimed at Reik. "Oh, is this not Prince Vegeta, who perished at the hands of the androids?" Reik remarked leisurely, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's attack, laced with sarcasm. Initially, Reik had no intention of confronting Vegeta, but with Vegeta striking first, it was not in Reik's nature to resist the urge to provoke him further. Observing how easily Reik thwarted his attack, Vegeta's demeanor grew increasingly serious. "Uncle Vegeta, please, do not fight. It is thanks to Uncle Reik that we can resolve this android situation," Gohan interjected urgently, positioning himself between the two to separate them. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Gohan as he spoke. "Little brat, do not presume that your resurrection grants you the authority to command me. Who is he? I have no recollection of such a Saiyan. TSK, how imposing. Do you think you know all Saiyans?" Reik, stepping forward, pulled Gohan aside and faced Vegeta, beckoning him with a finger. "Let me see what the prince is truly made of." Seeking death, Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his golden aura flaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly moving to Reik's side to launch an assault aimed at Reik's cheek. With a resounding clash, the two collided. Observing the tumult, Gohan rushed in front of Piccolo and the others, shielding them from the invisible shockwave, urging them to distance themselves from the confrontation. "Gohan, who is he?" Piccolo, acting like a concerned father, inquired. "Uncle Piccolo, I don't know where Reik is from. All I know is he is incredibly strong and harbors no ill will towards our Earth," Gohan replied, shaking his head. "Both of them are formidable," Tien remarked, his three eyes darting about, attempting to capture the spectacle of Reik and Vegeta's duel. "Indeed, I can barely keep up with their speed," Krillin concurred, pushing his perception to its limits. Except for Gohan, the others struggled to match the pace of Reik and Vegeta's fierce exchange. As Vegeta realized his attacks were effortlessly countered by Reik, he distanced himself and unleashed his royal fighting technique, countless energy waves emanating from his hands, hurtling towards Reik. The ground trembled as Reik's figure was engulfed in smoke. "What?" Vegeta gasped, astonished to see Reik appear before him. "Your Highness, you are far too slow." Reik evaded the energy waves at the last moment and, leveraging Vegeta's royal technique, appeared directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's left cheek. Vegeta was sent flying, his legs dragging along the ground, struggling to stabilize himself against Reik's force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it!" Vegeta seethed from a distance, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Reik. He had not anticipated the vast disparity between them. He could not even retaliate without transforming into a Super Saiyan. With no recollection of Reik, his intellect quickly deduced that Reik was a lower-class warrior, which only fueled his anger further. Not only had Kakarot surpassed him, but now even Kakarot's son had outstripped him, and another Saiyan had emerged who was his superior. Enraged, Vegeta disregarded the evident gap in strength and charged at Reik once more. The two figures flickered in and out of sight. Their presence felt both in the sky and on the ground. With a resounding clap, Reik and Vegeta locked fingers, engaged in a fierce struggle. Vegeta, let this be enough for today. You are far too weak now. Strive to grow stronger. Losing interest in their playful exchange, Reik realized Vegeta was still burdened by his past. The growth of Vegeta's strength was far below Reik's expectations, prompting him to conclude the battle. With a swift motion, Reik hurled Vegeta into the air, appearing at his chest in an instant, delivering a knee strike that landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to spew bile. Another precise strike with the edge of his hand targeted Vegeta's neck, and as Vegeta's eyes rolled back, he lost consciousness, plummeting from the heights towards the ground. As the imminent danger loomed, Gohan swiftly maneuvered to catch Vegeta, gently placing him upon the ground. With the battle now concluded, Piccolo and the others approached, casting their gazes upon Reik. Gohan, I shall take my leave, Reik declared, unwilling to linger, fully aware that upon awakening, Vegeta would likely direct his wrath towards him. Nodding at Gohan, he grasped Dandy's hand, lifting off the ground, ready to depart. Suddenly, he paused and remarked, Gohan, the matter of the androids may not yet be resolved. Our wishes for revival included even the malevolent ones. The androids were crafted by human hands, and it is possible that their creators have also returned. Gohan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, realizing the implications of Reik's words. Without further deliberation, Reik vanished into the sky with Dandy, heading towards the temple. At the temple, the Supreme Kai was already aware of the confrontation between Reik and Vegeta and noted Reik's approach. Turning to face him, he greeted, Greetings, esteemed visitor. This is the Supreme Kai of Earth, whom I have chosen from New Namek. I trust you will nurture him well. As for you, I believe you too sense that Earth is in dire need of warriors, and it is time for you to reunite with Piccolo, Reik stated plainly. Presenting Dandy to the Supreme Kai. Chapter 64. Dr. Gero Supreme Kai. Bobo expressed his concern with a worried glance towards the deity. Dandy stood there, bewildered. The Supreme Kai, without much contemplation, nodded in agreement and began to converse with his fellow, Dandy. Seeing that the Supreme Kai accepted his proposal, Reik exited the temple, seeking a place to settle down. The tremendous events on Earth had reached Son Goku, who was communicating with King Kai and Gohan to comprehend the situation, including the emergence of the Saiyan, Reik. Goku was eager and delighted at the prospect of such a formidable opponent, wishing to engage Reik in combat. Though he was now deceased, Gohan, you have truly matured. I entrust your mother to your care, Goku ultimately imparted to Gohan. Do not worry, Dad. I will take good care of Mom, Gohan assured him. After concluding their conversation, Gohan and Piccolo deliberated on how to uncover the mastermind behind the androids. Gohan, we can use the Dragon Balls to locate them, Krillin suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. The group unanimously endorsed Krillin's proposal and prepared to take action when Vegeta's voice interjected. None shall use the Dragon Balls to find them. I will personally eliminate them, Vegeta proclaimed. Having awakened during their discussion, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Gohan and the others. Should anyone act independently, I will dispose of them. Krillin and the others were rendered speechless, yet the seriousness of Vegeta's demeanor left no doubt that he was not jesting. Understanding Vegeta's character, they could only turn their attention to Gohan. Uncle Vegeta, Bulma and Trunks are still waiting for you at home. Gohan deftly struck at Vegeta's vulnerable spot. Vegeta's expression flickered between anger and restraint, his nails digging into his palms. With a dismissive turn of his head and a disdainful snort, he ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Despite his years in the underworld, Vegeta remained deeply concerned for the mother and son he had left behind. After Vegeta's departure, the atmosphere among Gohan and the others noticeably improved as they divided the tasks for collecting the Dragon Balls. Only Piccolo received a message from the Supreme Kai and left for the temple. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, upon being revived in his laboratory, promptly descended to the underground chamber housing Cell. Realizing that the completion of Cell's cultivation was still some time away, Dr. Gero hastily manipulated the computer to expedite the process. Simultaneously, he activated the 3 androids he had previously sealed in the Arctic and commanded them to arrive at the laboratory. Both Gohan's team and Dr. Gero were racing against time. A few hours later, Gohan and his companions reconvened, with 7 Dragon Balls shimmering on the ground, resonating in unison. Gohan, it's your turn, Krillin urged. Gohan stepped forward, calling out loudly, Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. The sky darkened, and a colossal eastern dragon materialized. At Capsule Corp, Where Vegeta was accompanying Bulma and Trunks, he too noticed the summoning of the Dragon Balls and scowled in annoyance. State your wish. Any wish can be granted. I shall fulfill one for you, Shenron proclaimed. Please, help me find the creator of androids 17 and 18, Gohan declared. I have transmitted his location into your mind. Your wish is now granted. Farewell. Shenron began to glow, splitting into 7 and vanishing into the sky. Indeed, Gohan received Dr. Gero's information and his location within his mind. Without delay, he beckoned Krillin and the others to head towards Dr. Gero's location. Sensing their movement, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and, without a word, shot off into the sky in pursuit. Gohan and his companions flew increasingly off course, eventually stopping before an iron gate on a mountain peak. Gohan, is this the place? Krillin inquired as he approached the gate to push it open. With a creak, the iron gate swung open from within, and Krillin instinctively stepped back, sensing something was amiss. Before the figures inside could emerge, Piccolo and Vegeta arrived, with Piccolo having completed his fusion with the Supreme Kai, significantly enhancing his strength. Gohan sensed the energy within Piccolo and smiled, feeling joy for him. Silence enveloped the group as they intently watched 3 figures stepping out from behind the gate. Who are you? Dr. Gero? Gohan asked, realizing that the individuals emerging did not match the description Shenron had provided, anxiety creeping into his voice at the thought that Dr. Gero might have fled. The occurrences on their side were also felt by Reik, who had just settled into his new home and, feeling bored, decided to investigate what Dr. Gero was up to. He instantly teleported beside Vegeta, wearing a broad smile. Upon Reik's sudden appearance, Vegeta's expression turned grim as he glared at him. Vegeta, I have no interest in fighting you. You should deal with them first, Reik said, recognizing the androids that had appeared. These are androids 13, 14, and 15. They are formidable opponents. Individually, they may be manageable, but together they pose a threat comparable to you. Should Android 13 absorb the chips of 14 and 15 and evolve into Super Android 13, only Gohan would stand a chance against him. Vegeta followed the direction of Reik's gaze and said with annoyance, "Just wait. I will dispose of these worthless foes before dealing with you." In response to Vegeta's bravado, Reik merely smiled wickedly. "You'd better give it your all. I sense you are no match for them." "Oh, so you are aware of me, Son Goku?" Dr. Gero's voice emanated from Android 13. After the arrival of 13 and his companions, Dr. Gero upgraded them and was able to share their vision and communicate through them. He himself remained hidden in an underground laboratory, for he was still merely a human, and the battlefield above was far too perilous for him. "My father is dead. Why would you create such malevolent androids?" Gohan questioned angrily, remembering the devastation on Earth. "Ah, Goku is dead. It's a pity I couldn't do it myself," Dr. Gero mused. With his intelligence, he quickly deduced that Goku had not fallen to his creations, since he had managed to revive himself. The absence of Goku's resurrection led him to such a conclusion. Androids 17 and 18 were failures, having even killed their own creator. The mere thought of them filled Dr. Gero with resentment. "Dr. Gero, I know you are here. How long do you intend to hide?" Gohan said, sensing Dr. Gero's presence within the laboratory. He was about to circumvent Android 13 and enter the research facility when, bang, Android 14 attacked, sending Gohan flying with a single punch. Android 13 and the others received a command from Dr. Gero to retreat, swiftly sending Krillin and the others flying as they moved. However, they encountered resistance from Vegeta, Piccolo, and Reik. "You worthless trash, allow me to send you to hell." Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, blocked Android 15's strike, confidently pointing to himself with a thumbs up. Chapter 65. Truce. Vegeta's confident demeanor piqued Android 15's interest, who beckoned him with a gesture. Could the prince endure such provocation? With a surge of golden energy, he appeared before Android 15 and unleashed a fierce kick. Bang! Android 15 raised his hand to block the attack, barely moving, clearly finding it easy to withstand Vegeta's assault. He countered with a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing into the mountainside. As the battle between Vegeta and Android 15 commenced, Gohan returned from a distance, transforming into a Super Saiyan and targeting Android 13. The clash between Android 14 and Piccolo was intense, with Piccolo gaining the upper hand and pressing Android 14 fiercely. "Damn it!" A furious roar echoed from the mountainside. The mountains crumbled into dust as Vegeta charged forward, launching a frenzied attack. Reik and the others stood back, observing the spectacle. Krillin and the others found themselves unable to intervene, while Reik, bored with the weak opponents, had no intention of seeking out Dr. Gero. In the three battlefields, Gohan and Android 13 were the first to determine a victor, with Gohan knocking Android 13 to the ground, leaving him unable to move. Just as he prepared to finish off Android 13, he noticed Vegeta's predicament. His body was covered in wounds, held aloft by Android 15, who grasped his neck with one hand. The disparity between his exhalations and inhalations signified his perilous state. Gohan, setting aside his focus on Android 13, moved to stand beside 15 and delivered a swift chop to his hand. With a sharp sound, 15's grip on Vegeta's arm was severed, sparks flying from the point of rupture. Having rescued Vegeta, Gohan swiftly appeared beside Krillin, entrusting Vegeta's care to him. After surveying Piccolo's situation with a grave expression, he released his concerns and turned his gaze towards 15. Initially, he had intended to show restraint towards the three androids, who had yet to commit any malevolence. However, Gohan resolved to unleash his full power. Channeling his energy, he materialized beside 15 and struck him squarely on the head. In that instant of contact, 15's cranium began to contort and warp, a flicker of garbled vision crossing his eyes before an explosion ensued, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Just as Gohan dispatched 15, Piccolo concluded his own battle, having vanquished Android 14. The two stood side by side, gazing at the fallen 13 as they began to gather their energy, preparing to eliminate him in one decisive blow. As 13 faced imminent demise, there was a stir near the remains of 14 and 15. Two chips and a power source were absorbed by 13 before Gohan and the others could react. 13 began to transform, his hair turning a vibrant orange and standing erect, his skin shifting to blue, his form expanding, growing taller and more robust. "Uncle Piccolo, be careful," Gohan warned, sensing the formidable nature of Super 13. In an instant, Piccolo discarded his scarf and cape, creating two deep craters upon impact with the ground. Piccolo struck, landing a punch squarely on Super 13's chest. What? Piccolo realized his attack was ineffective against Super 13, his expression shifting drastically. Super 13 seized Piccolo by the head, pressing down with tremendous force. Piccolo found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught. Super 13 then lifted his foot, aiming to stomp on the fallen Piccolo. Boom! A foot intervened, preventing Super 13 from descending. Gohan, unable to suppress his rage at Piccolo's plight, intercepted the attack and retaliated, kicking Super 13 away. "Uncle Piccolo, are you alright?" Gohan's concern threatened to overflow. Piccolo, propping himself up on his hands, understood he would no longer be of use in the impending battle and retreated, cautioning, "Gohan, be careful. I can sense an immense power still resides within that monster." "I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Leave the rest to me," Gohan declared earnestly, releasing nearly 3 billion units of his battle power as he charged towards Super 13. The defiant Prince Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression rife with dissatisfaction and fury. He never anticipated that one day he would be relegated to the role of a mere spectator. Aware of the chasm between himself and Super 13, he could only stand there, venting his wrath. "Vegeta, would you care to make a deal?" Lek, having witnessed Vegeta's transformation from arrogant confidence to being utterly bested, felt a peculiar delight. However, now that the spectacle had concluded, he intended to bolster Vegeta. Otherwise, his current state was too pitiful to behold. "What deal?" Vegeta fixated intently on Reik, as though grasping a lifeline. "I shall reveal to you an exceptional training ground, where a single day outside equates to an entire year within. You must grant me the ability to create an artificial moon." Reik, eschewing any pretense, recognized the inappropriateness of jesting in Vegeta's current state. After all, he had no desire to cultivate a deadly enmity with Vegeta, as they might well find themselves fighting side by side in the future. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Vegeta promptly divulged the method for creating the artificial moon to Reik. Piccolo and the others overheard their exchange. Krillin expressed astonishment at Reik's words, while Piccolo, having assimilated with the Supreme Kai, found himself perplexed, unable to fathom how Reik had knowledge of such a location. Within the temple, time and the hyperbolic time chamber allowed each individual to remain for 2 days. Exceeding this duration would cause the exit to vanish. Vegeta was already aware of the temple's existence, yet he had not anticipated the presence of such a remarkable place within it, and his impatience compelled him to set off. "Hold on, you should all go together." I will keep an eye on Gohan here. Piccolo, you are well acquainted with the area. Reik intervened, suggesting that the others proceed to the temple, as they would be of no assistance in their current situation. Piccolo scrutinized Reik for a few moments before glancing at Gohan, who was engaged in battle with Super 13, and then he led the way toward the temple. With a resounding crash, Gohan collided once more with Super 13, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Gohan sensed that he was currently unable to contend with Super 13, and continuing the fight might lead to his defeat. Beads of sweat cascaded down Gohan's forehead, revealing the significant toll the battle was taking on his stamina. Dr. Gero, how about a temporary ceasefire? Gohan's predicament had not escaped Reik's notice. He understood that Dr. Gero had been closely monitoring the battlefield and could manipulate Super 13. Indeed, as soon as Reik's words fell, Super 13 ceased his movements, turning his gaze toward Reik, and Dr. Gero's voice echoed, "You propose a truce, just like that? Gohan is on the verge of death at my hands. What right do you have to negotiate?" Reik flashed a devilish grin, and with a surge of golden energy, he sent Super 13 flying, severely injuring him as he lay on the ground. "How about now? Am I qualified?" Reik leisurely approached Super 13, placing a foot upon his chest. In the laboratory, Dr. Gero was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this unfamiliar Saiyan possessed such formidable power, capable of so swiftly incapacitating Super 13. He found himself with no choice but to acquiesce to Reik's demands, knowing that his ultimate creation, Cell, required time to be completed. Very well, he gritted his teeth, conceding. "We will settle the score once Cell is ready. Rest assured, it shall not be long. We will reconvene in 7 days at the laboratory." After kicking Super 13 aside, Reik made his way toward Gohan. Chapter 66. The initial trial of the Golden Great Ape. Reik placed one hand upon Gohan's shoulder while the other pressed against his forehead, locking onto Piccolo's energy signature before vanishing from the spot. After their departure, Super 13 rose, clutching his chest as he flew toward the laboratory. Upon their arrival at the temple, Reik and his companion found Dandy and Krillin reminiscing, while Piccolo and the others closed their eyes, attuning to Gohan's battle. Vegeta was nowhere to be seen, clearly having entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo sensed an unfamiliar energy nearby, opening his eyes to see Reik and his companion. Piccolo scrutinized Gohan, relieved to find him unscathed, and awaited an explanation. Krillin and the others quickly gathered, eager to understand the current situation, as they could distinctly sense that Super 13 had not been vanquished. Gohan relayed the discussions he had with Reik and Dr. Reik, causing Krillin and the others to appear somewhat disheartened, feeling utterly powerless. The time frame established by Reik was evidently meant for Vegeta and Gohan. "Gohan, once Vegeta emerges, you and I will enter." Amidst the silence, Piccolo was the first to speak. "Very well, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied, a smile gracing his face as he nodded in agreement. "Then we shall meet again in 7 days." With that, Reik bid farewell and vanished from the scene. Reik had already departed from Earth, appearing on a planet devoid of intelligent life. His purpose for this visit was to experiment with Super Saiyan 4, having conveniently learned to create an artificial moon from Vegeta, thus eliminating the need to search for a planet with a full moon. A sphere of light ascended from Reik's palm, slowly hovering in the sky. With a mere thought, the orb expanded rapidly, manifesting into an artificial moon. Gazing upward, Reik felt his pupils fade, fangs elongate, and a colossal brown great ape, towering at 500 meters, materialize. Indeed, in comparison to the previous 100-meter great ape, this new form was a behemoth. Fortunately, this time Reik did not succumb to madness. The underlying principle remained a mystery to him, as the feral factor of the great ape transformation failed to invade his consciousness. Sensing a tenfold increase in his internal energy, Reik began to mobilize his cells, prompting them to continuously divide and spread throughout his body. A golden aura enveloped the great ape, its fur gradually tinged with gold, and his energy surged without limits. The vast aura began to escape Reik's control, expanding outward. With a pained roar, Reik felt the inadequacy of his body to sustain the transformation into a golden great ape. The sensation of muscle tearing and the creaking of bones tormented him relentlessly. If he persisted, the risk of bodily collapse loomed ominously. Reluctantly, Reik unleashed an energy blast towards the artificial moon, obliterating it and ceasing the transformation. Gradually, Reik's form diminished, drenched in blood, as he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. It had been perilously close. Had he delayed any longer, he would have perished on this planet. The difficulty and danger of the golden great ape transformation far exceeded Reik's expectations. Damn it, I was misled, Reik mused bitterly. Based on his previous experiences with anime, he assumed that Vegeta could transition directly from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4, seeking a shortcut himself. Now, he arrived at two possible conclusions. Either Vegeta had completed the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3, or his base combat power vastly surpassed Reik's. Nonetheless, Reik's attempt bore significant insights. He could affirm the feasibility of Super Saiyan 4, albeit recognizing that he lacked the requisite level. Furthermore, he had broken through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3, and given a little more time, he could ascend to that level. Unbeknownst to Reik, the moment his golden great ape aura leaked, it had already drawn the attention of several individuals. In an unknown dimension, an angel with turquoise skin, white hair, and a colossal halo around his neck projected his transformation onto the sky while wielding a staff. He chuckled softly, appearing to relish the awakening of Lord Beerus, anticipating a delightful time. In the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a trainee angel also took note of Reik, though he was unable to utilize angelic powers to investigate further. Within a spaceship, a diminutive sorcerer with dusky, coffee-colored skin, adorned with an emblem at his waist, detected a fleeting surge of energy. Depura, we must head in this direction, the sorcerer proclaimed, pointing toward the sensed energy. Meanwhile, at the Earth Temple, Gohan and his companions sensed the overwhelming aura, their eyes wide in disbelief. Is this the extent of Reik's power? Krillin exclaimed. No, Gohan frowned, perceiving the instability of the earlier energy. Coupled with the previous discussion about exploring Super Saiyan 4, he deduced that this was merely an attempt, and not entirely successful. Gohan, what do you sense? Piccolo inquired, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Gohan shared his speculation with the group, and Yamcha was the first to respond. Even so, that's terrifying. If this is just an attempt, imagine how formidable he would be if successful. Krillin gulped, visibly shaken. Thank goodness he isn't an enemy, Yamcha sighed in relief. However, the ripple of Reik's actions extended beyond them. In the northern galaxy, aboard a spaceship, a tall figure, with a tail coiled around his waist, reacted with fervor, golden flames igniting around him as he roared in Reik's direction. Beside him stood an elderly man, whose own tail was similarly wrapped. And upon witnessing the towering figure's escalating rage, he swiftly produced a control device and pressed a button. The golden collar on the figure's chest emitted a surge of electricity, quelling his fury. After a moment, the tall figure settled, and the elder approached him. Broly, what just happened? I don't know. A surge of energy came from that direction, Broly replied, pointing towards Reik's location, his voice trembling. That direction coincides perfectly with our objective, the elder mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to them, Reik had utilized instant transmission to return to the temple, seeking Dandy's healing. Uncle Reik, what happened to you? Gohan gasped, startled by Reik's bloodied appearance. Though he had suspected something amiss, he hadn't anticipated the danger Reik had encountered. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Dandy, I'll need your assistance in healing, Reik reassured, shaking his head to signal Gohan not to worry. All right, Dandy responded, rushing forward with hands glowing green, directing the light towards Reik. The green aura enveloped Reik, and his injuries were completely healed. Dandy, your skills are truly remarkable. Reik reflected on the hardships he endured on Udarapa, which was one of the reasons he felt compelled to come to Earth. Chapter 67. The appearance of the Kaioshin 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the door to the mental realm swung open. Vegeta emerged clad in tattered battle attire, exuding an aura of formidable strength that drew the attention of all present. Reik smiled faintly. Although uncertain whether Vegeta had surpassed Super Saiyan 2, his current battle power of over 100 million certainly did not disappoint. Indeed, he was the most gifted of the Saiyans. As long as sufficient pressure was applied, he could swiftly catch up. There is no need for you to enter. I shall deal with those wretched androids myself, Vegeta proclaimed, reverting to his haughty, princely demeanor, regarding the androids with disdain, as if they were beneath his notice. Even Gohan was dismissed with a fleeting glance, his focus fixed on Reik, exuding an eagerness that made one apprehensive about the possibility of Vegeta striking at any moment. Vegeta, do not rush. The androids are not as simple as you might think. You still have 5 days. It would not be too late to act then. Reik spoke in a calm tone. TCH, what a waste of time. Vegeta suppressed the urge to act upon sensing the enigmatic energy within Reik. and with a burst of energy, he soared toward the west. Gohan, it's our turn, Piccolo stated as he stood and made his way to the room of spirit and time, evidently burdened by the pressure Vegeta exerted upon him. All right, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, hastening to follow. Krillin, do you wish to resurrect Goku? With several key fighters vanished from the temple, Reik felt a tinge of regret at Goku's absence. Yet he had no means to contact the gods, and could only hope that Krillin and the others could reach King Kai. What? Krillin stood bewildered at Reik's inquiry, his face reflecting both confusion and elation as he approached Reik, pressing for clarification. The dragon cannot resurrect Goku, can it? Do you have a way? I do, Reik affirmed with a nod, continuing, as long as you can contact King Kai, I can ensure that Goku is revived. King Kai? What kind of deity is that? I've never heard of him. Tien and the others gathered around, intrigued. Consider him the superior of King Kai. Do you have a means to reach him? Reik elucidated. Reik, can you hear me? A voice resonated within Reik's mind. King Kai or Goku? Reik was not surprised. The significant upheaval on Earth had surely drawn King Kai's attention. I am King Kai. How do you know of the Supreme Kai? Do not concern yourself with how I know. Just ensure that you can contact the Supreme Kai, and I will persuade him. Reik was resolute in his stance against King Kai's inquiries. Reik, can I truly be revived? Goku's voice emerged, recalling the current elite on Earth. And he could no longer contain his eagerness. At this stage, as long as we contact the Supreme Kai, you can be revived. Thank you. Reik, once I am revived, you must engage me in battle, Goku responded joyfully. On King Kai's planet, Goku clasped his hands together, fervently beseeching King Kai to reach out to the Supreme Kai. Goku, it's not that I refuse to contact him. It's that I cannot reach him either, King Kai replied, wearied by Goku's persistence, managing a wry smile. Then never mind, Goku said, unperturbed by the failed plan, tousling his hair with his left hand and breaking into a broad, carefree smile. Reik and his companions soon received a response. Was the Grand Kai unreachable as well? Reik, determined to make an effort despite the possibility of rejection, continued. All you need to do is convey a message to the Kaioshin. What is it that you wish to say? The North Kai, sensing the simplicity of the task, inquired further. Just inform him that Kakarot can confront Majin Buu. Reik uttered the name of the ancient demon, but the North Kai remained silent for a considerable time. Lord Kai, who is this Majin Buu? Is he formidable? The North Kai was left speechless by Reik's revelation, while Goku, sensing something amiss, eagerly pressed for more information. Goku, that is an ancient demon, you are no match for him. The North Kai, fully aware of his disciple's tendencies, felt a headache coming on. Goku, undeterred, retorted, didn't Reik mention that I could handle it? I believe I can manage. His confidence in his own abilities overshadowed the North Kai's warnings. You simply do not comprehend the true extent of Majin Buu's power, the North Kai sighed, a wry smile forming on his lips. Lord Kai, please assist us and relay the message, Goku implored earnestly. Very well, I shall send a message to the Grand Kai. Whether you receive a reply is up to fate. The North Kai reluctantly consented, unable to escape Goku's persistence. Meanwhile, at the Spirit and Time Room, a day had passed since Gohan and the others had entered. Reik's desire to contact the Kaioshin was not solely to resurrect Kakarot. He harbored his own ambitions, hoping the old Kaioshin could help him unlock his potential. Being well-versed in the narrative, Reik would never forget the old Kaioshin, an enhancer devoid of side effects. He had a strong premonition that, with the old Kaioshin's assistance, he could achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation after a year or two of rigorous training, thus saving himself nearly a decade of effort. Especially considering that the awakening of Beerus was not far off, he was determined not to be easily destroyed. As Reik pondered, the door to the Spirit and Time Room quietly opened. Piccolo and Gohan emerged, and the smile on Piccolo's face indicated they had made significant progress. Krillin was the first to share the good news about Reik's plan to resurrect Goku. Uncle Reik, can my dad really come back to life? Gohan asked eagerly for confirmation. There is a method, but given that a day has passed, the hope may be dim, Reik nodded, only to shake his head again before Gohan could rejoice. Reik sensed something was amiss and glanced to his left. There stood two figures, one tall and one short. Upon seeing them, Reik smiled with delight. Is it you who claims to be able to confront Majin Buu? The taller figure scoffed, exuding an air of disdain towards Reik and his companions. At this stage, if you wish to face Majin Buu, you can only rely on us. Reik, unfazed by Jebediah's tone, stroked his chin, and replied, "With your level of strength, you are woefully inadequate to contend with Majin Buu." Jebbet dismissed Rek's words outright. Realizing that communication was futile, Rek shifted his gaze to the shorter figure beside Jebbet. "Lord Kaioshin, your attendant is rather ignorant. I trust you possess greater strength." "How dare you, mortal?" addressed Lord Kaioshin with due respect. Before the Supreme Kai could speak, Jebbet leaped forward, reprimanding. "Hold on, Jebbet, let us hear what he has to say," the Supreme Kai interjected, turning his gaze toward Rek. Chapter 68. The emergence of the old Supreme Kai. I am aware that 4 of you Supreme Kais were vanquished by the fiend known as Majin Buu, and that you, the sole survivor, are utterly intimidated by him. However, I can unequivocally assure you that Majin Buu is not insurmountable. Rek did not mince words, exposing their vulnerabilities. "How dare you?" Jebbet could no longer contain himself and charged toward Rek, delivering a powerful punch. Rek calmly raised his hand, effortlessly gripping Jebbet's fist, rendering him immobile. "I bear no malice, I merely state the truth. If my words offend you, so be it," Rek remarked as he released Jebbet, shrugging nonchalantly. "Jebbet, cease this at once," the Supreme Kai commanded sternly, prompting Jebbet to obediently retreat to his side. "Mr. Rek, I am uncertain where you gleaned this information, but I must convey that Majin Buu is indeed formidable and not someone you can contend with," the Supreme Kai reiterated, unfazed by Rek's assertions. "Then do you possess any methods to enhance our strength?" Rek, seeking to redirect the conversation, inquired, subtly urging them towards the Supreme Kai realm to release the old Supreme Kai, following Shin's lead. "Your abilities are commendable. If you wish to augment them, accompany me to the Supreme Kai realm." "Very well, but might I request that you also bring Kakarot along?" Rek, apprehensive about their potential refusal, continued. "He could assist in confronting Majin Buu." "Certainly, come forth. Jebbet will guide us." Shin gestured for Rek and his companions to step forward. Rek summoned Gohan and approached Jebbet. He had no intention of bringing anyone else, as their presence would be of little consequence. The group vanished from the temple. At that moment, Piccolo sighed in relief. The pressure exerted by the Supreme Kai was overwhelming for him, a being fused with the god of Earth, as they were not in the same dimension. King Kai's planet suddenly, Rek and his companions materialized, and Goku immediately spotted them. "Hey, Gohan, what brings you here?" Goku, momentarily perplexed, questioned, wondering if Gohan had met his demise as well. Upon this thought, Goku's expression turned serious, an intimidating aura emanating from him. "Dad!" Gohan, unable to contain his emotions, rushed to stand before Goku. "Gohan, have you fallen in battle?" Goku asked, placing a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. "Dad, I'm alive. Uncle Rek had Lord Supreme Kai bring us to find you," Gohan replied, his earlier excitement evaporating due to Goku's inquiry, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. "Lord Supreme Kai." The North Kai approached to pay his respects upon hearing the title. "Let us discuss matters after we complete our task," Rek interjected, eager to avoid any further delays. Gohan succinctly explained their purpose to Goku, and with that, they vanished, leaving the North Kai bewildered. Supreme Kai realm. The group reappeared, and Rek inhaled the air of the Supreme Kai realm, feeling invigorated. "Lord Supreme Kai, what means do you propose for enhancing our strength? Let us commence at once," Rek urged. "Follow me." The Kaioshin led the way as they soared through the skies, introducing a remarkable artifact from the Kaioshin realm, said to endow immense power to whomever could draw it forth. "Is there truly such a wondrous object?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Mortal, that is merely a reflection of your limited experience," Jebbet retorted, observing Goku's animated reaction. "Indeed, should you succeed in extracting it, you will surely gain the strength to confront Majin Buu," the Kaioshin declared, gesturing towards the hilt embedded atop a towering mountain. "Who among you will dare to attempt it? Kakarot, why not you? I wish to witness your prowess. I hope you do not disappoint me." No sooner had the Kaioshin spoken than Rek pointed at Goku. "Very well. I hope to engage you in battle shortly," Goku replied without objection, beginning to stretch his limbs and seizing the opportunity to voice his own request. "Just watch." However, Rek, still recovering from the aftereffects of his recent transformation into a golden great ape, did not provide him with affirmation. Although his physical injuries had healed completely, his internal energy remained somewhat chaotic. Goku ascended, grasping the sword hilt with both hands, exerting his strength. Thud! Rather than withdrawing the blade, he lost his grip and landed heavily on the ground. "I knew it. How could mere mortals possibly pull the sword of the Kaioshin?" Jebbet resumed his taunting. leaving Reik at a loss for words. It was difficult to retaliate, as Jebet's intentions were not malicious, merely his words were sharp. Boom. Goku rose once more, transforming into a Super Saiyan and channeling his energy. Yet, the sword remained immovable. Goku's golden aura surged, crackling with arcs of electricity, his hair standing erect. Observing Reik nodding repeatedly, Kakarot indeed achieved Super Saiyan 2. The mountains trembled as the sword hilt was gradually dislodged. Jebet's eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing sight before him. Boom. The mountain peak collapsed entirely, and Goku successfully withdrew the sword of the Kaioshin. He wielded the divine blade with considerable effort. The Kaioshin rushed forward, inquiring, "Mr. Goku, do you feel an increase in your power?" "Not in the slightest," Goku replied, performing 2 slashing motions to gauge his condition, responding candidly. "This cannot be." Both the Kaioshin and Jebet expressed their disbelief. "Perhaps we should test its sharpness?" Reik suggested. The idea was met with general approval, and the Kaioshin conjured a piece of metal reputed to be the hardest in the universe, tossing it towards Goku. With a single swing of the sword, the metal clashed against the divine blade, resulting in a sharp snap as the sword broke into 2 pieces. Reik, having proposed the idea, keenly observed the reactions of the Kaioshin and Jebet. The moment the sword shattered, Reik's expression became even more exaggerated than in the anime. A look of astonishment crossing his face. Regret washed over him for not bringing a camera. He wished to capture the moment to see if Jebet would still speak so arrogantly in the future. Goku held one half of the broken sword in one hand, while ruffling his hair with the other, appearing somewhat sheepish. Gohan stood nearby, stunned, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. "What is happening? The mightiest sword has shattered," Jebet bellowed, feeling his faith crumble. Unbeknownst to Reik and the others, a new figure had appeared among them, until the silhouette spoke. "You are the one who set me free?" A disheveled old man emerged, his appearance unsettling. The Supreme Kai was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a person in the realm of the Supreme Kais. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago." The old Supreme Kai replied nonchalantly. "What?" This revelation startled Shin and Kibito. "Ancestor." The old Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards Goku, then glanced at Gohan and Reik, his eyes penetrating as if he could see through their very essence. "Great Supreme Kai, Kakarot has come to rescue you. How do you intend to repay him?" With the principal figure now present, Reik prepared to execute his plan. Chapter 69. The miracle drug isn't that simple? Don't you wish to enhance your strength? I possess a formidable ability that can aid him in this endeavor. The old Supreme Kai ambled leisurely towards Goku with his hands clasped behind his back. "Great Supreme Kai, we are indeed in need of strength enhancement. However, for Kakarot, what he truly requires is to be revived. Do you have any means to accomplish that?" Reik pointed at the halo above Goku's head. The old Supreme Kai cast a deep, contemplative glance at Reik, who followed his gaze. "I do have a solution. All that is required is to transfer my lifespan to him. However, since he succumbed to illness, if you lack the means to cure his affliction, he will ultimately perish." The old Supreme Kai immediately discerned Goku's condition. "What? Ancestor, that is unacceptable." Indeed, Shin and Kibito vehemently opposed the old Supreme Kai's proposal, expressing their disapproval. Reik had not anticipated that the illness would still pose a challenge. He had assumed that the old Supreme Kai's method of granting lifespan would negate the need for a miracle drug, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Both Goku and Gohan also felt that this approach was of little significance, their faces betraying their disappointment. "What does it matter? Once I give him my lifespan, I will merely have an additional halo above my head. It won't affect me," the old Supreme Kai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 younger Kais before playfully delivering a light punch to their heads. "Is that so?" Shin and Kibito were taken aback, as this indeed fell within their realm of ignorance. They had presumed it would be akin to the disappearance during the battle with Majin Buu. "Great Supreme Kai, if that is the case, then let us abandon this idea. After all, if you give me your lifespan, I shall still meet my demise." Goku discarded the hilt of his sword, crossing his arms behind his head to reject this proposal. "Kakarot, are you foolish? Have you forgotten Bulma? With her intellect, creating a miracle drug to heal you would not be a daunting task." Reik, witnessing Goku on the verge of forsaking the opportunity for revival, poked him on the forehead. "Curious if he were made of stone." "Ah, yes, there is that option." Goku's right fist struck his left palm, as if awakening to Reik's suggestion. Hey, I haven't even agreed to give you my lifespan yet, so why the cheer?" The old Supreme Kai observed Reik and the others conversing among themselves, feeling a lack of respect. Great Supreme Kai, as long as you consent, I can find 2 beautiful maidens to keep you company. How does that sound? Reik whispered in the old Supreme Kai's ear. Really? In that case, I might consider agreeing to your proposal. Originally, the old Kaioshin exhibited a demeanor of indifference towards Reik. But upon hearing his words, he opened his squinted eyes, suddenly invigorated. Of course, there will be trouble later as you assist us in enhancing our strength. How could I deceive you? A fair exchange, money for services rendered. Reik extended his palm towards the old Kaioshin. With a decisive clap, they solidified their agreement, marking the preliminary establishment of their transaction. Gohan and the others gazed at the two with confusion, while only Goku seemed to sense something. The aura of the old Kaioshin reminded him of Master Roshi. Observing the irreverent expressions on Reik and the old Kaioshin's faces, he understood what they had discussed. Then, might I trouble you, old Kaioshin, to arrange for someone to escort Gohan and me back to prepare? But how shall we contact you when the time comes? Reik exchanged a knowing glance with the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin nodded repeatedly and approached Jebet, stating, You shall accompany them for now. Once they are prepared, bring them back. Reik and Gohan walked over to Jebet, and Gohan waved goodbye to Goku. Dad, await our good news. Jebet felt uneasy about having to accompany mortals, hardly allowing time for farewells, and with a firm grip on Reik and Gohan, he instantaneously transported them to the Earth's sacred temple. Gohan, we shall split our tasks. You seek out Bulma, while I prepare for the old Kaioshin, Jebet instructed. No sooner had he spoken, than Reik vanished from sight. After sharing the good news with Piccolo and the others, Gohan soared towards Bulma's residence. West City, Bulma's home. A streak of white light cut through the sky as Gohan dissipated his energy and descended slowly. Kid, what brings you here? Vegeta, having sensed Gohan's energy, crossed his arms and inquired. Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, Trunks, greetings. I have a matter to discuss with Aunt Bulma. Gohan politely greeted them before stating his purpose. Aunt Bulma, can you create a miracle drug for my father's illness? Really? Once the miracle drug is completed, can Goku be revived? Bulma asked, her voice filled with excitement. Kakarot, once revived, you'd better be ready for me. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with anticipation. Yes, Aunt Bulma, Gohan affirmed. Then wait here. I will find Dad right away. Between the two of us, it should take about 2 days, Bulma said, handing Trunks to Vegeta before heading to the backyard. Having studied Goku's illness thoroughly, and with her father's assistance, she felt confident. As soon as Bulma departed, Vegeta scoffed and left as well, leaving only Gohan and Trunks staring at one another. Gohan, come see my room. Trunks, elated, tugged at Gohan, eager to show him his new room. It was no wonder Trunks was so excited. Ever since the androids had appeared, their home had been destroyed, forcing them to reside in a basement. Trunks had rarely experienced the comforts of a good home, had it not been for the Dragon Balls restoring their house. He would have never known he had such a beautiful room and toys. Brother Gohan, look, Trunks exclaimed joyfully, pointing to a pile of toys. Mom said these were all prepared for me back in the day. Gohan affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair, fully aware of the hardships his young friend had endured, thus understanding his feelings. After the departure of the Supreme Kai and others, Shin inquired, Ancient One, how did you end up in the Supreme Kai sword? It is likely that a formidable villain, fearing my terrifying abilities, sealed me away, the old Supreme Kai solemnly fabricated, piquing Goku's interest with the mention of another powerful adversary. However, regardless of how persistently Shin and Goku probed, the old Supreme Kai refrained from further elaboration. For 2 days, Bulma and Dr. Briefs immersed themselves in their research, emerging only with their creation of a special medicine. Holding the pills in her hand, Bulma beamed with joy and hurried to find Gohan. Gohan, the special medicine is ready. That's wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Gohan replied, receiving the medicine as though it were the world itself. Ever since Goku's passing, Chi-Chi had grown increasingly frail, a fact Gohan had keenly observed. Now that his father could be revived, his mother would surely be elated. Aunt Bulma, I must deliver this medicine to Dad now, Gohan declared, eager to take flight after bidding farewell to Bulma and the others. Chapter 70. The resurrection of Son Goku. When Reik arrived at the temple accompanied by 2 beautiful women, Piccolo and the others were left feeling embarrassed, and Jebet was astounded. Unable to believe his eyes, Jebet pointed at the 2 ladies, glancing back at Reik as if seeking confirmation. Indeed, the two ladies will be accompanying us to the Supreme Kai realm, Reik affirmed, leaving Jebet in dismay. This was not what he had envisioned. The Supreme Kai was not supposed to be like this. Handsome, what is this place? Is the person we're to accompany here? Asked a dark-haired beauty, clinging to Reik with an infatuated expression. Handsome, there are so many of you. This isn't what we discussed initially. The more sensible red-haired beauty voiced her concerns. Fear not. This is not the final destination. The arrangement remains unchanged. Should you perform well, I will increase your compensation, Reik reassured them, leaving Piccolo and the others in shock. As this drastically altered their perception of Reik. Gohan, have you secured the items? Reik asked, diverting his attention from the two women as Gohan appeared beside him. I have obtained them, Gohan replied, presenting the special medicine to the group. Then let us depart. Upon their sudden arrival in the Supreme Kai realm, the old Supreme Kai's gaze fixated on the beautiful women beside Reik, his eyes widening in astonishment, and drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing his naivety. Old Supreme Kai, are you satisfied? Reik inquired, addressing the two women regarding their intended companions while seeking the old Supreme Kai's opinion. Absolutely. Quite satisfactory. You have a fine eye. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, approaching the two women and leering at them, as if preparing to make a move. As long as you are pleased, let us commence, old Supreme Kai. Reik forcefully pulled back, urging the old Kai to fulfill his promise. The old Kai's lecherous expression faded as he sat cross-legged, beckoning Goku to sit before him. Reik observed the old Kai extending his hands toward Goku, murmuring a few incantations, causing the halo above Goku's head to vanish, after which the old Kai abruptly collapsed to the ground. Grandmaster, what has happened to you? Saiyan, alarmed by the scene, rushed to the old Kai's side and began to shake him. Lord Kai, the old Kai is fine. However, if you continue shaking him like that, it may not end well, Reik pointed out, indicating the halo above the old Kai's head. Saiyan halted his actions abruptly, scrutinizing the situation carefully, and only after confirming that the old Kai had not vanished did he breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Is it truly that the younger generation possesses such poor discernment? The old Kai, supporting his head, cast a disdainful glance at Saiyan and remarked with dissatisfaction. Father, this is a special medicine targeting your ailment. Gohan hurriedly handed a vial of medicine to Goku. Goku accepted the medication and consumed it, his pale complexion improving considerably, though he still appeared somewhat weak. Gohan, you and Kakarot prepare well for the battle in 2 days. I have matters to attend to in the Kai's realm, so I shall not return. Reik's gaze shifted toward Jebet, signaling him to escort Gohan and the others back. Mr. Jebet, I appreciate your assistance. Gohan, supporting Goku, approached Jebet and bowed in gratitude. This elicited a pained smile from Jebet, who had initially been displeased by Reik's commanding demeanor. Mr. Gohan, shall we head to the Earth Temple? Indeed. Just take us to the temple, Gohan replied, opting not to trouble Jebet further by asking to be taken to the sacred land, as he planned to fly back himself after reaching the temple. Once they departed, Reik approached Saiyan. Lord Kai, shall we converse over there? We wouldn't want to disturb the old Kai. Upon hearing this, the old Kai shot Reik an approving glance, but then cast a reproachful look at Saiyan, wishing he could silence this younger generation, who resembled a blockhead. At the Earth Temple, as Jebet and the others arrived, Krillin and the rest immediately noticed Goku standing beside him. Goku, you've truly returned. Before Goku could respond, he was surrounded by his companions, each radiating joy with beaming smiles. Although Krillin and the others had perished for several years, they had been in heaven and had never laid eyes on Goku. Hey everyone, long time no see, Goku exclaimed, having spent his time after death challenging the formidable beings in the other world, now greeting his comrades with enthusiasm. Goku, you didn't even think to come visit us in heaven, Krillin complained, lightly punching Goku's chest. Hee, I forgot. Goku chuckled, I knew you'd still be the same. Krillin, with his left hand covering his forehead, feigned defeat. Old son, it seems you've been diligently training these past years, Piccolo remarked, sensing Goku's energy. Piccolo, you too. I can tell you've grown strong. Goku released his grip on his hair, his expression turning serious as he felt a surge of joy for his friends. Though I may not catch up to you all, I shall never abandon my pursuit of martial arts. Tianjin Fan, with a resolute expression, articulated his aspirations. Dumpling firmly grasped Tianjin Fan, vowing to remain by his side eternally. Everyone, I am well aware of the situation. In 2 days, I shall return to the temple. After reminiscing, Goku prepared to take Gohan home for a couple of days to cherish family time. The crowd watched as Goku and his son departed. While Gohan awaited Bulma's miraculous medicine, Krillin and the others divided into two groups, having both experienced the time and spirit room, ready to partake in the upcoming battle. Dad, aren't we going back? Gohan, following Goku, realized they were not on the path home and questioned with curiosity. No hurry, I intend to meet Super 13. Goku affirmed Gohan's thought, his white aura surging as he accelerated his flight. Although he learned about Super 13 and Drive Gero through King Kai, he felt unable to gauge their strength without a personal encounter. The clouds parted as Goku and Gohan approached Dr. Gero's laboratory. Warning! Warning! Son Goku detected. An electronic voice echoed through the facility, startling Dr. Gero. It appeared that Dr. Gero had not wasted the past 5 days. In addition to modifying Cell and enhancing Super 13, he had deployed miniature robots around the lab to monitor the vicinity constantly. Gazing at Son Goku's face on the screen, Dr. Gero's eyes blazed with fury, coupled with a sinister smile. He had regretted not being able to eliminate Goku himself, but now, a benevolent soul had revived Goku, granting him the chance for revenge. At that moment, he disregarded Reik's warning. 7 days meant nothing to him now. He could not wait even a moment longer. Super 13, go and eliminate Son Goku at once. At your command, Doctor. Super 13 responded, his eyes flashing with an inscrutable light as he turned to depart. Chapter 71. Reunion. A dark red energy wave struck Goku and Gohan, interrupting Goku's inquiry. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the duo, and an invisible force swept through, dispersing the mist to reveal their figures. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans, their golden auras enveloping them. You are Super 13? From the recent energy wave, Goku inferred Super 13's capabilities. He estimated that Super 13 would not be weaker than them in Super Saiyan 2 form, with a power level exceeding 10 billion, which starkly contrasted with his previous understanding. Son Goku, I am here on Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate you, Super 13 stated impassively. Son Goku, today you shall remain here. Dr. Gero's voice resonated. Wait, Dr. Gero? Do I have a vendetta against you? Goku questioned, bewildered by the sudden hostility and the breach of the truce. Damn it, you destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. Do you still question our enmity? Dr. Gero seethed with resentment as he watched Goku on the screen. Super 13, eliminate them immediately. Goku pondered for a moment and finally recalled the Red Ribbon Army from a distant corner of his memory. It was indeed the malevolent organization he had vanquished in his youth. To my astonishment, even after all these years, there are still those who seek revenge against him. Dr. Gero, we come not with the intention of war today. I trust you won't mind delaying your vengeance for a couple of days. For now, this is all. We shall meet again in 2 days. Wukong, not wishing to instigate conflict at this moment, has already gauged the formidable strength of Super 13, achieving his purpose. He placed one hand on Gohan's shoulder while the other pressed against his forehead, sensing Chi-Chi's energy before vanishing from the spot. Doctor, shall we pursue him? Super 13 inquired. Damn it, Son Goku, just you wait. Dr. Gero, realizing he had been toyed with by Son Goku, glanced at the nearly formed cell within the incubator and, fearing Super 13 might encounter Reik if he ventured out now, suppressed his fury and commanded Super 13 to return. At Baozi Mountain, in Son Goku's home, Chi-Chi was preparing dinner when a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Chi-Chi, gripping a kitchen knife, she turned to see a broad smile before her. Blinking in disbelief, Chi-Chi stood frozen, speechless. Chi-Chi. Upon noticing his wife's appearance, Goku called out again. Goku? Chi-Chi finally regained her senses, setting down the knife and stumbling towards him. She extended her hands to touch Goku's cheeks, as if confirming that this was not a dream. Chi-Chi, I am hungry. When can we eat? Goku exclaimed, bewildered by her actions as he rubbed his stomach. It really is you. Chi-Chi cried, clasping Goku's shirt, tears streaming down her face as she buried herself in his chest. Embracing him tightly. Chi-Chi, please don't cry. Goku, taken aback by her display, cast a pleading glance towards their son, Gohan. Observing the scene, Gohan dared not interrupt his mother and pretended not to notice his father, quietly slipping out to give his parents some space. Half an hour later, the sounds of weeping gradually subsided as Goku explained everything to Chi-Chi. When Gohan re-entered, he found his father exhaling a sigh of relief. For Goku, comforting Chi-Chi was far more challenging than facing a formidable foe. Soothing her emotions proved to be more taxing than emerging victorious from a great battle. Goku, Gohan, I will prepare dinner for you now. Chi-Chi wiped the tears from her face, glanced at her son, and stood to head towards the kitchen. The moment she turned, a radiant smile adorned her face, and her spirit appeared rejuvenated. Even in the way she swayed while cooking, her joy was palpable. Gohan, what are your thoughts on Super 13? Seizing the opportunity while Chi-Chi busied herself in the kitchen, Goku turned his serious gaze towards his son. Father, there is something amiss with Super 13's strength. He was not this powerful when we last clashed a few days ago. Gohan's expression grew solemn, as he questioned whether the Super 13 they encountered today was indeed the same individual from before. Though he had significantly enhanced his own abilities after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, even the current Super 13 did not pose a considerable threat to him. Yet, what of Super 13? In just a few days, one's prowess has surged exponentially. Although today, Super 13 did not unleash his full power, the sensation was unmistakable. Indeed, Gohan, I too have discerned that he differs from your descriptions. Fortunately, I sought them out today. Otherwise, we might have faced an unpleasant surprise in 2 days. Goku nodded, articulating his thoughts while revealing an expression of excitement. Father, I am not particularly concerned about his current strength. My greatest fear is the possibility of significant changes in just 2 days. Gohan perceived the look on Goku's face. He understood his father's sentiments, yet he felt no excitement, instead expressing his worries. Indeed, had it not been for his father's intervention today, Gohan would have considered eliminating Super 13 outright. He is not a pure Saiyan, driven to battle formidable foes without hesitation, nor is he the indecisive child he once was. Through years of solitary struggle, Gohan has transformed into a true warrior, fighting relentlessly for peace. Do not worry, Gohan. Everything will turn out well, Goku reassured him, patting Gohan on the shoulder with a tone brimming with confidence. Goku, Gohan, what are you two doing? Hurry and serve the dishes. Kiki's voice interrupted their conversation. The two exchanged a knowing glance, unwilling to burden Kiki with excessive concern, and smiled as they made their way to the kitchen. Delicious. Kiki, your cooking is the best, Goku exclaimed, eagerly devouring the plate of steak, showering praises. Goku, Gohan, make sure to eat plenty. Kiki, having barely touched her own meal, continued to serve the two with enthusiasm. The evening glow streamed through the window, illuminating Kiki's face filled with happiness, freezing time in that moment, creating a picturesque scene. For 2 days, Goku and Gohan refrained from training, instead accompanying Kiki for a delightful excursion in the big city. Today marked the day they would engage in battle with Dr. Gero. After finishing breakfast with Kiki's company, Goku and Gohan donned their martial arts uniforms, preparing to head to the battlefield. Goku, you must take good care of Gohan. Kiki's concerned voice echoed in their ears. In the Kaioshin realm, Reik and the old Kaioshin sat facing each other. Chapter 72. The battle begins. Are you really not going? The old Kaioshin inquired, puzzled as he regarded Reik. Dear old Kaioshin, I too wish to attend. I was merely waiting for your ceremony to conclude. Reik replied, raising an eyebrow and shrugging, feigning innocence. Do not play the fool with me. I do not believe you have forgotten that the ceremony has long since ended. The old Kaioshin shot him a knowing glance, refusing to offer any leniency. Well, it appears I could not deceive you, Reik chuckled awkwardly. Of course, he would not admit that it was because the opponent's strength was too feeble to capture his interest. Besides, there was no need to venture to the battlefield and get dusty when the spectacle could be observed from the Kaioshin realm itself. Indeed, during these past 2 days, Reik had completed his potential development with the old Kaioshin. Although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, it was only half an hour ago, upon completion, that Reik comprehended just how extraordinary this skill possessed by the old Kaioshin truly was. Far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. This skill truly deserves its reputation for transforming Gohan from a mere boy into the most formidable warrior of his kind. While Gohan's inherent potential played a significant role, it is undeniable that this skill was the catalyst. After completing the ritual, Reik did not unlock a mysterious form for him. Yet he still experienced a staggering enhancement of 300 times, elevating his base combat power to an astronomical 30 trillion, far surpassing the 1 trillion attained after transforming into Super Saiyan 2. However, Reik was unprepared for the revelation that, following the unlocking of potential, he could not immediately ascend to Super Saiyan. A period of 1 to 2 years of refinement was necessary before he could attain the transformations of Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. and only thereafter could he aspire to break through to Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Even the previously precarious bottleneck of Super Saiyan 3 had solidified, leaving him unable to budge it even slightly. This outcome diverged from his earlier expectations and dashed his hopes of leveraging the unlocking of potential to surpass Super Saiyan 3. Nevertheless, Reik remained unconcerned. After all, the enhancement of a Saiyant's base combat power was fundamental, and he was not rendered incapable of transforming into Super Saiyan. Merely required more time. Ancestor, Mr. Reik, look quickly. Mr. Goku and the others have begun their battle. Saiyan's voice interrupted Reik's contemplation, directing his gaze towards the crystal ball on the ground. Nearby the research facility, Goku and the others had gathered, with only Vegeta still unaccounted for. Boom! An explosion resounded. Goku and the others turned their attention towards the research facility, hastening their flight. In an instant, they arrived above the facility, where they beheld that the mountain housing the research center had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. Four figures gradually emerged from the smoke. 3 stood on one side, while 1 stood alone on the opposite, locked in a standoff. It was indeed Vegeta confronting Dr. Glow and his companions. What took Goku and the others by surprise was the unexpected presence of an additional individual on Dr. Glow's side. Kakarot, leave these pests to me. You should remain on the sidelines and observe, Vegeta remarked coldly, tilting his head and casting a sidelong glance at Goku and the others. Vegeta, do not underestimate them. They are formidable adversaries, Goku cautioned, his attention fully fixated on the newcomer among Dr. Glow's ranks. He briefly scanned Dr. Glow and Super 13, but his focus remained locked on the green figure. As he sensed the energy emanating from this green presence, a grave expression settled upon Goku's face. Powerful, far more potent than Super 13, Goku felt his blood begin to boil. Dr. Glow noticed the shift in Goku's demeanor, and a smug smile crept across his face. Son Goku, this is my ultimate creation, the android Cell. You shall meet your demise at his hands. Cell's gaze, in tandem with Dr. Glow's words, was firmly fixed upon Goku, locking onto him with lethal intent. Goku's hair stood on end as he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Cell, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. The pressure intensified, and just as Goku felt compelled to strike first, Vegeta's voice rang out. Hey, your opponent is me. With a surge, Vegeta summoned his inner energy, golden flames flaring as a powerful aura radiated around him. A crackling golden energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hand, hurtling towards Dr. Glow. As the energy wave threatened to strike Dr. Gero, the figure of Super 13 swiftly intervened, raising a colossal hand to deflect the impending attack. Damn it, Super 13. Eliminate this insignificant pest, Dr. Gero exclaimed, startled by the recent energy surge. Although he had undergone numerous enhancements, he remained a mere scientist, devoid of any inclination towards combat. The audacity of Vegeta, this insignificant creature, to attack while he was speaking was beyond his tolerance. Upon receiving his orders, Super 13 sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of dark red energy blasts towards Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, the energy blasts rapidly approached Vegeta before he could react, forcing him to urgently amplify his power and cross his arms defensively across his chest. A violent explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, Vegeta emerged, disheveled and battered. The toll of the assault was evident. His clothing was tattered, and wounds marred his body. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with fury. He had underestimated his opponent and paid a heavy price for his carelessness. Trash, you have utterly provoked my wrath. He seethed, his eyes ablaze with indignation and humiliation, arcs of electricity crackling around him. The attention of Goku and his son, as well as Cell, was drawn to Vegeta. Goku and his son were astonished to see Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, while Cell considered this an amusing addition to his collection of adversaries. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Super 13 and delivering a powerful kick that sent him hurtling through the air. The battle between the two erupted, with their clashes resonating through the skies. Incredible, exclaimed Krillin and the others, marveling at the sheer disparity in power. Are all Saiyans this formidable? They pondered, as they found themselves unable to participate, retreating a considerable distance from the battlefield. They could not even sense the energy signatures of Vegeta and Super 13. Their speed was unfathomable, leaving Krillin and his companions far behind. In the air, Vegeta and Super 13 grappled fiercely, their hands locked in a struggle for dominance. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's head struck Super 13's cheek, causing the latter to stagger and lose his balance. Seizing the moment, Vegeta relentlessly followed up with a kick to Super 13's chest, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Blood and oil mingled at the corners of Super 13's mouth as he struggled to rise, clutching his chest in agony. Gallic Gun, Vegeta bellowed, launching a violet energy beam towards the grounded Super 13. Damn it! Super 13 roared defiantly, bracing himself against the oncoming energy blast with all his might. His muscles strained, torn and bloodied, as he fought against the overwhelming force. Gradually, his arms disintegrated within the energy blast, reduced to mere remnants scattered across the ground. Useless. A failure is nothing but a failure, Dr. Gero remarked coldly, watching Super 13's demise without a hint of remorse, refusing to send Cell to his aid. With Super 13 dispatched, Vegeta, panting heavily, turned his gaze towards Cell. Monster, that pitiful creature is merely a precursor to your impending fate. Huh, Vegeta, you merely vanquished a failure. Do not dare to compare me to him. With a cold chuckle, Cell vanished from sight, delivering a knee strike directly to Vegeta's abdomen. Wow. Vegeta was utterly unable to keep pace with Cell's speed, and before he could even boast, he was left spewing blood uncontrollably. Grimacing in agony, he hunched over, one hand clasped over his mouth in a futile attempt to stifle the flow of blood. Upon witnessing this, Goku hastened towards Cell, launching a punch in a desperate bid to rescue Vegeta. Meanwhile, Gohan reacted instantaneously to Cell's movement, preemptively kicking Cell away before Goku could act. Gohan, take Vegeta to Krillin for a Senzu Bean. Goku, noticing the dire state of Vegeta's injuries, urgently commanded. Understood, Dad, Gohan replied, reaching out to support Vegeta. Indeed, Cell's recent blow had severely damaged Vegeta's insides, leaving him on the brink of death. Damn it, let go of me. Vegeta protested, attempting to shake off Gohan's hand. Eager to continue fighting, his pride was too wounded. Having just made bold claims, he could not accept being bested so easily. In that moment, he cast aside the notion of his own mortality, fixated solely on the desire to battle. Even if it meant perishing in the ensuing conflict, he would retaliate. Bang! Gohan, unwilling to witness a repetition of past tragedies, swiftly struck Vegeta's neck with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Dad, be careful. I will return shortly, Gohan said, casting a worried glance at Goku before soaring towards Krillin and the others, silently praying that his father could hold on a bit longer. Go. Goku fixed his gaze on the direction Cell had been sent flying, unwilling to spare another glance at Gohan, as the battle had already commenced, leaving no room for distractions. Whoosh. Son Goku, I hope you are not as fragile as that previous weakling. I wish to engage you further, Cell stated as he materialized directly opposite Goku. Arms crossed casually. Goku assessed Cell, his pupils narrowing, a weight settling upon his heart as he realized that Cell had emerged unscathed from Gohan's recent attack. There was not a single mark upon him, nor any fluctuation in his aura. Then let us commence, Goku declared, adopting the turtle school stance to initiate his offensive. What? Goku exclaimed, incredulous as Cell weathered his whip kick without flinching, hastily retreating to evade a follow-up punch. After executing 2 backflips, Goku created distance, refraining from further probing. With a flash of golden energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a punch aimed squarely at Cell's face. Slap! Cell extended his hand, effortlessly catching Goku's fist, shaking his head in disappointment. Is this truly all you can muster, Son Goku? You should employ that form you used against the weakling, for I assure you, I will not hold back any longer. Goku remained silent in response. Beside them, Dr. Gero's face turned a shade of green with fury. Having failed to grasp the intricacies of their recent exchanges, he now realized that Cell had not exerted his full might. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, Cell, eliminate Son Goku at once, or I shall destroy you myself. Dr. Gero's threat caused a frown on Cell's brow, intensifying his displeasure towards the scientist. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins made him revel in combat, yet Gero's actions not only instilled a sense of crisis, but also aggravated his mood. With a cunning thought, Cell resolved to eliminate the menace of Dr. Gero by utilizing Son Goku's strength. He launched a powerful punch towards Goku's left rib. Goku, feeling a surge of danger, instinctively dodged and rolled, countering with a kick aimed at Cell's head. However, Cell swiftly evaded the attack by tilting his head, retaliating with a forceful tail swipe that sent Goku flying. As Cell spread his wings and pursued Goku, he swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a punch aimed at Goku's back. Yet, to Cell's bewilderment, his fist passed through Goku's figure without making contact. Given the recent exchange, Cell found it implausible that Goku could have dodged such an attack with his speed. Suddenly, a golden aura surged around Goku, crackling with arcs of electricity as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Cell slowly turned around, gazing at the newly transformed Goku with a puzzled expression. "How did you evade that earlier?" he inquired. "Oh, that? It's a technique I've mastered through rigorous training called instant transmission. Like this." With renewed confidence, Goku, now in Super Saiyan 2 form, explained while placing 2 fingers on his forehead and activating instant transmission. With a resounding thud, Goku reappeared in front of Cell, landing a solid punch to Cell's left cheek that sent him crashing into the mountainside. The debris concealed Cell beneath a pile of rocks. A golden light flashed as the stones were flung aside, revealing Cell with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained an injury. "Impressive, Son Goku. I don't even have data on that move in my database," Cell remarked, wiping the blood away with a grin. He began to feel exhilarated. Goku was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Although he was not yet as powerful as Cell, he was indeed a worthy adversary. "This is fascinating, Son Goku." Cell crossed his arms, and multiple images of himself materialized, presenting for Cells standing in formation before Goku. "Are you ready, Son Goku? Here I come." With that, Goku initiated the attack, launching a kick that sent one Cell flying while he swiftly turned to confront the other 3. The battle ensued, with Goku enduring relentless assaults, his injuries accumulating. He had underestimated Cell's 4-way fist technique, which compensated for its apparent flaws. The 4 Cells were as formidable as ever. Goku found himself unable to fully defend against their onslaught, forced into a position of passive endurance as his energy dwindled rapidly. The struggle became increasingly arduous, leaving him unable to counterattack. Chapter 74. Son Gohan joins the fray. Wukong struggled to stand upright, his breath ragged and chaotic. The golden aura surrounding him flickered and vanished into the air, his hair darkening to black. Weakened, he could no longer maintain even the Super Saiyan form, swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. The 4 Cell forms merged once more, standing before Wukong, gazing at him with a mixture of delight and disappointment. "It was over, let me show you this." Cell positioned his hands in a flower-like shape at his waist, blue energy gathering in his palms. This stance was all too familiar to Wukong. It was his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. Raising an eyebrow, he summoned his strength and mimicked the Kamehameha pose, blue energy coalescing around him. Refusing to surrender, Wukong pushed himself to the limit, desperately squeezing every ounce of energy from within. Cell smirked, a glimmer of inscrutable light flashing in his eyes. "Huh." The simultaneous shouts of Cell and Wukong resonated as they unleashed their Kamehameha waves toward one another. To Wukong's astonishment, his wave surged forward, Cell's wave unable to even withstand the onslaught, and in an instant, it reached Cell. In a swift motion, Cell vanished, evading the Kamehameha wave, which continued on, pursuing his energy signature. "No, Cell, come save me." Dr. Gero's desperate voice echoed as Wukong's Kamehameha was about to strike him. Why had this happened? This was the question Dr. Gero pondered in his final moments, yet it remained unanswered, leaving him to contemplate in the afterlife. Boom. The Kamehameha and Dr. Gero vanished into the void. Wukong could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, his gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion, where Cell's figure lingered. "Hee. Thank you, Son Wukong. You've rid me of this threat." Cell descended slowly before Wukong, looking down upon him with a triumphant smile. Cell's satisfaction was palpable. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The moment he cornered Wukong into a desperate situation, Dr. Gero's guard dropped, and his plan succeeded. The energy clash between him and Wukong was merely a fade, and indeed, Wukong's surge had dismantled it. Utilizing the tracking ability, he maneuvered to Dr. Gero's rear, and Wukong had unwittingly assisted him in eliminating Dr. Gero. Wukong's lips moved as if to speak, but alas, he had lost all strength. "To thank you, I shall grant you a painless end." Cell extended a hand toward the fallen Wukong, a golden energy sphere gathering in his palm, which he hurled towards Son Wukong. Boom. Dense smoke engulfed the area where the explosion occurred. Yet, there was no joy on Cell's face. He frowned as he looked to the right. There, two figures, one large and one small, emerged, Wukong's son and himself. In a moment of critical timing, Gohan finally arrived, timely rescuing his father. Dad, sends a bean. Gohan retrieved a green bean from his waist and carefully fed it to Wukong. Wukong closed his eyes tightly, unconsciously swallowing the Senza bean. As the magical beans began to take effect, Goku opened his eyes, an intangible aura emanating from him. Rising to his feet, he patted Gohan on the shoulder and gazed at Cell. "Oh, you have recovered, son Goku. Do you wish to continue our battle?" Cell exclaimed, astonished at Goku's transformation from a state of near death to vibrant vitality, utterly surprised by the existence of such wondrous beings. "No need for that. I concede." Goku shook his head, dismissing Cell's inquiry. "What? Are you preparing to surrender?" Cell asked, his face a mask of disbelief at Goku's admission of defeat. Even Gohan looked at his father in astonishment, unable to fathom that these words had escaped his lips. Goku, however, did not respond to Cell and instead regarded Gohan with a serious expression. "Gohan, do you feel confident in confronting him?" Gohan remained silent, yet his resolute and self-assured gaze met Goku's as he nodded firmly. In an instant, the gravity on Goku's face lifted, replaced by a smile as he addressed Cell once more. "Cell, let Gohan take your place as your opponent." "What are you planning, old man?" Piccolo shouted. "Damn it, that little brat." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, rage burning in his eyes. Krillin and the others were not surprised. It was evident that they endorsed Goku's words. This was understandable. Despite being only 13, Gohan was a seasoned warrior, not to be underestimated as a mere child, and they all had faith in him. How could they have arrived from 50 miles away? It was all due to Gohan. Vegeta, consumed by frustration, rushed over after consuming the magic beans, while Piccolo, worried for Gohan, hurried as well. Krillin and the others, having gleaned the situation from Gohan's earlier descriptions, could no longer remain idle, and they all surged to the battlefield. However, Gohan had sensed the shift in Goku's aura and arrived first. The others reached the scene during Goku and Cell's exchange. "Cell, I shall utterly annihilate you," Gohan declared, striding toward Cell with unwavering resolve. His expression remained devoid of emotion, emerald eyes radiating an icy intensity, as a palpable killing intent surged forth, enveloping Cell. "Son Gohan, is it?" Cell acknowledged with a nod. Presently, only Gohan's strength surpassed that of Goku, as the data within Dr. Gero's newly updated database explicitly indicated that Gohan had been responsible for the demise of androids 17 and 18. Cell's anticipation of Gohan's prowess exceeded even that of Goku, for his current abilities far surpassed the initial data recorded in the computer. Despite having not unleashed his full power during his recent battle with Goku, the enhancements provided by Dr. Gero were overwhelming, so much so that he found it hard to believe himself. Gohan stood resolutely before Cell, without a trace of hesitation, and struck first. A powerful uppercut landed squarely on Cell's chin before he could react. Following this, Gohan leaped, delivering a kick that connected with Cell's chest, sending him soaring into the air. A wave of energy erupted from Gohan, striking Cell with precision. As Cell's figure reappeared, his left arm dangled limply, a testament to Gohan's earlier attack that had rendered it useless. Witnessing Gohan's commanding advantage from the outset of the battle, Piccolo and the others displayed expressions of delight. Only the expressions of Goku and his son remained unchanged. They could sense that Cell was unscathed, his aura steady and clearly at its zenith. "Gohan, you have not disappointed me. You are far superior to your father, Goku." With a firm grip on his left arm, Cell forcefully tore it off, discarding the severed limb to the ground. The point of fracture began to writhe, and a brand new arm emerged. Chapter 75, Gohan vs. Cell. Cell's condition caused Piccolo and the others to widen their eyes in disbelief. "Huh, surprised?" After flexing his newly grown arm, Cell absorbed the astonishment of Piccolo and the others. "Piccolo, you must be quite familiar with this ability of mine. Surely, you can sense my energy, just as you suspected. I possess the cells and data of all of you within me." Cell was not in a hurry to engage Gohan in combat. Instead, he candidly revealed his capabilities. The expressions of Piccolo and the others darkened, particularly Vegeta, who felt an overwhelming rage at the thought of this monster harboring his noble bloodline. Unable to contain his fury, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Cell, disregarding the disparity between them and forsaking his own life. He was unwilling to endure Cell's prattling any longer and sought to obliterate him swiftly. Each moment Cell remained alive was a personal affront. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist struck Cell's left cheek, interrupting whatever he was about to say. Cell absorbed the force of Vegeta's powerful blow without so much as a tremor. As though merely stung by a mosquito, staring coldly at Vegeta, he turned his head slightly. Blood spewed forth, and Vegeta crumpled to the ground, curling in agony, silently lamenting his fate. Cell nonchalantly lowered his raised leg and delivered a kick to the fallen Vegeta. With a tremendous crash, Vegeta's body was sent hurtling away, crashing through several mountains and vanishing from their sight. It was only then that Goku's voice broke the silence. The entire sequence, from Vegeta's assault on Cell to his being sent flying, transpired in the blink of an eye. Goku and the others had no time to intervene. Vegeta had already been severely injured by Cell. Sensing Vegeta's dwindling energy, Goku prepared to rush to his aid, but before he could move, Cell appeared directly in his path, blocking his way. "Step aside." Goku's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on Cell, his voice deep and resolute. "I cannot allow you to rescue Vegeta, for he would only interrupt my enjoyment," Cell replied, disregarding Goku's demeanor and casually shaking a finger as he spoke. "Dad, go?" Gohan's voice rang out from behind. As Goku prepared to strike, he halted upon hearing Gohan, turning without a glance back towards Vegeta and soaring forward, treating Cell as though he were inconsequential. Cell raised his hand to intercept Goku, but a small hand grasped his wrist, halting his movements abruptly. Cell turned to see Gohan, who had suddenly appeared to obstruct him, and his playful intentions began to wane as he concentrated on amplifying his energy. A subtle clash of invisible forces ensued, as both Cell and Gohan heightened their energies, distorting the very air around them. The clouds above were dispersed, the ground beneath them caved in, and debris began to levitate around their forms. Cell's previously relaxed demeanor gradually transformed into one of seriousness, arcs of electricity beginning to manifest around him. Had Reik been present, he would have recognized Cell's transformation into his lightning form, a state parallel to Super Saiyan 2. The arcs of electricity surrounding both Cell and Gohan collided, each striving to overpower the other, unleashing their formidable battle powers of over 20 billion without reservation. Piccolo and the others, unable to withstand the intensity of their combined energies, were forced to retreat from the battlefield. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin stood wide-eyed, as if entranced by an illusion, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment, stammering in disbelief. As Piccolo struggled to maintain his composure, he nodded affirmatively at Krillin, acknowledging his suspicions with a faint smile. With a resounding crack, once Piccolo and the others had distanced themselves from the fray, Gohan initiated the attack, launching a kick aimed at Cell's head. Cell, not one to remain passive, countered instantaneously, raising his own foot to retaliate. Their strikes collided midair, resulting in a stalemate where neither gained the upper hand. In a swift motion, Cell's tail coiled around Gohan's ankle, using the leverage to shatter the impasse, delivering a powerful punch that struck Gohan squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. However, Gohan, unscathed, recalibrated his stance and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the advancing Cell, creating a diversion while simultaneously crafting an opportunity for his own offensive. The explosions reverberated violently between them, obliterating mountains and rending the earth asunder. Gohan halted at a towering peak, using his left foot to stomp down, causing the mountain to collapse, propelling himself towards Cell with newfound momentum. Their right fists collided in midair, momentarily suspending their forms. Gohan, retracting his right fist, executed a reverse strike, forcefully driving his fist into Cell's chest. A guttural gasp escaped Cell as he expelled bile, a pained expression etching itself across his face. Seizing the moment while Cell faltered, Gohan maneuvered behind him, executing a chokehold that constricted Cell's throat. Cell's hands grappled desperately at Gohan's arms, thrashing in the air in a frantic bid for freedom. Neither dared to relent. As Cell found himself ensnared, the sharp tip of his tail lunged towards Gohan's head. Distracted by the tail, Gohan's grip inadvertently relaxed. Seizing this opportunity, Cell deftly extricated himself, delivering a swift kick to Gohan's midsection. Gohan, releasing his grip, caught Cell's tail with one hand, while using his other arm to shield against Cell's assault. With a thunderous impact, Gohan thwarted Cell's strike, while simultaneously swinging him forcefully toward the ground. Cell was driven into the earth, creating a deep crater, thick clouds of dust obscuring his form. Gohan hovered in the air, awaiting Cell's emergence, uncertain of his opponent's true condition. A brilliant yellow energy beam pierced through the haze at an astonishing speed, manifesting before Gohan's eyes. What? Gohan's pupils constricted as he desperately maneuvered to evade the oncoming attack. The energy beam grazed his hair and soared into the cosmos. Having narrowly escaped the assault, Gohan cast a grim glance at Cell, his expression darkening as he uttered, "Special beam cannon." In the crater, Cell appeared largely unscathed, maintaining a relaxed pose with 2 fingers pointed at Gohan. Indeed, it was the special beam cannon. How did it compare to Piccolo's? Cell retracted his arm, a smirk gracing his features as he regarded Gohan. "Cell, you're courting death." Gohan's eyes blazed with fury, his golden aura surging as his power escalated, clearly incensed by Cell's taunts. Noticing this, Cell raised an eyebrow, his mood soured. He hadn't anticipated Gohan's energy would increase, and he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier actions. Chapter 76. The battle intensifies. Though these thoughts swirled in Cell's mind, he would not show it. Instead, he beckoned Gohan with a finger, aiming to provoke him further, to incite a loss of composure. With a swift motion, Gohan launched his attack. Each punch and kick delivered overwhelming pressure upon Cell, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. As Cell struggled to defend himself, he continued to taunt Gohan, seeking to completely unnerve him. In the King Kai's realm, Reik observed Cell's reckless behavior with a sense of disbelief. The two were evenly matched. Yet Cell insisted on provoking Gohan, leading himself to certain doom. Covering his face, Reik winced at the impending outcome. But one thing he was certain of, Cell would meet a gruesome fate. "Mr. Reik, are you not the least bit concerned for Gohan?" Shin inquired, watching Reik, who, even he could discern Cell's strategy, found it hard to believe that Reik was oblivious. Cell's tactics might work against Vegeta, but not against Gohan. Reik paused, massaging his forehead before continuing. "I can only say he has employed the wrong approach. You, as a Kaioshin, truly bring us shame. Do you not see the potential within Gohan?" The old Kaioshin shot a disapproving glance at Shin. Feeling unable to retort, Shin awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair, refraining from further questioning, and turned his attention back to the crystal ball. On Earth, Goku unearthed Vegeta from a pile of rubble and administered a Senzu bean. Vegeta's aura shifted, gradually strengthening, as he opened his eyes. Ignoring the one who had just rescued him, he extended his senses to the battlefield where Gohan and Cell clashed. Acutely aware of their struggle, even as blood dripped from his palm where his nails had dug in. In the wake of shock, he felt a deep sense of bitterness. He had not expected to become a mere spectator as the Prince of the Saiyans, especially with Kakarot's son now surpassing him. "Vegeta, let us move." Goku stood beside Vegeta, equally focused on the battle unfolding before them. "Kakarot, do not grow complacent. Do not think that just because you currently surpass me, you can command me. I shall show you who the true strongest Saiyan is." Vegeta let out a cold snort, disregarding Goku entirely. A white aura ignited around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, racing towards the battlefield. Goku shook his head, harboring no anger. He understood Vegeta's temperament well and summoned his own energy to keep pace with him. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the battlefield, where they could clearly see Gohan overpowering Cell. Cell bore numerous injuries, his energy significantly diminished, no longer exhibiting the formidable strength he once possessed. At the current rate, it wouldn't be long before Gohan could vanquish Cell. Goku felt a mix of pride and regret, pride in Gohan's growth, and regret that he could not confront Cell himself. As Goku pondered, the battle took a turn. Cell was sent flying through the air, and Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha that struck Cell squarely, obliterating his body beneath the neck. Left with nothing but his head, Cell stared in silence, a wave of dread washing over him. He had narrowly escaped death at Gohan's hands. Suddenly, Gohan appeared before Cell's head, gazing at him with cold indifference. Slowly raising his right hand, he aimed at Cell's head, golden energy gathering in his palm as he intended to finish Cell in one decisive blow. In a state of panic, Cell desperately activated his innate abilities, beginning to reconstitute his body. Simultaneously, an invisible wave emanated silently from Cell's head, swiftly reaching the remnants of Super 13. A chip and power source trembled slightly before racing towards the newly formed tail of Cell. As Gohan's energy wave struck Cell, a transformation occurred within Cell's being. His energy, which had plummeted to a near-zero state, began to expand rapidly. Before Cell's energy could continue to amplify, Gohan's energy wave erupted, engulfing Cell entirely. Gohan displayed no joy at his apparent victory. His expression was grave as he focused on the direction of the explosion. In that instant, he sensed Cell's transformation. Cell's form gradually re-emerged, noticeably larger, his energy having surged significantly. That was close. You nearly ended me. Cell regained his confidence, shedding the earlier fear as a fierce killing intent radiated from him. He begrudgingly acknowledged that had it not been for Dr. Gero's modifications, which granted him the ability to absorb Super 13, he would have been finished moments ago. Then I shall kill you once more, Gohan replied coldly. With a sudden impact, Gohan gazed at Cell in disbelief. He had not anticipated the gap between them to widen so dramatically, realizing he could no longer contend with Cell. Cell advanced, gradually overpowering Gohan's right fist, and with a flick of his tail, ensnared Gohan's neck, lifting him off the ground. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed as Cell unleashed a barrage of blows upon Gohan. Struggling to withstand Cell's assault, Gohan sustained severe injuries, aware that if this continued, he would be finished. A shockwave erupted from Gohan's palm, interrupting Cell's onslaught, allowing Gohan to create some distance. Blood trickled from Gohan's forehead, blurring his vision. Enduring immense pain throughout his body, Gohan summoned his energy, refraining from wiping the blood from his eyes, focusing all his attention on Cell. The unforeseen events surrounding Cell astonished not only Goku and his companions, but also left even those far away in the Kaioshin realm, such as Lek, in utter disbelief. Particularly, Lek was taken aback. From the moment Cell emerged to the point of matching Gohan in combat, he marveled at Dr. Gero's capabilities, never imagining that the old man could be so formidable. Not only did he bring forth Cell, who was meant to appear years later, but he also augmented Cell's powers to such an extent. Initially, Lek believed that Cell had reached the pinnacle of his abilities, but to his astonishment, Gero proved he was indeed skilled, even managing to have Cell absorb Super 13. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Lek, are you not going to move? The old Kai interrupted Lek's contemplation. Lek stroked his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing Gohan's expression within the crystal ball, and shook his head, declaring, "No, I trust that Gohan and the others can handle it." The old Kai had no objections to Lek's decision and redirected his focus to the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, Shin and Jebet opened their mouths, eager to persuade Lek to reconsider, but upon seeing the confidence radiating from his face, they ultimately decided against further persuasion. With a resounding boom, a yellow energy wave struck Cell, disrupting his intended assault. Cell turned to the source of the energy wave, and there stood Piccolo, catching him off guard. If the energy wave had been unleashed by Goku, he could have understood, given that he was Gohan's father. However, he never anticipated that Piccolo would make the first move. Chapter 77. The battle concludes. Piccolo's actions spurred the others into motion, and they swiftly converged around Gohan. They recognized the dire situation. Gohan was no longer a match for Cell on his own. While they could not provide substantial assistance, they were willing to risk their lives to distract Cell, the Earth's warrior. None feared death, and they could not allow Gohan, their junior, to perish before them. Even if they were outmatched, they would not lack the courage to act. As they stood before him, Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears. This scene had repeatedly haunted his dreams during the android's rampage, only to leave him disheartened upon waking. Now, this vivid reality stepped out of his dreams once more, and Gohan's emotions were beyond expression. Tremors coursed through his body, and a surge of energy began to awaken deep within his veins. Gradually, Gohan's aura intensified, the shift in his emotions unlocking the latent potential within him. Before long, he matched Cell's level, then began to surpass it incrementally. The transformation in Gohan left Goku and the others in awe, while Vegeta gazed at Gohan in disbelief, and Lek could only exclaim internally how astonishing it was. Truly, it was as if he had been granted an unfair advantage. Cell, overwhelmed by the recollection of his previous subjugation at Gohan's hands, ceased waiting. Disregarding Goku and the others, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Gohan. With a resounding thud, Gohan caught the punch, sending shockwaves from their collision that propelled Goku and the others away. Cell noticed Gohan's emotionless gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. The shadow of death loomed ominously, as if he sensed that if he did not retreat, he would meet his end at Gohan's hands in an instant. Acting on instinct, Cell hastily withdrew to a distance of 1,000 meters, extending his right hand as a disk of energy coalesced within his palm. With a swift motion, Cell hurled a concentrated energy slash toward Gohan. Gohan, with an air of indifference, observed the approaching attack. As it neared, he evaded the energy slash by slightly shifting his body, then deftly propelled himself forward. Almost in an instant, to stand before Cell. He delivered a powerful elbow strike that sank deep into Cell's chest. Cell's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood, the force of Gohan's attack wreaking havoc within him, rendering him unable to retaliate. He collapsed to the ground, instinctively reaching out towards Gohan, his hands brushing against Gohan's shoe. Without granting Cell a moment's respite, Gohan mercilessly stomped down on Cell's head, embedding him further into the ground. Cell's legs flailed helplessly, his tail lying limply against his back, devoid of any semblance of confidence, resembling a lifeless fish. Gohan, relentless in his pursuit, seized Cell's tail and yanked him from the earth, casting him into the sky. Following suit, he ascended with a powerful punch aimed at Cell's back. A sharp crack echoed as a bone shattered within Cell. Since soaring higher, Cell's body convulsed violently. The series of devastating blows ignited a frenzied and destructive light in Cell's eyes as he summoned every ounce of energy within him. With a gaze filled with hatred, he locked onto Gohan, his body beginning to radiate a white glow. Gohan, you shall join me in death. Gohan's brow furrowed at this ominous declaration, his hands forming a delicate lotus shape at his waist as blue energy surged into his palms. Huh, you still wish to employ that technique? My body is on the brink of exploding with the slightest damage, and when it does, the entire earth will be my tomb. The fear had evaporated from Cell's face, his form swelling ominously. Gohan, recognizing the gravity of Cell's words, hesitated in gathering energy, sensing the precariousness of the situation. In a flash, Goku appeared beside Gohan, his expression grave as he regarded Cell's immense form. Gohan, we must strike together. We have to intercept all of Cell's explosive energy. Not only Goku, but others soon joined Gohan's side, taking positions around Cell, each preparing their ultimate techniques. Even Vegeta, despite his pride, was compelled to ready his own attack, unwilling to accept death in the void of space. With the magnitude of Cell's energy, even the slightest drop would obliterate the earth, leaving them no choice but to fight with all their might. Do you think you can stop me? What a foolish dream. You shall all perish with me. Cell observed their movements, unable to move himself, yet his demeanor exuded confidence, dismissing the possibility that Goku and the others could succeed. Meanwhile, the situation on Earth stirred concern within the distant realm of the Supreme Kai. Reik, having spent considerable time arriving on Earth, would not stand idly by as it faced annihilation. Without a moment to greet the old Supreme Kai, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, locking on his Cell's energy, and vanished from the Supreme Kai realm. Reik, Uncle Reik. As Reik materialized, Goku and the others sensed his presence, their eyes filled with anticipation. Though they were not yet familiar with Reik, they were well aware of his formidable strength. Reik nodded in response to Goku and the others, then cast a disdainful glance at Cell, remarking, Cell, your abilities are rather unimpressive, though your theatrics are quite elaborate. However, your schemes are destined to fail. Before Cell could react, a beam of white light emanated from Reik's hand, enveloping Cell in a shimmering energy sphere instantaneously. The look of despair on Cell's face was unmistakable. His database contained scant information about Reik. This sudden appearance of a Saiyan, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the previous Super 13, was marked as an extremely dangerous individual by Dr. Gero. Initially, Cell had dismissed Reik as merely a byproduct of Super 13's inadequacies, not realizing the true threat he posed. Having not encountered him on the battlefield, Cell presumed Reik was aware of his own power and was merely evading him. Upon finally facing Reik, he comprehended how misguided his assumptions had been. Every cell within him roared in panic, urging him to escape Reik's presence, as his primal instincts heightened his sense of danger. The energy sphere, casually conjured by Reik, ensnared him completely. He sensed its formidable strength capable of containing even his self-destructive energy. His plans had unraveled before him. He dared not even raise his voice to Reik. His spirit extinguished. At this point, he realized he could not even halt his self-detonation. He was left to await his demise silently within the energy sphere. Reik, however, had no intention of waiting for Cell. With a firm grip, he began to constrict the energy sphere's radius. Damn you wretches, I will remember this. Cell bellowed in desperation as the sphere approached him, his breath becoming erratic. A deafening explosion erupted within the energy sphere, obliterating Cell's cells entirely, let alone his core. In that instant of detonation, he was utterly annihilated, losing any chance of resurrection. "Thank you, Reik," Goku said, reverting from Super Saiyan and stepping forward to express his gratitude. Reik waved his hand dismissively, responding in a flat tone, "Had Cell not intended to destroy the Earth, I would not have intervened, even if you all were slain." Chapter 78. The explanation of Super Saiyan. How infuriating. Vegeta seethed at Reik's demeanor, cursing inwardly. Goku, unfazed, clasped his hands together with a beaming smile, saying, "Reik, now that you have some time, do you think we could commence the sparring session you promised?" Observing Goku's eager demeanor, Reik genuinely felt no desire to engage. The disparity in their powers was too vast, with Goku unable to breach his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Reik divulged the possibility of awakening latent potential through the Elder Kai. "Is what you say true?" Vegeta, unable to contain himself, set aside his grievances with Reik and inquired eagerly. Goku and the others looked on with shining eyes, filled with anticipation. "Indeed. But the Elder Kai may not necessarily assist in your development, and the growth of strength primarily depends on your inherent potential." Reik paused for a moment, allowing everyone to absorb this information, then turned his gaze toward Gohan, stating, "Among you, Gohan is likely to experience the greatest enhancement." "Impossible. I am the strongest of the Saiyan lineage." Vegeta interjected immediately, contradicting Reik's assertion. With a face full of disbelief, Vegeta could not fathom how a hybrid could surpass him. The Prince of the Saiyans, in potential. His reaction was anticipated by Reik, who merely shrugged and spread his hands. Whether he believed it or not was inconsequential. They should first devise a way to persuade the old Kaioshin to assist them in unlocking their potential. Moreover, who claimed that he possessed the strongest Saiyan bloodline. "To my knowledge, the legendary Super Saiyan of our race has already emerged, and that is the true pinnacle of bloodlines." "Reik, are we not Super Saiyans?" Goku inquired, perplexed. Vegeta fell into contemplation, Reik's words evoking some distant memory. "Not quite, Kakarot. We are merely ordinary Super Saiyans. Any Saiyan can attain this form given the right conditions." Reik gestured with a finger, dismissing Goku's notion, and continued, "The legendary Super Saiyan, on the other hand, is a warrior of unparalleled strength who appears only once in a millennium, born with a battle power of 10,000, and grows increasingly formidable over time. There is no need for training, for they naturally become the strongest warrior in the universe." Gasping at Reik's revelation, Goku and the others were taken aback. Even Shin and Kibito, who were far away in the Kaioshin realm, widened their eyes in astonishment. Only the old Kaioshin, being a relic of the past, remained unfazed by Reik's words. Throughout his extensive history, he had encountered many legendary Super Saiyans, most of whom had either self-destructed or met their demise. "Goku, you Saiyans are truly monstrous," Krillin remarked with a wry smile, feeling utterly disheartened and devoid of any motivation to catch up. "Hey, it's not so bad." Goku scratched his chin, undeterred by Reik's words, instead pondering how to extract information about the legendary Super Saiyan from him. He was eager to battle such an opponent. To forego a confrontation with someone of that caliber would leave him restless. Damn it, Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. The continuous emergence of Saiyans stronger than him left this prince in a state of turmoil. He had always taken pride in his lineage. Even if Reik and the others were currently stronger, he remained unperturbed, confident that he would eventually surpass them, as they were either low-level warriors or hybrids. Not worthy of his regard. "Reik, do you know where that person is now?" Goku looked at Reik with hopeful anticipation, seeking an answer from him. Goku's question genuinely perplexed Reik, who knew if Broly existed in this timeline, and if he did, whether he was the new or old version. He possessed slightly more knowledge than others, but was by no means omniscient, making it quite a challenge for him. "You are still too weak, even if you find him. It would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Focus on growing stronger." Without directly answering Goku's question, Reik used his own strength as leverage. With that, he dared not linger any longer, uncertain of what further inquiries Goku might pose, and vanished in an instant, leaving Goku and the others exchanging glances. "What shall we do to enlist the old Kaioshin's assistance?" Krillin broke the silence, casting his gaze toward Goku and his son. Among them, only Wukong and his son have encountered the old Kai, while the others have yet to meet him. Setting aside the discussions on how to persuade the old Kai, upon departing, did not return to the Kai's realm, but instead returned to his residence on Earth. Having already reaped the benefits from the old Kai, there was no point in lingering, like resolve to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. These past years had been spent either in rigorous training or in transit, and it was now time to unwind and prepare himself for future breakthroughs. For the next 2 years, like refrained from training, choosing instead to explore various cities across the globe and savor exquisite cuisines. Seizing the opportunity, he also made a trip back to Yudarpa Star, fulfilling Place's wish and reuniting with Longines and others. Invited to a banquet by Bulma, he indulged in her hospitality and sought out the Dragon Balls with the aim of resurrecting his original parents. Unfortunately, they had already been reincarnated, and his wish went unfulfilled. Like did not entertain wishes for immortality or anything related to physical enhancements. Ultimately, he wished for the ability to perceive time-space nodes. He certainly did not wish to be trapped in this timeline, and although Bulma might construct a time machine, he did not place all his hopes in her, striving to make his own efforts as well. Changes were not limited to Like alone. First, there were Wukong and Chi-Chi, who welcomed another son named Sun Wutian, who bore a striking resemblance to Wukong. Gohan returned to school, attending high school in Orange Star City, where he met Videl, prompting Like to reflect on their fateful connection, as if an invisible hand were guiding the world back to its original course. Like chose not to delve deeply into this matter, nor did he dwell on it too much. His current level was too low for such contemplations. Vegeta remained largely unchanged, aside from challenging Like every time they met, spending his days in the gravity chamber training, with Trunks enduring the same hardships alongside him. Piccolo and the others had found their respective paths, some continuing their training while others had abandoned it to pursue a more mundane existence. After 2 years of adjustment, Like's body had fully acclimatized to the surging energy, enabling him to transform into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, and even breaking through the barrier of Super Saiyan 3, allowing him to seamlessly enter that realm. One day, while he was meditating and attuning to the energy within him, contemplating the Ultra Instinct, a ferocious energy surged into his perception. This aura not only startled Like, but also caught the attention of all the warriors on Earth. Chapter 79. The emergence of Broly. The group, sensing the urgency, swiftly began to move. Like, this energy is Saiyan. Do you know who it belongs to? Wukong and his son arrived at the approximate landing point of the energy and saw Like gazing solemnly at the sky. If I am not mistaken, it must be our kin, the legendary Super Saiyan, Like replied, retracting his gaze to address Wukong and his son. That's fantastic. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire being trembling with anticipation. Since learning from Like about such a formidable opponent 2 years ago, Wukong had been incessantly envisioning the prospect of facing him in battle. As the moment to encounter the real person approached, excitement and anticipation surged within. My gaze was fixed intently on the spacecraft, drawing ever nearer. Kakarot, do not even think about making the first move. That Saiyan shall be dealt with by me. Vegeta's voice interrupted Goku's daydreams. It turned out that while Reik and Goku were conversing, Prince Vegeta had arrived just in time to overhear their exchange. Vegeta, how can you be like this? Allow me to face him first. I arrived here before you. Goku retorted, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to confront their opponent. No way, I shall go first, Vegeta asserted. The two of them pressing their foreheads together, each refusing to yield as they both vied for the first strike. Gohan, observing the two, felt helpless and turned to Reik with a pleading look for assistance. Reik, however, was not about to disappoint him, or rather, he had already intended to take action himself. For this was the mightiest adversary he had encountered, and he would not concede to anyone else. You both are overthinking things. If anyone is to make the first move, it shall be I. This individual is not comparable to the weaklings you have faced before. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, as if reaching a silent agreement, and both turned their attention to Reik. Reik, you cannot hog all the glory, Vegeta spoke first. Indeed, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner shall take the first shot, Goku suggested eagerly. Gohan had hoped Reik could quell the dispute, but to his surprise, he had joined in, escalating the contention. He sighed and made his way to join Piccolo and the others, completely abandoning the notion of persuading them. Reik, are you afraid? Perceiving Reik's hesitation, Goku resorted to provocation. Vegeta joined in, adopting a dismissive pose. Goku was not mistaken. Reik was indeed wavering, primarily because the game of rock, paper, scissors relied heavily on chance, and he was somewhat doubtful of his own luck. He certainly did not wish to test his fortune against the formidable duo of Goku and Vegeta. Goku's simple-mindedness often shone through in matters of combat, and without granting Reik ample time to ponder, he began chanting, "Rock, paper, scissors." Reik's hand involuntarily extended. "Yes, I won. I go first." Goku's jubilant shout jolted Reik back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he realized that both he and Vegeta had chosen paper, while Goku had chosen scissors, thus claiming victory. Vegeta wore an expression of displeasure, while Goku gleefully leaped in triumph. Reik blinked, caught between amusement and exasperation. "Kakarot, you cheated. Reik, you cannot complain. It was your own choice," Goku swiftly countered, cutting off Reik's impending retort. Observing this, Reik glanced at his own hand that had made the paper gesture, sighed, and stepped aside, conceding his position to Goku. However, he was not anxious. No one understood the terrifying power of Broly better than he did. Whether in his new or old form, Broly was an unreasonable force, and neither Kakarot nor Vegeta would stand a chance against him. If they had persuaded the old Kai to unlock their potential, they might have had a chance at victory. Alas, 2 years had passed, and they had still failed to convince the old Kai. Despite their significant progress over the past 2 years, they still fell short in contending with Broly. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, an egg-shaped spacecraft gradually descended before them. Emerging first from the vessel were several hundred alien beings with purple skin, who stood in 2 orderly lines to welcome the arrival of their master. The sound of footsteps echoed as 2 figures, one tall and the other short, stepped out of the ship. The eyes of Reik and his companions swept forward, locking onto the imposing silhouette. An intangible sense of pressure enveloped them. "Prince Vegeta, I am the loyal servant Paragus, here to welcome your highness back to New Planet Vegeta for your coronation." A figure with a scar over his left eye emerged from the spacecraft, surveying the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Vegeta. Bowing respectfully with his arms crossed, he spoke. Vegeta, however, remained unperturbed by Paragus' demeanor, bypassing him to approach Broly directly. "Are you the legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta's inquiry caused Paragus' expression to shift dramatically, his previously humble demeanor evaporating as he glowered at Vegeta. He could not fathom how the other party knew of Broly's identity, a revelation that significantly deviated from his plans. This unexpected turn of events ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Throughout Vegeta's questioning, Broly remained unresponsive. His attention was entirely captivated upon seeing Goku. His face began to contort, becoming menacing as his hair billowed and his aura surged. "Kakarot," Broly's deep voice resonated, causing his pupils to vanish entirely as a golden blaze of energy erupted around him. Broly's disregard for Vegeta darkened the latter's expression. He had not anticipated such disdain. Casting aside their pre-battle accord, Vegeta's energy began to escalate as he prepared to strike. "Wait, Vegeta, you cannot act dishonorably," Goku hurriedly interjected, grasping Vegeta to halt his advance. A violent gale swept through as Broly's aura exploded forth. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, tearing the earth asunder, and fragments of rock were sent flying. The hundreds of purple-skinned aliens surrounding Broly were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. As for his father, Paragus had already retreated far away at the first sign of Broly's impending rampage, evading the fate of his kin. Goku, sensing the surge of energy, hastily retreated to evade the oncoming force. Vegeta, too, was not inclined to debate with Goku, his expression grave as he fixated on Broly. He could distinctly feel his own bloodline being suppressed, rendering him incapable of harboring thoughts of resistance. This sense of oppression was shared by Reik, who felt similarly, as though a herbivore stood before a predator. Although Reik dismissed Broly's current combat power of approximately 30 billion, this suppression disregarded the disparity in strength between them, striking deep within his core. His cell seemed to urge him to distance himself from this formidable being, as the flow of energy within him became affected, manifesting as an obscure awkwardness. This unfamiliar experience intrigued Reik, drawing him into a state of fascination. Unbeknownst to Reik and his companions, while they were fixated on Broly, other events were unfolding. The Earth once again finds itself graced by a host of uninvited guests. Chapter 80, The Battle Against Broly. "Master Babidi, shall I eliminate them now?" inquired a tall figure with deep purple skin and a distinctive mark upon his forehead, his tone brimming with confidence. "Dabura, do not meddle," Babidi reprimanded him, then added, "Their battle serves perfectly to gather energy for reviving Bu. I only wish for their conflict to intensify. With a smile illuminating his face, Babidi gazed towards the positions of Reik and the others. Beside him, a colossal pink egg. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. Tracing Reik's golden ape energy had led him to this energy-rich planet. As he observed the egg's energy absorption rate soaring, Babidi's excitement grew. His grand ambitions were on the brink of realization. Boom! Broly seized Vegeta by the leg and hurled him into the mountains, leaving no obstacles in his path. Witnessing Vegeta being sent flying with a mere glance, Goku dared not be complacent, hastily transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching an attack at Broly. Broly momentarily staggered from the blow, yet his expression remained devoid of pain as he extended his massive hand to cover Goku's face. Realizing the imminent danger, Goku swiftly dodged, lowering his stance to execute a hook aimed at Broly's neck. Bang! Broly, refusing to evade, absorbed Goku's strike, wrapping his arms around Goku's waist and slamming him into the ground. A deep crater formed, with Broly hovering in the air while Goku lay in the pit, groaning from the pain. Kakarot, is this all you've got? Broly expressed his dissatisfaction, his inner energy surging. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden energy blasts surged towards Broly, accompanied by relentless explosions that enveloped him in thick smoke. Now you realize my might, don't you? Vegeta proclaimed with pride, halting his barrage of energy blasts. He believed that such a multitude of projectiles could not leave Broly unscathed, marking a counterstrike against him. However, before Vegeta could revel in his triumph, a fist pierced through the smoke, appearing before him in an instant and striking his cheek. Coughing, Vegeta was propelled backward, stabilizing himself after traveling 100 meters while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The golden aura around him surged, arcs of electricity crackling into existence. With a fierce gaze, he vanished from sight, delivering a heavy punch to Broly's abdomen, causing him to gasp in pain. Before Broly could react, Vegeta maneuvered behind him. His fingers interlocked and struck down with tremendous force. Crash! Broly's body collided with the ground, following in Goku's footsteps. Hey, Vegeta, we agreed I would go first. You're being unfair. Goku's dissatisfied voice rang out, accusing Vegeta. TCH, Vegeta scoffed, tilting his head defiantly, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Dad, the opponent is unharmed, Gohan declared as he flew beside Goku, his expression grave as he scrutinized the deep pit below. He prepared to intervene, within his perception. The energy beneath had not only endured the consecutive assaults, but was expanding, emanating an increasingly perilous sensation. Upon hearing this, Goku repressed his complaints, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Gohan was acutely aware of the impending threat, focusing intently to confront the imminent attack. As the smoke dissipated, Broly's yellow-green hair became visible, his eyes an unsettling white, his physique having expanded considerably, yet he bore no injuries. This is bad, Goku shouted as he charged to the left. In an instant, the airborne Goku and his companions were hurled to the ground with tremendous force. What manner of beast is this? Vegeta, pushing aside the rubble pinning him down, gazed up at Broly in sheer astonishment. Gohan's expression darkened. The recent skirmish had made him acutely aware of Broly's formidable nature. Observing Goku and the others falter, Lek chuckled mockingly. Are you all capable? If not, allow me to take over. Goku remained silent, appearing behind Broly to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Broly's head. Simultaneously, Gohan coordinated his assault, driving an elbow toward Broly's solar plexus. With a swift motion, Broly caught Goku's leg with one hand and seized Gohan's head with the other, forcefully slamming them together. Ah! Ah! Two anguished cries escaped the lips of Goku and his son. Broly, unrelenting, continued to batter the two, as if they were mere cymbals colliding. Vegeta stood rooted like a statue, indifferent to the suffering of Goku and his son, hesitant to engage Broly. While Vegeta remained in a stupor, Piccolo, akin to Gohan's father, could no longer bear the scene. A surge of orange energy erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Broly's back. Boom! Broly paused in his torment of Goku and Gohan, directing his attention toward Piccolo, the unwelcome intruder. Whoosh! Goku and Gohan were flung away like cannonballs, crashing into Piccolo. A spurt of blood erupted from Piccolo's mouth the instant Gohan collided with him. All three plunged into the mountainside. Green energy orbs streamed from Broly's hands, targeting the impact points of Goku and his companions. revealing his intent to deliver lethal blows. If Goku and the others failed to defend themselves, their lives would be forfeit. Just as the orbs were about to strike, the three vanished, reappearing beside Vegeta, narrowly evading Broly's onslaught. Piccolo had lost consciousness, and Goku and Gohan were in dire straits. Visibly injured and struggling to remain upright. "Uncle Piccolo, are you alright?" Gohan called frantically, but upon seeing Piccolo's lack of response, his fury ignited. His energy began to fluctuate, a golden aura surging skyward. "Gohan, the Senzu beans. Quickly, feed them to Piccolo." Krillin's voice accompanied a green bean, rousing Gohan from his urgency. He swiftly caught the Senzu bean and administered it to Piccolo. Watching as Piccolo's energy gradually stabilized, Gohan's anger subsided slightly, and he gently set Piccolo down. In a flash, he struck Broly, sending him hurtling backward. The sound of blows echoed as Gohan's attacks intensified in force and speed, leaving Goku unable to intervene. Die! Kamehameha! A brilliant blue energy erupted from Gohan's hands, striking Broly with devastating precision. A resounding clash occurred as the azure energy wave collided with the verdant energy shield, which firmly obstructed the Kamehameha. Not only that, but a surge of green energy within the shield began to coalesce, signaling Broly's readiness to counterattack. It was evident that Gohan's recent assault had inflicted little harm upon Broly. The blue and green energy waves wrestled in midair, with the green energy gradually gaining the upper hand, inching closer toward Gohan. Unable to remain idle, Goku hurried to Gohan's side, channeling a Kamehameha into Gohan's offensive. Chapter 81. Reik strikes Vegeta. Goku and Broly were locked in a stalemate, and Goku's thunderous shout roused Vegeta from his stupor. A profound sense of humiliation enveloped him as he struggled to accept the recent events. It was utterly disgraceful for the mightiest Saiyan to be rendered hesitant. With a low hum, the ultimate flash erupted, golden flames enveloping Vegeta as he aimed his hands at Broly, summoning brilliant golden lightning. A colossal golden energy wave surged forth from Vegeta's palms. Piccolo and the others were not idle either, unleashing their own formidable techniques upon Broly. A tremendous explosion ensued. Vegeta's strike not only interrupted Broly's onslaught, but also inflicted damage, prompting Goku and his son to mount a counteroffensive. A more thunderous explosion resonated, gusts of wind howled, and from the cosmos, one could see Earth shrouded in a blinding radiance. Tremors reverberated globally, mountains crumbled, buildings swayed, and colossal waves roared. Goku and the others strained to maintain their footing, all eyes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, silently awaiting the outcome. "You worthless trash, perish!" Broly's voice, filled with destruction, reverberated as a massive energy sphere hurtled toward Goku and his companions. Broly re-emerged, his bare torso drenched in blood, yet his aura swelled, quelling any thoughts of resistance among Goku and the others. As the energy sphere approached, a figure enveloped in white flames stepped forward, extending a hand to press against the sphere. The rapidly descending energy orb collided with an immovable force, halting in midair. "Broly, I shall be your opponent now." With a decisive kick, Reik sent the energy sphere flying, his expression more serious than ever. Faced with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, he dared not exhibit any negligence. For the opponent could elevate his power infinitely through battle. Failure could prove fatal. Seeing Reik take action, Goku and the others exhaled in relief, while Krillin hurriedly distributed Senzu beans. Though Goku felt exhilarated, he also bore a hint of regret. Everyone had retreated far from the battlefield, amplifying their sensing abilities to the utmost. Before Reik and Broly's confrontation could commence, an ominous presence surged through their senses, akin to a lightning strike. "Bu! My Bu is finally about to emerge," Babidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the slowly cracking pink egg. A plume of pink mist ascended as the egg, having absorbed energy, split in two, revealing an empty void within. "This is inconceivable, my Bu." Babidi incessantly sifted through the remnants of the giant egg, yearning for a new discovery. Suddenly, the silhouettes of Goku and his companions appeared above Babidi. They had learned of the events transpiring here through the Kaishin. This was one of the reasons they had departed the battlefield to come here. Babidi immediately noticed Goku and the others, abandoning his search for Bu, as his thoughts shifted to survival. Though he could not see the Kaishin, he surmised that the recently arrived figures were allies summoned to confront him. However, Goku and his companions were not focused on Babidi. Even the Demon Realm King Dubra by his side was oblivious. his attention fixated on the swirling mist accumulating in the air. No one could have anticipated that such a small planet as Earth would be confronted by two formidable foes within a single day. Reik was well aware of Goku and the others' departure and sensed Buu's energy, but he had no time to dwell on it. The formidable adversary before him would not afford him the luxury. Another slightly stronger piece of trash? Broly tilted his head, scrutinizing Reik with a cruel grin. Die! Broly launched himself, delivering a powerful kick to Reik's arm. A heavy force radiated from the impact, yet Reik merely smiled, for no matter how restrained he might be, the blood of the warrior race of Saiyans coursed through his veins, and his combative nature incessantly influenced him. After years of training, encountering a beast like Broly caused his blood to boil uncontrollably, drowning his rationality and obliterating his previous desire for a swift resolution, leaving only the singular notion of battle in his mind. With a swift motion, Reik seized Broly's leg, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed squarely at Broly's chest. Blood erupted from Broly's mouth, indicating that Reik's strike had inflicted significant damage. Yet, instead of weakening, Broly's energy surged, and he grasped Reik's wrist, initiating a fierce struggle between them. The air exploded with their confrontation. Broly, who had been forced to retreat, halted and glared at Reik with a bloodthirsty gaze. Gradually, he pressed forward, chest out, as a green energy sphere coalesced in his right hand, aimed at Reik's head. Boom! As the energy sphere approached ominously, Reik was not inclined to test fate. He quickly unleashed his own energy to repel Broly, dodging to the side to evade the sphere. The energy orb grazed Reik's nose, hurtling into the distance, shattering mountains along its path, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that devastated a 10-kilometer radius. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Reik's forehead, his heart racing with apprehension. Before he could ponder further, Broly launched another assault, unleashing a torrent of energy spheres. Seeing the barrage of energy spheres rushing towards him, Reik retaliated by firing countless spheres of his own, accurately detonating each of Broly's projectiles mid-air. The earth shook with the continuous explosions, and as the intensity of the battle between Reik and Broly escalated, it became evident that the planet would soon face utter destruction. A golden aura flashed momentarily. A radiant light swept across, and Broly's energy blast was utterly extinguished. In a swift motion, Reik delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly hurtling away, interrupting his relentless onslaught. The golden energy gathered in Reik's hand, locking onto the retreating Broly, exuding an astonishing presence. Earth's inhabitants sensed the looming catastrophe, animals trembled in fear, and humans felt a deep-seated anxiety. Goku and his companions also perceived this destructive energy. Was Reik intent on annihilating the Earth? Krillin's eyes widened in shock as he stared towards Reik. Surely not. Yamcha's voice trembled with uncertainty. Tien Shinhan clutched Tien's clothing tightly. With a resolute expression, Tien gently patted Tien Shinhan, signaling him not to be afraid. What on earth was Reik doing? Vegeta remarked with evident displeasure. Even Goku felt an unusual tension within himself. Only Gohan remained composed, having had the most interaction with Reik during the 2 months in the mental training space. He was not concerned that Reik's move would obliterate the planet. Ultimate annihilation wave. The dazzling golden energy surged from Reik towards Broly. Chapter 82. Buu and Vegeta. Lord Babbidi's assistant, Dabura, looked at Babidi with a pitiful gaze. Even he, who lacked the ability to sense energy, could feel the catastrophic aura from afar. Faced with such power, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, merely praying that Babidi would take him away from this perilous planet. Be quiet. Babbidi's magic sensed the magnitude of this energy. Did he not wish to flee? No, he was unable to escape. The energy had already interfered with his magical abilities, rendering him incapable of casting spells. With a face ashen as he gazed at the remnants of Buu, regret enveloped him. He had not anticipated that this venture would cost him dearly. The energy required to resurrect Buu had gathered, yet he found himself compelled to remain on this planet. Boom! The force of annihilation erupted, and even those thousands of miles away, including Goku and the others, could clearly see the soaring light. The immense weight pressing upon their hearts was lifted. With the level of that energy, there was no immediate threat of Earth's destruction, alleviating concerns of subsequent harm. However, what went unnoticed by Goku and his companions was the sudden appearance of a pink, rotund figure among them. His chubby, round face bore a serious expression as he observed the explosion's origin, sensing an intense danger, rendering him momentarily motionless. As the distant explosion subsided, Goku was the first to notice the anomaly. Are you Bu? He scratched his head, sensing little threat from the figure. Perplexed as to why the Supreme Kai had deemed the situation so dire, Goku's voice not only startled Gohan and the others, but also caught Babiti's attention, who now beheld Bu. His expression shifted from gloom to elation. He had not expected such a twist of fate. His Bu had truly returned. Bu, I am your master. You must obey me from now on, or I shall seal you away once more, Babiti exclaimed with exuberance. Yet, while Babiti rejoiced, Bu's countenance darkened ominously. The blatant threat ignited a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Yet, constrained by the peril of the seal, that murderous gleam vanished in an instant, replaced by a simple, innocent smile. Bu, eliminate them all, commanded Babiti, pointing at Goku and his companions from behind Bu. Master Babiti, there is no need for this fat one to intervene. I shall deal with them myself, the Demon King Dabura interjected before Bu could respond. He failed to notice that the moment he referred to Bu as fat, he had already been mentally marked for death by the creature. I am hungry. I crave chocolate, Bu declared, his two antennae quivering as a pink beam shot towards Dabura. In a flash of brilliance, Dabura transformed into chocolate. Bu stepped forward, devouring Dabura in 2 bites, then licked his lips with a contented squint. Bu, you've left Babiti speechless. Goku and his companions, now wary, realized they could no longer underestimate the seemingly harmless figure before them. After finishing Dabura, Bu's gaze shifted to Goku and the others, a move that slightly eased Babiti's expression. Oh well, Dabura's uselessness is no loss. Bu, go and kill them now. Babiti consoled himself, issuing a new command. Boom. Just as Bu prepared to strike, a golden energy sphere struck his head, resulting in an explosion. Bu's brain was obliterated, and Babiti, who had only just begun to assert his authority, was forced to meet his end. Following the trajectory of the blast, they beheld Vegeta, his palm emitting wisps of smoke. Useless, he scoffed, retracting his left arm. Vegeta, already impatient with Goku and the others' indecision, had no desire to wait for their deliberations after his previous defeat at Broly's hands. Thus, upon confirming their status as foes, he acted decisively. Enough. This matter is settled. Let us proceed to where Lek is. As he spoke, Vegeta began to ascend, sensing that Broly still lived. Vegeta, it may not be so easy, Goku remarked with a wry smile, observing the scattered remnants of Bu's form gradually coalescing on the ground. Goku's words caught Vegeta's attention, prompting him to pause and look towards Bu, who had lost his head. In mere moments, the powdered remnants of Bu's head reassembled onto his neck, a new head forming perfectly intact. However, his expression was far from pleasant. A low, mournful sound emanated, and white steam began to rise from the top of his head, clearly indicating his anger. Unprovoked aggression had not brought him joy, even if it eliminated the threat posed by Babiti. With a flick of his right hand towards Vegeta, his arm elongated, spiraling around the Saiyon's body and constricting him in an instant. You have incurred my wrath. This is your repayment. Vegeta could hardly believe it. Bu's speed was astonishing. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was mercilessly pummeled, slammed down towards the ground, his internal organs shifting and his bones creaking under the assault. Upon witnessing Vegeta's dire state, Goku was poised to intervene and rescue him. Suddenly, the golden aura enveloping Vegeta flared to life, shattering Bu's grip and leaving Vegeta glaring at him with a grim expression. A thunderous roar erupted from Vegeta's lips as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power surging exponentially, surpassing even the might he exhibited during his battle with Broly. Had Reik been present, he would have immediately discerned that Vegeta's strength was not merely a result of a Saiyan's near-death recovery, but rather a significant enhancement cultivated through his confrontation with Broly. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing before Bu, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that contorted Bu's form, leaving a multitude of indentations across his body. A powerful energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hands, detonating upon impact with Bu, sending debris flying in all directions. Incredible. Vegeta's fluid combination of attacks has left Krillin utterly astonished. He stammered. Now do you recognize my might? Vegeta exclaimed, pointing his thumb at himself in a display of arrogance towards Bu's battered form. Be careful, Vegeta, Goku's voice cautioned, immersed in the euphoria of victory. Vegeta was oblivious to his surroundings, failing to notice the expanding pink mass beneath his feet that gradually enveloped him. Realizing too late that his vision was darkening, Vegeta hastily attempted to amplify his energy in a desperate bid to escape the encroaching mass. However, it was too late. The mass had closed in, trapping him firmly, rendering his efforts to break free futile. Chapter 83. Goku and Son's defeat. Once encased in the pink mass, Vegeta was propelled towards Buu, who had just re-emerged. Merging seamlessly with him, not only did Buu's power escalate dramatically, surpassing Goku and Gohan, but it also reached a level beyond their capacity to contend with. Moreover, Buu's appearance morphed, his once round and plump visage transforming to resemble that of Vegeta. Goku and the others were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the rapid turn of events. Just a moment ago, Vegeta had held the upper hand, dominating Buu, and now he was absorbed, leaving Buu unscathed and even more formidable. The overwhelming aura emanating from Buu suffocated Krillin and the others, eclipsing even the battles being fought by Reik and Broly at a distance. The proximity of Buu's overwhelming presence instilled a chilling sensation of impending doom in their hearts. Among them, only Goku and his son retained any semblance of resistance. Without hesitation, they both transformed into Super Saiyan 2, their expressions grave as they focused on Buu. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the Supreme Kai bore witness to Vegeta's absorption, awakening ancient fears of being dominated by Buu. Overcome with dread, he paced restlessly before the Elder Kai, muttering in despair, "It's over, it's all over. Calm down. Look at yourself, so pathetic. Have the lessons I imparted over the last 2 years gone to waste?" The Elder Kaioshin, exasperated by Shin's demeanor, expressed his frustration, lamenting how such a foolish successor could ascend to the position of Kaioshin. He pondered the current situation, noting that the energy emanating from Goku and Broly on Earth far surpassed anything Majin Buu could contend with, leaving him baffled as to why Shin was so apprehensive. The Elder Kaioshin's voice gradually soothed Shin, who halted his restless pacing and cast a pleading gaze toward the Elder. "Ancestors, what shall we do now? Should we go to Earth and bring Mr. Goku and the others back?" The Elder Kaioshin's attention shifted between the two battlefields as he stroked his chin and replied, "You should bring them here. We can still devise a plan to confront Buu." "Yes, Ancestor, I will attend to it immediately," Shin responded eagerly, seizing Jebbit and preparing to depart. "Wait, you need not go. Let Jebbit handle it alone," the Elder Kaioshin interjected, feeling at a loss. He had repeatedly warned Shin against recklessness, yet it seemed to have little effect. With Shin's meager fighting power, venturing into Buu's battlefield posed a grave risk. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire universe. Meanwhile, Jebbit felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of facing such peril alone, a sentiment he was reluctant to accept. He cast a pitiful glance at the Elder Kaioshin, hoping to plead his case. However, he failed to recognize how he appeared. Had he been a delicate beauty, the Elder might have considered his request, but as a robust man, he elicited no sympathy. The Elder Kaioshin shuddered, turning his head with a stern voice. "Why all this chatter? If I command you to go, then go swiftly." Jebbit had no choice but to suppress his apprehensions, activating instant transmission to vanish from sight. On Earth, in Buu's battlefield, Goku and his son were being mercilessly toyed with as Buu kicked them around like a ball, rendering them utterly defenseless. As for Piccolo and the others, they remained unscathed, primarily because Buu had no interest in them, distracted instead by Goku and his son's aggressive attempts. Jebbit appeared beside Piccolo and the others. Yet as he watched the brutal assault on Goku and his son from a distance, he found himself paralyzed, uncertain of how to proceed. The Kaioshins clearly prioritized rescuing Goku and his son, while simultaneously saving Piccolo and the others, but the current circumstances did not allow for such a course of action. Should he dare to intrude upon Buu's battlefield, annihilation would be instantaneous, further dissuading Jebbit from taking any rash actions. "Fool, bring Piccolo and the others here first." The Elder Kaioshin's voice echoed in Jebbit's mind, causing him to startle. It was no wonder Jebbit was alarmed. The situation was perilously dangerous, and he faced obliteration at any moment, his nerves stretched to their limit. Following the directive, Jebbit swiftly mobilized, providing a brief explanation to Piccolo and the others before vanishing with them. Simultaneously, the Elder Kaioshin communicated with Goku and his son telepathically, urging them to devise a means of escaping the battlefield. "Understood. Great Elder Kaioshin, I will find a way," Goku responded, enduring the pain as thoughts raced through his mind. "Dad, Can you still use instant transmission? Gohan inquired. No, we must first evade Boo's attacks, Goku replied. Then, Dad, prepare yourself. As Gohan began to harness the energy within him, he seized the moment when Boo's foot struck his abdomen, wrapping his arms tightly around Boo's leg. This momentary pause in Boo's assault allowed Goku to create distance and unleash a Kamehameha wave towards Bu. With a thunderous roar, Gohan took advantage of the distraction, launching a flurry of energy blasts directly at Boo's position, enveloping the battlefield in dust and smoke, obscuring the figures of the three combatants. Let us go. Goku moved swiftly to Gohan's side, grasping his hand and locking onto Chi-Chi's energy signature before vanishing from sight. As the smoke cleared, Bu, wide-eyed, scanned his surroundings, bewildered by the absence of Goku and his son. With a furious shout, accompanied by a tempestuous aura that swept the area, white steam billowed forth. Bu realized he had been outsmarted, and in an instant, his rage erupted. After a while, the commotion surrounding Bu gradually subsided, revealing a landscape utterly ravaged. He glanced towards the battlefield where Reik was engaged, contemplating the disparity between himself and his opponent. After a prolonged hesitation, he hurled a mass of flesh in that direction before turning to fly elsewhere. Recalling Vegeta's memories, he decided to make his first stop in West City, a place abundant with his favorite delicacies, chocolates, and cakes. In the Kaishin realm, Goku appeared, accompanied not only by Gohan, but also by Chi-Chi and the others whom he had brought along. What do you think this place is? The old Kaishin exclaimed, leaping up and pointing an accusatory finger at Goku, visibly flustered by the unexpected company. My apologies, old Kaishin, Goku said sheepishly, scratching his head, fully aware of his impropriety this time. Yet, the embarrassment paled in comparison to the lives of his companions, which he swiftly cast aside as he approached the old Kaishin. Old Kaishin, I was wondering if you would still assist us in unlocking our potential? I initially intended to, but I have changed my mind. The old Kaishin turned away, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wished to disregard Goku. Old Kaishin, I promise to bring you the latest magazines next time I visit. Cough, cough. I suppose you've managed to earn some favor. The old Kaishin's eyes brightened, no longer fixating on Goku's transgression of bringing so many people into the Kaishin realm. With a serious expression, he pointed at the crystal ball displaying Bu wreaking havoc, stating, I can assist you in unlocking your potential, but time is of the essence. At this rate, the people on your planet will be lost. There is a swift solution to your predicament. You and your son must fuse. Fuse? Indeed. I have learned the fusion technique from the afterlife. The old Kaishin's words sparked a realization in Goku, who immediately recalled the secret arts of the Metamorans. Without waiting for the old Kaishin to finish his explanation, he turned to Gohan, eager to practice. Wait, I'm not referring to the fusion technique, but rather the act of merging. The old Kaishin called after Goku, correcting him. What is the difference? Goku scratched his head, visibly puzzled. The old Kaishin removed the Patera earrings from his ears and tossed one to Goku, elucidating. As long as one is not a Kaishin, two mortals wearing them on opposite ears can merge for an hour, resulting in a power boost far superior to your fusion technique. Is it really that convenient? Wukong gazed in astonishment at the two small earrings in his hand. A formidable aura surged into the perception of Wukong and his companions. Is this the true power of Reik? Wukong exclaimed, both surprised and exhilarated. How powerful! Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 3? Gohan's face reflected shock. Incredible. Trunks, observing Reik's figure in the crystal ball, felt a slight lessening of his anger upon hearing that his father had been absorbed by Bu. Others were equally astonished by Reik's transformation. This is a perverse path, the old Kai muttered, raising an eyebrow. Gohan continued. Unable to contain his eagerness to join the fray, Wukong tossed an earring to Gohan, while he donned the other on his right ear. All right, Dad. Gohan accepted the earring without hesitation, placing it on his left ear. Wukong's choice of Gohan was straightforward. Based on his understanding of the fusion technique, the stronger the individual, the mightier the fusion. With Gohan being the only one present, the decision was clear. A transformation occurred. The moment Wukong and his son adorned the earrings, they swiftly drew together, a dazzling light emanating from their point of convergence, enveloping their forms. Ancestor, what happens if the Kaishin fuses? Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the notion of becoming stronger through fusion. The old Kai cast a casual glance at Xian and replied, once fused, they can never be separated. A chill ran down Saiyan's spine upon hearing this, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He was grateful he had asked, as the consequences could have been dire otherwise. It was worth noting that he originally intended to fuse with Jebbet, which would have made encounters with individuals like Babidi considerably easier in the future. On Earth, following Reik's devastating ultimate annihilation wave, though Broly had not perished, his body was riddled with numerous wounds, and his energy had significantly dwindled. The once robust and muscular frame now exuded a sense of weakness, indicative of the tremendous toll taken by Reik's assault. Seeing that his strike had not vanquished Broly, Reik displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that even such a level of attack would fail to eliminate Broly. Truly, he was like an indestructible cockroach, Reik mused to himself. In a fleeting moment, Reik contemplated many things, yet his movements did not falter. Blue energy coalesced before his chest. Without wishing to grant Broly a moment of respite, Reik unleashed another one of his ultimate techniques, the Dolan Obliteration Cannon, directed at Broly. A resounding boom echoed, accompanied by a cry of anguish. The energy in Reik's hands lingered, refusing to dissipate. However, as time progressed, a sense of foreboding began to envelop Reik. Broly's energy not only failed to diminish, but instead surged exponentially, soon reaching a staggering 40 trillion in combat power. Reik's attack was shattered by a single punch from Broly, revealing the latter's ferocious silhouette amidst the energy wave. Die! Broly's eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixated on Reik, and a beastly growl erupted from his lips. This is not good. Sensing the imminent threat, Reik raised his hand to block Broly's assault while delivering a kick towards him. In response to Reik's attack, Broly stood firm, absorbing the blow with his chest. A shockwave erupted as the two figures separated, suspended in midair. With barely a second's pause, they engaged in a fierce brawl in the skies. The air was filled with the fleeting shadows of the two combatants, fists meeting fists, feet clashing against feet, and elbows colliding with elbows, neither yielding an inch. With each impact, the very earth trembled, instilling a sense of dread that it might soon be obliterated by their fierce confrontation. As the battle raged on, both warriors' powers surged. Yet it was evident to the discerning eye that the echoes of Reik's presence in the sky were dwindling, while Broly's shadows proliferated around him. Each collision tested Reik's willpower, displacing his internal organs and tearing at his muscles. Gradually, he found himself unable to keep pace with Broly's relentless speed, succumbing to the latter's overwhelming pressure. Alas, a punch missed its mark, and a weight sank deep within Reik's heart. He realized he could no longer match Broly, and the impending struggle would be arduous. A massive hand enveloped Reik's face, gripping his head with unyielding force. Broly pressed Reik's head toward the ground, carving a deep trench in the earth. Dragged along the surface, Reik struggled fiercely, desperate to escape Broly's grasp. He summoned energy into his palms and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Broly, targeting his chest and head, each explosion resonating against Broly's form. Yet, Reik's efforts bore no fruit. The damage to his body mounted, while Broly remained unfazed, as if merely swatted by a mosquito. Throughout this ordeal, Broly had not regarded Reik's assaults with any seriousness. Even as he dragged Reik along, his own power continued to escalate. Realizing escape was futile, Reik began to tap into his Super Saiyan energy reservoir, his strength surging exponentially. He seized Broly's wrists, exerting pressure little by little. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Broly's grip slackened, releasing Reik's head. Seizing the opportunity, Reik delivered a powerful kick that sent Broly flying, stabilizing himself as he cast a grim look at the retreating figure of Broly. Though he had anticipated the challenge posed by Broly, experiencing firsthand the rise from a combat power below 30 billion to a staggering 50 trillion shattered Reik's confidence. The battle had barely begun. Yet such a dramatic increase in strength left Reik feeling uncertain. A pulsating golden aura began to expand around him, electric arcs crackling with intensity as his form began to transform. His hair shot upwards, cascading down his back, eyebrows fading, and his power multiplying exponentially. An astonishing presence radiated from him, causing the earth to quiver uncontrollably, even alerting those in the distant realm of the Kaioshin to Reik's newfound energy. As Chapter 85 unfolded, the merging warrior, Broly, descended from the sky, but Reik had undergone a complete metamorphosis, his hair flowing to his waist, an aura of malevolence in his brow, and a menacing smile that exuded terror. Rising gradually into the air, He aligned himself with Broly, his emerald eyes narrowing. An invisible shockwave emanated from Reik's gaze, sending Broly hurtling backward, his body spiraling out of control. Reik refrained from pursuing, standing firm as he clenched his fists. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. This marked his first transformation since breaking through to Super Saiyan 3, and it was undeniably exhilarating and empowering. Sensing the depletion of his stamina, Reik felt a newfound confidence blossom within, similar to what the vast populace speculated in his previous life. The presence of a tail meant that his stamina was not excessively depleted, although the rate of energy consumption was significantly swifter when compared to Super Saiyan Forms 1 and 2. Sustaining himself through a battle was still manageable. As Broly charged directly at him, Reik extended a single finger to intercept his fist, effectively halting the onslaught. Today's skirmish was exhilarating, truly befitting the legendary Super Saiyan. However, it had to come to an end. I must conclude this conflict, for I cannot allow you to grow stronger. With a powerful kick, Reik struck Broly squarely on the temple. In an instant, darkness enveloped Broly's vision, and dizziness overtook him, causing him to lose control of his flight and plummet towards the ground. A golden energy wave followed closely behind, crashing into Broly's form. As the smoke dissipated, Broly lay unconscious at the bottom of a deep crater, his once yellow-green hair reverting to black. Observing the incapacitated Broly, Reik's heart began to wrestle with conflicting emotions. He was uncertain whether to annihilate him. From their very first encounter, Reik recognized Broly as the original version, a character prone to losing control. Yet, to destroy him so easily felt somewhat regrettable. The accusations of Broly's heinous deeds and countless murders were inconsequential to Reik. He had no interest in such moral judgments, for he was no saint. What mattered to him was the pursuit of strength, and having Broly as a rival would undoubtedly accelerate his own growth. However, Broly's lack of rationality troubled Reik, and the methods he knew to rectify Broly's flaws were beyond his reach at that moment. It was impractical to constantly monitor Broly. It would be far simpler to eliminate this nuisance altogether. After all, Goku and the others were also rapidly evolving, so he need not fret over a lack of adversaries. Weighing the pros and cons, Reik raised his hand towards Broly, golden energy beginning to coalesce as he resolved to eradicate him. Lying in the depths of the crater with his eyes tightly shut, Broly seemed to sense the impending threat. His eyelids fluttered before gradually parting. Before him lay a mass of energy waves, sending every hair on his body standing on end, and his pupils vanished as he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Crossing his arms to shield against the energy blast, Reik stood in shock. He had not anticipated Broly possessing the strength to resist at such a moment. It was essential to note that the energy wave he had conjured contained no substantial power, merely sufficient to eliminate Broly under the condition of his compliance. Now that Broly had regained consciousness, Reik hastily intensified his output, intent on swiftly resolving this dilemma. The energy wave expanded exponentially, propelling Broly backward. Unbeknownst to Reik, at the periphery of the battlefield, a pink mass was slowly inching its way toward Broly. In the Kaioshin realm, as the brilliance faded, a man with an expression of invincibility gradually emerged. He bore a striking resemblance to Goku and Gohan, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Standing at 185 meters tall, his arms were adorned with muscular contours akin to stone, signifying immense strength. Clad in a blue training uniform, he wore 2 earrings on his ears. An overwhelming aura enveloped the Kaioshin realm, imparting a profound sense of pressure upon all present. Should I address you as Goku or Gohan? Clint approached and gently poked the man's arm, her curiosity piqued. Wah, my Goku and Gohan are missing. Before the man could respond, a wail echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Chi-Chi sitting on the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept. The man's previously indomitable demeanor crumbled in an instant, leaving him at a loss as he gazed at Chi-Chi, an awkward expression adorning his face. Upon witnessing this, both Chi-Chi and Bulma rushed to comfort her, offering words of reassurance. As the commotion subsided, the attention of the onlookers shifted back to Bu and Reik. What shall I call you? We cannot afford to delay any longer on Earth. Piccolo, the strategist, redirected the conversation. I am neither Goku nor Gohan. I am Kakarado. Kakarado identified himself, acutely aware of the peril still looming over Earth. He exchanged greetings with the group before vanishing into the Kaioshin realm via instant transmission. In South City, the last remaining metropolis on Earth, Bu had just transformed the entire city into chocolate and was indulging in pastries at a bakery. Kakaroto materialized before Bu, interrupting his feast. "Who are you?" Bu inquired, sensing danger emanating from the man before him, his demeanor growing serious. Kakaroto did not answer Bu. Upon arriving on Earth, he had already assessed the dire situation. During his time in the Kaioshin realm, he sensed that nearly all of humanity had been annihilated by Bu. Countless cities lay in ruins, and he was aware of the battle between Reik and Broly. As Bu's unanswered questions ignited his rage, white steam began to rise from his head, and he threw a punch at Kakaroto. The punch halted a mere centimeter from Kakaroto, an insurmountable distance that Bu could not overcome, regardless of his efforts. Kakaroto's attention was drawn to Bu's actions, and he met the creature's gaze. "I am Kakaroto, and I have come to eradicate you." His emotionless voice sent a shiver through Bu's heart. Bu's black pupils resembled dark voids, ensnaring Bu's consciousness and leading him into despair. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through him, rousing him from his stupor. He knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen as bile escaped his lips. Kakaroto slowly retracted his fist, looking down upon Bu with a chilling, murderous intent. The actions of Bu awakened memories of Gohan within Kakaroto, the horrors of Earth's past during the android era echoing in his mind, suppressing Goku's combative instincts. With a firm grip, he seized Bu's antenna, disregarding the creature's cries, and dragged him out of the bakery. "No, you cannot kill me. If you do, Vegeta will perish as well," Bu shouted, sensing the imminent threat. Kakaroto paused momentarily before continuing his stride, his cold words cutting through the air. "If Vegeta were to learn that you are using him as leverage, he would compel me to act, or worse, he might take his own life." Bu was engulfed by despair. He understood that Kakaroto spoke the truth. Just as he had contemplated using Vegeta as a threat, Vegeta's consciousness, which had been subdued, began to show signs of revival. It was Kakaroto's words that once again quelled Vegeta's awareness. "Bu, you may as well perish." Grasping Bu, Carter hurled him into the sky, while he positioned his hands in a floral stance at his waist. A golden aura flickered as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, gathering blue energy. Kamehameha. A beam of blue energy surged forth from Carter, hurtling straight towards Bu. "No!" Bu cried out in despair as the energy wave drew closer. The Kamehameha enveloped Bu, gradually erasing each of his cells, causing him to dissipate into the air. Carter's assault caught the attention of Reik, who was engaged in battle with Broly. He had not anticipated that Earth harbored such formidable beings, though the aura felt somewhat familiar. It ignited a sense of urgency within him, prompting an increase in his energy output. Boom! Broly could no longer withstand the onslaught. The energy wave struck him forcefully. As the smoke cleared, Broly remained intact, yet his hands had vanished, his body fractured, and he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. It was evident that he required no further attention. It wouldn't be long before Broly breathed his last. Reik exhaled deeply, finally rid of this troublesome adversary. Swish! Carter's figure appeared beside Reik. Furrowing his brow, Reik inquired about the patera earrings adorning Carter's ears. "Are you a fusion warrior?" "Oh, you actually know," Carter replied, relieved that Reik had dealt with Broly, marveling at Reik's insight. "You are the fusion of Kakarot and Gohan," Reik stated confidently, sensing the combined essence of Goku and his son emanating from Carter. "Impressive," Carter exclaimed, taken aback that Reik had discerned his identity so swiftly, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Now that the danger has been averted, shall we engage in a spar?" he suggested, though his expression revealed a firm intent to battle regardless of Reik's response. After all, he had only 1 hour. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next chance. Not only was Carter intrigued by Reik, but Reik also found great interest in the fusion warrior of Goku and his son, just as he was about to agree. A presence emerged, one more formidable than Broly and more malevolent than Bu. Reik and Carter turned their gazes. The once lying Broly had vanished, replaced by a colossal figure of pink. Reik's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Broly had been absorbed by Bu. This was utterly absurd, a ridiculous turn of fate. In his perception, Bu should have been obliterated. How could he still absorb Broly? Ha ha ha. A cacophony of laughter erupted from Bu. The very fabric of Earth's space trembled, as if it could not withstand Bu's mirth, threatening to shatter like glass. "It's strange. I distinctly annihilated each of your cells. How are you still unharmed?" Carter stepped forward, interrupting Bu's laughter with a challenge. "Ah, Long before, I had separated a portion of my mass to lurk at the battlefield's edge. Initially, I intended merely to observe the outcome between Reik and Broly, but fortune smiled upon me and saved my life. Bu was not in a hurry to engage in battle. Instead, he wore a smug expression as he recounted his confidence. Having absorbed Broly, he felt a continuous surge of power coursing through him, which instilled an immense sense of self-assurance. He had not entertained the thought of defeat. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous his position became. Thus he was unperturbed by the queries posed by Kakarot and the others. "Is that so? I didn't expect you to be so fortunate," Kakarot remarked. As a golden aura enveloped him, crackling with arcs of electricity, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His cold gaze swept over Bu, and with a clenched fist, he launched a blow from a distance. Bang! Bu's chest caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward, the expression of arrogance wiped from his face. "Is that all you can do?" Kakarot taunted, advancing towards Bu with determination, enunciating each word deliberately. He then planted a foot upon Bu, driving him into the ground, while his right hand began to gather golden energy, pressing it towards Bu's mouth. Boom! The previously brazen Bu now found himself being mercilessly battered by Kakarot, revealing the true strength of the fused warrior, a might that far surpassed the recently enhanced Bu. A relentless sequence of strikes left Bu in a daze, staring blankly at Kakarot. He had overestimated his own power. Although absorbing Broly had indeed increased his strength, it required time to manifest fully. When he had absorbed Broly, the latter had been on the brink of defeat, his energy depleted, thereby limiting the enhancement Bu could gain. One of Bu's arms was severed, a surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. Even the dismembered limb that fell to the ground gradually lost its vitality, resembling a lump of lifeless clay. The regeneration process was painfully slow, and a new arm had yet to materialize. "What is this?" Bu recoiled. Fear etched across his face as he gazed at Kakarot in shock. Kakarot's palm shimmered with violet energy. "This is a technique specifically developed to counter you. The Cell Disruption Blade," he declared with a smirk, pointing at the purple flames. "Damn it!" Bu's expression darkened. The technique inflicted severe damage upon him, significantly countering his immortal nature, leaving him at a loss for a strategy. In a moment of desperation, a mass of flesh discreetly detached from his back and slithered towards a fissure in the ground. Swish! An energy blast struck the departing mass, obliterating it in an instant. "What? Still trying the same trick? I won't grant you that opportunity," Kakarot declared, lowering his palm and extinguishing Bu's hopes of a backup plan. Countless pink energy blasts surged toward Kakarot. Bu's strategy was simple. He aimed to stall, unwilling to confront Kakarot head-on, opting instead to disrupt him with energy blasts. However, Kakarot would not remain a stationary target. He swiftly maneuvered behind Bu, unleashing a wave of energy that struck Bu in the back. A large hole appeared in Bu's form, but in the next moment, the wound vanished, and he returned to his original state, seemingly unscathed. "Bu, you're quite quick on your feet," Kakarot praised, nodding in acknowledgement of Bu's recent maneuvers. What had just transpired? As it turned out, in the fleeting moment when the Kamehameha wave was about to strike, Bu had opened a gaping hole in his body, allowing the energy wave to pass through and detonate upon hitting the ground, significantly reducing the damage he incurred. Chapter 87. Fusion Dissolution. Despite the praise directed at him by Kakarot, Bu did not experience even a hint of joy. Instead, his expression darkened. His strategy to stall for time had failed, and the ensuing circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for him. Bu's eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at Lek. As he pondered his next move, Kakarot did not afford Bu much time to contemplate. He lunged forward and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon him. Bu was pummeled, his form grotesquely contorted, resembling nothing human. Yet, the energy within him surged at an alarming rate, rendering Kakarot's strikes increasingly ineffective. "Enough of this. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion," Lek exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines, unable to fathom how Kakarot could be oblivious to Bu's rising energy. He recognized that Goku's combative nature was taking over and shouted loudly. "Got it," Kakarot responded, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bu flying, while gathering his Kamehameha at his waist. A terrifying aura emanated from him, firmly locking onto Bu, as Kakarot's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The energy of the Kamehameha escalating to new heights. Bu, propelled backwards through the air, was enveloped by an ominous shadow of death, terror evident in his eyes. A golden flame surged forth, coalescing into a massive golden energy sphere above his head, yet he remained unwilling to surrender. Die? The meticulously refined blue energy was unleashed by Kakarot, colliding with Bu in an instant. Bu could not withstand even a second. The Kamehameha propelled the energy sphere towards him with unrelenting force. Not good. Just as it was about to strike Bu, the Kamehameha wavered, the energy destabilizing, causing even Kakarot to emanate light. Hold on. With a tremendous burst, the energy beam collapsed, splitting Kakarot into Goku and Gohan once more. Bu narrowly escaped death, a wave of relief washing over him, his face alight with elation. Dad! Goku awkwardly scratched his head, casting an embarrassed glance at Gohan and Lek, fully aware that he had just jeopardized everything. Far away in the realm of the Kais, the onlookers were at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Lek standing steadfast, they did not abandon hope. I knew it, Lek muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Despite his inner turmoil, he sprang into action, darting forward. Kakarot, Gohan, you two should leave. I'll handle this from here. I'm sorry for the trouble. Uncle Lek, please be careful. Goku and his son recognized that the impending battle was beyond their involvement and prepared to depart. Understood. A golden aura enveloped Lek as he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, raising his hand to block Goku's punch. Thinking of leaving? Did you consult me? Bu glared menacingly at Goku and Gohan. He had witnessed the recent events unfold clearly in the air, knowing that the ones who posed a lethal threat to him were the father and son duo. For the sake of his own safety and to exact vengeance for the harm he had previously endured, Bu could not simply watch as they attempted to escape. As Lek intercepted Bu's fist, the latter's body rapidly softened, attempting to bypass Lek in order to absorb Goku and Gohan. Not on my watch. A golden aura flickered, and Reik unleashed his energy without reservation. Although such a close-range release could lead to the demise of Goku and his son, Reik hesitated not for a moment. Even if it meant killing them, he could not allow Bu to absorb them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed, creating a massive crater spanning miles, with the presence of Goku and his son vanishing, leaving only Reik standing silently in the center. Swirling pink mist gathered before Reik, and in the blink of an eye, Bu reappeared. Aren't they your friends? You truly are ruthless. Bu taunted with narrowed eyes. That is of no concern to you. Unmoved by Bu's provocative words, Reik felt no turbulence within. In a world filled with Dragon Balls, what was there to fear? How laughable. In the Kaishin realm, at the moment Goku and his son vanished, the crowd was left in a daze, unable to comprehend Reik's actions. Oh my Gohan! A wail pierced the air as Chi-Chi closed her eyes, fainting on the spot. Seeing this, Ox King rushed forward to tend to his daughter. Goten collapsed beside Chi-Chi, tears welling in his eyes. The others exchanged glances, rendered speechless, each sensing the gravity of the situation. Isn't Reik being a bit too ruthless? Yamcha murmured, breaking the silence. Fool. The old Kaioshin cast a glance at Yamcha, speaking coolly. Yamcha, we all know you are hurting, just as we are. However, Reik's decision is not flawed. If Goku and Gohan had been absorbed by Bu, our entire universe would be doomed. Krillin placed a reassuring hand on Yamcha's shoulder, voicing his thoughts. I understand. It's just uncomfortable, Yamcha replied, fully aware of Krillin's sentiments. Yet, witnessing the deaths of Goku and his son reminded him of the time he had been slain by Vegeta during his invasion of Earth. Enough. Let us pray that Reik triumphs. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He could not accept Gohan's death, but he suppressed his grief and focused on the crystal ball. Old man, Gohan. Bulma stared blankly at the crystal ball, softly murmuring the names of Goku and his son. On Earth, Reik and Bu engaged in a life-and-death battle, trading blows in a fierce melee. From the outset, Bu dominated, overpowering Reik. Is this all you can do? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Bu's derisive voice accompanied his powerful strikes. Reik not only endured physical damage, but also faced psychological torment under Bu's relentless assault. The crucial thing was that he lacked the strength to retort. He was wholly focused on withstanding Bu's onslaught. His blood began to boil, the energy from deep within his cells surging forth to support him. Were it not for the Saiyan trait of growing stronger with each battle, Reik would have already succumbed beneath Bu's might. Yet this was not a sustainable strategy. Bu's transcendent bloodline surpassed Reik's, and at his current rate of escalation, Reik could last no more than 5 minutes. Without alternative solutions, 5 minutes would signify Reik's time of demise. As the intensity of the assault escalated, a wave of anxiety surged within Reik. This could very well be the most perilous moment he has ever faced. The thought of teleportation flickered through his mind, soon replaced by the notion of retreat that began to settle in his heart. For a fleeting moment, his defensive stance faltered, revealing a critical opening. Alas, Bu seized this ephemeral opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Reik's face. Instantly, his nasal bridge shattered, his teeth began to loosen, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his mind fell into disarray as his form was sent tumbling backward. With a thunderous crash, Reik collided with countless mountains, becoming buried beneath the rubble of fallen stones. Chapter 88. Transformation into Super Saiyan 4 in the Kaishin realm. Despair enveloped the atmosphere. It was evident that Reik was no match for Bu. Witnessing Reik's defeat, Saiyan was overwhelmed with hopelessness as the dread of being dominated by Bu surged within him. The expressions of Piccolo and the others turned grim as the situation spiraled into an unwelcome reality. The entire Kaishin realm was shrouded in a pall of despair. Only the old Kaishin maintained an air of tranquility, gently sipping from his teacup, seemingly unconcerned about the impending cosmic turmoil. While Bu could be regarded as a formidable adversary in his eyes, he paled in comparison to the god of destruction who sealed him away, akin to an insignificant insect. He possessed methods to awaken the god of destruction, but had refrained from doing so until now. Should Bu threaten the cosmic balance further, he would be compelled to act. Moreover, he believed the situation had not yet deteriorated to that extent, as Reik had not met his demise. Ancestors, what shall we do? Saiyan, in a frenzy, finally noticed the old Kaishin, who remained absorbed in his tea. With a swift motion, Saiyan's voice drew the attention of the others toward the old Kaishin, who appeared utterly unconcerned, as if harboring a hidden advantage. Such impulsiveness. Reik has not yet fully succumbed, the old Kaishin remarked, as he set down his teacup and pointed towards the crystal ball. The others followed his gaze to see Reik gradually rising to his feet within the crystal sphere. On Earth, he pushed aside the stones weighing upon him, unsteadily regaining his footing. He pinched his nose with 2 fingers, realigning it after Bu's brutal assault. Gazing at the floating Bu, Reik cast aside the idea of fleeing, allowing the spirit of battle to fill his heart. A sphere of white light coalesced in Reik's right hand, which he then hurled skyward. Out of tricks? How amusing! Bu observed Reik's actions with no intention of interference. Having absorbed Vegeta, Bu was all too familiar with Reik's techniques. The transformation into a great ape, a skill long rendered obsolete, was beneath his consideration. He was curious to see what Reik could conjure. Having absorbed both Vegeta and Broly, Bu's temperament had undergone a significant transformation. With a thunderous roar, Reik unleashed a sound that resonated across the landscape. His form rapidly expanded, golden fur erupting across his body, and in the blink of an eye, a towering great ape, 500 meters tall, materialized. An overwhelming aura swept through the surroundings, causing nearby mountains to disintegrate like mere bubbles. The earth fissured with deep cracks, and the planet trembled under the weight of its own burden. The ferocious power relentlessly assailed Reik's consciousness and physique, pushing his body to the brink of its limits as he struggled to contain the immense energy within him. Compared to the near collapse of his body 2 years prior, this time was significantly more manageable. Reik barely managed to rein in the vast energy coursing through him. A wave of golden energy erupted from the mouth of the colossal ape, striking Bu in an instant. The air split with a resounding crack, as the Earth's fabric could no longer withstand the onslaught of the giant, beginning to shatter. How about that? Did I disappoint you? The giant ape proclaimed, its eyes ablaze with a destructive red glow, momentarily flashing with clarity as it spoke with a gaping maw. As the smoke dissipated, Bu's disheveled figure was revealed. A commendable attack, but it only matters if you can actually hit me. With that size, how do you intend to fight me? With a flicker, Bu reformed his body. You'll find out soon enough. Let's see. Bu vanished, swiftly reappearing behind Reik, delivering a powerful punch to his side. Crack! A shadow enveloped Bu, and in the instant he materialized behind Reik, he was sent flying away. Bu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Reik's swaying tail, a surge of anger swelling within him. Steadying himself, he conjured hundreds of duplicates, all charging towards Reik. Slap, 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 like swatting flies. Reik dispatched each of the hundreds of Bus with ease. Impossible, Bu exclaimed, utterly astonished. unable to fathom how such speed could emanate from the towering figure before him. There is nothing impossible. If you cannot accept this, I shall take on a different form. As the words left his lips, a golden aura surged, enveloping the giant ape's figure. Reik began to frantically compress the energy within him, merging it with his cells and blood. As the transformation commenced, the 500-meter-high aura began to diminish, swiftly shrinking to a mere 2 meters, its overwhelming presence gradually receding. As the golden flames dissipated, a tall, robust figure emerged, adorned with long, black hair, red eyeshadow, and brown irises, with crimson fur enveloping his body, a perfect fusion of primal ferocity and rationality, his red tail swaying in the breeze. In the King Kai's realm, is this also a Super Saiyan? Piccolo observed Reik's form within the crystal ball, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How magnificent! Exclaimed Trunks, his eyes gleaming, his face nearly pressed against the crystal ball. Indeed, indeed, Trunks echoed. Goten exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, Old ancestor, do you know what this is? He darted over to the old Kai, refilling his cup of tea, brimming with curiosity. Yet, the old Kai was too engrossed to acknowledge his descendant. While he had never witnessed Reik's transformation, the evident return to primal traits was unmistakable. However, if asked to define it, he would be at a loss. In the Netherworld, on North Ko's planet, Goku and his son were intently observing Earth through North Ko's gaze. Though they had perished at Reik's hands, they held no resentment towards him. Dying at Reik's hand was far preferable to being absorbed by Bu. Do you understand what is happening with Reik? Goku inquired curiously. Before North Ko could respond, Gohan interjected. Dad, this must be Super Saiyan 4. Subsequently, Gohan conveyed to Goku what Reik had informed him, including the matter of wishing on the new planet Namek. In that case, I suppose transforming requires a tail. Goku mused, glancing back at the direction of his own tail, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. His tail had long been sealed, and the prospect of it regrowing seemed rather unrealistic. It appeared that if he wished to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, he would have to rely on the dragon. Goku contemplated this silently. Patting Gohan on the shoulder, he said, Gohan, it seems we must hasten to catch up with Reik. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. Understood, Dad. Gohan nodded earnestly. King Kai, I kindly ask for your assistance in training Gohan and me, Goku said sincerely, his hands clasped together. Aren't you going to watch the battle? No, it's clear Reik is destined to win, Goku replied, shaking his head as he moved to a nearby clearing. On Earth, Reik, transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, was unaware of the events transpiring on North Kai's planet and the King Kai's realm, yet he sensed that he was being watched. Therefore, his attention was not immediately focused on Bu, but rather on the direction from which he sensed the gazes. Several locations were swiftly locked onto, and he discerned what they were, yet there remained a few presences that eluded Reik's heightened perception. He even suspected that in 2 instances he might have misinterpreted his senses, believing there was no one observing him. Chapter 89. Eradicating Bu. Observing Reik's casual demeanor, Bu's rage surged within him. How dare you disregard me? He seethed, launching a ki blast toward Reik. Boom. Reik was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Now you'll see what happens when you underestimate me, Bu exclaimed gleefully, clapping his hands in delight. What are you so pleased about? A deep voice resonated through the smoke, echoing in Bu's ears. A gust of wind swept through, revealing Reik, unscathed and serene. Bu's expression froze in disbelief as he pointed at Reik. I can't believe it. Die. Unable to accept this reality, Bu charged at Reik, unleashing a flurry of punches that filled the air. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed continuously. Facing Bu's onslaught, Reik gently closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide with a look of utter contentment, as if relishing a massage. 10 minutes passed, and while Reik remained largely unaffected, Bu found himself breathless and ceased his attack. What's wrong? Can't continue? Reik opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted Bu. Without regard for how Bu might react, Reik glanced down at his own body and lifted his right hand, gently clenching it. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted, sending Bu staggering backward. This is impossible. Bu gasped, his eyes wide with shock and fear, as his body trembled uncontrollably. Not only was Bu's internal turmoil evident, but even Reik struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his newfound power. It was overwhelming, far exceeding his prior expectations. Both his physical prowess and energy surpassed any previous understanding, and he could distinctly feel the difference. With his current physique, The shortcomings that hindered his survival in space have been rectified, alleviating any concerns he once had regarding existence in the cosmos. Initially, he believed that the 4,000-fold enhancement of Super Saiyan 4 would propel him to the zenith of Teraton-level power. However, now, within the realm of his perception, it is unequivocal that he has surpassed the Teraton threshold, firmly establishing himself within the realm of J-level combat prowess. His power has transcended dimensions, more extravagant than he had previously surmised. At this juncture, he can finally contemplate the true extent of Beerus's strength, having just ascended from the 6th dimension to the 7th. It feels akin to comparing humanity to ants, two entities entirely incomparable. Recognizing this disparity causes the once swollen pride of Reik to recede. As he understands how far he still has to go, his current priority must be to intensify his training rather than squander time with Bu. With this resolution, Reik's initial inclination for playful engagement with Bu dissipated. Redirecting his gaze towards Bu, he swiftly approached and seized him by the neck. This farce must come to an end. Unaware of the murderous intent gleaming in Reik's eyes, Bu struggled fiercely to escape his grasp. Golden flames erupted, and white energy began to emanate from Reik's hands, enveloping Bu's neck and swiftly engulfing him. Sound was severed from Bu, isolating him in a realm of white, devoid of external contact. Gradually, starting from his feet, Bu began to dissipate, evaporating into the air. When Reik dispersed the energy, Bu's form had entirely vanished. Extending his perception, he instantaneously locked onto the Kaioshin realm and activated his instant transmission, disappearing from the ravaged Earth. In the Kaioshin realm, witnessing Reik's annihilation of Bu, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Although the cost was monumental, Earth was on the brink of destruction, and even Goku and the others had perished. These issues could be resolved with the Dragon Balls. "Hello, everyone." Reik's voice resonated behind them. "Reik, you owe me Gohan." The sound of Reik's voice triggered an outburst from Chi-Chi, who, previously slumped on the ground, sprang to her feet. She rushed to Reik, grasping his clothing fiercely as she spoke with fervor. Reik's smile faltered, and faced with Chi-Chi's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He felt no anger towards her actions. After all, regardless of the justification, Goku and his son were indeed his victims. If Chi-Chi, the cherished one, showed no sign of emotion, he would even begin to suspect that she had been possessed by a traveler from another world. "Chi-Chi, please release Reik. Don't we have the Dragon Balls? We can collect them now and resurrect everyone," Bulma interjected, rushing to Chi-Chi's side and grasping her arm in a bid to persuade her. Others joined in, rallying around Bulma to encourage Chi-Chi, extricating Reik from his uncomfortable predicament. "Yes, indeed. Let us return to Earth and gather the Dragon Balls," Reik concurred, raising both hands in agreement, eager to depart from the scene. "Jebbit, please assist them." With the pressing concern resolved, Shin expressed his gratitude towards Reik and gave his orders. "Understood, Lord Kaioshin," Jebbit replied, bowing in acquiescence. A crowd encircled Jebbit, vanishing into the realm of the Supreme Kai, restoring the once tumultuous atmosphere to its former tranquility. With Jebbit's assistance, the God Temple on Earth gathered the Dragon Balls in merely 10 minutes. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered on the ground, drawing the gazes of the assembly towards Bulma, urging her to make a wish. Bulma, not one to hesitate, stepped forward and recited the incantation. "Arise, Shenron. Come forth and grant my wish." A beam of light shot skyward from the Dragon Balls, casting a shadow over the heavens. A cerulean dragon of immense proportions emerged, its presence both awe-inspiring and formidable. "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, declare your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes, regardless of their nature." Shenron's voice resonated with authority as it surveyed the crowd. "My first wish is to restore Earth to its state from a day prior," Bulma proclaimed with conviction. Shenron's eyes gleamed, and the transformation of Earth commenced. Collapsed peaks reemerged, fissures in the ground healed, and the devastated cities were revitalized. "Your wish has been granted. Now, speak your second wish." "I wish to resurrect those slain by Bu, excluding the wicked," Bulma continued. The once desolate city began to fill with familiar silhouettes. As figures reappeared across the globe, Shenron's eyes dimmed. "Your second wish has been fulfilled. Hasten to declare your third wish." Bulma paused, casting a glance towards Reik and the others, as if seeking guidance. There is no presence of Kakarot or Vegeta. Reik sensed the absence of their energies the moment Shenron revived the deceased, shaking his head at Bulma. Nodding in understanding, Bulma addressed Shenron. for my third wish. Please revive those killed by Reik, excluding the wicked, of course. Shinran's form began to radiate. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into beams of light, dispersing in all directions until they vanished from sight. Chapter 90. After the battle simultaneously, Goku and his son, engaged in training on North Kai's planet, found themselves transported back to the site of their demise. Upon their arrival, they quickly grasped the events that had transpired. Sensing the energies of those in the temple, Goku seized Gohan and activated instant transmission. My Gohan! Chi-Chi exclaimed upon seeing her son, rushing towards him, while Videl hurried over, her eyes filled with concern for Gohan. Goku stood by, grinning foolishly, until Goten approached and grasped his pant leg, alleviating his solitude. Bulma, there is no energy from Vegeta. As Goku's family reveled in their reunion, Reik's words pierced through the joyous atmosphere. The smiles on Bulma's and Trunks' faces faltered, and the others fell silent. The revelation left everyone astonished and contemplative. Those familiar with Vegeta found the outcome unsurprising, as he was hardly a paragon of virtue, but rather, one could argue, a villain. During his time with Frieza, he had decimated countless beings and conquered numerous planets. Although he had ceased his indiscriminate killings upon arriving on Earth, it did little to absolve him of his past transgressions. Unaware of Vegeta's past, individuals like Bidalai and Satan were utterly perplexed by everyone's behavior. I shall make a journey to the new Namek, Goku proclaimed, shattering the silence that enveloped them. Then I must trouble you, Sun Quan, Bulma calmly replied. After Goku's departure, Trunks, with his head bowed in dejection, comprehended the reason behind his father's absence from revival. This revelation weighed heavily upon his heart, shattering the cherished image he held of his father. A large hand gently caressed Trunks' hair, ruffling it affectionately. What troubles you? Can't accept that your father is perceived as a villain? Reik inquired, squatting down to meet Trunks' gaze. Trunks nodded, his expression still forlorn. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Does it truly matter whether your father is a good or bad person? I believe it does not. As long as he loves you and your mother, everything else pales in significance. Moreover, those were mistakes of his past. He is now striving to become a better person. Do not meddle, Reik. A furious shout interrupted. Turning towards the source, they beheld Vegeta, his face flushed and eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly ready to incinerate Reik with his glare. It turned out that while Reik was comforting Trunks, Goku had not only resurrected Vegeta with the Dragon Balls, but had also brought him to the temple. Reik had overheard the conversation, and it was an unbearable affront for the proud prince. Bulma, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter at Vegeta's flustered state, which in turn lightened Trunks' mood, gradually coaxing a smile onto his face. Bulma, do you wish for death? Vegeta exclaimed, his fists clenched, leaning close to Bulma's ear in a fierce whisper. All right, I shall refrain from laughing, Bulma promised, stifling her amusement upon witnessing Vegeta's vulnerability. Clap, clap. Everyone, let us celebrate our victory with a feast at my home, Bulma suggested, both to preserve some dignity for Vegeta and to divert the attention of the gathering. Sounds splendid. I am quite famished, Goku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he patted his stomach, nodding vigorously in agreement. Very well, let us all gather at my house, Bulma declared resolutely. This proposal met with no opposition, and they soon found themselves at Bulma's residence. However, no sooner had they settled than Goku approached Reik, pleading, Reik, would you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for me to experience? What? Vegeta, who had been preparing to leave from a distance, halted in disbelief and quickly appeared beside Reik. Super Saiyan 4? Indeed. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta, did you not know? Goku replied, oblivious to the absurdity of his question. He failed to realize that Vegeta had been absorbed by Bu, his consciousness slipping into oblivion. Upon Bu's demise, he had also transcended to the afterlife, leaving him unaware of Reik's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Damn it! In Vegeta's eyes, Goku's demeanor was nothing short of ostentatious, a blatant display of arrogance that was intolerable for the prince. Clenching his fists, Vegeta was ready to confront Goku. Stop! What are you two doing? We are in someone else's home. Reik certainly does not wish for a sumptuous feast to become a casualty of your quarrel. He urgently intervened. Wukong gently ran his fingers through his hair, perplexed by Vegeta's anger, staring blankly at him. You can fight after the banquet, he said. What are you talking about? Aren't we supposed to witness your transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Wukong, utterly bewildered, posed a profound inquiry. Oh well, let it be, Lei Ke sighed, covering his face. Unable to bear the sight of Wukong, fearing he might be infected by his lack of intelligence. Vegeta's ire subsided as he began to measure himself against Kakarot. Realizing how foolish he appeared, his gaze shifted to Lei Ke, eagerly anticipating the display of Super Saiyan 4. Observing the two, Lei Ke knew he could not evade the inevitable. Refusing to showcase Super Saiyan 4 meant he would not enjoy a peaceful meal at the banquet either. Gradually, he ascended into the air, halting at an altitude of 1,000 meters. He began to channel the energy of Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, after transforming, Lei Ke no longer required the process of becoming a golden great ape. He could freely manipulate his transformation. A golden aura surged forth, dazzling light emanated, and Lei Ke's form began to shift. His hair lengthened, red fur emerged, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the skies above Earth. Unlike those like Bidalai, who were oblivious to energy, Earth's warriors were acutely aware of the presence. Experiencing Super Saiyan 4 up close for the first time struck them with an impact akin to confronting the cosmic expanse, profound, mysterious, and infinite. They could not fathom Lei Ke's depths. Instead, it felt as though they were being drawn into an abyss, sinking ever deeper. The oppressive sensation weighed heavily on their minds, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. So powerful, Wukong gazed at the form of Super Saiyan 4 with awe. His warrior's blood began to boil, fists clenched, and a fervor for battle radiated from him, eager to engage. With a swift motion, Lei Ke retracted his transformation and began to descend slowly. Lei Ke, why did you cancel your transformation? Wukong, whose energy was rapidly surging, paused in surprise. You wish to spar after the banquet? I have no intention of fighting on an empty stomach, Lei Ke replied, casting a bemused glance at Wukong, questioning his lack of awareness. Is this truly Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's eyes blazed with intensity. The wild and imposing form of Super Saiyan 4 was etched deeply in his heart. In that moment, all thoughts of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 faded from his mind, as Super Saiyan 4 occupied his very essence, perfectly aligning with his perception of the Saiyans. This was the transformation he had always envisioned for his race. Following the banquet, Vegeta's thoughts drifted into the void, his mind entirely consumed by the concept of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 91. Post-meal exercise. I'm full. Wukong leaned back in his chair, rubbing his round belly with a contented expression. The mountain of plates piled before him testified to the terrifying appetite of the Saiyans. A dozen chefs slumped on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to move their fingers, having received quite the lesson from Lei Ke and a few other Saiyans. Lei Ke, can we begin now? Wukong eagerly inquired upon noticing Lei Ke had ceased eating. This prompted Vegeta, whose focus was already misaligned from food, to sharpen his gaze, putting down his meal and locking his energy onto Lei Ke. Lei Ke, unhurried, wiped his mouth, glanced at Wukong and Vegeta, and slowly rose to his feet. Very well. Add Gohan to the mix. You three may come at me together. Originally intending to watch a performance, Gohan was taken aback when Reik called upon him. Gazing into his father's eager eyes, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. The four ascended into the air, with Goku, his son, and Vegeta forming a triangle around Reik, their energies surging. A golden aura flickered as Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, initiated the assault, swiftly moving before Reik and delivering a sweeping kick. Vegeta, you still lack something, Reik remarked, raising a hand to block the attack, a smirk playing on his lips. Do not underestimate me. He distanced himself, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from Vegeta's hands, which struck Reik in quick succession. The explosions echoed, enveloping Reik in dense smoke. Suddenly, Reik emerged from the haze, launching a powerful punch that sent Vegeta flying, interrupting his assault. Gohan now. Seeing Vegeta falter, Goku called for Gohan to join the fray. They attacked Reik from either side. With a finger poised against Goku's fist, Reik seized Gohan's wrist. Kakarot, do you look down on me? Not even transforming into a Super Saiyan? With a flick of his wrist, he sent Gohan flying, his gaze now fixed on Goku. This is merely the beginning. Why the haste? Goku grinned, retracting his fist. Boom. Reik, unaccustomed to Goku's foolish tendencies, delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, disrupting his energy buildup and silencing his impending remarks. Goku clutched his stomach in agony as he was propelled backward. Kakarot, you fool. Vegeta shot a glance at Goku. Bewildered by his thought process, still holding back and testing the waters against Reik. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed, anxiously watching Goku's retreating form. As golden energy flared, he prepared to rush to his aid. "Gohan, do not be distracted during battle. I taught you better." Reik's voice resonated in Gohan's ears, causing his expression to shift as he realized his mistake. He quickly halted, adopting a defensive stance. Yet, while Gohan was swift, Reik was swifter. In an instant, a massive hand covered Gohan's face, whisking him away to a desolate mountain range, where he was unceremoniously thrown. Buzz! Vegeta, following their path, unleashed a Kamehameha towards Reik. Boom! The energy wave was effortlessly swatted away by Reik, striking a towering mountain and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Whoosh! Goku reappeared on the battlefield, his golden hair dancing in the wind as he patted his chest, a look of relief washing over him. "That was close. You nearly had me." Boom! Gohan, now free from the rubble, unleashed his energy, scattering the debris as he soared to Reik's level, his expression turning grave. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance. Then together they launched an attack on Reik. The trio effectively restricted Reik's ability to evade, their fists and feet converging in unison. Despite facing 3 opponents, Reik remained unfazed, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. It must be said that although this was their first collaboration, an unspoken synergy beautifully compensated for the shortcomings of the other two. If the opponents were merely a shade stronger, they would succumb under the trio's assault in no time. Unfortunately for them, they faced Reik, a being whose combat prowess far surpassed theirs. In the blink of an eye, Reik expertly evaded the attacks of the 3, and seizing the moment of their transition, delivered a kick to each of them. It was not that there were flaws in their assaults. Rather, Reik was simply toying with them through sheer speed. Thud, thud, thud. The ground bore the silhouettes of 3 figures. "Shall we continue?" Reik, arms crossed, gazed down at the 3 sprawled on the ground. Of course, the battle had only just begun. Rising to his feet, Goku brushed off the dust, his fighting spirit igniting. Gohan remained silent, adopting an offensive stance as he regarded Reik. Whoosh! Vegeta's response was more straightforward, launching an energy blast towards Reik. Observing the trio's reactions, a smile graced Reik's face. Fixing his gaze, an invisible shockwave collided with the energy blast, dissipating it midair. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent, excellent. With a light clap of his hands, Reik's white aura surged, a powerful presence radiating toward the trio. Such trivial techniques need not be displayed. Disregarding Reik's imposing aura, Vegeta disdainfully curled his lip. "Here I come, Uncle Reik." Gohan's energy surged, arcs of electricity crackling as he vanished from sight, rapidly appearing behind Reik to deliver an elbow strike to the back of his head. Bang! Reik swiftly turned, raising his arm to block Gohan's attack, tilting his head to evade a kick from Goku behind him, and retaliating with a kick aimed at Vegeta. In an instant, Reik neutralized their assaults, sending them flying. Shaking off his slightly numbed arm, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Clearly, Gohan's strike bore a force beyond his expectations. This indicated that Gohan's strength had now eclipsed that of his father, Goku, and Vegeta. While admiration was present, Reik showed no signs of leniency. Instead, he targeted Gohan first. With a flash, he appeared behind Gohan, delivering a hand strike aimed at his neck. Smack! At a critical moment, Goku intervened, raising his hand to shield Gohan from the attack. Oh! A look of surprise crossed Reik's eyes. He had not anticipated that Kakarot would foresee his strike. "Reik, do not forget about me." Vegeta's figure emerged to Reik's left, delivering a powerful punch to Reik's side. Thud! Reik felt the impact of Vegeta's blow, a sharp twinge in his waist causing his brow to furrow. In contrast, Vegeta beamed with delight, having landed a hit on Reik for the first time since the battle commenced, especially by his own hand, uplifted Vegeta's spirits immensely. After striking Reik, Vegeta did not pause. Leveraging his waist, he spun around, launching an elbow strike towards the back of Reik's head. Whoosh! Ducking to evade the attack, Reik seized Gohan's ankle, hurling him towards Goku. Bang! Chapter 92, Sparring. The collision of Goku and Gohan interrupted Goku's offensive, sending both father and son careening backward. Whoosh! With a fierce shout, Vegeta executed a chopping strike that landed solidly on Reik's shoulder. "Bastard, do not disregard me. I certainly do not underestimate you." Withstanding a blow from Vegeta, Reik remained steadfast, tilting his head to observe him. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as blood spurted from Vegeta's mouth. Reik watched as Vegeta fell from the air, slowly lowering himself to one knee. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Goku exclaimed, rushing to support him while Gohan remained warily attentive to Reik. "I do not require your assistance," Vegeta retorted, pushing Goku away and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his dissatisfaction palpable. Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's tone, found his mind racing with strategies to confront Reik. It was only upon engaging Reik in combat that Goku truly comprehended the formidable nature of his opponent. The disparity in dimensions instantly bridged the gap in their combat awareness and experience, rendering Goku's offense and defense unable to keep pace with Reik's speed. The attacks from the trio proved utterly ineffective against Reik. Overwhelmed by this realization, even Goku felt a surge of frustration, mentally reviewing all his skills yet finding no viable solution. "Are you not coming? If not, I shall take the initiative." With Goku and the others hesitating, Reik vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind them, launching 3 energy blasts that struck them simultaneously. The blasts collided with a tremendous explosion. Kamehameha, Magic Flash, Final Flash. The trio narrowly evaded the energy projectiles, swiftly locking onto Reik, unleashing a blue and 2 golden beams of energy towards him. Facing their ultimate techniques, Reik remained unfazed, a white aura surging from his body as his power escalated to its zenith. Clenching his fists, he effortlessly countered the trio's assault. The energy beams were dispersed with ease. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Reik swiftly delivered a punch to each of them. With a thunderous crash, debris cascaded down, engulfing the 3 warriors. The once vibrant battlefield fell eerily silent, with Reik hovering above, patiently awaiting their resurgence. With a resounding rumble, the 3 fighters emerged from the rubble, battered yet unyielding. "Do you wish to continue?" Goku and his companions exchanged determined glances, their resolve unshaken. A golden aura flickered as they summoned their strength, charging towards Reik with all their might. The sounds of their clashes resonated continuously as they fought, their silhouettes dancing across the sky and ground. In stark contrast to Reik's relaxed demeanor, Goku and his companions contorted in agony, their veins pulsating as they bore immense pressure. Yet, despite the pain from each collision, their spirits soared, and their combat prowess gradually intensified. Reik observed in a mix of disbelief and exasperation, realizing they were treating him as a training partner, one from whom they sought no advantage. Understanding their intentions, Reik was unwilling to partake in such an unprofitable endeavor. He quickened his pace, swiftly rendering the 3 unconscious. "How amusing. Your intentions are commendable, yet I shall not oblige," he chuckled wickedly while gazing at the trio sprawled on the ground. Without waiting for them to regain consciousness, Reik vanished, unwilling to linger and risk being ensnared by their persistence once more. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Vegeta's fingers twitched as he gradually opened his tightly shut eyes. Supporting his groggy head, he sat up and glanced at the still unconscious Goku and his son. Sensing the absence of Reik's energy, he instantly became alert. "That scoundrel," he muttered through clenched teeth, disregarding Goku and his son. A flash of white energy enveloped him, and Vegeta vanished into the air. Just as he departed, Goku began to awaken slowly. Noticing the absence of both Vegeta and Reik, he felt no anger. Instead, he approached Gohan, helping him to his feet. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, he locked onto Chi-Chi's energy and initiated instant transmission. One by one, they departed, leaving the mountain in disarray. In the Kaioshin realm, Reik's figure suddenly materialized, startling the 2 Kaioshin who were seated and enjoying tea. "Mr. Reik, what brings you here?" The younger Kaioshin, Shin, inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The old Kaioshin, with his profound gaze fixed on Reik, understood the difference between himself and his junior. He was aware that mortals could not sense divine energy. The absence of mortals in the Kaioshin realm indicated that Reik's ability to teleport here meant he had gained the capacity to perceive divine energy. Unaware of the old Kaioshin's thoughts, Reik recognized that after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his perception had significantly enhanced, allowing him to lock onto the Kaioshins. Although he was unclear about the mechanics, he didn't delve deeply into this instinctual skill, simply noting that it markedly differed from the perception of a god Super Saiyan. "Esteemed Kaioshin, old Kaioshin, I have come to request your assistance in creating a planet or space suitable for training," Reik inquired politely, simultaneously producing a universal capsule from his pocket and offering it to the old Kaioshin. "What is this?" the old Kaioshin asked as he accepted the capsule. his gaze fixed on Reik, awaiting an explanation. "You know," Reik replied, giving the old Kaioshin a meaningful look. In an instant, the capsule vanished from the old Kaioshin's grip, his movements so swift that even Reik couldn't discern them. "I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. This is also a part of your training," the old Kaioshin stated, rising and patting Shin's shoulder with earnestness. "Yes, ancestor." Shin, who had been poised to decline, swallowed his words and stood upright, responding respectfully. "Indeed, young ones should strive diligently." The old Kaioshin nodded in satisfaction before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Since learning of the contents within the universal capsule Reik provided, he had been eager to take action. Now that he was set to fulfill Reik's request, it was time to find a suitable place for reflection. Left with only each other, Reik and Shin exchanged glances until Reik broke the silence. "Where's Jebet?" "He is attending to some matters I assigned him," Reik replied, refraining from further inquiries as he detailed his requirements for the training environment. Shin listened attentively, occasionally frowning or nodding in agreement as they engaged in discussion. By the time Shin had constructed the training space Reik desired, a month had already passed. Upon stepping into the expansive, white space, Reik felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although this place may seem similar to the time and spirit room, the differences in gravity and temperature are unparalleled. Unpredictably, countless meteors may strike Reik during his stay, yet time remains synchronized with the outside world. Upon exiting the training space, 3 months had elapsed. Reik had become thoroughly acquainted with Super Saiyan 4, and even his base power had seen a significant enhancement, reaching 5,000 trillion. This time, Reik intended to rest and unwind his taut spirit. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years went by. Over these 3 years, Reik would return to Earth for a period of respite after every 3 months of training. After spending more than 2 months in the training space, he was on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 4. Unbeknownst to Reik, Earth was undergoing tremendous upheaval. Chapter 93. Crisis emerges on Earth, in West City. Bulma's once picturesque estate had been reduced to ruins. Not only Bulma's residence, but the entirety of West City had become a wasteland. The sounds of explosions reverberated through the air. 2 golden beams of light collided in the sky. "Kakarot, you shall perish." Vegeta's furious voice echoed. Boom. A golden energy beam struck a figure with a crab hairstyle, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated what remained of West City, leaving behind a vast crater. Swish. 2 figures suddenly appeared above West City, gazing in astonishment at the gaping chasm below. As the smoke dissipated, the 2 confrontational figures came into view, rendering the onlookers momentarily speechless. One of them glanced at the crab-haired figure alongside him, then at the identical figure below, his eyes widening in confusion. "Dad, what is happening?" "I have no idea," the crab-haired man replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Their arrival startled the 2 individuals below. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his expression momentarily frozen. "Kakarot? Gohan?" Indeed, the newcomers were Goku and his son. Vegeta's fury subsided slightly as he turned to face the figure in black training attire who was confronting him. The oppressive aura emanating from this individual restored his lost clarity, and he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Who is this imposter?" "Huh? Who am I?" "I am a god." The figure in black training attire spread his arms and laughed heartily. "This is just a greeting. Our next meeting will mark your demise." "Thinking of escaping?" "Not a chance." Vegeta immediately sensed something amiss and unleashed a ki blast towards the opponent. Boom. After the explosion, the figure resembling Goku in black training attire vanished. "Damn it!" Vegeta shouted, his anger boiling over with no outlet for release. The individual had killed his Bulma and Trunks, and had the audacity to escape right before him. How could Vegeta accept such a fate? He was teetering on the brink of a rampage. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Goku quickly intervened to restrain Vegeta. Vegeta, Bulma, and Trunks. As Vegeta struggled against Goku's hold, the question rendered him immobile, as if struck by a paralyzing spell. Slowly, he lowered his proud head, his eyes dimming, resembling a deflated balloon, his body growing limp. This appearance of Vegeta and Goku was a sight to behold for the first time, startling him into shaking his body vigorously. "Vegeta, what on earth just happened? Pull yourself together. We still have the Dragon Balls." Vegeta, as if grasping a lifeline, slowly rekindled the spark in his eyes. "Indeed, we still have the Dragon Balls. I must go find them now." Vegeta rushed towards the vast pit below, hoping to locate the Dragon Radar. However, The ground had already been flattened, leaving no trace of the radar to be found. "Stop searching, Vegeta. I will take you to New Namek," Goku insisted, grabbing Vegeta and proposing the alternative. In this dire situation, they could only seek assistance from New Namek. Without the radar, locating the Dragon Balls would prove exceedingly difficult. Vegeta relinquished his futile search and obediently followed Goku, disappearing from sight. Witnessing this, Gohan soared towards the Heavenly Temple. Convinced that what transpired here must be known to Uncle Piccolo, he quickly located Piccolo within the temple, who provided him with a summary of the unfolding events. It turned out that the black-clad Goku had suddenly appeared and attacked Bulma's home. The ambush was so abrupt that he had instantly eliminated everyone except for Vegeta. The deaths of Bulma and Trunks had enraged Vegeta, prompting him to engage in a fierce battle with the Black Goku, resulting in the utter destruction of West City. After grasping the sequence of events, Gohan was left with profound uncertainty regarding the identity of the black-clad Goku. However, even Piccolo could not provide an answer, remaining equally perplexed. "Gohan, you might have to seek the assistance of Lord Kaioshin. Although I am unaware of who he is, if my eyes do not deceive me, he was adorned with patera earrings on one ear. But we have no way to contact Lord Kaioshin, and Uncle Reik is still absent," Gohan replied, his face filled with helplessness. "Then we can only wait for Reik to return." Piccolo acknowledged the circumstances, realizing that they could only adapt to the changing situation. On New Namek, Goku continued to wish for the restoration of West City and the deceased humans, preparing to send the Eternal Dragon away when he was halted by Vegeta. Kakarot, for our third wish, let our tails grow back. Upon hearing Vegeta's request, Goku's eyes gleamed with realization. He had contemplated this wish long ago, but had forgotten amidst his rigorous training over the past 3 years. With Vegeta's reminder, Goku expressed his agreement and promptly conveyed the wish to the Grand Elder of Namek. A flash of light enveloped them, and not only were Goku and Vegeta's tails restored, but Gohan, far away on Earth, also found his tail regrown. With their wishes granted, Vegeta urged Goku to return. After bidding farewell to Grand Elder Muley, the two vanished from New Namek. Upon their return, Goku and Vegeta rejoined the others, with Vegeta staying behind to accompany Bulma and the others. While Goku met up with Gohan at the temple, "Dad, is this the wish you just made?" Gohan inquired, swaying his tail behind him, hesitating with uncertainty. He was acutely aware that transforming into a great ape alongside his father would result in a loss of reason, and if they were not cautious, they could wreak havoc on Earth. "Do not worry, Vegeta has a method to regain control. I believe we can manage it too," Goku reassured, patting Gohan's shoulder. Recognizing his inner turmoil, on his way back, he sought counsel from Vegeta, who shared a method with him. However, this method could only be executed once Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 or when Reik returned. After a brief exchange regarding the black-clad Goku, they ultimately found themselves devoid of other options. All they could do now was to continue waiting. West City had already resumed its bustling atmosphere. Vegeta dissipated his white aura and embraced Bulma tightly, as if he wished to merge her essence with his own. "Vegeta, release me. Are you trying to suffocate me?" Bulma gasped, struggling for breath and gently tapping Vegeta's back. Alarmed, Vegeta quickly loosened his grip and gazed at her with concern. "Have we dealt with the enemy?" Bulma, unfazed by her recent brush with death, inquired as she softly linked her arm with Vegeta's. In response to her query, Vegeta's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, the nails digging into his flesh without eliciting a reaction. The mere thought of the black-clad Goku ignited a fierce rage within him. The humiliation left by that adversary could only be washed away with blood. Just as his tail had returned, had it not been for his concern for Bulma, he would have already begun striving to surpass Super Saiyan 4. "I will personally end his life," Vegeta declared resolutely. "I believe in you," Bulma replied with a smile. Chapter 94. Vegeta transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's hatred for the black-clad Goku spurred him to urgently enhance his strength, and he departed for the outskirts of West City without lingering at home. In a desolate expanse, Vegeta stood silently. He hurled an artificial moon into the sky. As he gazed upward, his tail began absorbing the rays of the moonlight, his heart racing with fervor. His hair began to grow, and soon a massive ape towering 500 meters emerged. The transformation of the giant ape was far from complete. It had only just begun. A golden aura erupted forth as the brown fur was suffused with gold. the destructive power incessantly bombarding the consciousness of the giant ape as if attempting to drag it into an abyss. An overwhelming aura manifested, and in an instant, the Earth warriors sensed this immense power, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the giant ape. Goku and the others were the first to react. Piccolo and Gohan swiftly grasped Goku, who teleported them to the giant ape's vicinity. The sight of the golden giant ape, roaring violently, left them momentarily stunned. Piccolo was slightly more composed, having previously witnessed it through the old Kai's crystal ball, whereas Goku and Gohan, seeing it for the first time, were profoundly shaken. Feeling a mix of yearning and apprehension, Vegeta's sudden action caught Goku and the others off guard. Should he lose control, there would be no one on Earth capable of stopping his rampage. Gohan, I will now teach you the fusion technique. If Vegeta loses control, we must fuse to restrain him. True to his nature, Goku, instead of succumbing to despair, immediately sought a solution. Gohan, of course, did not refuse Goku's suggestion. He followed Goku to an open area to practice the fusion technique. Both father and son, being adept martial artists, quickly mastered the technique, achieving perfect coordination without employing their ki. Old son, perhaps you should begin the fusion now. As the colossal ape continued its rampage, Piccolo's anxiety surged. Wait, I shall investigate. Goku, observing that the destruction caused by the giant ape remained within manageable limits, hesitated to acquiesce to Piccolo's suggestion and instead soared toward the beast. Vegeta, awaken! Goku shouted as he flew, hoping to rouse Vegeta's consciousness. The moment Goku made his appearance, the giant ape locked onto him, unleashing a torrent of golden energy from its mouth, which shot towards Goku in an instant. With a swift maneuver, Goku narrowly evaded the energy wave, his heart racing with relief. That was close. I nearly met my end. Old son, stop wasting time. Merge with Gohan now. Indeed, Dad. Just as Goku hesitated, the giant ape resumed its assault. In a flash, it teleported beside Goku, its enormous hand descending upon him. The speed of the giant ape was overwhelming. Before Goku could react, he was ensnared in its grasp. The giant ape exerted its formidable strength, crushing Goku's body, eliciting cries of agony from his lips. Old son, Dad. Gohan and Piccolo, unable to remain idle, surged towards the giant ape in a bid to rescue Goku. A fierce gust erupted from the ape's mouth, sending Gohan and Piccolo hurtling backward. Under such circumstances, not only could they not save Goku, but even approaching the giant ape proved exceedingly difficult. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of clarity flashed in the giant ape's eyes. Vegeta, think of Bulma and Trunks. Goku, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to awaken Vegeta. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt the giant ape's grip loosen, alleviating some of his suffering. Elated, he believed his cries had succeeded. As he continued to call out for Bulma and Trunks, he seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the ape's grasp. Struggling free, he noticed the giant ape remained momentarily dazed, his joy intensifying. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the giant ape's tail struck Goku, leaving him feeling as if his body was about to disintegrate as he collapsed to the ground. Ignoring the fallen Goku, the giant ape grinned. Kakarot, do not conflate me with you lowly warriors. I am the Prince of Saiyans. How could I lose my wits upon transforming into a giant ape? As the giant ape spoke, Goku managed a painful, strained smile. Golden light emanated from the giant ape as its form gradually contracted. A figure cloaked in red fur materialized, its wild and commanding presence heralding the birth of a superlative warrior. Congratulations, Vegeta. Struggling to rise, Goku felt genuine happiness for Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, I await your challenge. Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding confidence. I shall strive to meet your expectations. Goku replied earnestly, brushing his hair back. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. At that moment, Gohan and Piccolo appeared beside Goku. Piccolo remained silent, as he had never particularly gotten along with Vegeta, while Gohan offered greetings to both his father and Vegeta. Gohan, you must strive as well. Vegeta held no reservations about Gohan. In fact, he regarded him with considerable optimism. Despite having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta acknowledged that Gohan's foundational power still surpassed his own. He had merely taken the lead for the time being. I shall indeed, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan replied earnestly. The group exchanged little dialogue, as Vegeta, eager to solidify his Super Saiyan 4 form, departed without casting a glance at Piccolo. Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 caused quite a stir among the deities in the Kaioshin realm. Although his energy did not rival that of Reik, it was nonetheless formidable, firmly placing him at the 7th dimensional tier. The projection of Whis in the God of Destruction realm also displayed Vegeta's figure, his smile deepening with each passing moment. Whoosh! A violet energy sphere darted past Whis, striking a distant planet. The entire celestial body vanished as if erased by an eraser. Hee. It seems Lord Beerus is on the verge of awakening, Whis remarked, unfazed by the destructive power of the energy sphere, instead covering his mouth with a light chuckle. In the training space, Rex slowly emerged from the door. He exuded no remarkable aura, had it not been for his robust physique. One might have mistaken him for an ordinary individual devoid of any martial training. Even the old Kaioshin failed to notice his presence. At a glance, he spotted the Kaioshins gathered around a crystal ball, seemingly captivated by something intriguing. Curiosity stirred within him as he approached, peering into the crystal. What are you all watching? The sudden inquiry startled the group, who turned to see Reik, their hearts finally settling. Do you not realize that mortals frighten gods to death? The old Kaioshin retorted grumpily. But, dear old Kaioshin, you have already passed away, have you not? Can one die a second time? Reik innocently pointed at the halo above the old Kaioshin's head, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. You. The old Kaioshin's face turned a shade of green with frustration, struggling to articulate a response. Ancestor, do not be angry. Lord Kaioshin, please have some tea. Xian and Jebet quickly intervened, anxious to soothe the irate old Kaioshin.